Chapter 1. Tonight, beneath the drifting glow of Ladoga's larger moon, Dvin seemed even more haunted than usual, a city that had died before it had ever truly lived. Solana Reyes moved with deliberate care through empty structures raised for residents and merchants who had never come before the foreign occupiers styling themselves rebels had overrun the district. At the edge of a battle-damaged stretch, she stopped. One broad avenue was choked halfway across by the toppled face of a high-rise, brought down when artillery had ripped through it. The wreckage made ideal concealment for anyone waiting to strike, and forced travelers to leave cover briefly if they wanted to get past. Dropping into a crouch beside an undamaged building, Solana lifted the scope on her heavy rifle and examined the route ahead. If given enough time, its multispectral systems could uncover nearly any hidden danger. This hushed, vacant city, with peril concealed somewhere in the darkness, brought to mind a novel she had read long ago, a tale set on a planet called Barsoom, full of ancient, deserted cities. Learning later that Barsoom was meant to be Mars, the world where she had grown up, had startled her. The noble decay and wistful splendor of those ruined cities bore no resemblance to the filthy, brutal slums of the Mars she remembered, except in two ways. Both were full of threats to the lives and liberty of those trapped there, and in both, hopes for anything better had withered away long before. Now, someone was trying to make newly colonized Ladoga into that kind of world. Solana intended to stop them. The invaders had already been driven from Ladoga's two other cities, though Poznan and Krakow had both paid heavily in damage. People had paid heavily too. But so long as the enemy still held ground in and around Dvin, the danger of another successful offensive remained too great, and no one knew whether Balor, Charun, and Tinia star systems might soon send back another invasion force. The more Ladoga could learn about those systems' military strength, and the more the surviving invaders could be confined, weakened, and reduced in number, the better the planet's odds would be. That was why she was here now, threading through darkness in an abandoned city instead of being back in Poznan with her new husband, Lucien. Once she was confident the way ahead was clear, Solana advanced again. The remaining invaders had lost much of their gear, especially the sensors that might have detected someone like her, along with mines and automated systems that could have made her passage deadly. Even so, she continued at a measured, careful pace, slipping through vacant buildings whose doors and first-floor windows had been blasted out or pried open in earlier battles. She glided through what should have been the spacious lobby of an apartment block, skirted the shell of what might have become an office on the corner or a modest store, and stepped over thin spreads of dirt where weeds had begun trying to claim the floors. She passed yawning interior doorways and unfinished ventilation shafts. In the dark, those openings held a blackness deeper than the rest, somehow menacing, as though hostile eyes might be fixed on her from within. But the sensors found nothing, and she went on. The first sign that she had reached the edge of the enemy's perimeter came from her scope: energy emissions and body heat ahead. Guards. Their equipment was worn and damaged enough that it no longer concealed them as effectively as it once had. Unlike Solana's gear, which still worked well enough to keep them from noticing her, she stayed where she was, observing through the scope until movement revealed the nearest sentries. Their camouflage adjusted to the wreckage and structures around them, but in a dead and deserted landscape, motion still gave them away. At last she slipped carefully through the nearest buildings and into a small park, where trees and shrubs planted less than 4 years earlier had grown into a twisted, undersized thicket. Just as she had expected, the invaders were relying on anyone crossing it to make enough noise to betray themselves. But Solana knew how to move with the patience and control required to get through quietly. She kept scanning with her eyes and scope, noticed a tripwire before she touched it, and eased past. Eventually, she reached a place beside a tree where she could lie hidden and watch a building ahead. Through its broken windows, several people appeared only as shadowed forms. She magnified the image and studied them, but their faces stayed indistinct, their mouths too blurred for her scope to read what they were saying. Too many other invaders were nearby to risk closing the distance. Her scope's signal monitor remained silent, indicating that whatever communications they were using depended entirely on fiber optic landlines. That meant the chances of gathering useful intelligence were slim. Still, she had already fixed the location of this enemy position. One final job remained before she could call down a strike. Solana watched without impatience and without mercy until the behavior of the others made clear which figure held authority. Then she raised her rifle toward the satellites in orbit above the planet, all under Ladoga's control, and used the scope's high-gain transmitter to send a narrow burst carrying the invaders' coordinates and her requested timing for the attack. After that came more waiting. The night stayed still around her. Here and there, enemy soldiers shifted position. Inside the building, the group continued its conversation. On her scope, the countdown ticked away. When it dropped under a minute, Solana zoomed in on the leader she had chosen, settled her aim with absolute precision, and fired. The crack of the shot tore the night's quiet apart. The round struck home. Her target lurched and went down, while the others near their leader scattered and threw themselves toward cover. Solana was already in motion. She abandoned silence entirely, sprinting to open the distance between herself and the invaders. Behind her, alarms began to sound, and a handful of shots slashed through the brush nearby. Just as she had intended, the enemy had gone to ground, hunkering down with their attention locked on the surrounding buildings. The strike came down. It had been launched from Barracuda, Ladoga's last surviving destroyer. Sleek, dense metal rods had been dropped from low orbit along exact trajectories, plunging hundreds of kilometers and building terrifying force as they fell. Ahead of her, Solana saw sudden shadows flash into being as the descending projectiles carved brilliant streaks across the sky, behind her beautiful from a safe distance, horrifying for anyone standing where they would land. The invaders, only now realizing what was coming, might have been scrambling upright to run or flattening themselves to the ground in useless terror. Whatever they were doing made no difference. Nothing could save them now. As she ran, breath hissing through her teeth, Solana felt her mouth draw back in a savage grin. The earth jolted beneath her feet when the projectiles hit, discharging all the power they had gathered in the fall. Everything at the impact points was ripped apart. Soil burst upward. Buildings were shattered. In one instant of violent madness, a section of dead Dvin was simply erased. Solana threw herself flat as fragments screamed overhead. A massive chunk of wreckage crashed down only a few meters away, making the ground buck beneath her. She stared at it for a heartbeat, her pulse hammering as the nearness of death finally caught up with her. The thunder of devastation drowned every other sound, leaving her briefly deaf as she pushed herself upright and ran again. When the repeated impacts finally began to subside, she could hear buildings still coming down and feel dust and wind surging after her. A piece of Din had vanished, and the invaders hiding there had vanished with it. Ladoga was that much freer. Solana did not stay near the strike zone. She put several kilometers behind her in the darkness of the city, silent once more. Before she dared transmit a full report, her scope forwarding the stored video and data it had collected. At last she made it back to the structure where her unit had taken shelter. From the outside, it seemed no different from the rest of Dvin, lifeless, abandoned, another husk in a dead city. Inside the outer rooms, though, armed sentries met her, alert and ready. Deeper within lay a large chamber hidden from outside view, where 20 men and women rested amid their gear. Most of them had stripped down to t-shirts and trousers, with camouflage clothing, weapons, and whatever body armor they possessed laid beside them on the floor. On paper, those 20, together with the 5 guards outside, were the 3rd Company of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of Ladoga's planetary militia. Before the invasion, the company had numbered 100, mostly settlers who had arrived on Ladoga, hoping to begin ordinary lives in all kinds of civilian work, only to be forced into defending their new world. Some had been pulled away for essential duties, some for family crises, some because they were wounded. Everyone else was dead. The survivors wore the same drained, resigned look people, determined to finish what had to be done. Without much faith, they would live to see the end of it. If there even was an end, heads lifted as she came in. and several of them greeted her with familiar nods. A quiet warmth went through Solana at that. It pleased her more than she wanted to admit to feel that she belonged among them. Too much of her life had been spent alone. Tension eased out of her as she returned greetings, shrugged off her camouflage, and accepted a mug of coffee with real gratitude. Ladoga is short on a lot of things, but they make sure we always have coffee, Captain Larkin said as he crouched beside her. It's lousy coffee, but it's here. There's no more coffee in Krakow or Poznan, Solana told him. What's left on the planet is being sent to the fighters here around Dvin. I hope the planet gets more shipments in before it all runs out. You did a good job, Solana? Thanks, she said. What's the assessment? No signs of life. The strike wiped out that invader strongpoint. Captain Larkin, one of the rare actual career soldiers in the company, had emigrated to Ladoga from Indra, one of the old colonies. Whenever anyone asked why, he always answered with the same words, I was bored. Boredom was not a problem for him anymore. Good. Solana drank from the cup, the coffee hot, bitter, and exactly what she needed. Weariness settled heavily into her bones. Did my report make it through? Yeah, clean upload. Larkin studied her for a moment. I heard you worked for Earth government once. Yeah, after I got off Mars. She no longer bothered disguising where she had come from. Let people take it or leave it. Their judgment had stopped mattering to her. I worked in Tucson's? What was that like? Better than Mars. Larkin smiled crookedly. What'd you do? I was in the conflict resolution office, Solana said, working to find legal and peaceful resolutions for conflicts and disputes on Earth and all settled worlds. You're kidding. Larkin shook his head. How effective was that? It worked when people believed in it. When they stopped believing, stopped caring, it didn't work. I came out here to try to make people believe in that kind of thing again. Because what's happening to Ladoga shouldn't be happening anywhere. Solana rested a hand on her rifle. That's why I'm using this now. But someday we need to get back to depending on laws for our protection. That'd be nice, Larkin said, unable to completely conceal the doubt in his voice, as if he could hardly imagine such a future. Anyway, you can relax. We've been ordered to stay under cover through daylight today, so there won't be any more action until nightfall. When she had finished the coffee, Solana slipped into a side room to get some privacy. There she connected to Ladoga's planetary network through landline relays, making sure no one could trace the origin of her signal. Fiber lines routed across other rooftops linked the building to antennas that spoke with the satellites overhead. Like nearly every other room in Dvin, this one had never been furnished. She lowered herself to the floor and leaned back against the wall. For a moment she set down her compad so she could drag her fingers through her hair and scrub at her face, trying not to look like someone who had spent the entire night creeping through a corpse of a city. Then she arranged a smile and opened a link. After a delay, Lucien Favre's face appeared. Pain and recovery still marked him. The injuries that kept him mostly confined to bed had not let go of him yet. Hey, Red, he said, smiling. Red, the usual insult for people from Mars, had somehow turned into Lucien's pet name for her, and hearing it from him never failed to stir something tender in her. How are you? Working late, Solana said. Sorry, I never knew collecting intelligence was so stressful. Yeah, well, field work. You know. She did not want to lie outright, but neither did she want to tell him how much danger she had been in. How's the leg? The one that's missing? Still gone. Lucia made a vague motion. I'm told maybe another month before I get a prosthetic. There's a big backup manufacturing them for all the wounded, and I'm sort of low on the priority scale. What about regeneration? Weren't they looking at a regrow for you? Solana asked, still looking. Lucien smiled. I can wait. There are others who need stuff grown back worse than I do. As long as you're okay, Solana said. What have you actually been doing, Red? She let out a breath. Collecting intelligence. That covers a lot of different ground. You look pretty worn out. I'm doing my part, Luke. He said nothing. His gaze stayed on her, troubled and unconvinced. I'm going to be back in Poznan in a few days, Solana added, trying to steer them elsewhere. What do you want to do? Lucien gave a slight shake of his head, the same unhappiness still hanging over him. Maybe have some more honeymoon. That'd be nice. Luke, I'm sorry. You know who I am. You knew what you were getting when you asked me to marry you. I'm a red. You came from Mars, but you're not like those gangsters fighting for the invaders. Lucien turned his eyes aside. You are a fighter. I knew that, yeah. Maybe someday you'll tell me everything you did on Mars. Everything you did to get off that hellhole of a planet. You don't want to know, Luke? Solana made herself smile again. What matters is that I made it here and found you. Hey, estimates are that the invaders are down to a couple of thousand in the areas of Dvin they still occupy and the land just outside the city. They're short on everything, and they lost another senior leader tonight. They could crack at any time. He nodded, but the news brought him no visible comfort. How'd you hear about them losing a leader? Idiot. Why had she said that? That's what I thought. Red, don't. Or I'll bring up the subject of you leaving your police job to become an officer in the militia. Lucien looked at her for a moment, then a smile tugged at him. We're two of a kind, huh? Well motivated, not too smart. Maybe too smart for our own good, Solana admitted. Somebody has to do it. Any estimates on when the next invasion force will show up? No. We have no idea what Balor, Charun, and Tinia might have left. We know what we have left. Lucien gestured outward, one warship, Barracuda, and a planetary militia that's low on supplies, weapons, and people. Solana inclined her head. Renvil went for help, remember? And we're formally allied with Strathmore now. Ladoga's not alone anymore. It still feels pretty alone, Lucien said. Then he laughed, though there was more bitterness than amusement in it. I was told that if another invasion fleet jumps into the star system, I'll be jumped up the priority list for a smart prosthetic so I'll be combat capable again. Nice of them, huh? Yeah, nice. This time Solana had to turn her face away. Memory rose too sharply. Lucien wounded, his lower leg gone, waiting for evacuation. For an instant the bare room around her, blurred beneath another image, the dim basement in Poznan, where she had found him during the fighting, the stink of blood thick in the air, exhausted medics working frantically, Luke drugged and barely aware, and her own gut twisted with fear that he might die before help came. It took effort, a hard, deliberate effort, to force those images back down and arrange her expression again before she looked at him. I'll see you in a couple of days. When the call was over, she remained sitting on the floor, staring into the empty room and wondering what lay ahead, and how much time she and Lucien might still have together. Please don't let us down, Renvil. Renvil Ashida had already survived several efforts to make sure he never arrived in Hibernia star system. And now, as he moved with his companions toward the orbital station's customs and security checkpoint, he did his best to keep any sign of unease off his face. He was watching the travelers and officers around them so intently that the sudden chirp of the scanner, when Astrid Halloran passed through it, made him jump. Hold on. Security personnel carried themselves with the sort of restrained suspicion that had become routine in recent years. The old era of performative, half-hearted screening had vanished as danger spread along humanity's expanding frontier. One officer leaned over a display with a troubled expression, while two others remained slightly back, weapons still holstered but stances poised for trouble. Astrid Halloran? That's the name, Astrid confirmed. You're traveling alone? Renvil answered before common sense could catch up with him. I'm with her. On business. So am I, Adrienne Callister said. The officer looked from them to the display, then back again, his attention settling on Renvil and Adrienne. Renvil Ashida, from Ladoga, and Iris Rose Calvert from Strathmore. Adrienne gave a small shake of her head and touched her personal pad. That's a false name to ensure I made it this far. Here's my real identification. Adrienne Callister, Minister of the Government of Strathmore. I see, the officer said, sounding like a man who badly wished this problem belonged to the next shift instead of his own. I'll have to ask you three to step aside, he added, still polite. Though the edge beneath that politeness had hardened, a second team of security officers arrived and escorted Renvil, Astrid, and Adrienne into a side chamber. Once they were inside, the officers withdrew, and the door sealed itself behind them. Do they really think we're going to start talking freely just because we're the only ones in this room? Adrienne Callister asked, irritation plain in her voice. Small, keen, and intense, she was traveling under documents identifying her as a librarian bound for Earth. Earth really was her eventual destination, but she had no intention of spending her time there browsing fiction. She meant to shop for decommissioned warships. "You'd be surprised how stupid some folks can be," Astrid replied. She looked perfectly at ease, and that alone steadied Renvil considerably. Her cover identified her as an ordinary trade representative from Ferrer, and at a glance, she fit the role of a traveler with nothing to worry about. Only close observation would reveal the constant alertness in her gaze and the way every movement left her balanced, prepared, and dangerous. Renvil did not know the full extent of Astrid's skills, but he had learned enough to know that she understood things like jury-rigged explosives and breaking into systems far better than any normal trade official should. Renvil let his gaze move around the room. Two displays had been mounted on one wall, no doubt to tempt waiting detainees into careless remarks. One screen showed the exterior of Hibernia's station, including the blocky outline of the freighter Herald Vane that had brought them here, and beyond it the sleek, predatory profile of the destroyer Freygerak. Like many warships serving the younger colonies, Freygerak had first flown under Earth fleet colors when she had been called Emperor Menelik. But Earth, worn down by endless conflict and increasingly unwilling to keep order among her far-scattered descendants, had been dismantling her famous fleet and selling off its old warships. Ships like that had also appeared among the forces attacking Ladoga. "You'd think Earth would care who they were selling weapons to," he muttered. "How can they tell?" Adrienne asked. "From the distance of a few hundred light years and months of travel time, we all look the same." Astrid inclined her head. "All the authorities on Earth care about is whether buyers have enough cash or good credit." Renvil said nothing for a moment, uncertain what there was left to say. His attention shifted to the other display, where a regional star map glowed. Since jump drives had opened travel between stars on a scale of weeks instead of lifetimes, humanity had poured into this arm of the galaxy. In only a few decades, settlements had spread across Hibernia and outward to Ladoga, Strathmore, and Ferrer. Other systems, Erebus and Garuda among them, offered no habitable worlds and served merely as stepping stones to more useful destinations. Then his eyes fixed on a nearby cluster of stars, Balor, Tinia, Charun. Most of the people who came this far from Earth were chasing one sort of freedom or another. The rulers of those systems, though, had wanted above all the freedom to force their will upon others. With Earth far away and largely indifferent to what happened at the edge of human space, that freedom had turned into warfare and predation. The last image Renvil Ashida carried of Ladoga was an invasion fleet bearing down on a world with too few defenders. The final words of Solana Reyes' last message still rang inside him. "Get out of Ladoga. Go where you can find help for us. We'll hold out until you get back." "We'll bring back help," Astrid said softly, as though she had followed his thoughts. "I haven't exactly been a success in life up to this point," Renvil said, aiming for dry cynicism and hoping it would hide how close the remark came to despair. "I've failed at everything important, not since you came out here, if half of what I've heard is true," she reassured him. Adrienne Callister gave a slight shake of her head. "We've all come hundreds of light years from Earth, or from the old colonies on stars near it, but our minds are still stuck there. All of us are still nursing grudges and fears born on the worlds of our ancestors, instead of seeing clearly what's out here. If we're going to convince other star systems to help our worlds, we have to get their hearts and minds here and now, not mired in the past." Renvil found himself smiling, a little startled by how strongly her point landed. "I'm going to steal that idea for my own speeches. You're supposed to call it research, not stealing. Instead, consider it a gift freely given," Adrienne replied, smiling too. The door opened once more, and another security officer entered. A woman so harmless-looking she might have been the model for a kindly grandmother in a public service ad. But before the grandmotherly officer could begin coaxing them toward relaxed, incriminating conversation, Astrid cut in first. "About time you got here. Call Colonel Casey. Tell him I'm here." The woman blinked. "Colonel Casey? Your boss, Declan Casey. Tell him I said he's a gombin and a bollocks." Another 10 minutes passed before one of the wall displays flickered and changed, revealing the image of a wary, irritated man in Hibernia security uniform. "It is you." Astrid, he said, his tone entirely devoid of welcome. Renvil was taken aback when Astrid answered him with a smile. Even a top criminal like me can't fool the likes of you, eh, Deck? The colonel did not humor her. Why are you trying to sneak into this star system? It's nice seeing you again as well, Astrid said. I'm sneaking, am I? Traveling under my own name? As for why, I'm on official business for the government of Ferrer. My companions are also on official business for their governments. Colonel Casey's eyes moved over Renvil and Adrienne. Two refugees from star systems at war. Diplomats. Adrienne Callister corrected him. Two representatives of the governments of their star systems who are seeking allies against unprovoked aggression that has already endangered our worlds, and if unchecked will reach your star system as well. Two diplomats from star systems at war, Colonel Casey corrected himself. One of them traveling under a false name. You know that Strathmore is under blockade, Astrid said. How else was a representative of their government supposed to get through that? Casey frowned, then conceded the point with a nod. Fair enough, but what does Ferrer have to do with Ladoga and Strathmore? Ferrer's also under attack, Astrid said. Not military action yet, economic. The chokehold is being applied. Casey studied her. Anyone trying a chokehold on Hibernia will regret it. You with your two destroyers? Ladoga and Strathmore both had two as well. For a brief moment, Astrid's offhand dismissal of Hibernia's tiny fleet lingered in the room. Colonel Casey stared at her expressionlessly, then appeared to decide not to challenge that particular remark. You're on a watch list, Astrid. She only shook her head, untouched by the warning. Official business. Government to government. Do you think I don't know the rules here? Casey pulled a face. If you're here on official business for Ferrer, I can't turn you back. But we've already received a warning regarding Ashida. Anonymous, I'm guessing. That's right. You know me, Astrid? I don't like anyone trying to pull my strings. I'm being open with you. Deck, this is something the government needs to deal with at a high level. There's a time to choose sides, and that time is now. Colonel Casey inclined his head. I'm not going to stop any of you. Hold on, and I'll have a couple of officers escort the three of you down. Make sure they're ready for trouble, Deck. There have already been a few tries to keep us from reaching Hibernia and talking to the government. If not for Renvil there, one of those attempts would have succeeded. Renvil tried not to squirm as Casey's eyes fixed on him again. So he's a dangerous one, is he? Only to enemies of Ladoga, Astrid said. I can swear to that. That's good enough, then. I'll get you all down to the planet safely and let the government figure out what to do with you. That means notifying your father, Astrid. Then do it. Thanks, Deck. The screen went dark as Colonel Casey cut the connection. Renvil, feeling awkward about being labeled a dangerous one, turned to Astrid. What was that about your father? She lifted a shoulder. He's in the government. Adrienne Callister looked at her more sharply. In the government? And your father's last name is also Halloran? Renvil blinked at Astrid. Your father is the Prime Minister of Hibernia? Another shrug. His proper title is Taoiseach. But don't go thinking that means we've got an inside deal with Hibernia. I was disowned even before my brother. Mind you, my brother deserved it. The two women sent to bring them down to the surface were impeccably polite. Even so, as they guided Renvil, Adrienne, and Astrid toward the shuttle docks, Renvil could not shake the impression that they were handling prisoners rather than honored visitors. Each shuttle berth had its own airlock, while the chamber fronting the docks was long and broad enough to manage both freight and crowds. By Renvil's estimate, around 40 other travelers were waiting there, scattered alone or in small clusters, when the guards led the three of them inside. Like most transit staging areas, it had only a few pieces of furniture shoved against the walls, where large displays showed either views of space outside or updates on shuttle departures. The guards shepherded them through the room with such practiced ease that Renvil found himself half thinking they might have learned the skill by studying herding dogs. They had nearly reached the airlock for their assigned shuttle when one of the guards suddenly jerked and slammed into him. Renvil reacted without thought, catching her as she sagged and bending slightly to keep her from collapsing. That reflex saved his life because a second round meant for him struck the same woman instead. her body unintentionally shielding him. An instant later, Astrid hooked his legs out from under him as she dropped, dragging Adrienne Callister down too, and all three hit the floor where the line of fire no longer reached them. Renvil still held the injured guard and heard her gasp in pain as they went down. His mind seemed to stop, his feelings stalled somewhere behind the shock of the attack. Even fear had not arrived yet. If Astrid had not knocked him flat, he would still have been standing there, frozen. Some dangerous one he was. The shots had made no sound. Most of the people in the room either had not realized anything had happened or were staring at Renvil's group, baffled by their behavior. He stared back at the faces turned toward them, trying to identify who had fired. Blood was spreading across the wounded guard's midsection, and Renvil clamped his hand over the wound, pressing hard to slow the bleeding. "Shoot her," the uninjured guard shouted, her voice slicing through the ordinary murmur of the room. Everyone down. For a heartbeat, nobody moved, the crowd only staring at her. "Everyone down," she bellowed again, loud enough for the words to rebound from the walls. This time, everyone obeyed, dropping in sudden disorder to the floor. "It's probably a rail pistol, completely silent." Astrid snapped at the guard beside them, who had crouched low and was using her body as cover for the others while summoning assistance one-handed. Her other hand held a weapon that swept uselessly back and forth in search of a target. "Where's the shooter?" "No idea," the guard said. "I've got nothing showing. All surveillance systems in here blanked. Looks like a worm in the network." "Help's coming." A squad of guards rushed in with weapons drawn. With all exits locked down, they began checking every person in the room. Emergency medics arrived as well and dropped beside the fallen guard. Renvil let them take over from where he had been trying to stem the bleeding. Rising to his feet, he stared at the blood smeared across his palm until one of the med techs took a wipe and cleaned it away, disinfecting his skin as well. "Is any of this yours?" the tech asked. For a moment, Renvil did not understand that the question meant the blood. "No." The med tech passed a scanner over him, checking for more blood on his body and clothes, then crouched to clean several small spots from the floor. Whoever did it probably left right after their second shot. Astrid was saying to the officer commanding the guards, "If any of your sensors can identify anyone who left here, that's probably our would-be assassin." The entire section went down, the supervisor said darkly, his gaze traveling over the room. This was an inside job. The shooter must work up here. Then his eyes settled hard on Renvil. "Both shots were aimed at you. You're from Ladoga?" "That's right," Renvil answered, trying to sound steady while remaining painfully conscious of the blood that had covered his hand. He could almost still feel it there. Warm, slick, another person's life spilled across his skin. "How is she?" "The guard? I'm told she'll recover. The shots were aimed to kill you, so they hit non-lethal spots on her when she blocked them." "I'm sorry," Renvil muttered. His thoughts went at once to Solana and Kaia, who under distant suns might at this very moment be taking the same risks, perhaps bleeding the same way, and trusting him to make sure their suffering meant something. "She was doing her job," the supervisor told him. "Don't let it rattle you. You're safe now." "It's not about me being safe," Renvil protested, stung by the notion that he should be shielded while his friends remained in danger. "I've got a job to do. I warned Colonel Casey that there are people who do not want us to speak to Hibernia's government," Astrid said. "The people who've attacked Ladoga and Strathmore and isolated Ferrer have been laying the groundwork to ensure no help comes to any of us." "I don't care what their motives are," the supervisor said. "I do care about doing my job." "Which shuttle were they going to take down?" he demanded of another guard. "Drop 1106. Departing 1 hour from now." Anyone who could subvert our sensors would also know these passengers were scheduled for that drop and might have some backup plan for destroying that shuttle. Instead, these people are going on this drop, right now, and I want 1106 gone over with tech, fingertips, and eyeballs to ensure no one's planted any bombs on it or viruses in its systems. "Bombs?" "Yes, sir." As the guard hurried off, Astrid gave the supervisor a look of approval. "You know your business." He gave a brief shrug. "I learned it on a Loon station, screening out the crazy Reds trying to come up from Mars. I thought I'd left that kind of thing behind when I came out here." We left nothing behind, Renvil said, remembering Adrienne's earlier words. We brought it all with us. Any vessel using jump drive to travel from Hibernia to the star humans called Strathmore had to take an indirect route. Jump drives could only enter or exit jump space where the fabric of spacetime had been thinned by something with the mass of a star, and each jump could cover only a distance of a few light years. As a result, ships had to hop from system to system until they reached where they meant to go. From Hibernia, a ship first crossed the 5 light years to Erebus, a system with no worlds fit for human settlement, and from there went on to Ladoga, whose pleasant enough planet had already attracted would-be conquerors. From Ladoga, the path continued to Garuda, another star offering no hospitable world, and only after that came the final jump to Strathmore, followed by the shorter trip inward to the planet that shared the star's name. Had the ship gone to Sigma instead of Garuda, a different star with no human-friendly worlds, it would then have faced a fork in the route. One path to Ferrer, the other to a star called Vesca. Ferrer, boxed in by systems controlled by Charun, Balor, and Tinia, had not yet suffered open attack, but it was already effectively cut off. Vesca, allegedly still sovereign, had been the first victim of expansionist pressure. For 2 years, its so-called government had been nothing more than a puppet directed from other stars. Actually finding passage along those lines, however, had become far harder than it used to be. More and more people knew that anything beyond Erebus lay in a combat zone. Even if a ship avoided direct fighting, it might still be taken by the pirates operating in systems such as Sigma and Garuda. Those pirates, usually freighters with a few extra weapons and upgraded drives bolted on, were commonly understood to be privateers in the service of the aggressive star systems. Naturally, merchant vessels owned by Balor, Charun, or Tinia continued traveling those routes, but only at monopoly fares vastly above normal. And taking passage aboard one of their ships meant surrendering yourself to powers searching for subordinates, not immigrants. Renvil, Adrienne, and Astrid had come out from Ladoga aboard the Herald Vane, which might well have been the last independent vessel to complete that run after departing Strathmore. Light needed more than 20 years to cross the distance between Hibernia and Strathmore. Scientists still argued over whether time was truly uniform across such spans, or whether human observers somehow carried their own sense of time with them. Then again, scientists were still arguing about what time actually was. But if things in different star systems could be said to happen at the same time, then while Renvil Ashida and his companions were arriving at Hibernia, his friend Kaia Brynn was standing on the world named Strathmore, orbiting the star of the same name. Dressed in the uniform of Strathmore's still young Marine force, Kaia faced Colonel Dvin, commander of Strathmore's still limited ground forces. "What do you want, Captain Brynn?" Dvin asked, sounding as though she managed to be both irritated and indifferent at once. As always, the colonel's uniform was immaculate, every line exact, every thread where it belonged. Her hair matched that standard perfectly, with not a strand daring to fall out of place. Even the desk before her had been arranged with parade ground precision, so orderly that not even a stray paperclip disrupted it. More than once, Kaia had suspected that Dlamini's real objection to having a marine force outside her authority had less to do with military doctrine than with her distaste for soldiers occupying the wrong administrative category. "I wanted to propose some joint exercise activity," Kaia said. A faint crease formed on Dlamini's brow before she leaned back and examined Kaia more closely. "Joint exercise activity. Yes, Colonel." Kaia tipped her head toward the ground force barracks. "Your people have been training by having mock engagements with each other. So have my Marines. But I think my people are falling into ruts, getting too used to each other and what they'll do. I'd like to shake them out of any training routines and confront them with new challenges." For several long moments, Dlamini said nothing, simply watching Kaia. "How large is your force?" The Marine unit, like Strathmore's ground forces, had been growing, so Kaia was not surprised the colonel did not know the latest number. "We're currently at 40 Marines, Colonel." 41. Counting me. "We need to count you," Dlamini said, in a tone that made it impossible to tell whether she meant it as approval or criticism. She lapsed into silence once more for a few seconds. That's not a bad idea. I've never made it a secret that I see no need for a separate Marine force. But in this case, it does offer some benefits in giving my people different opponents to face in training. Let my staff know I approve of the concept and want them to work out the details with you. Thank you, Colonel, Kaia said, saluting. Rather than return it, Dlamini pinned her with another level stare. Captain Brynn, I've read all of the after-action reports from Ladoga. Kaia remained rigid at attention, waiting to see where this latest line of attack was headed. It's clear, Dlamini said, that if not for your actions and those of Commodore Harrow, the invasion of Ladoga would have succeeded. Our enemies know that as well as we do. What will those enemies do as a result, Captain Brynn? Try to ensure that we can't intervene again the next time they try to conquer Ladoga, Kaia said. Exactly. I don't particularly like you, Captain Brynn, but you've got a good head on your shoulders. We need to be prepared for whatever our enemies do to try to take us out preparatory to their next assault on Ladoga. I understand, Colonel. Kaia hesitated. Permission to speak freely? Granted. I don't particularly like you either, Colonel. For the first time Kaia had ever seen, Dlamini smiled. Your work at Ladoga earned you the right to say that. Now get out of here. Yes, Colonel. Kaia saluted once more, turned smartly, and walked out, again thankful that Dlamini was not part of her chain of command. The officers she needed to consult about the proposed exercises were unavailable, being out in the field conducting training of their own. Kaia left instructions for them to contact her, then made her way toward the spaceport earlier than expected, so she could catch transport back up to the orbital facility where Strathmore's small marine contingent was based. Getting out of headquarters meant submitting to a search of her driverless vehicle and an ID check by the gate sentries. Dlamini, plainly taking her own warning seriously, was making certain that no threat could move easily in or out of her command. On the road away from Ground Forces headquarters, Kaia's vehicle passed a truck rumbling toward the installation. A placard on the front showed that it had no driver, as usual for such vehicles, and that it was one of the routine supply runs bound for headquarters. She had gone only a few kilometers when a flare of light behind her gave the slightest warning before the explosion struck with immediate force. Her vehicle slewed sideways as the shock wave hit and the ground heaved beneath it. Kaia ordered the car into an emergency stop and checked the radiation detector on her personal pad. There had been no radiation spike, so the blast had not been nuclear. Once she knew there was no danger of fallout, she climbed out and looked back toward Ground Forces headquarters. A tall column of smoke, capped like a mushroom, was climbing into the sky, proof of how much explosive had gone off, while debris still arched downward around it. After the blast, the far-off scream of emergency sirens sounded oddly thin. Their enemies had struck again, exactly as the colonel had anticipated. Kaia got back into the vehicle and ordered it to return to Dlamini's headquarters, wondering what waited there. Dubrin Green Goncro Glane. Chapter 2. The image of Kaia Brynn had needed only a second, traveling at light speed, to reach Commander Ethan Harrow aboard the destroyer Cutlass, which sat in repair dock at Strathmore's orbital station. Ethan watched her as she spoke, struck once again by how steady and controlled she seemed after everything she had just seen and gone through. No one on Strathmore knew Kaia better than he did, yet even he could not tell whether that calm was genuine or whether she was simply sealing it all away until it came out later over a long night and too much alcohol. The truck apparently tried to drive on through the gate when the sentries ordered it to stop for inspection, Kaia told him. Automated barriers stopped the truck, but then it blew up. Improvised explosives, but a lot of them, and very well screened from the sensors in the gate and along the road. The ground forces lost 30 men and women, including both sentries at the gate. Their base took some damage, but nothing like what would have happened if that truck had reached the main buildings before exploding. Colonel Dlamini is all right, but mad as hell. That sounds like a professional job, Ethan said, not the work of amateur terrorists. Whoever did it was well trained. It looks like old Earth is deporting its professional saboteurs to the stars. I guess the mother world is glad to have some distant places to dump all of its problems. Kaia paused, her eyes darkening with thought. Why didn't those saboteurs try to take out Cutlass and my Marines at the same time as they hit the ground forces base? Why warn us with one attack on one target? Maybe they intended to hit Cutlass, Ethan said. One of the shuttles up here was taken offline this morning when a systems check showed something odd in the autopilot software. When the autopilot was isolated and our code monkeys started a close look, whatever was in there ran a suicide subroutine that wiped the system clean. A software suicide? Kaia nodded. What would have happened if that shuttle had suddenly gone to full autopilot and then accelerated at Cutlass? If the pilot aboard didn't manage to disable the autopilot in time, Cutlass would have been badly damaged, Ethan said. There's a chance it would have aimed at the facility, though. The enemy might have heard about the role you and your Marines played in stopping them at Ladoga. Kaia gave the small shrug she always did whenever anyone tried to make too much of what she had done during the fighting aboard Ladoga's orbital station. I think it would have gone after Cutlass. My guess is they still want to take Strathmore's orbital facility intact, so they're willing to kill Marines one at a time to do that. But when it comes to you and Cutlass, I think they'll do all they can to blow you both to hell. Be careful. Boss. Understood. They might be targeting you personally as well. Maybe they sent in that truck because they heard you were at the ground forces headquarters. I'm not that special, Kaia said, but I'm keeping my eyes out and acting unpredictably. You know how good I am at the unpredictable thing. That's true. Still, I'm glad they didn't get you in that blast. Ethan heard the tremor in his own voice at the end. His wife's words stirred in memory. You care about them too much. You can't afford to let it hurt you so badly when they die, because that's the business you're in. But you can't change that about yourself, can you? Kaia gave no sign she had noticed the slip in his composure. Instead, she flashed a grin. Heaven won't take me and hell doesn't want me, that I can believe. How long until you're back up here? As soon as they clear shuttles to lift again. Ethan made a face, then forwarded the exchange to his executive officer, Lieutenant Commander Tessa Zhao. Beyond that, there was nothing for him to do. He remained seated in the captain's stateroom, a title far grander than the cramped compartment deserved. On any planetary surface, it would have passed for a roomy closet and nothing more. Besides commanding Cutlass, Ethan also held the rank of Commodore over all of Strathmore's orbital defenses. That title, too, sounded larger than the reality, since those defenses amounted to Cutlass herself and the small Marine contingent under Kaia Brynn. Cutlass had paid dearly for the victory at Ladoga. Repairs were still ongoing, though the worst damage had already been dealt with. Replacing hardware would have been easier than replacing trained personnel, if not for the survivors from Cutlass's sister ship, Falchion. Many of those experienced sailors had eagerly transferred over, most driven by the need to avenge the shipmates they had lost when Falchion was destroyed. We can replace the people we lost in terms of skills, Ethan had told his wife Marin. He seldom used that name. Marin strongly preferred Ghost, the nickname she went by as a software engineer. But it's a lot harder to replace the people as people. Those men and women we lost are gone, and every time I see one of the replacements I remember the people they replaced. And Ghost, understanding there was nothing useful to say, would just hold him until the darkness eased. The sudden wail of an alarm yanked Ethan out of those thoughts. His desk display flared to life with an emergency alert. After a painful couple of seconds, Council President Hartwell's face appeared. Her mouth was set hard, her hair slightly mussed, and a fresh red scrape marked one cheekbone. I am making this announcement in person to ensure that everyone knows the assassination attempt against me that took place a few minutes ago did not succeed thanks to the efforts of my bodyguards. The alleged attacker has been captured and will be questioned. Rest assured that the government of Strathmore remains strong and stable. Our enemies will not triumph. We will not fail. Ethan was smiling by the time Lieutenant Commander Tessa Zhao reached the hatch to his stateroom. What do you want to bet Hartwell left that scrape untended until after she made that broadcast? He said. Zhao arched her brows. Do you think she faked it? No, not for one moment. But our president knows how important image is. A soft chime signaled the arrival of a message marked top priority. Ethan opened it and scanned quickly. It was a tasking order for the Marines routed through him because he held overall command authority over them. Like Hartwell said, they caught the would-be assassin alive, a red. Zhao, leaning in to read over his shoulder, sounded more resigned than shocked. Mars must have an inexhaustible supply of thugs and murderers for hire. Why do they want Corporal Tamura to assist in interrogating the killer? Ethan frowned, searching his memory, then called up a roster of Kaia's Marines to help place the name. Oh, Dmitri Tamura. He came from Mars, too. One of our Marines is a red? Zhao looked ready to keep going, but Ethan cut her off first. Kaia and Gunnery Sergeant Moon approved Tamura joining. It's possible for me to imagine someone fooling one of those two. I can't believe anyone could fool both of them. Since Kaia was still on the planet below, Ethan sent a call instead to the Gunnery Sergeant. Moon answered almost immediately. Gunny, Corporal Tamura's virtual presence is desired for the interrogation of President Hartwell's would-be assassin. Here's the link. Set that up and let Captain Brynn know when she gets back. Yes, sir, Moon replied, somehow giving the impression of perfect calm and total readiness at the same time. Do you know anything specific they want from Tamura? Ethan checked the message once more. The prisoner has gang tattoos. Torcus? Sergeant Moon nodded. One of the 3 big gangs on Mars. Tamura was a Thark before he got off the planet, so he might know what buttons to push on the Torcus guy. Tessa Zhao leaned in far enough for Moon to see her clearly. What was Corporal Tamura's position in that gang? He was a Kalo, ma'am, entry-level strong arm. But instead of trying to get a spot on an enforcement team, he went for a low prestige, low chance of promotion assignment guarding warehouses. Moon grinned. Because he was smart enough to know that it let him get to know the people running the shuttle's smuggling goods so he could work out an escape from Mars. And keep his hands clean until he did get off-world? Ethan asked. Yes, sir. Believe me, we screened Dmitri Tamura so thoroughly that we could have spotted if his mother ever told a lie. Moon smiled at both of them, easy and confident. Marines are rarely recruited from the ranks of angels, but it doesn't matter what they were before. We make them Marines, and then they're all equal. Well, equal to other Marines, that is. Ethan smiled back. Thank you, Gunnery Sergeant. Go ahead with setting up the link so Tamura can assist in the interrogation, and either you or Captain Brynn let me know if there are any problems or concerns. When the connection closed, Ethan turned to Tessa Zhao. She answered with a small shake of her head. It's hard to trust a red, she said, but the crews of the warships ranged against us include men and women hired from former Earth Fleet personnel, just like me. You'd have every reason not to trust me, wouldn't you? That's what happened to Isabeau Renault, Ethan said. She died fighting for Strathmore, and even that didn't satisfy some people. Like President Hartwell? President Hartwell, Ethan said, weighing each word. Took a while to make up her mind about Isabeau. But she's ordered that Lieutenant Renaud's name be included in the official histories. If you haven't figured this out about Strathmore's president, she's both smart and determined. Smart enough to know that ethical behavior, treating people right, pays off in the long run. She'll make compromises when she thinks it's necessary, but I'm still in command of Cutlass because President Hartwell made the decision to overrule everyone who wanted to fire me for leaving Strathmore undefended while we saved Ladoga. That's true, Tessa Zhao said, smiling. It's her fault I'm not in command of Cutlass. Yeah, she owes you one. Ethan looked back to his display and expanded the tactical image to show the full star system. I wonder what's next. At Ladoga, they followed up their other attacks with a big strike. Hopefully they can't swing a big strike after their losses at Ladoga. Zhao paused, the humor fading from her face. But even if they can't launch another invasion of Ladoga right away, they might have enough to hit us hard. See if we can get those final repairs done a little faster. If those terrorist attacks were a precursor to something else, we might need Cutlass at 100% a lot sooner than we'd hoped. Not quite 2 hours later, another alarm sounded, this one from Cutlass's own sensors, and Ethan flinched at the harsh tone. He watched his display as data streamed in from both the ship and the orbital facility. Damn. As commander of Strathmore's space forces, he had direct priority access to President Hartwell. Ethan opened the line and waited. Hartwell appeared in a small window in one corner of the display. What is it? We've got company. About 4.5 hours ago, 2 enemy warships arrived at the jump point from Garuda. 2? Hartwell held herself still, but her eyes showed fast-moving thought behind the composure. You can hold off 2, can't you? If it was 2 destroyers like Cutlass, maybe, Ethan said. But one of the enemy ships is a light cruiser. A light cruiser? Hartwell exhaled slowly. Ethan noticed the background behind her image. She was outside somewhere. Then he recognized part of a building and understood that she was at Ground Forces headquarters, making a public show of solidarity and resolve. They're planning to bombard us. How much damage can they do? If they have concentrated targets, a lot of damage. The bombardment projectiles will destroy anything they hit. But they can't do wide area damage, so they'll aim for targets such as critical manufacturing sites, government offices, and groups of military forces. I'll do everything I can to disrupt their actions, Ethan said. Disrupt. You can't stop it? Barring a miracle, no. Not against those odds. Another alert chimed. Ethan watched a third icon appear on the tactical display, marked as a freighter, with more information filling in beside it. A freighter arrived on the heels of the warships. It's modified to carry a lot of people. A troop carrier? President Hartwell frowned. Only one? No more have shown up yet, Ethan said. They used, what, a dozen troop ships to invade Ladoga, roughly. Yes, one modified troop carrier can't be loaded with nearly enough soldiers to capture Strathmore, even if both of the warships bombard the planet to support them. He broke off, then swore under his breath, "Oh, hell, I know what they're planning. They want to eliminate Cutlass and any chance that Strathmore will interfere when they strike at Ladoga again. They want to force us to engage with them by threatening to eliminate our means to support a warship." Hartwell's eyes widened slightly. The orbital facility. They're planning to capture it. Yes, I think so. Ethan kept studying the images of the enemy force, though the ships were more than 4 billion kilometers away from Cutlass. In open space, there was nothing to block visual sensors that could detect objects across absurd distances, but even those sensors were still bound by the speed of light. What he was seeing showed where the enemy had been 4 hours earlier, not where they were now. With warships to provide support fire, there should be enough soldiers on that freighter to overwhelm any defenders of our orbital facility. Captain Brynn and her Marines saved Ladoga's orbital facility. The situation wasn't the same, Ethan said. You're right. Brynn only had 6 Marines at Ladoga. Hartwell gave a single nod, her expression turning hard and cold. We can't afford to lose Strathmore's link with space, Commander Harrow. We will repel this attack, both the warships and any soldiers sent to capture the orbital facility. Those are my orders, Ethan said, a leaden heaviness sinking into his stomach. I'll do my best, but the price we'll pay is sure to be a high one. Hartwell paused, and Ethan gave her credit for that. In the past few years, she had acquired far too much experience sending others into situations where they might die, yet she had not become numb to what that meant. Those are your orders, Hartwell finally said. Regardless of the cost, you know why I have to demand that of you and the other defenders of Strathmore. Commander Harrow, you're to assume immediate command of everyone and everything on the orbital facility under terms of the Planetary Emergency Authority. Evacuate everyone who won't be contributing to the defense of the facility and to keeping Cutlass able to fight. How long do we have until those enemy ships reach us? We don't know yet what velocity they'll accelerate to, but the freighter is going to slow them down. It'll probably be 10 days before they get here. 10 days. All right. Let me know what you need. Strathmore's counting on you, Commander. I understand. When the line went dead, Ethan sagged in his chair, fighting to keep despair from crushing him. What I need is an entire squadron of destroyers and a couple of light cruisers. Hell, as long as I'm wishing, how about some heavy cruisers and 1,000 Marines? I don't know any way to win this, but I have to act and speak as if there is hope, because if the crew sees me despondent, they'll lose hope, and our defeat will be quick and certain. Captain? Lieutenant Commander Zhao stood in the hatchway to his stateroom, watching him with grave eyes. I saw the new arrivals. What's the word for us? Fight to the death to stop this attack, Ethan said, forcing himself upright. He could speak more openly with Zhao than with most people, but even with her he did not want to sound hopeless. Zhao shut her eyes briefly, took one measured breath, and shrugged. Fine. Our orders suck, but at least they make sense. Yeah, where the hell did they get a light cruiser? Ethan grimaced. It's a leader-class ship. So they got it from Earth Fleet, decommissioned and disposed of as surplus, Zhao added, bitterness tightening her face as she looked at Ethan's display. Sold cheap to warlords many light years from Earth, so no one there has to feel guilty about fueling wars on the far frontiers. You'll have to let me know everything you can about leader-class ships, anything that might help us in a fight with one. He stopped, thinking ahead. If Adrienne Callister can make it to Old Earth, she'll get us at least one light cruiser as well. It'll take her months, and months more for the trip back here, Zhao said. How are we going to cope with this threat we're facing now? I don't know. We can't beat those odds, sir. Not in any way I know of, Ethan agreed. But we're going to go down fighting. Commanding Strathmore's space defenses, while also captaining Cutlass, had already been enough to fill every moment Ethan had. Being handed authority over the entire orbital facility on top of that should have been crushing. Fortunately, years spent running the space dock meant Ethan already knew most of the people who mattered on the facility. He knew the officers responsible for life support and structure maintenance. He knew the people now running the dock who had once worked under him. He knew the warehouse supervisors, the managers of businesses handling everything from variable gravity manufacturing to nanomechs to the thin selection offered by the little food court. He knew the head of the station school that taught the children of the families living up there. He knew the local civilian representative of Strathmore's government. Orbital facilities were not ships. Once placed near something, they usually remained in roughly the same orbit, but they required many of the same technical experts ships did, while also functioning as small communities, or, in the case of the largest structures around Old Earth and the old colonies, as full-scale cities in space. He knew exactly which of those people he needed to reach. He also knew how to delegate, and that became simpler because so many of them needed essentially the same instructions. Determine who was indispensable to station operations and who could not be spared until the final moment. Get everyone else ready for immediate evacuation to the planet below. Ensure families were moved first. Compile lists of anything that might contribute to the defense of the facility. Send every other movable asset to the surface while there was still time. Ask for civilian volunteers with essential skills to remain aboard as long as possible so the station could keep functioning right up until battle began. When Kaia Brynn finally returned to the facility, Ethan handed her responsibility for designing and organizing the defenses, maintaining internal order, and directing all security personnel. Since she had run the station's small police force for years, he knew she could handle all of that without needing him to look over her shoulder. Reports also began arriving from the planet below, where the government had launched the same kind of emergency measures in the scattered towns in the single city that made up Strathmore's surface population. Up to this point, warships from Charun, Balor, or Tinia had not been known to carry out indiscriminate bombardments of towns and cities. Their orbital attacks used relatively small projectiles, the kind that could obliterate whatever they struck, but were not large enough to devastate a broad area. The use of massive projectiles, weaponized meteors capable of turning entire cities into craters, was forbidden. Too many places on old Earth had once been ruined by such attacks, and even humanity, violence-prone as it was, had been frightened enough to outlaw them. Of course, declaring something illegal was not the same as eliminating it. On one settled world, someone had used weapons nearly that destructive with an old warrior-class destroyer, and no one had ever proven who was responsible. As monstrous as that kind of act ought to have been, Ethan understood why Strathmore's government had to take the possibility seriously. And he also knew part of the reason they had to worry was because preventing such a thing was supposed to be his job as commander of space defenses, and he could not do it. The guilt gnawed at him while he watched the footage from the surface, dragging at his attention when he needed every bit of focus on the crisis in front of him. Vehicles of every kind were being pressed into service, anything able to carry people or freight across land. Warehouses were being stripped, supplies hauled out, and hidden in forests where orbital sensors would struggle to pick out useful targets. News feeds showed civilians preparing to evacuate, most of them plainly anxious. Ethan found himself wondering how long their determination to remain free would survive under real hardship. The Strathmore Homeland Party, which argued for necessary compromises with Charun, Balor, and Tinia, had already been gaining support despite widespread suspicion that the enemy systems were secretly funding it. Would this crisis strengthen that movement further by making the cost of resistance impossible to ignore, or would the opposite happen? History from old Earth suggested that people under bombardment were often irrational in ways that surprised their enemies. Instead of surrendering, they sometimes became more stubborn than before. But stubbornness and victory were not the same thing. At last, Ethan forced himself to step away from his other duties and hurry through the station toward his quarters. He found Ghost seated before her work displays, while their daughter Romy, who answered only to little Ghost, played nearby. "Hey, sailor," Ghost greeted him. Ethan skipped any preamble he did not have time for. "The government has ordered." "I know," Ghost said, flicking one hand toward her screens. "It's still way too easy to crack into the government's comm systems. Why aren't you getting ready to go?" She gave him a level look. "I'm essential personnel. This isn't the time to—" "Yes, it is." Both of them noticed little Ghost looking over, and their voices dropped. "I was in Veneer's fleet, Ethan," Ghost continued. "Before you helped kick me out, remember? I can see what we're facing, and I know what that means. Your chances of stopping those guys with Cutlass are pretty much zero, right?" "Yeah," Ethan admitted, feeling his stomach knot again. "We have to even the odds, and the only additional weapon you have to do that with is me." He shook his head. "I know you're the best hacker in this star system. I'm the best anywhere. Fine. It's still long odds that you'll be able to crack into the enemy systems. They've been strengthening those ever since you helped us capture Gale." She answered him with a smile that caught him off guard. "Oh, Ethan, you still have no idea what I can do when I'm properly motivated." Exasperated, Ethan gestured toward her swollen belly. "You're not much more than a month away from being due. And what about little Ghost? I can do a lot in a month. And the Parentis can take little Ghost down with them. Sort of an extended sleepover for her with their daughter." She said it casually, as if sending their daughter to the planet without either parent while enemy warships closed in were a small matter. But Ethan could see the fear she was trying to keep hidden. He felt that same fear himself, made worse by the fact that this kind of danger was exactly what he had failed to prevent. "I don't have time," Ethan began, trying not to let anger into his voice. "Then why are you wasting time on an argument with me that you know you can't win?" Her meaning was unmistakable. She hated this too. She did not want to fight about it, but she was not backing down. He looked at her, knowing exactly the kind of woman he had married, grateful for that, and at that moment also deeply frustrated because he was afraid for her and for their daughter. "I guess we're going to fight this battle together." "Damn right we are. Get back to work. I'll let you know when little Ghost is heading off on her long-term play date so you can help send her off." For a moment, Ghost let the mask slip, and worry showed plainly in her eyes as she looked at him. "Don't be a hero. You're telling me that when you won't evacuate to the surface." "I'll go when they're getting close," Ghost conceded. "Kaia already told me if I didn't, she'd personally drag me onto the last shuttle down. Little Ghost won't be alone down there for very long." That eased him a little. Ethan headed back toward Cutlass, wishing Adrienne Callister had departed months earlier and hoping she was still safe. He knew of no way Adrienne could possibly bring help back in time to save him, but perhaps she could bring help in time for vengeance, for him and for the others who would most likely soon die defending Strathmore. Renvil Ashida made himself board the shuttle waiting at Hibernia's orbital facility. After the attempts to kill him and the warnings from security about possible shuttle sabotage, he did not feel remotely reassured. Worse still, memories kept crowding forward of the shuttle crash he and Solana had survived when they first reached Ladoga.
Nervous?
Astrid Halloran asked Renvil as he fastened himself into his seat. The three of them, Astrid, Adrienne Callister, and Renvil, were alone in the passenger compartment, yet none of them seemed inclined to spread out. Instead, they sat close together. Yes, Renvil admitted. So am I. But the nice thing about shuttles is that if something goes seriously wrong, we'll probably be dead before we have time to realize we're in trouble. Astrid paused. That's not really reassuring, is it? Sometimes shuttles crash, Renvil said, looking over the rows of empty seats. That can take a while. Astrid gave him a sidelong look. Are you speaking from experience? Yes, damn. And you still in one piece and all. You'll have to tell me about that. Renvil made himself smile. I will, if you'll tell me something. Why'd your father disown you? Astrid's expression tightened. That's a personal question. I know, Renvil said. But it bears on my mission, doesn't it? If I'm to get help from Hibernia for Ladoga, true. And I owe you for saving me from that freighter in league with the pirates. Astrid leaned back, thinking, a crease between her brows. Long story short, Dad likes people to do as he says. He likes being in charge and pulling all the strings. I'm not good at following orders without question. Maybe we're too much alike that way. When given the choice of following the path he'd laid out for me or finding my own, I walked. In my father's eyes, that was unforgivable. That does match what I've heard of Cormac Halloran, Renvil said. Do you have any advice for how to deal with him? You're asking the girl he disowned? Astrid laughed. Don't crawl. He needs to respect you, but acknowledge his power as well. Can you do both? Maybe, Renvil said. Maybe not. I haven't had a successful marriage yet. She laughed again. There's a good metaphor. Hey, Iris Rose, Astrid said to Adrienne, using the false name from her travel papers. How long are you staying on Hibernia? Just long enough to say my piece and then on to Earth, where my mission is, Callister said. Who represents Strathmore while we try to get more allies for you? I was hoping that Renvil would, Callister admitted. By now, Ladoga and Strathmore should be formally allied at last. Assuming Ladoga is still free, Renvil said, and the memory of the invasion fleet rose in his mind, blotting out for a moment the shuttle crash recollections pressing at him. Between what he had lived through and what his fears kept inventing, his thoughts seemed able to produce an endless gallery of nightmare images. Assuming so, Adrienne conceded. Would you trust me to represent Ladoga if that was true? That ought to have required thought. Instead, the answer came at once. He had spent enough time with Adrienne Callister to know her, and Kaia Brynn's judgment he trusted, had already told him Adrienne could be trusted. Yes. Renvil turned toward her. I'll do my best. The fates of Ladoga and Strathmore are linked by circumstance, but also by friendship. Astrid made a derisive sound. You're better off trusting in self-interest than friendship. Such as, Ferrer is aware that Ladoga and Strathmore are the only two star systems near us that won't stab us in the back. And here I thought we were friends, Renvil said, putting as much injured feeling into the words as he could. Oh, Renvil, if I stabbed you in the back, Awif would never forgive me. The exchange had drifted into absurdity, but Renvil welcomed it for the way it pulled his mind away from the descent to the surface. Does Awif know how much you think she likes me? The shuttle detached from the station with a jolt and began its controlled drop toward the planet. Renvil fixed his eyes on the display panel across from him, distracted for a few moments by the sheer beauty below. Seen from orbit, Hibernia looked peaceful and drenched in green. Like every other human world, that calm was partly a deception born of distance. But the green was real enough, vivid and deep. Compared to far-off Earth, Hibernia held more land than sea, with immense continents spread between smaller bodies of water that would have counted as seas on many worlds. Rivers and streams traced intricate lines across the surface as they fed them. Renvil knew the planet's axial tilt was slight, which meant little change of season over the course of a year, and that it circled its star at just the right distance to receive a nearly ideal amount of warmth. Because of that, vast regions of Hibernia lived in a kind of perpetual summer. Grass is always green, trees forever dressed in rich foliage. Had the settlers who came here from an island nation on Earth chosen the world before they even saw it clearly? A place that called back the cool green hills of Earth, as some old story had once said. Thinking of the bright green streaks in Awif Doyle's hair, Renvil felt sure they had gone searching for exactly such a place. He also knew they had been seeking peace, far from the old hatreds that lingered on Earth. But war had already come for others, and it would reach this world too if he failed to persuade Hibernia to join the seemingly hopeless struggle of Ladoga and Strathmore. "I hope Iweef is all right," he murmured. "I know what you mean," Astrid said. "There's someone on Ferrer I'm worried about. How about you, Adrienne?" Adrienne Callister shook her head. "No one that close. I lost that person quite a few years ago. What I do have is a number of people whose fate I care about." The shuttle had descended only halfway when an alert tone sounded, and the pilot called back to them. "Weren't you guys originally intended to come down on 1106? "Yes," Renvil said. "Your security chief changed that, though, so that shuttle could be thoroughly screened for problems. They launched it after us, loaded only with cargo and using uncrewed auto-descent, even though the security search didn't turn up anything." The pilot paused. "Turns out they did miss something. That shuttle blew up barely 50 kilometers from the facility." Silence followed for a moment before Adrienne Callister muttered, "I need to buy that security chief a drink." "A drink, hell," Astrid said. "I'll buy the man a house if he asks for it." When they reached the surface, a heavy security detail was waiting for them, 2 platoons of soldiers at least, along with several armored vehicles. While a curious crowd watched from a distance, Renvil, Astrid, and Adrienne were hurried off the shuttle ramp and into an armored limousine. 4 silent guards rode with them as the vehicle sped from the spaceport toward the planetary government complex. Then came another rush transfer, from the limo through a side entrance into an imposing building, followed by an escort through its interior corridors until they arrived in a large reception chamber. The walls were lined with portraits and display cases containing objects that looked extraordinarily old. Renvil stole quick looks at some of them. Ancient weapons including a long sword and a spear, a small harp whose wood showed great age, and an old squared block of stone that might once have belonged to a house, an estate, or a castle. One edge of that stone was blackened and split, as if some fierce heat had scarred it when the structure it belonged to was destroyed. "Hi, Maeve," Astrid greeted the older woman seated behind a broad desk. "How's the old one?" "It really is you," the woman said, shaking her head with clear disapproval. "He'll be spitting fire when he hears. I'm here representing Ferrer. Make sure he knows that." "I can do my job without prompting from you," Maeve replied. "Do you make friends like that everywhere you go?" Renvil asked. "Only here," Astrid said. "There's no place like home. He'll keep us waiting a while, by the way." Just to emphasize who holds the power here. They moved aside and stood together near one wall. Looking around again, Renvil realized there were no chairs or couches anywhere in the room to make the weight more bearable. He recognized the tactic immediately. It was a way of wearing down visitors and sharpening their irritation before they ever reached the Prime Minister, putting them at a disadvantage from the start. It also announced, none too subtly, that anyone left waiting was not especially welcome. But before impatience had much time to build in him, the same door they had come through opened again. 5 people entered, crossed to Maeve's desk, and began speaking with her in low voices. Renvil caught only scattered words, urgent, regrets, and unenable. The group stepped away from the desk. Their expressions were carefully controlled, but there was frustration in the abruptness of their movements. As they turned toward the exit, one of the women in the group gave Renvil and his companions a long, considering look. She said something quickly to one of the men with her. He studied Renvil as well, then approached and gave a small bow from the waist to Renvil, Astrid, and Adrienne. "You have recently arrived on Hibernia?" "Yes," Renvil said. "The emissaries from Ladoga, Strathmore, and Ferrer?" "Word travels quickly," Adrienne observed. "Where are you from?" "Hoshino Star System," one of the women in the newly arrived party answered. "My name is Kaia Ashida. This is Curtis Mori. We're the leaders of our delegation." "Ashida?" Astrid asked, sounding entertained. Is she a cousin of yours, Renvil? It's possible, Renvil said. My ancestors immigrated to Indra a long time ago, though. Most of us on Hoshino came from Old Earth and Susano, Curtis Mori said. But perhaps your ancestors are the same and brought us together here. You have come seeking help for your worlds? Perhaps we can make common cause. Why does Hoshino need help? Adrienne Callister asked. Hoshino, Akemi said, can see farther than the orbits of our most distant planets. We see the dangers in the distance and seek to prepare. But other star systems do not share our sense of urgency. They worry about giving up their freedom, Curtis said. It's a lot easier to negotiate without giving up things when your back isn't against the wall, Renvil said. That is our reasoning. We seek agreements before crises force our hands. A brief hush followed until Adrienne Callister broke it. What are the chances that Hoshino would consider lending aid to Strathmore and Ladoga? That would depend on many factors, Akemi Ashida said. It's not out of the question? Akemi let the silence stretch before answering. If fighting is wise, then it is wiser to fight far from home than it is to fight at our front door. But whether fighting is wise remains to be determined. What could you bring? Renvil asked. Careful not to let hope run ahead of him. If you decide, I mean. Does Hoshino have any warships? We came on a warship, Akemi said, indicating upward with a small gesture. The Kasumi. We didn't see any foreign warships present in this star system when we came in, Renvil said. Startled, she smiled faintly. When you see the stars through another's eyes, you see only what they wish you to see. Hibernia's systems screened out the Kasumi. Astrid shook her head, then turned the motion into a glare aimed toward the door of her father's office. He thinks if he doesn't want to see some things, he can make those things go away. How many other warships does Hoshino have? Renvil asked, trying to steer the conversation somewhere less dangerous. Kasumi is our only warship, Curtis said. We traveled on her to ensure that the seriousness of our work would be made clear. That does not appear to have impressed Hibernia, though, he added, with a hint of bitterness in his voice. One of the other members of the Hoshino delegation said something softly, prompting both Akemi and Curtis to pause and then shake their heads. We can't leave yet, Curtis said. We must make a few more attempts to present our proposals. Renvil stopped to think. If he could persuade Hoshino to support them. A star system still distant enough from the war that it was not yet directly threatened. That alone could become a powerful example to others. But Hoshino had not come here to speak with him. They had come to persuade Hibernia. So how could? He looked toward Maeve's desk just as the secretary inclined her head to some message only she had received. You can go in, Maeve said to Astrid. She touched something on the desk, and the heavy carved wooden door leading to the inner office swung open. At that same moment, something else seemed to open for Renvil. Not a literal door, but a possibility that had not existed seconds before. It was a dangerous idea, one that might rebound on him and wreck his mission to get help for Ladoga. It might ruin whatever chance he had with Hibernia. But if it succeeded, make the big decisions. Kaia Brynn had told him that just before they separated. Hold it, Renvil said, lifting one hand to stop Astrid before she could move, drawing from the Prime Minister's secretary a shocked, sharply disapproving stare. Sifgremlins, Dopgrinds. Chapter 3. What did he say? Renvil asked the secretary. For just Astrid to go in? Maeve gave him a look that plainly placed him in the category of people likely to cause trouble. He said to send them in, which includes you, sir. That's what he said. Are you questioning my competency, sir? I'd never do that. It was time to act or lose the chance. Renvil swept a glance around the room, taking in the Hoshino delegation and noting that both Adrienne Callister and Astrid Halloran were watching to see what he intended. So they really were placing their trust in him. Let's all go in, he said. Maeve could only stare as Renvil started toward the door, bringing the entire group with him. She reached belatedly for a control on her desk, then stopped halfway when Astrid leaned across with a sincere expression. We're just doing as you said. Renvil had noticed that offices occupied for years by the same person usually revealed quite a bit about their owner. As they entered the Prime Minister's office, he let his eyes move quickly over the room. A few landscape images hung on the walls. Two paintings showed dogs that had clearly been beloved pets. There were framed documents and several award plaques. The broad desk itself was nearly bare, except for a pair of displays angled, so their screens were hidden from anyone standing here. What he did not see anywhere was equally telling. There were no photographs of people. Cormac Halloran sat behind the large desk, his face controlled and unreadable, though Renvil thought he glimpsed both irritation and surprise in the Prime Minister's eyes when he saw the Hoshino delegation enter with Renvil's group. Halloran made no move to rise. "What brings you here?" he demanded of Astrid. Adrienne Callister spoke before Astrid had the chance. "I am here as a representative of the Free Star system of Strathmore." "Is this the courtesy with which you treat diplomatic representatives?" Halloran looked at her then, apparently deciding that sparring with Adrienne Callister would be unwise, stood up slowly. "Forgive me. I let personal concerns override my responsibilities." "Welcome to Hibernia. We're here seeking," Renvil began. "I know what it is you want, Renvil Ashida. Our representative in Ladoga has sent many appeals on your behalf." Cormac Halloran resumed his seat, deliberately overlooking the Hoshino delegates entirely. "But if the latest reports are to be believed, the time for help has passed. Why should Hibernia join a fight already lost?" Renvil thought of Solana, likely fighting on Ladoga at this very moment, and anger surged through him at hearing such cold words from a man whose own world still stood in safety. Instead of suppressing that anger, he let it speak for him. "It's my dearest wish at the moment that someday you send for help to others as invaders close in on your home, and that they give you the same answer you just gave me." He held Halloran's gaze, and the Prime Minister glared back for several seconds before the faintest hint of a smile touched his face. "I admit that's a good answer." Halloran turned his attention to Adrienne Callister. "I imagine yours is the same." "Not entirely," Adrienne said, "because Strathmore has twice risked everything, leaving itself unprotected, to aid Ladoga. We know that if we don't aid our friends, we'll have no friends when we need aid. And we have put ourselves in danger more than once as proof that we live by such commitments." "Have you?" Halloran's eyes shifted to Astrid. "You'd have a stronger argument if you were traveling in better company." "Ferrer needs help too," Renvil said, "and is willing to contribute to mutual defense in proportion to its ability," Astrid added. "They'd have been wiser to send someone more reliable to offer such a deal," the Prime Minister said. "Sir," Curtis Morey said, his posture rigid and his voice equally stiff, "we have come to discuss the same matter with your government." Cormac Halloran frowned down at his desk. "Hoshino is a valued trading partner. Of course we recognize that. However, we're not ready to listen to demands made of us." "Demands?" "I'm aware of discussions among Hoshino's government to levy a special tax on shipments transiting through your star system en route to Hibernia." "I'll not have my arm twisted by those claiming friendship." Silence dropped over the room with enough weight that Renvil could almost feel it settling on him. So that was the reason for Halloran's treatment of the Hoshino delegation. Yet strangely, Kaia Ashida and Curtis Morey looked less guilty than startled by the accusation. Renvil cleared his throat softly. "This is a situation that our star systems have already faced," he said, keeping his voice low and even. "What happens when traffic for your star system has to go through another star system? There aren't any laws enforced by Earth out here. There aren't any rules. I hear your unhappiness at the thought that Hoshino might tax shipments heading to Hibernia, sir, but what recourse would you have if they did? Would you go to war?" Cormac Halloran's glare swung to Renvil. "If necessary. What would that cost you? What if Hoshino simply blocked all traffic from continuing on to Hibernia? What would you do then? Bring it through Gondar the longer way around. And if Gondar joined Hoshino?" Before Halloran could respond, Renvil leaned forward and planted his hands on the front edge of the desk. "That's what we're facing at home. That's what you'll face if we lose. That's what you will face someday, even if we win. If there are no agreed-upon rules, then sooner or later everyone starts doing whatever they can get away with." Kaia Ashida spoke with calm force. "Hoshino has no desire to aggress against any other star system. The people of Hoshino are human, Renvil said. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. Have you heard that? It was said long ago by a man named Sloane, who was arguing for a system of laws to govern both his country and the government itself to keep it from exceeding its given powers. In recent months, he had been reading everything he could on such questions, trying to understand the hard work of stopping human beings from doing all the ugly things humans so often did to each other. None of us here are angels. All of our worlds were settled by men and women who wanted to be free. But the absence of rules isn't freedom. It's an anarchy waiting to be filled by the strongest arm and the most ruthless tactics. That is what Ladoga faces today, and what you'll all face someday, if we do not find a means to resolve any differences and support each other against common foes. You're talking about more than a military alliance, Curtis Morey said. Of course I am. What would be the purpose of an alliance? The same sort of thing that Charun, Balor, and Tinia are doing? No, such an alliance would have to be based on principles, rules, and laws that we all agree upon. The military cart, the defense cart, should not be set before the horse of our interests and needs as free people. Cormac Halloran slowly shook his head. Tell me, what was the situation in Ladoga when you left? When we jumped out? Renvil drew a deep breath, aware that Halloran already knew and wanted to judge how honestly he would answer. An invasion fleet was closing on our primary world. It was opposed by a single destroyer from Strathmore, while Ladoga worked to get its remaining destroyer back into fighting shape. Is Ladoga still free? Tell me that. I don't know, Renvil said. I do know the people of Ladoga won't stop fighting. Right now, even a single warship can make a huge difference. Strathmore's destroyer is giving Ladoga a chance. Another pause followed, Halloran staring at his desk while everyone else waited. There is no fate but what we make for ourselves, Astrid said. Renvil has the right of it. We're all out here pretending we don't need anything to do with anyone else. But we're as tied to what everyone does as if we were still on old Earth. If we don't talk, she added, putting weight on the words while looking toward the Hoshino delegation, then what happens won't be to the advantage of any of us in the long run. What's in it for Hibernia? Cormac Halloran demanded, each word landing like a hammer strike. To be part of it, Renvil said, rather than being on the outside, looking in. We've got representatives of 5-star systems in this room. Those from 4 of those star systems are willing to talk about working together, about mutual defense and rules for trade. How would it benefit Hibernia if it's on the outside when such deals are made? Doesn't Hibernia want a voice when decisions are made? Cormac Halloran held Renvil's gaze, and the hard glare on his face gradually gave way to something more reflective. Oaf Doyle didn't tell me you were that good. You don't even know if the world you represent still has its own government. But you come here, with me expecting you to beg for help, and instead you talk as if from a position of strength. His eyes moved over the others standing before his desk. Without Hibernia, such an alliance would be much weakened. You all know that. That is why we seek your partnership in an agreement, Curtis Morey said. It would have been better if you hadn't come also threatening trade sanctions. Morey and Adrienne Ashida exchanged startled looks. Prime Minister, Adrienne said, we have no knowledge of any such trade sanctions or tax discussions. Cormac Halloran narrowed his eyes. You deny knowledge of such matters? I tell you that none of us have been informed of such matters. You do not carry a list of demands? Cormac Halloran reclined slightly, his eyes shadowed with thought. So, there are people responsible for keeping me informed of the secrets of others. It seems those people have failed in their task. I was told that such was your mission. Perhaps, Adrienne Callister said, someone fed your people that information and sought to sway your actions with lies aimed at potential allies. Caps, perhaps, Hibernia has already been attacked. Astrid said, sensing perhaps that her father was beginning to shift. An assassination attempt against us, which I'm sure you've been told of, that took place on the orbital station that is legally part of Hibernia. And a shuttle destroyed. When last I checked, a shuttle was a valuable resource, and if not for the wisdom of your security chief on that facility, a good number of Hibernia's citizens might have died on that shuttle. Yet our enemies did not hesitate to attack Hibernia in their attempt to get at us. Those enemies respect no borders. They respect no other worlds. And their attacks on Hibernia are a slap in the face to Hibernia's government, are they not? Renvil watched those words land. Astrid had found the vulnerable point in Cormac Halloran with unerring precision. His pride, anger darkened the Prime Minister's face. His breathing deepened and quickened, and to Renvil, he looked suddenly like a bull lowering itself toward a charge. I already know of spending from mysterious sources flowing to a couple of minor political parties on Hibernia, the Prime Minister said. And now this. Hibernia will not be treated in such a way, not as long as I am the leader of this world. He fixed Astrid with a fierce, demanding stare. Say it then. I was right, Astrid said. Hibernia needs allies. It shouldn't stand apart. And I didn't listen, accepting the reassurances of those doing business with Balor and Charun that those star systems would respect us out of desire, not to cause trouble with trade. They let their greed taint their advice to me. As for Tinia, I've not dealt with the leaders of that star system directly, but it seems they've already tried to deal with me by means of a knife in my back, destroying one of Hibernia's shuttles and endangering her people. Who would be held to blame? Me. I'll not stand for it. But how can I know your star systems will not do the same if given the chance? Why should I make deals with you? Because we're not them, Renvil said. Worlds sometimes make deals with dictators, because they must. But they make common cause, alliance, with those who share the same interests and values, because it's smart. As Halloran glared at him, Renvil found himself wondering whether he had made the point too delicately. Would the Prime Minister catch the implication that a smart man would make agreements with worlds like Ladoga, and a less intelligent one would turn away from them? After a long pause, Cormac Halloran nodded first toward the Hoshino delegation, then toward Renvil. Yes, that's what those who are smart will do. I'll call a cabinet meeting for tomorrow. There's much for us to discuss, and many details to work out. I can't stay long, Adrienne Callister said. I must continue on to Earth without delay. However, Renvil Ashida can speak for me and Strathmore. Can he? Why does Strathmore trust this man so? Adrienne's smile was slight. A Marine vouched for him. Cormac Halloran gave a small nod in return. I've risked more on less. You stand with Ferrer, though. Strathmore and Ladoga would have a better chance of closing a deal if they stood apart from Ferrer. I have my faults, Renvil said, but abandoning my friends isn't one of them. You call yourself a diplomat? Cormac Halloran asked. You apparently don't know the first rule of diplomacy. Countries and worlds don't have friends. They have interests. If interests coincide, countries and worlds can make deals to their mutual benefit. But everywhere those interests diverge, those same governments have a duty to look after their own. Adrienne Callister shook her head. Just how much could you trust Strathmore or Ladoga if we so quickly abandon another star system in need? If you're talking about interests, it seems to me your best interests are served by making deals with those who stand by them rather than breaking faith at the first opportunity. The Prime Minister frowned with enough force to have withered many an opponent across a negotiating table. So you stand with Ferrer, regardless? The meaning could not have been plainer. The deal might die on the spot unless he renounced Ferrer. Cormac Halloran seemed exactly the kind of man who would let personal dislike outweigh the welfare of many, and one thing he clearly did not want was to deal with his daughter. So much depended on what Renvil said next. Too many lives. Could he really risk all of them by taking a stand here? But if he gave way, if he discarded Ferrer out of convenience while Ferrer also stood in need, wouldn't that poison the entire thing? Innocent people sacrificed to protect his own. What sort of bargain would that be? He would not pay that price. Perhaps he simply could not. Some things mattered more than advantage. If they did not, then Charun and Balor had already won. Yes, Renvil said. Ladoga stands with Ferrer, as does Strathmore. Adrienne added. Halloran's frown deepened further. Perhaps he was angry at the refusal from Renvil Ashida and Adrienne Callister. Or perhaps he simply could not comprehend why they would not trade away Astrid and Ferrer in exchange for desperately needed aid. And what of you? Cormac Halloran asked Astrid. Would you step aside if I demanded it as a condition of aid to Ferrer? Astrid answered without the slightest pause. In a heartbeat. You've found something you'll fight for, have you? Something you won't run away from? Renvil saw the flare of anger in Astrid's eyes, though her voice remained perfectly even. That's right, I see. Renvil studied Cormac Halloran, reading the debate within him in the shadowed eyes and the tension in his jaw. The Prime Minister understood that Hibernia needed to be part of this emerging group, but he also did not want to seem as though he had yielded to anyone else's pressure. That left him only one path. He would pretend his demands had merely been tests the others had passed, proving themselves worthy of dealing with him. Prime Minister Halloran rose once more, this time wearing an approving smile for Renvil and the others. Despite appearances and my error regarding our friends from Hoshino, I'm not a fool. Nor, Renvil Ashida, am I eager to find Hibernia begging for help against enemies who've grown stronger while we watch them conquer others. You cut to the heart of it with your first words. The day might come when it's us facing bad odds. Our trade is already being hurt, because the traffic beyond Hibernia to star systems such as your own has already fallen, and what remains are monopolies controlled by the likes of Tinia. There are many on this world who argue for neutrality, because the people of Hibernia have no wish to surrender their fates to foreigners. But if you can offer proposals that do not compromise that respect Hibernia and that other star systems will sign on to, we may be able to reach agreement. My own trade office has been urging an agreement with nearby star systems for just the reasons you cited. Sloan, was it? No, none of us are angels. I ask the patience of all of you for a short while longer while the cabinet meeting is arranged. You'll be notified soon. Renvil inclined his head with diplomatic restraint, doing his best to conceal the surge of triumph inside him. He understood perfectly that when Cormac Halloran spoke of respecting Hibernia, what he truly meant was respecting himself. Astrid had exposed that vulnerability in her father, and Renvil meant to use it. He would shape his arguments so they stroked Halloran's pride without sounding obsequious, and when the outcome matched what others wanted, he would let the Prime Minister present it as his own victory. As they came out of the office, Curtis Mori and Kaia Brynn stopped him and bowed briefly from the waist. Thank you, Mori said. You've helped Hoshino with a crisis we did not realize existed. There are people who don't want us talking to each other, Akemi said, anger shadowing her eyes. We must bend every effort to find common ground. I agree, Renvil said. There's a representative from Gondor on this world. We'll try to get him added to the cabinet meeting. From behind her desk, Maeve gave an emphatic harumph, still obviously offended at having been outmaneuvered by Renvil. Citizen Callister, I've been asked to expedite your return to the orbital station for transport onward toward Earth. An escort for you is assembling to ensure your safe departure from Hibernia. Be careful, Adrienne, Astrid said. We're going to need every warship you can acquire. We need them now, Adrienne said with a sigh. But time and space won't yield to our needs. Strathmore, Ladoga, and Ferrer must hold out a little longer. Renvil only nodded, afraid that if he spoke, the worry inside him would show too clearly. His thoughts were already racing across the stars. Was Ladoga still standing? Was Strathmore? And if both still held, for how much longer? The three vessels bearing down on Strathmore all claimed to belong to Vesca, a star system supposedly still independent, but in reality already absorbed by the Balor Charun and Tinia coalition. Vesca's puppet regime answered to off-world masters rather than to its own citizens. Before surrendering, Vesca had possessed no warships of its own. Of course, the era when one could identify a warship or its crew by sight alone had ended long ago. Nearly everyone was flying cast-off ships from Earth Fleet or the old colonies, and humanity had mixed so thoroughly that even places like Hibernia and Ladoga contained people of many backgrounds and ancestries. Even so, Ethan Harrow had no doubt that these ships and crews were not truly Vescan. The commander of Vesca's force looked, in fact, exactly like the kind of bland official who would fit comfortably anywhere obedience to superiors mattered more than justice or decency. Everything about him suggested the confidence of a man shielded by superior force, and therefore unconcerned with consequences. As a result of its unprovoked and repeated, unjustified aggression against its neighbors, we have a legal order requiring Strathmore to surrender control of its orbital facility to independent monitors who will ensure that no further violations occur. Your warship is required to power down all weapons and reduce shields to minimum, and all forces aboard Strathmore's orbital facility are required to surrender all weapons to our peacekeepers. Failure to comply with our diplomatic and humanitarian measures to avoid further conflict will force us to employ any necessary means to ensure a lawful resolution to this situation. You are directed to communicate your compliance immediately upon receipt of this message. Lieutenant Commander Tessa Zhao stared in disbelief as the transmission ended, then shook her head. It's like one of those distortion fields that flips everything inside out. Do you think they actually believe what they're saying? I doubt it. Ethan Harrow rubbed at his forehead, feeling the grooves anger had drawn there. They're playing a game, lying, as if truth doesn't matter, as if this is some stage play to impress outside observers and not something that will decide the freedom of others and the deaths of any who oppose them. We can't let people like that win. His hand moved toward the reply control. Cutlass had already pulled away from the orbital station and the planet it defended, moving to meet the enemy. Yet the opposing ships were still more than 2 light hours away. Their ultimatum had been transmitted over 2 hours earlier, and any answer Ethan sent would take more than 2 additional hours to reach them. There was no immediate need to respond. Perhaps he ought to wait for the government's official reply. At the very least, perhaps he should take time and draft something careful. Or perhaps not. Ethan hit the reply control. We'll see you in hell first. Strong words. They would stiffen the resolve of Cutlass's crew. Perhaps they would hearten others as well. But rhetoric was not the firepower Strathmore lacked, and no sentence, however sharp, would keep those ships from reaching the orbital station with their undoubtedly well-armed peacekeepers. You saved Ladoga's orbital facility. If anyone can save ours, it's you. Kaia Brynn suppressed a weary sigh as President Hartwell's message ended. The problem with overachieving, she said to Gunnery Sergeant Moon, is that everyone expects you to keep doing it. Your life would be a lot easier right now if you just died at Ladoga, Captain, Moon said with sympathetic seriousness. Thanks, Gunny. Why didn't that occur to me at the time? Kaia pulled up the station schematics on her display. How are the preps going? Everybody's working like mad. I understand, Sergeant Moon said, that we have to assume the attackers will have close-in heavy fire support. Commodore Harrow told me he can't stop them, Kaia said, studying the plans. Not unless they do something really stupid that he can exploit. We have to assume one of those warships will try to park itself near this facility to provide fire support to their soldiers. Moon frowned. Permission to speak freely? Granted. And don't ask me that again. I want your candid opinions. Yes, Captain. How much can we count on the destroyer? Cutlass, I mean. How hard will they push to support us against the odds they're facing? Kaia glanced sideways at him. You're asking if we can count on the fleet? Gunny, that's Ethan Harrow commanding Cutlass. If there's any way to do it, he will, even if the risks are awful. Captain, I heard at Ladoga you were pretty much on your own. Cutlass was dealing with the invasion fleet, Kaia said, and still managed to take out some of the shuttles sending troops against us at Ladoga, and kept their warships busy. I knew going in that we'd be on our own most of the time, but I also knew that if I'd yelled for him, the Commodore would have pushed space and time itself to get there for me. We can count on him to do everything possible, and maybe a few things that anyone else would know was impossible. That's good to know. Moon pointed at several locations on the schematic. Barricades are going in here, here, and here. We've got people cutting new accesses and installing new hatches where they weren't before, putting armored partitions in place where open passages are supposed to be, and other modifications to the station so when those attackers come in using schematics based on the original plans, they'll get real lost real fast. These other passages and access tubes are going to be completely plugged. We're booby-trapping the plugs? Yes, Captain. Anyone trying to blast or cut through them fast is going to get some nasty surprises. Good. Kaia pointed to an access tube that had not been designated for barricades. How about the modifications here? Sergeant Moon grinned. I'm overseeing those myself. The modifications to these paths are designed. so that anyone who finds them and tries to head inward will get easily confused and think they're running into multiple dead ends, while also running into a lot of traps oriented toward anyone coming from that direction. You need to know the specific tricks to get through all that on each path. But any counterattacks we send heading outward through those paths won't have any trouble moving fast. What did you say they call them? Diode routes, Moon explained, because a diode only allows a circuit to flow in one direction. I personally think it's a misleading name. The paths are more like transistors, which are optimized for current to travel in one direction, but can allow current through the other way, though not nearly as got it, Kaia said. You know what one of the hardest parts of an officer's job is, Gunny? Figuring out what to do with all of your free time. That's not the part I was thinking about. Senior enlisted always loved insisting that officers contributed nothing while the real work got done by senior enlisted personnel. No, figuring out how much I need to know about something to make decisions, and then moving on to the next thing instead of focusing on details my people should be handling. Moon nodded. I'd noticed that you seem to have a handle on that, Captain. With all due respect, not all officers figure that out. Yeah. Wade Calhoun helped me understand that kind of thing when we were throwing together troops to take down Balor's illegal settlement on Strathmore. This time, Moon's nod carried respect. From all I hear, Wade Calhoun was a great soldier. He was. I wish you'd had a chance to meet him. Kaia looked down at the facility schematics, and her thoughts drifted where she usually refused to let them go. But even being the greatest won't save you if you happen to be in the wrong place when a chunk of metal goes through it really fast. She stopped, trying to pull herself out of that dark turn of mind. Are you okay, Captain? Moon asked. Yeah, I'm okay. Absent friends, you know. Another incoming message chimed, and Kaia seized on it gladly as a distraction. She read it and felt her mood rise at once. We're getting reinforcements. Colonel Dlamini is, lending us her reconnaissance company and a heavy weapons platoon. The recon company? Moon asked, openly surprised. That's her best. How'd you convince the colonel to send them up here? Kaia gave a small shrug. I might have mentioned to someone who could mention to someone who could give orders to Dlamini about how much I could use those particular soldiers. Oh man, Colonel Dlamini must be very unhappy. Kaia answered only with a slight nod, taking grim pleasure not just in the added manpower, but in what it meant. The government would not have sent those troops up unless it meant to defend the facility seriously. Her Marines were not being thrown away in some empty, symbolic last stand. They would be fighting in a battle Strathmore actually intended to win. When the recon company arrived at the orbital facility the following day, its commander, Captain Chandra, looked every bit as displeased as Kaia imagined Colonel Dlamini must be. He saluted her with rigid formality, and even his voice sounded stiff. I understand we need to work out coordination procedures, Captain Brynn. Coordination procedures? Kaia asked, her own tone calm and firm. Since our units will be operating in the same area, Captain Chandra added. Roughly 10 years older than Kaia and somewhat bigger, he leaned toward her slightly, trying to pressure her into giving ground. Kaia did not move an inch. She knew that game. You've seen your orders, Captain Chandra. Your unit won't be simply operating in the same area as my Marines. Your orders place your unit, and you, under my command. Chandra responded almost instantly. Colonel Dlamini informed me that she was seeking to have that corrected. Colonel Dlamini can seek all she wants, Kaia said, yielding nothing at all. As of now, you're under my command. Will you follow your orders? Captain Chandra studied her, lips pressed into a hard, narrow line, then at last gave a curt nod. Yes, Captain Brynn, I will follow my orders. Good. You know what we're facing. I have one question, Chandra said, though the anger had not entirely left his eyes. Is this a forlorn hope? Or do we have any chance? I ask not for myself, but for the men and women in my company. Kaia gave him a short nod. We have a chance. I'm not eager to see my Marines sacrificed, either. If we can hold out long enough, those enemy warships will have to withdraw to resupply themselves. What if the enemy sends new supplies? Chandra pressed. Commodore Harrow believes he can frustrate any attempt at resupply. Chandra paused to consider that, then nodded once more. I understand. Our goal is to prevent the enemy from winning before they run low on supplies and are forced to withdraw. A classic siege defense situation. What is your plan? Kaia gestured toward a display showing the station schematic. To hide our strike groups in the core of this place, where the weapons on those enemy warships can't target us, while launching frequent and unpredictable counterattacks against areas of the facility the enemy has occupied. I see. Chandra bent over the layout. You think the initial attack will come in that area? Commodore Harrow thinks they'll be worried that we might have anti-orbital weapons mounted on the surface of the planet, so they'll come in from an angle that puts the facility between their ships and the surface of Strathmore. I had the facility tilted in orbit, so the enemy will come in at the best place for us and the hardest places for them. I see. I wouldn't have thought of adjusting the battlefield that way, Chandra admitted. It's a Marine thing, Kaia said. We're trained to think that way. I see, Chandra said again. Why don't we have any anti-orbital weapons? Limited resources, Kaia said. Didn't Colonel Dlamini brief you on that? The government had to decide where to allocate limited amounts of construction capacity and raw materials. Up-to-date battle armor and hand weapons got priority. Chandra had the decency to look mildly uncomfortable. Equipments that went to expanding the ground forces, and my Marines, Kaia allowed. It wasn't necessarily a bad decision even now. A single anti-orbital weapon would have consumed a lot of resources, and it still could have been destroyed by something like a light cruiser. Now, get your people settled and your equipment offloaded. We'll work out the best combat positions for your company and my Marines to greet the enemy. I welcome your input on the best placement for your heavy weapons platoon. We'll need to run a lot of training in the days left to us so your people can get accustomed to the facility and learn the ways around it. I concur, Chandra said, in a tone that sounded far too much like one equal addressing another. Kaia knew exactly what he was doing. She also knew she could not allow it. One other thing, Captain Chandra. She paused, then fixed him with the coldest stare she could manage. You don't have to like me. You don't have to like the orders I give or the situation we're in. But if you fail to obey my orders, fail to properly understand my orders, or fail to carry out your duties to the utmost, I will relieve you of your command and personally rip a hole in you big enough for your entire company to march through line abreast. Is that clear? Chandra nodded, his face gone flat and still as carved rock. Yes, Captain Brynn. If you have anything you need to get off your chest, say it now. I've been doing this a lot longer than you have. Captain, I know how recently you were promoted from enlisted to officer ranks. Chandra drew a deep breath before continuing. There's a lot you don't know yet. Kaia smiled at him in a way that made him hesitate, as if he had just realized he was in danger. Do you think that you're telling me something that I don't know? If you're aware, I'm not finished, Captain Chandra. How much of your time in the ground forces includes combat experience? Chandra did not reply immediately. For several long seconds, he stared at the wall beyond Kaia's shoulder. As I am sure you are already aware, I did not experience combat while in the old colonies and have not yet done so here. Count your blessings, Captain Chandra, Kaia said, her tone sharpening. It's ugly. You've spent your life training to do it. That's important. I'm not fool enough to think I know everything, but I've trained and led forces in combat engagements. I've won every one of those engagements. When you can say the same, we can discuss my experience. Is that clear? Yes, Captain, Chandra answered, his voice tight with emotions he was keeping under firm control. Then that's all for now. After all of your people are settled, you should personally familiarize yourself with the layout of this facility. That layout is changing as we speak, so don't depend on any schematics you brought with you. Chandra gave her one more stiff salute, turned crisply, and left. Kaia looked back to the schematics, but it was Chandra she was still thinking about. His attitude would almost certainly echo through his junior officers and senior enlisted. She needed those ground forces troops if the station was going to hold. But their leadership was likely to be a major pain in the ass. What had Clausewitz called this sort of thing in that old book on military strategy? Friction. All the garbage that turned things into a mess, even when, in theory, they should have been simple. Not that defending this orbital facility would qualify as simple under any definition. If she had to battle the attitudes of the ground force leadership at the same time she fought the enemy, it would only get worse. And whatever happened, she would own the result. Any failure would be hers. She was the one in command. When troops flee, are insubordinate, distressed, collapse in disorder, or are routed, it is the fault of the general. At times, the wisdom of Sun Tzu, another writer from the distant past on the art of war, was no comfort whatsoever. Dvin and Dorgrain. Chapter 4. You're wrong. Back in Dvin on Ladoga, Solana Reyes swallowed her first sharper reply and forced herself to search for something more diplomatic. My assessment is based on, your assessment is wrong. Carries Holloway said in the tone one might use to correct an ignorant child. Inside, Solana counted slowly to 10 before speaking again. I'm on the scene. I'm collecting the intelligence. You're too close to it all, Holloway replied. My office is far enough back to have the necessary perspective. And, if you'll pardon my being blunt, we have actual trained intelligence analysts here to evaluate the available information. Analysts such as myself. Your experience is self-taught, amateur. Heat rose into Solana's face, and she felt her jaw muscles tighten, but she said nothing. Long ago, she had learned that silence could unsettle people like Holloway. Outside, the morning had advanced far enough that sunlight was no doubt pouring down between the abandoned buildings of Dvin. But here, in a stripped inner room, most of the light came from the screen of Solana's compad. Most of the soldiers attached to her unit were asleep in other rooms, so she had chosen this separate space to avoid disturbing them. She could not tell whether it had originally been meant as a cramped office or an oversized closet, but it gave her privacy, and that was enough. After a drawn-out pause, Holloway frowned at her. We're in the process of professionalizing this office, so we can ensure the best possible support for decision-makers by maximizing group dynamics, effective interaction, and synergy in analysis. If you want to be part of that process, you need to integrate yourself into the team mindset, embrace positive priorities, and adopt positions that resonate with those reached by your colleagues. Solana shook her head. Have you forgotten that I worked in EarthGov? I know exactly what all of those words mean, or rather, what they don't mean. Please don't waste my time with meaningless phrases that sound important. She saw at once that the remark landed hard. Carries Holloway clearly had not bothered learning much about Solana's background before trying to bully her. My job is to give the military commander in Dvin the best information I can, and the best assessment I can of what it means. Your job is what I say it is. Perhaps you should inform General Weiss of that, Solana said. He thinks I'm working for him. He's wrong, and we're going to correct that. You're to return to Poznan immediately for reassignment. Solana shook her head again. Only General Weiss can give me that order. I won't tolerate loose cannons, Holloway said sharply. Analysis will be centralized in Poznan, and individual assessments in the field will conform to central office guidance. Do you understand? I understand what you said, Solana answered, making a point of not saying whether she intended to obey. Holloway only glared at her for a moment, then cut the connection without another word. When the display went dark, Solana let out a breath and pressed one hand over her face, wondering why she didn't simply walk away from all of it and go back to Luke. A quiet throat clearing came from the doorway. Solana looked up toward the dark opening, barely illuminated by the faint lights strung along the inner halls, and saw Captain Larkin. I couldn't help overhearing, Larkin said. Really? Solana said, too tired to sound annoyed. You mean you couldn't help overhearing because you stood by that doorway while I talked? Exactly. Larkin came in a few steps and lowered himself against the wall opposite her. What's going on? She considered how much to tell him, then decided political maneuvering did not deserve any loyalty from her. That was the head of Ladoga's new integrated intelligence service. Her name's Carries Holloway. She got the ear of some people high in the government and got herself appointed to the job. Does she know what she's doing? Supposedly. Solana tipped her head back against the wall, feeling the chill and roughness of unfinished Neocrete through her hair. She worked in an office for some big intelligence outfit on old Earth. Exactly which one I don't know. You don't know the outfit or the office she worked in? Neither one. I'm not sure anyone does, since when asked, Holloway always asserts secrecy and non-disclosure agreements that supposedly keep her from providing any details. She claims to be a skilled intelligence operative, but as far as I can tell, her main talent is empire building. Captain Larkin nodded. I know the type. She wants to control the whole ship, but you're rocking the boat. I'm not sure whether you're mixing metaphors there or not, Solana said. Yeah, basically. You know what I've been telling General Weiss. The enemy forces left in Dvin are on their last legs. They're running low on every kind of supply. They know they're trapped, and a lot of them are just soldiers for hire, not dedicated fanatics. They're going to crack soon. I agree with you. But the new central office in Poznan disagrees, Solana lifted one shoulder, trying to make the conflict seem less important than it felt. They think the enemy will keep digging in, improving their hold on the parts of Dvin they still occupy, and that the enemy retains the resolve and the means for offensive operations. Larkin's eyebrows shot up. That's not at all what we're seeing. Thank you. They're not even staging limited counterattacks. The argument that they're strong enough to launch big attacks is so obviously wrong. Why do you have to fight Holloway over the issue? Why not just let her eventually be proven wrong? Because, Solana said. She held his eyes. If the government believes that assessment, believes that the enemy is capable of holding out for a long time, will only keep improving their defenses, and could counterattack, what will the government order General Weiss to do? Larkin paused, his mouth setting hard. Attack. Not just the constant pressure we're putting on the enemy, but a major effort. Advancing building by building, Solana said. As fast as we can, against a desperate enemy. How many more people will we lose? A lot. We don't have a lot left. But what's left will be used up fast if we're forced to make those kind of attacks. Larkin glanced around the room. And building by building, more of Dvin will get turned into rubble. What are you going to do? Keep telling anyone who'll listen what I think based on what we're seeing here. Can that Holloway really recall you to Poznan? Solana spread her hands in an old gesture of uncertainty. You know how many things have been improvised to deal with the invasion, including my exact status and my exact chain of command. Nothing has been written down anywhere saying who I have to listen to. Larkin grinned. I wish I could say that. Does the general know what's going on? I'm telling him what I think, Solana said again. And I've met a few people high in the government, people I got to know when Renvil Ashida and I first came to Ladoga. I'm letting them see my reports, though technically I'm probably breaking some security rules there. Technically? Probably. I don't know for sure. Larkin grinned again. And you're not fool enough to ask. May I offer some advice? Sure. I'm better at listening to advice than I am at listening to orders, Solana said. Good. Larkin glanced back toward the doorway. If I were you, with my status and chain of command a bit blurry, I'd be working to focus things the way I wanted them to be, before someone else focused things the way they wanted. Solana frowned. Meaning I should ask the general to formalize my status as working for him? Why is that hard? Word is he respects you. Yeah, but... Solana could feel the reason for her hesitation before she fully named it, and its roots lay very far from Ladoga. One of the lessons I learned on Mars was to stay under the radar of powerful people. Once they knew who I was, they'd try to use me. Maybe not every lesson learned on Mars is applicable to Ladoga, Larkin said. Listen, I'm not giving you this advice out of charity. It's self-interest. You know what the situation is for our side in this fight. We've taken plenty of hits, lost a lot of people. We're short on everything. Sure, we're stumbling toward a win, but we're not that far from collapsing. The only reason we're winning is because the other guys are worse off than we are. It wouldn't take much in the way of stupidity to lose this fight. Stupidity like ordering us to charge in and dig out the enemy fast instead of wearing them down. It wouldn't take much of that to crack what we've got left. And then the enemy would have a chance to break out and spread through the unpopulated areas of this continent, where they'd be able to hide and regroup and launch raids. I want the general listening to you because you listen to people like me, and you know from personal experience what things are like for us and for the enemy. I can understand self-interest, Solana said. Then factor in your self-interest in as well, Captain Larkin said, his face gone hard. There are rumors going around that the government is planning to get us reinforcements from an untapped reserve. That reserve being previously wounded men and women whose prosthetics or other aids are sufficient to allow them to function on the front lines. She stared at him, stunned. That's crazy. Even if the prosthetics are 100% effective replacements for whatever was lost, it creates a whole set of problems with logistics, with keeping the prosthetics in repair and their power supplies, and that creates problems with shielding the prosthetic materials and energy use from enemy sensors, and smart prosthetics can be hacked or rendered useless by EMP weapons, and the rumors can't be true. Can't they? Larkin dragged his fingertips through the dust on the floor. Think about it. We need warm bodies to keep fighting. Ladoga is effectively blockaded, so no new immigrants are coming in to help. That means using what we have. Trained people, experienced fighters, even if they've already, quite literally, given pieces of themselves to this war. Damn. Solana ran a hand through her hair, her thoughts turning blacker than the shadows filling Dvin's abandoned ruins. The last time we talked, Lucian told me that he'd been moved up in priority for a new leg. No new invasion fleet sighted, no other explanation, just congratulations. You'll have the prosthetic a lot sooner than expected. The whole situation had just become personal all over again. Surprise, Larkin said quietly. Yeah, okay, thanks. She brought up a list of contacts on her pad. I'll take it from here. Captain Larkin rose, moving with care in the cramped room. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. She lifted her eyes to him. What if you get orders to send me under guard to Poznan? Larkin shrugged. Orders often get garbled or misdirected. You know how it is. And I have a lot of other things to be dealing with, as well as no soldiers to spare on some bureaucratic squabble. If it gets to the point where I can't stall any longer, then you'll become invisible to me and every soldier in this unit. Sorry, she's not here. Haven't seen her. It's not my problem if Poznan lost one of their volunteers. Thanks. It's not like you haven't earned it. Captain Larkin gave her a short, informal salute, then stepped back out into the hallway and disappeared. A nearly unbearable urge rose in Solana to act immediately, to do something now. But she had felt that urge before. Mars had taught her many things, and one of them was that impatience killed. So she would wait, she would prepare, and when darkness came, she would do what had to be done. I'll be out for a while, Solana told Captain Larkin. He gave her a quick look, taking in the camouflage gear and the rifle. Do you know tonight's password? Yeah? Holo? Countersign? Wolf? Solana said. Good, Larkin said. You've got a plan. Of course I have a plan. Good. Try not to get your sorry butt shot off. The night was far from ideal for her purpose. It was too bright, the stars unhindered by cloud cover, and too still, with only the faintest breath of wind sliding through the silent streets. Solana could hear the delicate rustle of small animals moving in the dark, which meant any sound she made would also carry too clearly. Maybe she ought to wait for another night. Luck had been moved up in priority for a new leg. She was not going to wait. The building where Larkin's unit had been sheltering for the past several days stood only half a kilometer from the present front line. In daylight, in peacetime, that distance would have taken only minutes to walk. But this was night in a dead city without lights, with enemies concealed somewhere nearby. Alone and trying to stay unseen, she reckoned it would take close to an hour to reach the line safely. She had been moving through the dark for perhaps half that time, slowly, carefully, nerves stretched tight when somewhere close by a pebble skipped over a short drop and clicked to a halt, the final tiny sound seeming unnaturally loud in the stillness. Solana froze in mid-step, one leg lifted. She stood motionless, drawing quiet breaths through her mouth, straining to catch anything else. Had the city itself shifted a little? As debris slowly settled in abandoned ruins, had some insect dislodged the pebble, a small animal, or had it been kicked loose by something larger simian like her, armed and ready to kill whoever they found? Even if it was a friendly patrol, discovery would put her in mortal danger. This near the enemy line, Any figure glimpsed in darkness would be assumed hostile. She would probably be shot before she had time to say the knight's password or countersign. And if they were enemy soldiers, the password would be worthless anyway. Nothing followed except the vague, faint noises that might have been nothing more than blood moving in her ears, or her own breath entering and leaving her body. Her eyes combed the dark and found no motion. The sound of that one pebble seemed to have stunned the whole city into stillness. After remaining perfectly still for at least 30 seconds, Solana slowly lowered her raised foot. Carefully checking to be certain she wasn't setting it down on anything that might betray her with noise. With extreme caution, she edged nearer to the nearest wall, stopping again and again to listen. Memories came unbidden and crowded at her, pulling her mind away from the present. Darkness, silence, fear of being found. How many times on Mars had she hidden in closets, cabinets, narrow spaces? A girl waiting to find out whether this was the time someone would discover her. Once, they had. A large man had failed to understand quickly enough that a small girl might carry a very large knife. As she waited, watching with her weapon ready, Solana could almost taste Mars's red dust in her mouth. To her left came the faint patter of some small animal moving. She allowed herself the smallest loosening of tension. Animals tended not to move when they sensed danger. If one felt safe enough to dart through the dark, then whatever threat might have been nearby had probably passed. Even so, she took her time with the smart scope on her rifle, searching the area for any sign of danger. Once, a small patch of heat flickered into view, moving low and quickly, matching the sound of another creature darting from one bit of cover to the next. Other than that, the city once again looked empty, lifeless, abandoned. Another 30 minutes of slow, careful movement through darkness and deserted buildings brought Solana to her destination. The room had been meant for a small office or a shop. It faced a silent street, and across that street loomed other mixed-use buildings, their lower floors meant for businesses, their upper levels for apartments. She settled beside a window that had somehow escaped being shattered or blown out. Against the wall, just above floor level, a fiber terminal no larger than her thumb waited where she had hidden it a week earlier. Solana drew a connector from her rifle, fed out the line, and plugged it into the terminal. She also pulled an earbud free and fitted it into one ear. Data bloomed across her scope, confirming that all 6 of the bugs she had hidden in rooms across the street were still live. Relief slipped out of her in a quiet sigh. Wireless listening devices were far too easy to detect now. Only equipment tied into fiber optic cable and activated solely when someone like Solana physically connected to it could survive a proper sweep. The nearly transparent filaments were difficult to spot even under ideal conditions, but she had still done everything she could to conceal the lines stretched over the empty street. Fortunately, none had been cut, whether by chance or by intent. Now it came down to luck. Had she chosen a room that some enemy soldiers happened to be using tonight? Buildings a little behind the front could be occupied safely for days or even weeks, provided those inside left no visible sign of life in what looked like abandoned structures. But here, where both sides watched each other across the street, positions were rotated every day or two so they could not be too easily identified. Solana had planted the bugs a week earlier, selecting offices facing the road that she knew had been empty, gambling that one of them would eventually become a temporary enemy post. She could not quite stop herself from taking a sharp breath when one of the channels came alive. Voices. Across the street, some enemy soldiers were keeping watch on Ladoga's lines, and like soldiers everywhere, they were whispering to each other despite orders to stay silent. "Shot Falchion," a woman said, so faint that even with the enhancements in Solana's gear the words barely reached her. Solana thought she heard the distinctive accent of Reds from around Olympus Mons, though she could not be certain. "What'd he do?" a man asked, his own Ullaman's accent clear enough to remove doubt. "Don't know. Falchion was an idiot. Didn't know when to shut up." "Yeah." A third voice entered too soft for Solana to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman. "Dibs on his share of rations." "Rations? Hell, I'd have eaten Falchion if they'd left the body." "There wasn't a lot of meat left on him," the woman said. "There's not much left on any of us," the third person said. How much longer? Shut up. You want to end up like Falchion. Sooner or later, we'll all. The whisper broke off at once. Hey, we got a ping. A few faint rustles probably meant the enemy were moving, readying weapons and bodies. Where? The woman asked. One of the places we rigged across the street. I'm only seeing one hit, though. A scout? Or point for a patrol? I don't know. It's not moving. Probably trying to spot us. Solana allowed herself exactly 1 second to curse her own carelessness. Of course, the enemy had done what she had done, secretly seeded likely positions with sensors. They knew she was there now. They might even know exactly where in the room she was. And if they had planted sensors in here, they could easily have planted something deadlier too. She turned her head slowly and studied the office's dark rear. She began selecting a route. The open door at the back looked inviting, a path to deeper shelter in the building, and that made her distrust it instantly. That was where she would have put a trap, for the obvious instinctive move towards safety. No. The same logic applied to the reassuringly solid wall on her right, exactly where someone worried about incoming fire from the street would dive. Solana lifted the rifle just enough to inspect that wall through the scope. The optic picked out a section of more recent work. A mini-mine was almost certainly hidden there, fine. Hard left, then past the floor-to-ceiling window, the place no sensible person would use for cover or willingly expose themselves. They would not have trapped that route. From there, out into the alley, then run away from the main street. How long we gonna wait? One of the enemy whispered, his voice ghosting in her ear. If that one's point for a patrol, shouldn't they have shown up by now? They might be targeting us for a strike, the woman said. Right now as we're talking, why else would they just be sitting there? Yeah, the third enemy agreed. Take 'em out now. Solana ripped the rifle cable free from the terminal and sprang. She threw herself left, flashing past the tall window and feeling horribly naked as the dark street showed itself for an instant, with only a few panes of insulated glass between her and enemy guns. She hit the side door, leading to the alley just as chaos burst behind her. The explosion at her back flung her out of the office and into the narrow passage. She scrambled upright while staying low, ran only a few meters, saw a shattered window to her right, and dove through it. She landed among broken glass inside the next building and, somehow, escaped serious cuts. She stood again, limping a little as her right ankle objected, and paused only long enough to check the hallway outside the room before heading down it, away from the street that marked the line between the two forces. Behind her, firing erupted as soldiers on both sides exchanged shots, but the burst of violence died away quickly. Neither side could afford to waste ammunition, though at least Ladoga's troops could still obtain power packs for pulse weapons. Only when 2 full blocks lay between her and the site of the blast did Solana finally stop. She stood in the total darkness of an inner room, breathing hard, her heart hammering from both exertion and fear. Had any of it been worth the risk? She had heard only fragments of conversation from the enemy. Those fragments supported what she had already been arguing. But after her time in Earth government, Solana knew exactly how Carries Holloway and the new agency in Poznan would handle them. Fragmentary, subject to interpretation, anecdotal at best, easy to dismiss from the elevated comfort of offices far from danger. She would still write it up and send it to General Weiss's staff, along with a barely concealed appeal for the general to formalize her position under his authority. And she would hope that was enough. She would also hope Luke never learned about tonight. He would never let her hear the end of it. Solana was pulled from uneasy sleep by a messenger, saying headquarters wanted to speak with her. She blinked hard, trying to clear the haze from her thoughts, and checked the time. Late afternoon. Headquarters did not call her like this under ordinary circumstances, which probably meant Carries Holloway had already followed through on her threats. She ran her fingers through her hair to tame it, quickly braided it back, straightened her camouflage clothing, opened her compad, and tapped the callback link. A few minutes passed before the image of a tired-looking colonel appeared on the screen. "Citizen Reyes," he said by way of greeting. "I hear you were out collecting intelligence last night." "Yes, sir," Solana said. "General Weiss wants me to tell you he values your reporting," the colonel said. while Solana waited for the sting hidden behind what sounded like praise. Are you aware that your security clearances have been pulled? What? Of course. She should have anticipated that move from Holloway. What was the justification? The colonel frowned faintly as he read from something off-screen. Unresolved questions regarding past activities in regions of extensive enemy recruitment. Solana gave a short, contemptuous laugh. Why didn't they just say they were doing it because I'm from Mars? Because discrimination on the basis of place of origin is illegal under the laws of Ladoga, the colonel said. Yeah, that's obviously what they mean and why they're doing it, but they can't say that. The message telling us your clearances had been yanked also directed us to send you back to Poznan by the first available means. That part had unfolded exactly as she had expected. What is the general going to do? General Weiss doesn't like getting directives from agencies that are supposed to be supporting him. The colonel smiled. And General Weiss is authorized to issue security clearances for anyone he thinks needs access. Normally, that's for people on his staff. He directed me to issue you a new clearance. Your job description on the clearance is Special Intelligence Support to the Field Commander, which means you officially work for the General now. Which in turn means he won't be sending you back to Poznan because he wants you here. Are you good with that? I'm very good with that. Relief came out of Solana in a long breath. Please thank the General for me. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Do I need to pay attention to directives from the Integrated Intelligence Service? The Colonel gave her a curious look. Have you been paying attention to those directives up to now? No, Solana said. Then I will repeat the General's instructions. Keep doing what you've been doing. Solana smiled. Thank you, I will. A few hours later, with the sun sinking toward evening, and Dvin's night fighters beginning to wake for another round of stalking and evasion against the invaders, Solana checked her messages and found another request for a callback. This one came from her former supervisor, Dane Varga, so she opened it. Dane answered at once. The worry on his face was so obvious that Solana instinctively shook her head. I'm fine, Solana said. You're fine. Dane let out a tired breath, looking worn down. Do you have any idea what the atmosphere was like at work today? Work? Did you get sucked into the Integrated Intelligence Service nonsense? Dane nodded. He sat at a desk and paused to take a sip from a mug containing something that resembled coffee, though Solana knew it could not actually be coffee. As far as she was aware, Poznan had none left. Everybody is getting sucked into it, whether they like it or not. I'm not, Solana said. No, because you're Our Lady of Perpetual Chaos, Dane said. Have you thought about maybe changing your approach? Solana leaned back, struggling against her immediate resistance to the suggestion. Why? Because the goal for all of us is a free and safe Ladoga. If you're working at IIS, you can influence the analysis and make sure your viewpoints are heard. Are you also forgetting that I worked for EarthGov? That's the oldest argument in the book, Solana said. That's how you get co-opted. That's how your voice gets silenced. Because they don't listen, Dane. You know they don't. People like Carrie's Holloway want the perks and the big offices and the ability to tell other people what to do. They don't want disagreement or initiative or thinking outside the boundaries of the box they've built. Tell me I'm wrong, that your experience with this IS is different than what I think. Dane hesitated, his face tightening. You never did lie to me, Solana said. Don't start now, he sighed again. You know what she'll do, Solana. Holloway and her loyal followers, they'll fight you every step of the way, try to discredit everything you say and do, and if you turn out to be right, which you probably are, they'll then claim credit for that themselves. That hit home. But Solana shook her head anyway. You're right, and I won't pretend that doesn't make me angry. But the alternative is to let them silence me by editing out or changing everything that conflicts with their own official view of things. Integrated, Dane said. It's not the official view which implies we're being told what to say, it's the integrated view. He gave a scornful laugh and drank again, which implies we have real input into the final product. You're too good to end up like this, Solana said. Has the IIS really sucked up every part of the intelligence collection and analysis biz on Ladoga? Either it already has or soon will, Dane said. Really? Dane paused and looked at her carefully. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that if there's only one source of intelligence collection and analysis on this world, that places a huge amount of power in the hands of whoever is in charge of that. Sure, Dane nodded. I'm sure Carries Holloway has thought of that. Has the First Minister? Has the House of the People's Representatives? This time Dane fell silent for several seconds. I don't know. Solana, people like me can't just walk into the First Minister's office and talk about stuff like that. I know First Minister Brenner, Solana said. Remember? Are you? Dane breathed out slowly. Should I know anything more about what you're going to do? Who said I'm going to do anything? That's right, you didn't. You just mentioned someone you knew from when you first arrived on Ladoga. Dane gave her a steady look. Be careful. Dane, have you heard they might start sending soldiers with prosthetics back to the front? He hesitated. There are rumors. You don't know anything else? Your clearance was pulled, Solana. General Weiss gave me a new one, she said. That's right. I heard of some very loud, discussions about that going on in the IIS front office. Dane grimaced as if the memory itself hurt. Someone in a position to know told me that preparations are being made for mobilizing the so-called combat-capable injured. Supposedly, it's just an emergency plan to be implemented if another invasion force lands. That's what they're being told. Anyway, does your someone in a position to know believe that? No, he doesn't. The need already exists, and too many of the details seem focused on the near future, not on some future contingency. Dane inclined his head toward her. Okay. I understand your personal motivation. This isn't about you or getting credit or kicking Holloway in the butt. You know who it's about, Solana said. Lucien is not going to the front again with a prosthetic if I can stop it. And this single source control for all intelligence and related activities is not a good idea. It gives too much power to whoever runs that agency. I need to get people to see that. I'm not stupid enough to get in your way, Dane said, giving her another worried look. Be careful, he said again, if you do anything, which I don't know anything about. After the connection ended, Solana sat for a long time staring at the darkened screen of her compad, wondering whether some of the measures being taken in the name of preserving Ladoga's freedom might prove every bit as dangerous to that freedom as the invaders she and the other fighters were battling. Duttergrindon Grind. Chapter 5. Ethan Harrow had brought the destroyer Cutlass onto an intercept course with the 3 hostile vessels. He did not have the luxury of sitting back until the opposing commander blundered on his own. At best, perhaps, he could be pushed into one. The enemy formation, the light cruiser, the destroyer, and the freighter was crawling through space at only about 1,000 meters per second. That sluggish pace was dictated by the troop-carrying freighter, which could neither accelerate nor decelerate remotely as hard as a warship. Freighters were built to haul large amounts of cargo efficiently, and converting their cargo holds into barracks with extra life support. For soldiers did nothing to change that basic limitation. Fortunately for Ethan and for Strathmore, Old Earth had not yet sold the aggressors any surplus military transports designed to move troops rapidly through space. Cutlass was closing from below and to the left, using the human directional conventions that gave shape to a realm with no true up or down. People treated the plane of a star's planetary orbits as the basis for up and down, and used the star itself to define left and right, left meaning farther away from the star, right meaning closer toward it. Crude, perhaps, but sufficient. Despite her name, Cutlass was not charging in with a swift slash. She was making only moderate warship speed, roughly 0.01 light speed, about 3,000 kilometers per second. Ethan could have pushed her to 0.02 with the time available, but he had no idea when he might next be able to refuel, and the lower approach speed offered better accuracy. If we get a shot, Ethan told the bridge crew, I want to make sure we get as many hits as possible. The officers on the bridge, all veterans of Earth Fleet, understood perfectly how grim the situation was and how lopsided the odds were against them. Yet because events at Ladoga had gone so well a few months earlier, they had developed a degree of confidence in Ethan that made him uneasy. Overconfidence could throw away a battle just as surely as panic could. Kaia Brynn had said as much during one of her wandering lectures on military theory and history, and Ethan had no reason to doubt her on that point. Some of Kaia's tales from her own life might have seemed a little embellished, but she was a Marine, and when she spoke about combat itself, it was almost always to teach something. "Half an hour to intercept, Captain," Lieutenant Sutton reported. "Very well," Ethan said. He enlarged the image of the enemy formation on his display. The three ships still held the same triangular geometry, with the destroyer and the light cruiser positioned so they could hit Cutlass before Cutlass could bring fire effectively to bear on the troop-carrying freighter. Ethan had chosen his own intercept path to tempt the enemy. If the light cruiser slid down and sideways, their fire could be concentrated more effectively on Cutlass. He had hoped the opposing commander might seize that apparent opportunity without realizing it would let Cutlass make a late course change and slash at the freighter while slightly reducing her own risk. So far, though, the enemy had altered nothing. Lieutenant Commander Tessa Zhao, already down in engineering waiting for the fight, opened a call. "He's not going to bite, sir." Ethan gave a small nod, partly to himself. He spotted the trick. "No, I doubt that," she said. "I've gone back over every maneuver that guy in command of the enemy force has made since they arrived at this star system. Every single move, every single formation shift has been by the book. Exactly by the book." "We guessed he was an Earth Fleet veteran," Ethan said. "It's not surprising that he'd still be using Earth Fleet procedures. I think this is more than that. I worked for a few people like this guy. They couldn't even spell imagination because they didn't think they'd ever need it." Zhao shook her head. "I don't think he saw the possible opportunity we offered. He's not looking for that. He's got his ships arranged by the book. Anything we do, he'll counter by the book. Hell." Ethan leaned back and stared up at the maze of pipes, ducts, and wiring crossing the bridge overhead. "If we had superiority, or even odds, we'd be able to take him apart if he's that predictable. But when he has this much superiority, we can't use that predictability against him. We need him to make a mistake. And you're telling me that he's not going to do that?" "I don't think so, no." Zhao paused. "The combat simulation system estimates that if we continue this intercept, we have a 2% chance of inflicting significant damage on the freighter and a 90% chance of our own ships suffering serious damage when both enemy ships hit us. As second in command, I feel obligated to advise you against making this attack." "Thank you," Ethan said, with the sensation of acid burning through his gut. "You're right. Is there anything we can do? You know Earth Fleet procedures better than I do. Even if all we can do is force him to use more fuel, that's something." "I don't think." She stopped, her brow tightening as she thought. "Leader-class light cruisers have a single missile launcher. We don't know if that ship has any missiles aboard, but if it does, Earth Fleet manuals spell out exactly when to fire. How are you thinking we can use that? Maybe we can trick him into using up some of his missiles by knowing when he'd fire and being ready to evade them." He considered that. His own experience came from the much smaller fleet maintained by the old colony system Veneer. If Zhao could read something in the enemy commander's behavior through her Earth Fleet background, he would be a fool to ignore it. That's not much, but it's something, and lessening the threat from the missiles on that cruiser will help our odds when we do close to a fight. Ethan turned toward the watch stations lined along the back of the bridge and fixed on the weapons officer. "Ensign Brandt, what do you know about Earth Fleet parameters for firing missiles?" Brandt, intent on her weapons display, jumped slightly at being addressed. "Missiles? I haven't employed any, sir, but I've still got the manual loaded into the combat systems for reference. That was required by Earth Fleet regulations, but by your orders, the combat system is no longer slave to the manual to govern when to fire." "Good. The executive officer tells me the enemy commander is doing everything exactly as Earth Fleet manuals dictate," Ethan said. "I want to know under what conditions he'll fire a missile at us, and then I want to know how we can evade that missile." Brandt nodded, eyes sharpening with focus. "It'll be based on probability of a hit." "I'm sure of that. Get me what I need to know, because I needed to know it 5 minutes ago." "Yes, sir." Do I assume we continue on this approach vector to intercept? Yes. Lieutenant Sutton work with Ensign Brandt on the evasive maneuvers. Yes, Captain. 25 minutes to intercept, sir, Sutton added. We should have an answer to you well before then. Sitting still, watching his display, and not interfering turned out to be one of the hardest things Ethan had ever had to do. He had to fight the urge again and again not to demand updates from Brandt and Sutton, because he knew every interruption would only slow them. He trusted both of them enough to believe they would deliver, but waiting remained agony while the countdown on his screen kept burning away seconds and minutes until intercept. With 20 minutes remaining, the general quarters alarm sounded, sending the whole ship formally to battle stations. No wave of rushing footsteps followed, which did not surprise Ethan in the least. He suspected there was no one aboard Cutlass who had not already been where they needed to be, ready and waiting for combat. He pulled the survival suit from its storage compartment beside his seat and climbed into it in case Cutlass took a hit severe enough to vent this section of the ship to vacuum. He left the helmet unsealed so he could speak more easily with the others and avoid wasting the suit's oxygen recirculation capacity. The familiar sequence of motions gave him, briefly, something simple to focus on instead of the roiling worry over what he would do if the answer didn't come in time. "We've got it, Captain," Ensign Brandt said, breathless with urgency. "The exact circumstances of when to fire are determined by the situation. Since we have the same Earth fleet manuals as the enemy does, we know what they call for in this exact situation. If he follows the engagement rules in the manual, he'll fire when the combat systems estimate a 75% chance of a hit, regardless of whatever evasive maneuvers we carry out. We can determine exactly when that will be on our approach to intercept," Lieutenant Sutton said. 75%? Ethan said. "No matter how we evade?" He did his best not to let too much dismay show in his voice. How was he supposed to accept a risk like that? "Yes, sir," Sutton said. "But as Ensign Brandt pointed out to me, that's assuming the targeted ship doesn't know in advance when that missile will be fired at it. If we do know that, and we initiate an evasive maneuver based on that, rather than waiting to detect the launch of the missile before we try to dodge, that buys us at least a couple of seconds, and our chances of evading the missile will be very good." "That's the best news I've heard in a while," Ethan said. "Good work, you two. What does very good mean in terms of us not getting hit by a missile?" "Pretty close to 100%, sir," Brandt said. "The probability of hit calculations assumes the targeted warship will continue its vector at least until missile launch is detected. At the velocities we're traveling, even a tiny shift in vector a couple of seconds earlier than that will be more than a missile can compensate for." "Let's set it up," Ethan said. "We don't have a lot of good options, but if this allows us a means to deplete his supply of missiles, it'll help the odds we're facing. We've got less than 10 minutes left to intercept. The maneuver will be sometime in the last minute," Lieutenant Sutton said with confidence. "We'll have it for you before then, sir." As he watched the display, Ethan felt some of the tension ease out of him. Space obeyed physics. At high enough velocity, relativity started distorting things in unpleasant ways, but most of what humans dealt with still fell under Newton's old rules. Situations like this, the motions of ships through vacuum, their curved tracks through empty space, their speeds, the exact instant when they would close to firing range, could all be calculated precisely, decimal by decimal. The mathematics might be complicated, but it was reliable and orderly. Humans were not. That was why Ethan commanded Cutlass instead of leaving decisions to an artificial intelligence. One of his instructors back at Veneer had once put it this way: "There are two basic problems with AIs in command of weapons. The first is that, from the point of view of the enemy, an AI is too predictable. It has to operate by the rules written into its code, even if that code is supposed to be mimicking human thought process. The second problem, though, is that from the point of view of our own side, an AI is unpredictable in all the worst ways. Think of every time your comparatively simple home computer systems have malfunctioned or glitched or done the wrong thing, even when no malware was involved. And imagine that in charge of weapons that can kill you. That's why humans remain in the loop for critical systems. Each of you has to decide whether the AIs assisting your actions and decision-making are giving you the best advice or even good advice. Don't default to letting them decide for you, or you won't know how to decide for yourself when you need to. Earthfleet had not really believed that, though. It had bound itself to procedures and checklists that made the choices for its officers. If Tessa Zhao was right, then the enemy commander had spent so long letting the book decide everything that he no longer knew how to do otherwise. And at last, Ethan had found a way to exploit that weakness. He'll launch at 15 seconds before intercept, Ensign Brandt reported. If he follows the Earthfleet combat rules programmed into his weapon controls, and if he has missiles, Lieutenant Sutton added. All right, Ethan said. I want to set up a maneuver to evade the missile, and then come back around for another intercept. That return leg would buy him time to decide what came next. Yes, sir. Sutton's fingers flew over his controls. Sending to you, Captain? The proposed maneuver flashed onto Ethan's display, a broad upward swing and turn that made the most efficient use possible of Cutlass's momentum. He checked the countdown. Just under 2 minutes remained, then approved it. I'm putting this one on automatic to make sure we shift vector at just the right moment, he told Sutton. He touched the glowing confirm control, then exhaled slowly to steady his voice before opening ship-wide comms. All hands, he said. This is the captain. We're less than 2 minutes to intercept. We're going to try to fool the enemy into expending some of his missiles on this run, so stand by for last-moment evasive maneuvers. 1 minute remained. A leader-class light cruiser could carry only 4 missiles. They were too large and massive for more. Each had to contain enough fuel and thrust to chase its target, enough sensor capability to track it, and a warhead powerful enough that a single hit would stand a good chance of seriously damaging a destroyer like Cutlass. If Ethan could reduce that missile inventory, or learn the enemy had never bought any missiles with the ship at all, then the odds against Cutlass would improve from impossible to merely terrible. But if he was wrong, if he and Zhao had misread the enemy commander, and the cruiser fired even 1 second sooner, at perhaps a 50% probability solution, then Cutlass could be in mortal danger almost immediately. Nothing about this was certain. It was simply the best chance he had. In those last moments before the evasive turn, as Cutlass and the enemy force tore through the final thousands of kilometers between them, Ethan found himself wondering which leader the light cruiser had once been named after. Whoever that person had been, what would they think if they could see the ship that had once carried their name now serving would-be conquerors among the stars? Or perhaps that leader had been a conqueror too, elevated by victory into greatness by later generations far removed from the slaughter. The maneuver warning alarm screamed. 5 seconds later, the automatic command fired. Cutlass's thrusters slammed hard, driving the destroyer upward onto a new vector that would carry her past the enemy 3 at too great a distance to engage. Some fraction of that abrupt change leaked through the inertial dampers that protected ship and crew from being torn apart by acceleration. Ethan heard the hull moan and drawn-out metallic protest while the force shoved him down into his seat. The thrusters had barely begun their burn when another alarm shrilled, sharper and more urgent. Missile launch detected from the light cruiser, Ensign Brandt called, her own voice tight with strain from the vector change. The launch was exactly when predicted. Ethan kept his eyes on the display as the icon marking the missile sprang away from the cruiser and raced toward what should have been an intercept with Cutlass. Everything was happening so fast that the destroyer swept past the enemy in an instant, the hostile warships slipping just beyond the reach of Cutlass's weapons. Ethan's display reconstructed what had happened in that span too brief for human reflexes to matter. The missile's track snapped violently as it tried to correct for Cutlass's altered course, and the stress of that correction tore the missile apart into a spray of fragments that went spinning off into the dark. He let out a breath, only then realizing he had been holding it. Cutlass was still arcing up and around, following a vast curve that would eventually settle into another intercept vector with the enemy, though now she would come in from above and to the right. The worst of the maneuver's strain had eased as the ship transitioned into a gentler alteration, of course. "Okay," he said, trying for confidence and landing somewhere short of not shaken. "That work, Captain?" Tessa Zhao said, calling again from engineering. "Do it again." "What?" Ethan looked from his display to the image of his executive officer. "Wouldn't that just burn fuel for nothing?" He saw what we did. He has to expect we'll try the same thing on the next pass. "It doesn't matter," Zhao said. "I went through I don't know how many evaluation drills in Earth Fleet that all came down to whether or not you did what the checklists and the procedures said. It didn't matter whether or not it worked. What mattered was that you followed the procedures. That guy we're fighting is a successful product of that system. He got his rank by doing exactly what the procedures told him to do. I think if we make another run at him, he'll do exactly what procedures say and fire another missile when the hit probability reaches the right number, even though he knows we'll dodge it, even though. I worked for guys like him, sir. He knows what the book says to do, and that's what he'll keep doing." Ethan scrubbed both hands across his face, trying to decide whether to bet on that. Would the enemy expect him to repeat the same ploy? It would be stupid for Ethan to do exactly that. But the opposing commander had no way to know the dodge had been intentional. He might tell himself it had been mere luck. "All right," Ethan said. "It's worth the risk if we can get rid of another one of his missiles." "Lieutenant Sutton, Ensign Brandt, I want the same thing worked up. Figure out exactly when he'll fire a missile at us and how we need to evade it." Both officers bent to the task while Cutlass continued her great turn through space. Though she was moving at a speed enormous by planetary standards, to the people inside she felt perfectly still. Even the nearest reference points, the three hostile vessels, were by now so distant in the turn that they looked like no more than tiny sparks scattered across the star-filled black. This time Cutlass was coming in from behind and above, and because the relative closing speed was slower than when the ships had been rushing toward each other head-on, the point where the light cruiser would hopefully loose another missile fell at a different place along the intercept track. Still, this was mathematics, and mathematics could be trusted. "Got it, Captain," Ensign Brandt said. "He'll fire when we reach this point, which will be at this time." A marker lit up on Ethan's display along the projected intercept path, showing the exact location and timing Brandt had calculated. "Excellent. Lieutenant Sutton, can we manage a good evasion from there?" "Yes, sir," Sutton said. "If we break upward again at the moment he fires, we should have a 100% chance of getting clear." "We broke upward last time," Ethan said. The idea of repeating the tactic twice in a row bothered him enough. Repeating it in exactly the same manner bothered him more. And that'll require a more intense maneuver than steepening our turn and diving faster, won't it? More stress on the ship and the crew." "Yes, sir." "Captain, you said to do the same thing, so you laid out the same thing." Ethan gave a small apologetic motion with one hand. "Sorry, you did what I asked. Can we evade by diving instead of kicking the course upward?" "I need to run that, sir, but if necessary, we can evade by turning upward." "Yes, sir. But, as you said, it's a more intense maneuver. More stress on the ship and crew. We'd be at least in the yellow stress zone and might shade into the red." He paused while one hand moved rapidly over his display. "Yes, sir. We can ensure successful evasion of the missile by diving." "All right. We'll dive. Give me the maneuver." "Yes, sir." Sutton worked fast, reminding Ethan that if Earth Fleet had never prized initiative or imagination, it had certainly trained its people to execute. Then, 22 minutes until we evade. "Enter the maneuver into the system, and I'll set it to take place automatically again," Ethan said. "Yes, sir." The new maneuver command appeared on Ethan's display. He authorized it, and once more there was nothing left for him to do but wait. Time moved at what felt like a crawl. As the moment approached, Ethan felt himself tightening inward. If the enemy commander chose to fire earlier than the manual prescribed, Cutlass might suddenly find herself in the path of a missile with too little time to escape. He counted off the final seconds silently in his head. Then the maneuver alarm sounded, Cutlass's thrusters slammed on, and Ensign Brandt's report followed a heartbeat later. "Missile launch detected, exactly when predicted." Cutlass knifed past the enemy formation again, this time dropping beneath the three hostile ships. Ethan watched the missile streak above the destroyer, too far out to reach her, and continue uselessly on into the void. When will it self-destruct? About now, Ensign Brandt said, just as an alert flashed on Ethan's display marking the warhead detonation. Damn, I'm good. What was that, Ensign? Nothing, sir. Ethan opened a line to Lieutenant Commander Zhao. Do you think he'll do it again? Maybe. Maybe isn't a recommendation. You can get inside this guy's head better than I can. She took a moment thinking, then gave a slow nod. Yes, sir, I think he will. What if he anticipates our evasion maneuver this time and fires early? He won't do that. Why not? Ethan asked. It's a logical response to what we've been doing. Because Zhao said, he doesn't have any guidance on how to do that. There's nothing in the manual about what to do in this situation. I'll guarantee you that he's looking for such guidance right now and finding nothing. That leaves him only two choices. Either fire exactly when the book says to fire, or don't. Ethan leaned back, weighing the risk. I find it hard to believe a commander would find it that hard to think for themselves. Sir, you saw the after-action reports from the survivors of Falchion. She did not need to say anything more. Ethan remembered the disbelief he had felt while reading them, asking himself why Falchion's captain and the Commodore had kept searching checklists for answers instead of simply doing anything at all. All right, Lieutenant Sutton, let's bring her around for a third pass. Ensign Brandt, as soon as we have that maneuver worked out, I want to know when he'll fire at us. He watched the crew for any sign of doubt or hesitation as they prepared to use the same tactic a third time. The approach geometry had changed each pass and would change again now, but it was still the same fundamental trick. It unsettled him that none of his officers seemed troubled by it. Did they trust him that completely? Or was this simply the product of Earth fleet conditioning, where obedience mattered far more than the wisdom of what was being done? Once more, Cutlass swept inward. Once more, the enemy ships rearranged themselves in a perfectly doctrinal movement, trying to ensure they could strike her before Ethan could line up a shot on the freighter. Once more, he sat tense and waiting until the maneuver warning sounded. Cutlass shifted vector, and the light cruiser launched another missile. This time the missile attempted a different violent correction to catch the destroyer and tore itself in half under the strain. The forward section self-destructed. The aft portion spun away into space, climbing upward on a course that would carry it into the endless dark between the stars. One more time? Lieutenant Sutton asked. Yeah, Ethan said. Less than 10 seconds later, Ensign Brandt shouted, Captain! Problem! He swung toward her. What is it? Brandt leaned over her display, concentration sharpening her face. Sir, a leader-class light cruiser carries 4 missiles. He's fired 3. The manual seems to say he should fire again on our next pass, but I've been running a simulation of the enemy cruiser alongside our own actions as a check, and a warning just popped up on it. I tagged it, and the combat manual says, since the cruiser is down to 1 missile, it should reserve firing it until hit probability exceeds 90%. 90%? Ethan studied his display, where the projected course of Cutlass stretched out in a long curve toward a 4th intercept with the cruiser. Lieutenant Sutton, what are our chances of successfully evading if he waits for a 90% hit probability before firing? Working it, sir. Sutton hesitated, and when he looked up, he was plainly unsettled. Captain, that'd require us to hold our approach longer, making evasion harder. That leaves such a short time to change vector. The system is estimating something less than 50% chance of evading the missile. Less than 50%? Yes, Captain. Possibly as low as 20%, depending on how the missile reacts. Ethan covered his eyes with one hand for a moment, thinking, then dropped it again. Give me a vector to place Cutlass in a position above and slightly forward of the enemy formation at a distance of 1 light second, 300,000 kilometers. Near enough to threaten the enemy and exploit any blunder they made, yet far enough that if the hostile ships abruptly wheeled and came at Cutlass, he would still have time to respond. Not much time, only minutes, but he trusted his crew to move that fast, feeling he owed the ship an explanation. Ethan keyed the general announcing system. All hands, this is the captain. We've tricked the enemy into expending most of their missiles, but any further attempts are too likely to result in damage to Cutlass. Our presence here is the only thing hindering the enemy's ability to act, so we will maintain a close watch on them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. We'll be standing down from full combat alert, but everyone has to be prepared for action on only a few minutes' notice. That is all. This, Ethan Harrow thought, was supposed to be the moment when his ship charged in and crushed the invaders of Strathmore, despite impossible odds. He had done that sort of thing before. Not this time. Cutlass settled into a shadowing position relative to the enemy formation. Unless something changed those odds, there was little more he could do. The conference room aboard the orbital facility had been stripped of anything valuable, but no one had bothered hauling the heavy table and chairs down to the surface before time ran out. Kaia sat at one end, looking the length of the table at the assembled Marine and Ground Force officers and senior enlisted. Besides her, the only other Marine officer present was the newly promoted Lieutenant Tariq Haddad. He had been an obvious choice for the position. He had already been in officer training on Luxor when that old colony, following the lead of the others, slashed its already tiny military establishment. Nearly qualified for a role that no longer existed in local demand, he had done what many others did and looked outward, towards humanity's rapid push deeper into the galaxy. For Kaia, the deciding factor had been his reaction when Charun's recruiters approached him. He had balked at the terms requiring obedience to every order. History shows the dangers of such things, he had explained to Kaia, demanding that all orders be obeyed regardless of legality or humanity. Any government that fears the consciences of its own soldiers is not a government to be trusted. You do understand, Kaia had replied, that you need to have a really good reason for refusing to obey an order, right? I hope never to have to disobey an order, Tarek said. But if you do not trust me to know when an order is illegal, or when such an extreme circumstance exists, perhaps you should not entrust me with an officer position on which the lives of others rest. Good point. Lieutenant Haddad sat beside Gunnery Sergeant Moon. Across from them were Captain Chandra, Lieutenant Cole Selvaraj, Lieutenant Niam Brennan, and Master Sergeant Nessa Renko. They all looked exhausted. Kaia suspected she looked no better. We've got 20 hours before the enemy arrives if they maintain their current velocity, she said. I want to ensure everyone gets some rest before then. We're not going to have many opportunities for rest after that. She motioned toward the display, still fixed to one wall. The enemy's ships started breaking velocity exactly when expected. They're maintaining a vector to bring them next to this facility, with the facility between them and the planet below. It's too bad we don't actually have any anti-orbital weapons on the surface, Lieutenant Brennan commented, her expression grave. We do have fakes, Kaia said, and the room reacted with startled looks. Colonel Dlamini briefed me on them. This information does not go outside this room. The government has set up decoys in a dozen places. The decoys generate the same passive and active signals as real concealed anti-orbital weapon sites would. From orbit, they'll look like actual hidden weapon locations. Aside from keeping the enemy's ships nervous, we're hoping they'll expend their bombardment projectiles on those sites so every other place will be safe. Captain Chandra smiled faintly. It would take a half-dozen standard projectiles to eliminate each suspected site. At the least, that would use up a lot of their supply. But why would the enemy believe we really have such sites? Brennan asked. Aren't we fairly sure they have spies on the planet who would have spotted something like that? Kaia nodded. At least one of those spies has been identified and deliberately allowed access to details on the top-secret anti-orbital weapons program. Nice, Brennan admitted. It's good to know we've been punching back on the covert junk. The goal of the deception was to discourage the enemy from attacking the planet again, Kaia said. It failed in that. Hopefully it'll work better as a way to soak up the enemy bombardment capabilities. How close do the enemy ships have to get before they launch a bombardment? I was told the soonest they'd probably launch would be 10 hours from now. By then, they'll be close enough to be fairly sure of accurate drops on their rocks. but it's possible they won't bombard if they think they can capture this facility. They probably want to capture intact as much weaponry and industry on the planet as they can. Lieutenant Selvaraj rubbed at his eyes. Do we have any better estimate for how long we'll need to hold out once they get here? No, Kaia said. There are too many variables with unknown quantities, especially the fuel supplies on the enemy warships. The more damage we do, the more we force them to use energy, the sooner they'll have to withdraw. A death grapple, Captain Chandra grumbled. I wish we knew exactly who we were up against. It's unlikely to be Reds, Sergeant Moon said. The enemy knows they need well-trained troops to take a facility like this, maybe Red Shock troops to take the damage from our initial defense. Lieutenant Brennan suggested. She gave a small nod, as if settling the thought for herself. Use them to wear us down and limit the losses to their good troops. Kaia was just opening her mouth to respond when a high-priority message alert sounded. Ghost? Not a great time. From the image on Kaia's pad, Ethan's wife appeared to be sending from inside a tent. This is business, Ghost snapped in reply. Here, she added as a pop-up window appeared. A network on the enemy freighter lit off. Probably somebody testing the gear just before action who hit the wireless command by accident when they were supposed to be using only physical links. Before it went off, I was able to ping it and get it to send back identification. Here are who some of the people you're facing used to be. Kaia fixed on the identification data. Perfect timing. Any luck getting into that network? Not yet. It shut down before I could make a serious try. As soon as they activate again, I'll see what I can do. Thanks, Marin. You're a wonder. As Kaia forwarded the message, the others bent over their pads. Old Earth military, Captain Chandra said. These guys are good. Master Sergeant Renko cleared her throat. Sir, most of those units were only maintained as cadres, she said. Officers and senior enlisted, but very few junior enlisted. They were expected to fill out their ranks if needed using activated reserve forces. Reserves. Chandra turned that over in his mind. People with their own jobs and lives outside the military. Far less likely to have felt cut loose and be lacking for employment when militaries were drastically cut back, and far more likely to have stayed at home, Sergeant Renko said. We'll be facing really good leaders, and whatever rankers they've been able to sign up. Taking out the leaders will be even more important than usual. She sounded almost casual about it, but then, from everything Kaia had observed, Sergeant Renko was almost never visibly rattled by anything. You said most units like that were organized that way, Kaia said. Some were all professionals? Renko paused before answering, then inclined her head. That's right, Captain. It is possible that we'll face an outfit like that. We'll have to assume the worst until we find out otherwise, Gunny Moon said. Captain Chandra shot Renko a pointed glance. Master Sergeant, somebody on the other side got careless and gave us some very important information. Let's be very sure that none of our people make a similar mistake. They all know I'll use their guts to decorate the outside of this facility if any of them screw up like that, sir, Sergeant Renko said with a smile. Perhaps one of them should. Gunnery Sergeant Moon said in the tone of someone following a fresh idea. He grinned as startled faces turned toward him. I mean, let something false out that gives them a misleading impression of us. Disinformation? Chandra said. They should know who we are, Sergeant Moon. Our unit came to Strathmore some time ago. Yes, Captain, Moon agreed, but they don't know who is up here and what our readiness is or our morale. I see. Make them think we're scared or sloppy. Ready to crumble? Chandra asked. Maybe this leak to us was also deliberate, Brennan suggested. If so, they were trying to impress us, to scare us. Chandra's expression tightened. Captain Brynn, how do we want the enemy to approach us? Do you mean as a threat? Kaia asked. If they overestimate us, they'll be more cautious and employ more firepower straight off regardless of the damage it does to the facility. But, Sergeant Moon said, if they underestimate us, they might come charging in hard and fast, hoping we'll break easy and let them capture this place almost intact. Sergeant Renko smiled with a calm that was somehow unsettling. If they come in hard and fast, with little preparation, we can have a very impressive reception waiting for them. Captain Chandra nodded. Captain Brynn, with your permission, I'd like to have my hack and cracks create some false identities who sneak messages past security protocols to lament to their friends about the very sad state of the defending forces here. Go ahead, Kaia said. Give the impression that we have too few people and too little in the way of weapons, that we're a sacrificial force, left in a hopeless position to make it look like the government didn't simply abandon this facility. She broke off for a moment, realizing she had just described the situation she herself had faced at Ladoga. If anyone else noticed, they gave no sign of it. Sergeant Moon, make sure Static provides any assistance. Captain Chandra's people need to carry this off. We want the enemy to think our Marines are shaky, too. Yes, Captain. Moon regarded her thoughtfully. Maybe Sergeant Hollis can add in some information about the Marine commander being so severely impacted by post-traumatic stress suffered at Ladoga that she's walking wounded. Anything that causes the enemy to underestimate me is fine. Kaia caught the ground force soldiers trying and failing to suppress smirks. Is there a joke I missed? The smirks vanished at once. Over the past week, every one of the ground force leaders had learned what followed when they pushed Captain Brynn too far. There had been more than a few tense instructional moments, but by now, at least open dissent had disappeared. Good, Kaia said. Because I was thinking that if this deception works, when will we find out? Silence held for a moment before Lieutenant Brennan answered, cautiously, like someone half expecting a trap. When they attack. Captain Chandra dipped his head. If they expect heavy resistance, their warships will conduct heavy fire support before they land, hitting any place they think might be a strong point. If they think we're going to cave, they'll risk doing without a heavy pre-assault in order to limit damage to the facility. Right, Kaia said, which means we have to be ready to shift our defense on the spur of the moment. We won't know which type of attack we're going to face until we see it coming at us. Chandra brushed that concern aside with one hand. We're force reconnaissance. My soldiers are trained to move fast and often. That is exactly the type of battle we're best suited for. What about the heavy weapons platoon? They also move fast and often, Lieutenant Selvaraj said. If they stay in one place for any length of time, the enemy can fix their position and hit them. They won't have any trouble shifting position after every couple of shots. It's what they do anyway. Our Marines are light infantry, Sergeant Moon said. So the same is true of them. We're actually better off in a mobile fight than if we all dug in and fought from fixed positions. Captain Chandra gave Kaia a keen look. You planned for that kind of fight all along. Of course I did, Kaia said. It offers us the best chance. What if the enemy had come in preparing for a different kind of fight? Kaia smiled. This is our battlefield. We get to choose how we fight. If they're not prepared for that kind of fight, it'll hurt them. Captain Brynn, Lieutenant Brennan said, what if they decide the fight is too tough, withdraw their troops, and set off charges to shove this facility into a decaying orbit? That'd deny them use of the facility, but it would also eliminate Strathmore's ability to use it. And of course, none of us would survive that. That's a possibility, Kaia conceded. If that happens, we'll react in the best manner we can given the exact circumstances. What could we do? Captain Pradesh asked. If it comes to that. That'll depend on exactly what's happening. What seemed to Kaia like a plain, practical acknowledgement that no one could predict in advance exactly what response would be best was met by troubled frowns from the ground force officers. If they're losing badly enough to give up on capturing this place, she added, that'll mean we have the ability to mess with anything else they try to do. The enemy may outnumber and outgun us, but that doesn't mean we can't make them dance to our tune. This time Chandra nodded, and his subordinates took visible encouragement from that. Captain Brynn is right. If we keep the enemy off balance, he'll have a hard time acting as he wishes. All right, Kaia said. Company's coming. Let's get the final preps done for a nice, warm welcome when they get here. After the ground force personnel had filed out, she motioned for Lieutenant Haddad and Sergeant Moon to remain. Get going on that disinformation. The more we can make the enemy complacent about what they'll find here, the more we can knock them back hard when they get here. Gunny, is Sergeant Hollis working with Ghost? Marin Harrow? Moon asked. Are you asking if Static is officially or unofficially working with her? Officially, from this point on, Kaia said, on my authority. I want Ghost to know what the ground forces code monkeys are doing so our efforts don't stumble over each other. I'll notify Static immediately, Moon said. Good. Lieutenant, Kaia added, can you check on the modifications to the exterior surface of this facility on the side where we expect the attack to come in? Yes, Captain. I'll get you a complete status report. When she stepped out of the conference room, Kaia had to move aside for several soldiers and a civilian laborer coming in. They went straight for the table and some of the chairs, lifting them to carry away. These are going into the barricades, the worker told Kaia. They won't stop those guys, but they'll slow them down. That's the idea, right? We're going to rope-a-dope these guys? The phrase was unfamiliar to her. Rope-a-dope? Yeah. The worker lowered the 2 chairs he was carrying so he could explain. Back on old Earth, that's what we called backing up and protecting yourself while the bad guys wear themselves out, throwing useless punches. Isn't that what we're going to do? That's exactly what we're going to do, Kaia said. Rope-a-dope. It might not be language from military theorists like Sun Tzu or Clausewitz, but it perfectly matched both the tactic and the larger strategy she intended to use. Why is it called that? The worker gave a shrug and lifted the chairs again. I don't know. Something to do with boxing, I think. Or wrestling? They've both got ropes around the ring. Thanks. Are you heading down soon? I guess. He hesitated, visibly torn. I hate to leave you guys. I mean, I might be able to help if I stay up here. Kaia put a hand on his shoulder. Head for the surface. We'll handle the fighting. People like you are going to be needed to put this place back together after we finish saving it. He smiled, maybe glad she had turned him down. Try not to trash it too bad when you kick their butts. I'll do my best. Kaia watched him go, hoping that by the time the battle ended, there would still be a facility left for him to repair. Distragrinland ties scrints. Chapter 6. Solana Reyes came awake as the transport touched down at the primary spaceport outside Poznan. Still yawning, she slung up her rifle and stepped out onto the tarmac, where the early sun was only beginning to take the chill off the ground and air. She headed for the terminal without letting her gaze drift toward the place where an earlier attack on this port had been violently halted. There had been a time when traveling in uniform with a weapon would have drawn every eye. Now she blended in. A squad of soldiers in full combat kit, weapons ready as they carried out security checks, gave her a measured look. Solana offered up her identification before they asked for it, then traded respectful nods with them. The reaction in her never got simpler. Armed guards still made her uneasy. Their presence pressed in on open space, making even wide areas feel restricted. Yet she had grown up on Mars, where men with guns had been enforcers for gangs and warlords. The soldiers on Ladoga stood watch to keep that kind of person from preying on the defenseless. That made them reassuring. She let the contradiction sit where it was. There probably wasn't any clean way to resolve it. Poznan carried the marks of 2 different realities. Some districts looked exactly like what they were, a city that had endured a major invasion and thrown it back. Other parts showed little sign that violence had ever touched them. That felt strange as well. First Minister Brenner worked out of the sprawling government complex. A number of its buildings had taken damage in the invasion, and the evidence was still visible everywhere. But Brenner had ordered the government moved back in the moment the enemy was expelled, refusing to let Ladoga's leadership appear driven out by foreign attackers. It created miserable working conditions, but the people had approved. They were tired of being shoved around and needed symbols that said otherwise. Security was heavier here, naturally, though Solana's pass got her through. Her rifle, however, had to stay behind at the main checkpoint. In the outer office, Brenner's private secretary glanced up when she came in. "Good morning," he said, courteous and respectful without a hint of fawning. "Hey, Whitley." Solana said 80 assistants were everywhere and inexpensive and always vulnerable to being compromised along with everything they knew. Human assistants cost more by far, but they were much harder to turn. Someone like Whitley loyal, discreet, dependable cold earned nearly as much as the official he served. Unlike an AI, a person like that could not simply be produced on demand. Whiteley smiled at her. They had gotten to know each other soon after Solana arrived on Ladoga. He had assessed her then, and after making up his mind had remained firmly on her side. Welcome back, Citizen Reyes. Solana had quickly come to respect the immaculate professionalism and quiet grace with which Whitley managed access to the First Minister. She smiled back. You were able to set up a meeting for me? Yes. 15 minutes from now? Coffee? Whitley pulled an apologetic face. It's not really coffee. She leaned toward the dark drink and sniffed it. What is it? A mix of a native nut and earth origin wheat, ground and roasted. Is there any caffeine in it? No, Whitley admitted. Why drink it? Solana wondered. She sampled it carefully, then winced. I'm not sure, Whitley said. I guess it gives a semblance of normalcy. That's important, isn't it? To remember that the current state of affairs is not normal, and to believe that it will not be permanent. You're right. How's the First Minister holding up? Well, considering the pressure on him. Whitley studied her. You rarely express open concern as you did when asking for this meeting. Solana lowered her gaze to the awful liquid masquerading as coffee in Poznan these days. As you said, we have to ensure that the current conditions don't become regarded as normal. You know that you have been cited as a problem by a certain government office? Let's say I'm not surprised. How has the First Minister responded? With skepticism, Whitley said. But I think you're wise to come here and make your case in person. You've entered this meeting into Brenner's schedule? Yes, of course. Half an hour ago. Have you notified anyone of it? Only the First Minister. Whitley lifted one eyebrow. What are you up to? Setting a trap, I'm the bait. Solana forced herself to try the fake coffee again, then set it down with a shiver. Maybe we should send that to the enemy troops holding out around Dvin. A few drinks of it and they'll probably surrender. Perhaps Renvil Ashida will return aboard a ship loaded with coffee, chocolate, and other off-world necessities. In spite of her tension, Solana laughed briefly. That'd make Renvil the most popular person on Ladoga, wouldn't it? Whitley's gaze drifted upward toward the ceiling. Solana found that amusing. People always did that. When thinking about events on other planets, in orbit, or in distant star systems, they looked up as if they might somehow spot them, even though the odds of facing anything close to the correct direction were practically non-existent. Still, everyone looked up. Did Ashida make it to Hibernia, do you think? She nodded. Renvil is surprisingly resourceful when it's needed. Oif Doyle asked if we had any news of him. Doyle would know faster than we would. Solana gave Whitley an inquiring look. Why was she asking? Whitley smiled. For professional reasons, she said, her being Hibernia's representative on Ladoga. But I believe there may be personal reasons for her interest as well. Oh? Renvil hasn't told me there was anything going on with Doyle. Solana felt her protectiveness stir. I'll need to find out more about her. From what I know of her, you don't need to worry. Whitley looked up, his smile flattening into neutral courtesy as Carries Holloway entered. Citizen Holloway? The director of the Integrated Intelligence Service gave Whitley a minimal nod and ignored Solana completely. I need to see the First Minister. Solana noticed that Holloway had phrased it as an order, not a request, and watched Whitley with appreciation as he hid his irritation flawlessly. The First Minister will be available after meeting with Citizen Reyes. The meeting is why I'm here. Is there any reason why I shouldn't be present during that meeting? Holloway asked, finally turning her eyes on Solana. Solana arranged her face into an expression of poorly concealed confusion and guilt. No reason at all. Inside, exhilaration kicked through her. Her guess about at least part of what the IIS was doing had been right, and Holloway had lunged for the bait like a starving fish, striking at a worm. She could not always foresee what any specific person would do, but predicting what a certain kind of person would do under certain conditions was getting easier and easier. Coffee? Whitley offered. No, Holloway said. She took out her compad and began making a display of working on it while she waited. To Solana, it looked like exactly what it was, a conspicuous performance of importance and an easy way to dismiss everyone else in the room. Precisely the sort of thing she would have expected from Holloway. When the time came, Whitley opened the door to Brenner's office. Citizen Reyes is here to see you, sir, as well as Citizen Holloway. The First Minister sat behind a large desk that was plain rather than elegant, its surface still marked by the rough treatment it had received when enemy troops occupied the building. Solana was certain Brenner kept using it because of that damage, not despite it another visible reminder of what Ladoga had suffered and survived. He gave Solana a quick smile when she entered, then frowned in puzzlement as he saw Holloway. "What's this about?" he asked Solana. "I hope to be able to discuss some matters that are concerning me," Solana said, adopting her most formal tone and becoming aware of how oddly it paired with her battered combat uniform. "That's why I'm here as well," Holloway chimed in. "First Minister, hold on. Since this is supposed to be a meeting with Citizen Reyes, I'll let her go first." Solana was careful not to let satisfaction show. "I'm worried about two issues. One is the ongoing effort to eliminate alternate perspectives in the information you and other leaders receive, and the other is the concentration of power in certain offices." "I see." Brenner shifted his eyes to Holloway without revealing anything of his reaction to Solana's accusation. "Those issues do seem to involve you, Citizen Holloway. First Minister, I've been discussing with you the problems with a few unassimilated intelligence assets," Holloway said. "This offers a good opportunity to address that issue." Brenner regarded her dubiously. "Are you saying that Citizen Reyes is one of those? What did you call them? Unassimilated assets. I see. And why is that a problem in the case of Citizen Reyes?" Holloway exhaled as though pained to elaborate. "First Minister, she's providing personal, untrained impressions of the intelligence picture to portions of Ladoga's defensive infrastructure. That's leading to erroneous impressions of enemy capabilities and intentions, which imperil not only the safety and security of our world, but also the lives of our brave defenders." Brenner pressed his lips together, appearing to weigh that. "You are aware that Citizen Reyes has been working on the front lines in Dvin? That she is one of Ladoga's brave defenders?" Holloway offered an apologetic smile. "I didn't mean to impugn the bravery of Citizen Reyes. This is about her judgment, her training, and her uncontrolled autonomous actions that endanger other defenders of our world." "That's a reasonable concern," Brenner said. "Citizen Reyes, Whitley tells me that General Weiss recently assigned you to a formal position on his staff. Why was that done?" "To protect me," Solana said. "Citizen Holloway wants to assimilate me, place me under her control." Brenner lifted a hand to stop Holloway as she started to interject. "Citizen Reyes, why did General Weiss wish to protect you?" "Because he trusts my assessments of the enemy forces, which differ from those of the Integrated Intelligence Service." "Yes, sir," Solana said. "First Minister," Carries Holloway said, the words coming out hard. She caught Brenner's displeasure at the tone and immediately softened it. "I can show you our assessments and the data, sources, and material that went into those assessments which are being made by trained individuals without any personal axes to grind." "What would you say to that?" Brenner asked Solana. She knew exactly what he was doing, handing both of them enough rope to see whether either would use it to hang herself. Solana chose each word with care, keeping her tone level and respectful. "I'd say that the data, sources, and material chosen to make those assessments were very carefully chosen to support a predetermined judgment. What you should be concerned with are the data, sources, and material that do not support the assessments of the IIS, and which you will not be told of, because the purpose of the IIS is to produce a single point of view." Holloway gave a contemptuous snort. "Why are you afraid of the First Minister and General Weiss being provided with a single, correct picture?" Solana shook her head. "I said the IIS has the purpose of producing a single point of view. I never said it was a correct picture. That's the problem. The First Minister and others in the government have no way of knowing what you're not telling them. There is no agency or service independent of the IIS serving as a devil's advocate for the assessments the IIS makes. Based on my experience, I believe that's a serious mistake." "First Minister Brenner," Holloway said, now rigid with offended dignity in both posture and voice, "I must object to being accused of professional misconduct." That flare of emotion and the attempt to frame Solana's words as an attack had both been predictable. Solana had expected them and refused to be shaken. Undetected errors and unquestioned assumptions, Solana said. That's what I'm warning of. That's exactly. All right. Brenner was neither large nor physically imposing, but he had long since learned how to make his voice serve the same function. Leaning forward, he planted his elbows on the desk. If I understand your concern, Citizen Reyes, it's that you think the entire concept of the IIS is a mistake. Yes, sir. But you realize as well as anyone that Ladoga has extremely limited resources. Brenner broke off, his eyes dimming with the burden of too many ugly calculations. I have to constantly balance what goes where, and there's never enough. The IIS eliminates duplication and waste, doesn't it? My argument, sir, Solana said, is that in this case, the efficiencies created by combining everything into one service controlled by one individual could well lead to far greater costs to Ladoga than any extra spending required for an independent check on the intelligence you and other decision-makers are provided. Moments like this made her grateful for the diplomatic training she had absorbed during her time in the Earth government offices in Tucson. That is an accusation and a personal attack on me, Carries Holloway insisted. It is not, Solana said, confident she had worded the point carefully enough to deny Holloway grounds for that charge. First Minister, no one in a free system of government should operate without independent oversight. People are entrusted with power, but they are never trusted to use that power without someone else watching them. That is a principle enshrined in the ideals of Earth government. I have personally seen, on Mars, what happens when powerful people do not have independent checks on their actions. This time, Brenner's frown carried unmistakable discomfort. That is tantamount to a warning that Citizen Holloway will misuse her authority. I'd need to see some examples of such a thing before making any decision. Solana let out a sigh to disguise her nerves as the critical moment arrived. First Minister, one of the serious flaws with the IIS is that any such examples would be known only to the IIS. How would you ever know if their powers had been abused? Fortunately, I can provide an example of what I'm concerned about. Sir, did you tell Citizen Holloway that I'd be meeting with you? No. Yet she appeared in your outer office a few minutes before the meeting, insisting that she should also be present. The realization of what Solana had set up flashed across Holloway's face, and she faltered before speaking quickly. I didn't know. Whitley can tell you what was said, First Minister. Brenner's frown sharpened as the implication landed. Did Whitley notify you of the meeting? He asked Holloway. Holloway hesitated again. He did not, Solana said. I asked. Citizen, Whitley entered the information about the meeting in your private schedule, and in about half an hour before the time of the meeting, Citizen Holloway arrived saying she was there to join the meeting. Now Brenner's displeasure was focused entirely on Carries Holloway. My private schedule. How were you aware of the change in that schedule without being notified, Citizen Holloway? Solana watched in silence as Holloway steadied herself enough to adopt a faintly puzzled frown. I received an update. I'll look into how that information was acquired, Holloway said. You'll look into how you or someone else in IIS immediately knew of a change to the First Minister's private schedule? Solana asked. Are you saying you're unaware that the IIS has been reading the First Minister's mail? It was an impossible question for the head of the IIS, because either answer would be dangerous. Trapped, Holloway changed tack while throwing Solana a glance that promised retribution. Monitoring the expected movements of the First Minister is a vital component in ensuring his security. We have to be sure anywhere he goes is safe before he gets there, and ensure anyone he plans to meet with is not dangerous. Citizen Holloway, Brenner said, his voice turning hard, I thought I had clearly stated that my private scheduling information should not be shared beyond my personal security detail. First Minister, my safety is the responsibility of the Public Security Coordinator. Does he know you're monitoring my private schedule and intruding on his work? Should I call him in and ask? Holloway paused. Sir, you approved consolidating intelligence resources formerly scattered throughout public security. I didn't approve changing their tasking. I made my wishes clear. Those wishes were disregarded, and if not for this incident, I'd never have known. Brenner leaned back, still scowling. This does illustrate the point that Citizen Reyes is making. It's a concern our own history back on old Earth should have warned us of, where autocratic governments gathered information on anything they pleased. There's no longer anyone outside the IIS who could have told me. The IIS was monitoring my future schedule, despite my clearly stated wishes to the contrary, if not for this meeting. This time he trailed off as his frown slowly gave way to a measuring look directed at Solana. She held her expression steady and answered the unspoken observation with a single nod. First Minister Holloway began. I'll discuss this matter further with the Public Security Coordinator, Brenner said, and his tone left no doubt that the audience had ended. And, Citizen Holloway, I want any taps on my private schedule to cease immediately. Is that clear? Yes, First Minister. I deeply regret any misunderstanding that led to inadvertent yes. Brenner dismissed both the words and the apology. That wasn't with a flick of his hand. Thank you for stopping by, Citizen Reyes. You've always been an invaluable aid to Ladoga. Will you be in Poznan for long? I was going to surprise Lucien and then head back to Dvin first thing tomorrow, Solana said. Please give my best wishes to your husband. The moment the office door shut behind them, Carries Holloway stepped in front of Solana and cut off her path. I underestimated you, Holloway said, pinning Solana with her stare. Solana answered with a faint smile. People do that. I won't make the same mistake again. Next time we fight, you'll lose. That's your problem, isn't it? Solana heard the chill in her own voice and wondered what Holloway saw in her face as she met that stare. You think I'm the enemy. You want to fight me. You claim to be able to control all of the intelligence assets on Ladoga, and you don't even know that the enemy is in Dvin, not in this room. You're not really focused on fighting the people who threaten us, but on fighting anyone who threatens the little bureaucratic empire you're striving to create. That's not acceptable in my book. Carries Holloway drew in a sharp breath before answering. How dare you threaten me? You think that was a threat? Solana leaned a little nearer, never breaking eye contact. This is a threat. If I decide you're a danger to the future of Ladoga, that you're harming our efforts to defend this world and keep it free and safe, I will deal with you. You're nothing but a red! Holloway spat the final word with all the contempt the insult carried back on old Earth. That's right, Solana said. She smiled and saw that it unsettled Holloway further. I love Ladoga, but I grew up on Mars. Deep down inside, I'll always be a red. You should remember that if ever you get the urge to once again threaten me. Holloway spun away and stalked off with rigid shoulders. Always nice to see you, Whitley said as Solana passed his desk. Don't be a stranger. I've been sort of busy, Solana said. Yes. Whitley cast a thoughtful glance in the direction Holloway had gone. Does she realize that you saved the life of the First Minister soon after you arrived on Ladoga? I imagine she bothered to find out about that before this meeting. Yes. I wonder why she still tried to undercut you so blatantly. A smile touched Solana's mouth, though there was nothing amused in it. Carries Holloway came here from old Earth, where people from Mars are looked down upon. To her, I'm a red, and that's all I am. Anything I accomplish is luck, or should be credited to someone else, or is part of a small-time plot to further my own petty criminal desires. I see, Whitley nodded slowly. I've always thought that the oddest thing about prejudice is that it causes those who adhere to it to underestimate the abilities of the people they fear. That doesn't seem very smart, does it? Solana said. I wonder how many times in history that sort of thing has bitten people in the butt? Oh, do you know if there's an official file on I.F. Doyle? I'm sure there is, Whitley said. Since she's the representative of another star system. Any chance I can get a copy? For what purpose? You know perfectly well for what purpose. Renvil and I have been looking out for each other since before we even got to Ladoga. I just want to make sure this OIFI person can be trusted with him. Renvil is important to Ladoga. Whitley looked as though he were giving the matter serious thought. As long as the purpose is related to the security of Ladoga, yes, that, absolutely. And not some sisterly-like interest in protecting Ashida. How could you think such a thing? Then I'll see what I can do. Thanks. As she departed the building, Solana lifted her eyes, wondering how Renvil Ashida was faring. Renvil pressed his palms into his eyes, trying to smother the headache threatening to blossom into a migraine. Why are we arguing over trivia when lives are on the line? My home is under attack. It's as if a neighbor's house is burning down, and instead of rushing to put out the fire, we're all debating what to call the person who's going to hold the hose. I'm tempted to just say Ferrer agrees to everything so we can get moving, Astrid said. Except that I know Ferrer would reject that out of hand. No one trusts anyone. They sat in two of the chairs around a circular table inside a secure conference room. The walls were bare except for a star chart of that region of space, and the austerity of the room suited its purpose. 4 more chairs stood empty for the moment, while the other delegates took a break. Renvil looked over at Astrid and saw the fatigue and worry etched into her face. Even if we both said we agreed to everything, Hibernia, Hoshino, and Gondar would probably start arguing about what agree means. He shook his head, glancing at the empty seats the others would soon reclaim. It's like when I was talking to a lawyer once. We were speaking the exact same language, I thought. But then I suddenly realized that while we were using the same words, I thought the words meant different things than the lawyer did. Using the same words just concealed the fact that the language was in many ways different. Maybe that's an idea, Astrid said. Let the different star systems use the words they want, and footnote everyone to say the meaning of the words or phrases will be subject to future clarification. Renvil stopped and considered it. Could we do that? You mean for serious? Astrid hesitated. Maybe we could. I think Hibernia and Hoshino are itching for reasons to get going, and Gondar wants to have reasons to be part of it, but doesn't trust what the rest of us might be trying to get them to agree to. If we say this is just a preliminary agreement whose exact terms are subject to future refinement, maybe that'll give everyone the cover they need to say yes right now. Would your father buy that? Of course he would. It gives him a chance to mess with everybody else for a long time over the exact meaning of something like Deberiok, Devria. It means ambiguous, Astrid explained with a grin. Okay. Renvil tipped his head back, thoughts reaching well beyond the ceiling. How soon do you think one of those warships could go help if Hibernia agrees? If I know my father, he's got one ready to go, just so he can jump whichever way he wants when he wants. Astrid let out a sigh as the other negotiators came back in. Let's try again to convince these others to act now, while there's still a chance to help your world, and play with the meanings of words later. But 30 minutes later, they were still resisting. The problem is, Curtis Morey remarked, that while those of you representing Ferrer, Ladoga, and Strathmore were sent to reach some sort of military assistance agreement, we from Hoshino were not. You see how that limits what we can agree to. And there is no greater matter than the sending of warships to fight, Akimi Ashida added. This is my problem as well, Otto Bakile said. Gondar empowered me to discuss trade matters, not matters of war. War has a major impact on trade, Astrid said. I've shown you all how my home star system is being choked by what amounts to a blockade. The same will happen to your own star systems in time. We don't dispute that, Curtis said, but at this time we can't commit Hoshino to matters beyond the authority we were given. At this time, lives are being lost. I took a risk for you, Renvil said, joining the fate of my mission to yours so you could be heard. Try to imagine my position, and Astrid's. Ferrer is surrounded by hostile star systems. For all we know, her home has also come under attack by now. If we make a commitment that we know Hoshino will not honor, Curtis said, we would be doing nothing, only pretending to help. Renvil leaned back in his chair, grimacing. Am I right that we all want to do something that will benefit us all? All that's holding us back is, what to call it, an action that your worlds will see as in their interests as well as those of Ladoga, Strathmore, and Ferrer. Colonel Declan Casey, who had been assigned as Hibernia's delegate and looked as if he resented the assignment, tapped his fingers against the tabletop. If it's the right words you're looking for, the term self-defense covers a lot of ground, doesn't it? Sending our only warship many light years to fight an enemy seems to stretch the definition of self-defense, Akemi said. A light year is a long way, Casey said. Yet strangely, war seems close when it's hitting star systems light years away, but not that far off in terms of travel time. He bent forward and fixed the others with a hard stare. Like the rest of you, we've no wish to surrender a hint of sovereignty to anyone else. But the war is here. Hibernia has already been attacked. Low-level strikes such as the destruction of a shuttle, but the intent is clear, which means war is not that far from your homes either. Hibernia has already decided on what measures it will take. It's up to the rest of you whether you're playing as well or watching from the side. What measures are you speaking of, Deck? Astrid asked him. Can you tell us? Has the Old One already decided to send one of Hibernia's destroyers to help others? To defend Hibernia, Casey said. And to defend the trade interests of Hibernia, he'll send both. For a moment, no one spoke. Both? Renvil said, surprised to discover that the news did not fill him with uncomplicated relief. What is it? Astrid said. Something's bothering you, Renvil. Yes, he said, trying to catch hold of the vague unease. 2 Hibernian warships arriving at Ladoga ought to have been cause for celebration, except maybe not. I know what you're thinking, Bakili said, because it's what Gondar would think. Why are these so-called friends here? To drive off these other enemies, perhaps. But what then? What prevents the Liberators from becoming a new set of overlords when they control all space in your star system? Hibernia's offer is meant generously, Casey said, clearly offended. But you know what concern I speak of, Beekle said. Casey went still for a beat, then nodded. Yes, all of us or our ancestors came from old Earth, where history is full of wars in which countries simply traded one foreign master for another. That didn't always happen, though, Renvil said. Sometimes the countries that freed others didn't try to maintain control afterward. Sometimes, Bakil said, and packed a great deal into that single word. And now that history threatens to bind our hands, Curtis said. What rules our decisions? Fear of the worst that has happened, or hope for the best? We came out here for hope, didn't we? Renvil said, deciding that rejecting Hibernia's offer would be foolish. Cormac Halloran was far from a saint, but Hibernia was nothing like the powers that had struck Ladoga. So, let's commit to hope. Let's say anything we agree to here is bound to a basic foundation that all star systems should be free, and any actions against any other star system in this alliance are prohibited unless that star system violates that principle. Would Ladoga take that as sufficient protection against conquest by supposed friends? Beekle asked. Renvil took his time before answering, conscious of how much his words would matter. Yes, there's a basic reality we can't escape. That I can't escape. I'm representing Ladoga and Strathmore. They're a test case, right? A test of trust. If forces are sent to aid Ladoga and Strathmore, and then stay on to themselves try to conquer those star systems, from what I know, neither Ladoga nor Strathmore will have the means to resist. If I agree to your world sending assistance, I am risking that. The government of Ladoga that sent me here knew I'd have to take such a chance, and because of our extreme duress left that decision up to me. He fell silent, staring at the tabletop at the bright, smooth finish of the polished wood. If I'm wrong, the best I can hope to be remembered as is a fool. At worst, I'll be labeled a traitor. But Astrid is somewhat aware of my past before I came to Ladoga. He raised his eyes to the others. I failed at a lot of things, but I learned something very important from those failures. When you're in great need of help and someone eagerly offers everything you could ask for, there's a good chance they're out to take advantage of your need. But if you need help, and those who can help seek to find ways to do it, but also express real concerns and reluctance, they probably do want to help you, not themselves. Astrid nodded. As those of us here are approaching this, we're all reluctant to agree to what seems the best course of action. For good reason, Curtis said. It was the same for all of us, wasn't it? Leave old Earth or one of the old colonies, and also leave behind the ills that have plagued us in the past. Why did we think we could? Has anywhere humanity been ever known only peace? No place has been immune to troubles. Back on old Earth, Canada was hailed as one of the quietest, nicest places on the planet, and even Canada had the clown riots. Did you have to mention those? Astrid asked. Now my dreams tonight will be troubled, but I think there's an important point there. Those who have sought to impose their will on others have often done so in the name of peace and law and order, arguing that freedom must be given up to accomplish those aims. We know that's false. That's why we balk at giving up even a little of our freedom, even when we see danger at our doors. But perhaps we should be thinking of it as if all of us were in a fight and standing back to back to protect each other. We'd have given up some freedom of movement, but nothing that matters compared to knowing we can't be stabbed in the back. There is truth there, Curtis said. Let me discuss this in private with my colleague. He rose with Kaia Ashida, and the two moved to one side of the room where they began speaking in very low voices. Deck, Astrid said, crooking a finger at Hibernia's representative. Casey also stood and came over to her place. I've an idea. He halted beside her chair. Let's hear it then. If you want this one to hear it as well, he added, nodding toward Renvil. I can move, Renvil said, starting to stand. No, Astrid said. I want you to know what I'm advising. She flicked a glance toward Otto Bekele, who was pretending not to notice any of this while he checked information on his personal pad, then lowered her voice to a whisper. Deck, I know what game my father is playing. He sees this happening, and if it does, he wants Hibernia to have bragging rights as the biggest wolf in the pack. That's why he's sending both of Hibernia's warships. You're only part right, Casey said. I'm sure he also wants to be certain the effort succeeds. He wants Hibernia to get credit for being part of a victorious force, not tagged as having participated in a failure. Ah, Astrid said, nodding. I'm sure you have the right of that. But as you see, Hoshino is balking. If the old one really wants this to happen, I know of a way to get Hoshino to agree. And what would that be? Declan Casey asked, giving Renvil a doubtful glance. Offer to place Hoshino's ship in command of the force. Put Hibernia's 2 destroyers under the combat authority of Kasumi's captain. Casey frowned. That's a big step to take. A big step that speaks of confidence, Astrid said. Of Hibernia having such a big heart and such a strong heart that it does not fear to place its forces under the command of another trusted friend. A trusted friend who will, naturally enough, feel obligated to repay that trust at some future time, and in the current circumstances, feel a need to match the generosity of Hibernia. And how to match that generosity except by agreeing to send their ship to this fight? That's so, Casey said, nodding. Clever. You really are Cormac Halloran's daughter, aren't you? Why'd you leave Hibernia, Astrid? Because I'm his daughter. Hibernia couldn't hold both of us. Casey laughed this time. There's truth, all right? I'll ask the old one. But then he paused, suddenly looking less certain. Astrid, why'd your brother leave? The same reason? Too much like his old man? Astrid turned her face away, jaw clenched, and after a moment shook her head. No. Julian never stopped thinking he was smarter by far than our father. Don't we all go through that phase? Most outgrow that, though, Casey said. Most do. Julian didn't. She looked back at him, then let her eyes flick briefly toward Renvil as well. He always had to be the smartest, in his own eyes. Every failure was the fault of others, never his own. That's one flaw I eventually outgrew, Renvil said. You were lucky enough to wise up before it wrecked you, Astrid said. When I warned my brother about taking employment with that colony group, heading far into the dark to get away from what they called government interference, he boasted that he expected them not to live up to their promises. But that mattered not, because he would be on top of one of those corporations within a few years. Then he'd be the one able to do whatever he wanted, with no interference, and he'd finally show the hosts of humanity what he could do. That Egypt. Casey slowly shook his head, like someone surveying the scene of a disaster. How'd he make it far enough in life to make that big a mistake? The old one bailed him out, Astrid said. More than once. Julian was his son and the baby of the family. If Mum had lived, I think she'd have laid down the law on him. But when we lost her, Julian probably lost his chance to get hit upside the head hard enough for reality to intrude on his illusions. He'll get that hit now, I'm guessing, and I suppose it's one he earned, but I still feel sorry for him, wherever he ended up among the stars. Astrid lifted her gaze toward the ceiling, though what she was really looking at lay far beyond it. Him and those with him. Some were doubtless desperate, seeking a way to make a life and a future. Others perhaps foolish, and still others greedy or true believers in everyone for himself. But what of their children and their children's children? They chose a fate for themselves, but their descendants will live with that choice. We increasingly praise our ancestors these days, But I wonder if someday those whose ancestors took the path like that of my brother will curse those who put them there. I'm determined that my descendants will have no cause to curse me for anything other than their looks, Casey said, giving her another nod. I'll go talk to the Prime Minister. Far overhead, in orbit above the place where Renvil, Astrid, and the others still argued over words and symbols, Commander Errol Sterling paused on his way to the bridge of the destroyer once known in Earth Fleet as the Pedro Diaz. She was the Fragarax now, and both ship and crew served the government of Hibernia. When Earth Fleet had been gutted and the Pedro Diaz decommissioned, accepting work with a distant new colony had not been a difficult choice. On weary, overcrowded old Earth, jobs were scarce, especially for people trained in specialized fleet work, while worlds like Hibernia offered fresh beginnings. Open land, clean air, abundant water, and all the promise of a new future. No, coming out here had not been hard, not even with a family to uproot and bring with him to the green, beautiful world circling beneath the Fragarax. Not even on days like this one. When Hibernia's government wanted the destroyer prepared to move instantly while showing no outward sign of readiness. He had spoken several times with Commander Ray Tanabe aboard Hoshino's destroyer Kasumi, catching up on personal matters as well as professional ones. They had known each other in Earth Fleet days. She had said little about whatever orders she was under, but Sterling had come away with the strong impression that Kasumi, too, had recently been told to stand ready for anything. It had to be connected to the fighting farther out in space, he thought. Perhaps his ship was finally going to see the kind of combat she had been built for. The possibilities stirred both excitement and unease in him. He trusted his crew deeply, but he also knew just how easily the smallest thing could go wrong. Captain Sterling, please contact the bridge. Sterling touched the nearest wall comm. What's up? Sir, the chief engineer wanted us to inform you that a major software update for the power core is being uploaded. She's not anticipating any problems, but there may be some minor power fluctuations. Understood, Sterling said. Keep me informed if an alarm shrieked and cut him off. Fragarax shivered from end to end as pumps, fans, and other machinery all over the ship jolted violently. He heard the dying whine of fans spinning down and new breakers had blown. Bridge, what the hell's going on? Major power core fluctuations, sir. Chief engineer thinks the software was sabotaged. She's initiating emergency manual shutdown. Another sound reached him then, a vibration trembling through the hull, like the convulsions of some mortally wounded beast. The power core was running wild. If the chief engineer failed to shut it down in the next few seconds, Fragarax and every soul aboard her would vanish in a brilliant catastrophe. Stupperun.Strands. Chapter 7. In the light of Strathmore's sun, the Barracuda-like destroyer Cutlass paced through space only 1 light second from the 3 hostile ships advancing on the planet's orbital facility. In another 2 hours, those enemy vessels would arrive there, and Cutlass had no way to stop them. We managed to trick the enemy light cruiser into expending 3 of its 4 missiles, but that's all we could do, Ethan Harrow said. Seated in his stateroom, he was recording a private report for the government about a situation he could not improve and could very easily worsen. We've run all feasible attacks through simulations. Under every possible outcome, we might manage to score some damage on the freighter, but the odds of causing enough damage to prevent it from continuing on are extremely small. Measured against that, Cutlass would take fire from both enemy warships and would almost certainly suffer serious damage as a result. If Cutlass is eliminated, the enemy warships could remain at Strathmore indefinitely, receiving new supplies of fuel cells and food. If Cutlass remains a threat, we can prevent any resupply from being carried out. The only way to maintain the chance of a better outcome is to avoid combat at this time, await a possible mistake by the enemy, and hope that our defenders on the orbital facility can hold out until the enemy is forced to withdraw in order to resupply. I make this decision with great difficulty, but it is the only decision I believe offers any hope under the current circumstances. Ethan paused before continuing. If ordered to attack regardless, I will do so, But I must be sure the government understands the very small chance of success and the very high probability that will result in the loss of Cutlass and the loss of any chance to save our orbital facility. Pending further orders, I will maintain my ship close enough to the enemy warships to hinder their freedom of action and to be able to strike if a favorable opportunity arises. Harrow, out. When the transmission cut off, he leaned back and stared up at the clutter of conduits, wiring, and ducts fastened overhead. A soft ping announcing an incoming message cut through the bleak spiral of his thoughts. Ghost appeared on his display, looking worn enough to do nothing for his peace of mind. Hey, love. Not a lot of progress yet. The bad guys are staying tight, not offering me any new openings. That's going to change once they start assaulting the orbital facility. They'll have to start firing up a lot of networks then, and that'll give me the shots I need. His wife grimaced. We're doing okay down here. Hiding in the woods like we were kids playing Robin Hood. The kids think that's great. The teens are old enough to know how serious the game is, though, and they've been stepping up. Little Ghost is doing fine. She thinks it's the best camping trip ever, especially since I told her she gets to play sysadmin and jump on anyone using anything but landline links. Despite everything, Ethan smiled. Only Ghost would turn their daughter into a systems security enforcer. Little Ghost was probably already better at that than most of the grown hackers on the planet. Ethan, I know you're going to think of some crazy idea to save the day. Don't do it. Marin sighed and shook her head. We need you. So, come home safe. See you later. Bye for now. That did not improve his mood. Captain? Lieutenant Commander Tessa Zhao leaned around the hatch. Anything new? No, Ethan said. Just some personal mail. How's the crew doing? Same as before. Itching to do something, despite knowing it'd be suicide. Zhao rested against the side of the hatch. Don't worry about that. I'm the executive officer, so I get to tell the crew they have to keep working and not have any fun. Just out of curiosity, what's Earth Fleet doctrine in this situation? You're doing it, she said. I am? Seriously? Ethan had found Earth Fleet doctrine to be rigid and in practice seldom useful. Yeah. Zhao tipped her head generally toward the enemy. We can't win if we exchange fire with those guys. So Earth Fleet doctrine would call for avoiding such a fight and waiting until the enemy is either forced to retire or reinforcements arrive to help you out. Captain, I know just hanging here in the same relative position while they close on Strathmore is tough, but we've done what we can. You know that if we burn through our fuel cells making more feints at them in the hopes they'll react in a really stupid way, we'll run out of fuel before they do, and then our people on that facility won't have any chance at all. Ethan called up an exterior view on his display. At a distance of one light second, roughly 300,000 kilometers, the enemy trio were no more than pinpricks in an unmagnified image. They were still following a long, curved track through the system toward an intercept with Strathmore as the world moved along its orbit around its star. Even if we win, he said quietly, I'm going to be the guy who didn't do anything while the enemy ships attacked the orbital facility, sir? Zhao shook her head. You're doing the right thing. The only right thing. Anything else would be a mistake. That's not how it'll look, is it? Ethan let out a long breath. I wonder how many commanders in similar circumstances throughout history have staged a hopeless attack simply to show they were doing something, because it would make them look better, even though what they were doing would make things worse. You're not going to... No, Ethan said, cutting off the fear before it could grow. I'm not going to sacrifice Cutlass and her crew and Strathmore's chance of winning this fight just to make myself look better. But I never realized how hard something like this could be, to have to sit and wait, knowing how that'll look to everyone who doesn't have the responsibility that I have. Zhao frowned and dragged a hand through her hair. Every officer on this ship will testify that you did the only thing that could have saved the situation. That won't matter, Ethan said. Thanks, though. It's not right that you have to choose between sacrificing yourself and your career or failing in your duty. Tessa Zhao turned her face away, jaw set. If some important equipment breaks, you wouldn't be able to attack no matter how much you wanted to. Giving me a perfect excuse for not acting that everyone could understand. No, Ethan said. We're not going to fake that. Everything I'm doing now is right and legal. Lying about the material state of the ship would be misconduct. This is my job, my responsibility. I'm going to accept whatever consequences come from doing what I should do." For several seconds, she said nothing, keeping her eyes averted. "Are you trying to get fired?" After Zhao left, Ethan remained staring at the display. Was that what he was doing? Trying to get himself relieved? He had never wanted this job in the first place. He hated carrying other people's lives on his decisions. He hated being separated from his family while they were in danger, but he was not doing anything wrong. He was doing this cursed job as well as he knew how. He was trying to salvage a situation that had begun nearly hopeless, fully aware that any number of bad decisions might earn him medals, while the one decision that seemed right might earn him punishment. If that got him fired, he could leave the ship with a clean conscience. Even so, as he watched the enemy ships drawing closer and closer to their rendezvous with Strathmore and the orbital facility, Ethan felt neither vindicated nor content. He felt anger, frustration, helplessness, all of that. But not happiness in the only choice he believed allowed him to remain faithful both to the people under his command and to his duty. After so many days spent hidden in interior rooms and venturing out only after dark, the sunlight on Ladoga felt almost painfully bright to Solana Reyes. The last time she had really been outdoors in daylight was during her trip to see the First Minister, and even then, she had spent most of that excursion inside first with Brenner, later with Lucien. The thought that she had somehow turned into a creature of the night struck her as both darkly funny and deeply irritating. Daylight brought other memories with it. It made Solana think of that visit with Luke, of all the stretches of conversation in which the two of them had carefully avoided questions whose answers would hurt. He had heard the rumors about amputees, with prosthetics being pushed into combat, and although he had joked about how fast he had suddenly climbed the list for a replacement leg, she had seen the anger beneath it, and the fear he had tried to keep hidden. She had returned to Dvin more determined than ever to help end the fighting there. What she still lacked was any idea how to end it sooner without spending the lives of others who, like Lucien, were loved by someone waiting for them. Still, whether sunlight bothered her or not, she had to be out in it. General Weiss's high-priority summons had ordered her to appear at once, and because cave-ins, mines, and booby traps laid by both sides had rendered some underground transit and maintenance routes unusable, parts of the journey to his headquarters had to be made above ground. Steering clear of roads and open streets where she would be easily seen, Solana slipped through the bright morning, through courtyards and alleys where tall weeds caught the light, and the only obvious sign of human movement was the narrow dirt tracks winding through the overgrowth. In Dvina's city, never fully occupied human beings now lived like vermin, amid weeds and the local equivalent of rats. One day, she told herself, that would change. One day this place would be peaceful again. Strictly speaking, the small scavengers that now seemed to form most of Dvin's population were not rats. Humanity had not transported rats to this world, and had not needed to. Any planet that produced its own biosphere had apparently evolved creatures to fill the same ecological niche. On every such world, ordinary people called them rats, to the continuing despair of bioscientists who had assigned each separate species a painstaking technical name, almost always involving some variation of pseudoratus. What no human world had yet turned up was any sign of another intelligent species comparable to humankind. Arguments raged over why. Some claimed that absence proved how rare and extraordinary intelligence was. Others noted that perhaps planets simply had more need of rats than of beings like humans. Tangled up in those debates were the speculations that lost deep space expeditions might have encountered. Peaceful alien civilizations determined to remain hidden from creatures like humanity. Picking her careful way through the final stretches of the shattered, empty city, Solana thought that theory might not be entirely ridiculous. Then again, experience had long since convinced her that if rats tended to be rats everywhere, intelligent species elsewhere might also prove to be as dangerous as humans, but perhaps not. Perhaps somewhere out there were friends, or at least someone humanity could coexist with. The galaxy was immense, and humanity had explored only a tiny fraction of it. Before committing to the last move toward the command center building, she halted and studied the area. A set of walkways screened from both sun and observation by lightweight panels designed with a whimsical intent to resemble oversized playing cards tossed by the wind had somehow survived the fighting and provided covered access to her destination. Whoever had selected this site had done well. From outside, the building gave every impression of being abandoned. Just another mixed-use structure left empty from the day it was completed. She covered the final distance at a brisk pace, but not so quickly that it looked like a rush. Someone inside would be watching her come in, and Solana had no desire to resemble an incoming threat. Only once she crossed the threshold did she make out the sentries already aiming weapons at her. Anyone coming from harsh daylight into that dim interior would be half blind for a few precious seconds, their silhouettes stark against the brightness behind them. Most of Ladoga's defenders were civilians turned soldiers by necessity, but anyone still alive this deep into the war had learned hard lessons quickly. She stood without protest while they verified her identity, then obeyed their directions through a maintenance entrance and toward an access stair dropping below ground. On the descent, she noticed portable sensors fastened to the walls, scanning every person who passed. Another armed guard waited by the door at the bottom. "I was ordered to report to General Weiss," Solana said. She had never met the man leading the operation to retake Dvin in person, though she had joined several remote briefings where he had appeared. That was enough for her to recognize him when she was pointed his way. The lights hanging from the ceiling in the underground command center were a relief after the sun, kept low enough to avoid washing out displays. The place still resembled what it had originally been meant to be, a subterranean parking structure with plain gray necrete walls and thick unornamented support pillars standing at measured intervals. Two walls carried mounted displays. Other gear rested on desks that looked as though they had been hauled out of a school or university. Coils of fiber optic cable and solar-fed power lines sprawled across the dusty floor and vanished through doorways like roots from some grotesque plant grown out of human machinery. General Weiss, a man beyond middle age who had once served as a major in an old Earth military, greeted her at once. "Rise. Good. We're going to need you. You used to work in EarthGov, right? Conflict Resolution Office?" Solana nodded. "That was a while ago. I assume you remember a few things about negotiations. You know the military situation in and around Dvin as well as I do." Weiss smiled. "Perhaps better than I do. I greatly value the intelligence reports and assessments from you that I've received. You've been saying the enemy situation is desperate, that they may crack at any time. You know that older and wiser heads back in Poznan disagree with that. They believe that the enemy will continue fighting for all they're worth until the last one is dead." "Yes, sir," Solana said, wondering whether she had been summoned to defend her judgment face to face. Hadn't Weiss supported her before? "I've been made aware that my assessment differs from that of the IIS, but I stand by it. Most of our opponents aren't elite troops fighting for a cause they believe in. And the ones who are so highly motivated are also the ones who've been fighting the hardest and dying at the highest rate as we keep shrinking the area held by the enemy. The IIS is very unhappy with you." "Yes, sir," Solana said again. "Was this where the dressing down began? But I need to inform you of what I believe the evidence here at the front shows." Weiss grinned at that. "As it turns out, your assessment has been proven right. We've been contacted by two leaders of the enemy forces who want to discuss surrender. Good job sticking to your guns, Citizen Reyes." "Thank you," Solana said, trying not to let relief show too plainly. "I appreciate you backing me up and giving me a position on your staff to protect me. That's my job, isn't it? Now your job is this. I want you observing while we negotiate with those two commanders and assist in working out a deal if we can. Beyond that, I expect you to speak up at any time if you see something I need to know about." "I'll do what I can," Solana promised. "I know." Weiss smiled again. "Back on Earth, I saw your name on some of the messages that resolved a border dispute going back 1,000 years. I actually did some good?" Solana asked. Yes, there and here. You also have some experience on Mars, I understand. She nodded once more, buying herself a moment to answer carefully. I'm a Red General. Did you think that was a secret from anyone? His answering smile caught her off guard. I've never trusted any way of placing humans into categories based on where they're from or what their ancestry is. It divides all of us into our little boxes, doesn't it? But humans aren't made to fit into boxes. What matters with you is the work you've done up until now, and that is why I want you here for this. Yes, General. Glad to know she had earned his confidence. Solana went with Weiss down a side corridor where a dozen other officers were gathered. He halted before a wall-mounted display. Anyone seeing the command group through that display would find no hint of where they were, only a blank wall behind them. Solana took up position slightly behind and off to one side of Weiss. Unsure what to do with her rifle, in a setting like this, she planted the butt on top of her boot and let the barrel angle off toward the ceiling. She did not feel like a diplomat. She did not quite feel like an intelligence officer either. And despite what Weiss had said, she did not feel quite like the rest of the people standing here. Ladoga felt like home now, more like home than anything she had ever known before. But this morning she still felt apart from everyone else. Perhaps she always would. The screen came alive. A man and a woman appeared, both dressed in the sort of anonymous camouflage fatigues that could have belonged to soldiers almost anywhere in human-settled space. Neither wore rank insignia or unit markings of any kind. But Solana noticed the small tattoo on the woman's neck just below the left ear and recognized it instantly. Hatred surged through her before she forced it down. That woman had once been one of those who profited from the suffering of Mars. General, she said before the connection was formally accepted, that woman has the tattoo of an executive in one of the cartels that control the businesses that exist on Mars. She must be in charge of many, if not all, of the Reds recruited to serve with the invaders. It's a small tattoo, a colonel remarked. Does that mean she's a minor executive? No, Solana said. The saying on Mars is the bigger the dog, the smaller the tattoo. It's a way for the elite to boast that they don't need to try impressing anyone with large tattoo displays. The highest of the warlords, gang leaders, and cartel bosses only have a single mark tattooed on one earlobe. Then this person is of high rank despite her lack of insignia? Weiss asked Solana. Yes, General. Another officer on the staff added, from the way they're standing, the man is of roughly equal rank to her. Neither one is displaying dominance over the other. All right. Accept the call. One of the officers issued the command, and the connection went live in real time. I understand you have an offer to make. Talk to me. General Weiss said to the pair without bothering with any formal greeting. The man answered in the measured, official cadence of someone who had once belonged to an old Earth or old colony military. We are prepared to surrender our forces in exchange for certain guarantees. You're in command of all of the invading forces? Weiss demanded. Yes. Solana had seen the tiny hesitation before the answer came, and she had also seen the woman's eyes flick slightly aside. That's not true, she said, drawing careful glances from the others. They're throwing dust at their own. That phrase snapped the Martian woman's full attention onto Solana. Throwing dust at their own was an old Mars expression for betraying one's own people, born from the way the planet's omnipresent red dust could blind eyes and conceal covert movement. Weiss gave Solana a single nod, then turned back to the enemy officers with a flat stare. I'll ask again, and if the response this time doesn't satisfy me, this negotiation will be over. Are you in command of all of the invading forces? The enemy man shot Solana a look of anger before answering. Between us, we command more than 3/4 of the remaining forces and control all of the remaining ammunition stockpiles and power supply reserves. If we surrender our troops, you won't have any trouble finishing off what remains. What are your terms? Freedom and safe passage for ourselves and selected members of our staffs. Weiss stared at him for a long moment. Freedom and safety for you? And the other soldiers, those you are surrendering? The man smiled, thinly and without warmth. We are sure they will be treated in accordance with the laws of war. We are looking out for them, ensuring they won't die in senseless fighting. Solana glanced toward Weiss, but he had obviously heard the hollowness in that claim without her help. Weiss made a face like someone swallowing something rotten before replying. "When are you willing to surrender?" "Tomorrow morning." "Wait." Weiss motioned to an aide, who touched a control that brought up a mute icon on the display. Then he and the others turned away from the screen so their faces and lips would not be visible during the discussion. "They're willing to throw their own soldiers under the bus to save themselves." One of the senior aides scowled. "I hate to see people like that walk away free." "But," Weiss prompted. "But," the aide admitted reluctantly, "if they surrender their forces and those ammo supplies, we'll be able to roll up the rest quickly. It'll save lives on our side and prevent having to destroy any more of Ladoga to end this." "Why are they willing to betray their comrades, though?" another officer asked. Solana answered, "They're mercenaries. They got hired to fight for our enemies, so they're not motivated by any causes or beliefs beyond their own personal profit. That woman is an executive from a red cartel. She doesn't care about what happens to the people she's in charge of any more than farmers care about what happens to the stalks of grain that they're harvesting and selling. What she does care about is looking out for herself." "If they're that dishonorable," the first officer suggested, "why can't we agree to their terms and then arrest and try them anyway?" "Because then," Solana said, "we'd have let them dictate our actions, let them turn us into the same kind of people they are." General Weiss nodded. "Exactly. We'd know we did that, and others would hear of it. Who'd trust Ladoga after that? But we shouldn't be expected to honor agreements with people like that." Another officer objected. Weiss shook his head, closing his eyes briefly as if the thought itself hurt. "I suppose not. But if we don't honor agreements with them, why should we be trusted to honor agreements with others? It's all reduced to self-interest, isn't it? But what's the measure of a people? Whether they act honorably toward their friends, or whether they act honorably toward their enemies? Let me tell you something. I only made Major back on old Earth because I thought there were more important things than pursuing my next promotion. Out here, you made me a general, but I'm still the same man. Until this world decides to demote me again, I'm going to do what I think is right, because you need that. This is a young world. What we do will form the foundation for all that comes after. And that foundation needs to be one that you can all be proud of. Not like those two, pretending they're doing this to save the lives of their own when all they care about is themselves. No, we're not like those two. That's why we're fighting them. But do we have to agree to this deal?" a colonel asked. Weiss paused before answering. "I think we must. We don't know how long we have until the next attack comes from Charun, Balor, or Tinia. The sooner we end this fight, the longer we'll have to prepare for the next one. We must assume there will be another invasion of the world that has become our home, and we must do all we can to assure that invasion is also defeated." Solana saw the officers around him nodding silently, and only then realized she was nodding too. Weiss turned back toward the display and signaled for the audio link to be reopened. "Let's talk the specifics of this deal." What followed was mostly expected. Details of place and time and procedure. Then both renegade commanders fixed their attention on Solana. "We want a guarantee," the Martian woman said. "Guarantee?" General Weiss asked. "A hostage," Solana explained. "Her," the male enemy commander said, pointing straight at Solana. "She proceeds to a designated spot. We meet her there, and she escorts us out. Once we're clear, we'll send the surrender commands to every unit under our control." Weiss looked at Solana with clear unease. "I can't demand this of you. If anything goes wrong." "I understand," Solana said, keeping her gaze on the female red. "But, as you said, many lives can be saved if this goes through. I won't be the cause for it to fail." The general's mouth tightened before he looked back at the two enemy officers with cold fury. "If anything happens to her, neither of you will leave this world alive." Solana sat by herself in a secluded corner, drawing slow breaths as she tried to shape words she hated needing to say. People had urged her to sleep, and someone had even arranged an unusually fine dinner that had felt far too much like a condemned prisoner's last meal. But little rest had come. During the bargaining, it had become clear that the enemy force was splintering. Some units were still obeying officers loyal to the overall invasion commander. Others had shifted toward the two leaders preparing to surrender. If the invaders were fracturing into competing factions, then a mission that was already dangerous for her might turn lethal in a dozen new ways. No wonder sleep had been hard to find. Now it was morning, and delay was no longer possible, which meant beginning with this. She activated her personal pad and looked into it as she spoke. "Hi, Luke. If you receive this, it'll be because something happened and I didn't survive. I can't ask you to understand. I saw so much suffering as a child. I'll do anything to stop that from happening again. I have to do what I can, no matter how worried I am. I can't stop trying. I'm sorry, I love you. But I have to do this if I'm to live with myself. I left some eggs frozen, so if the worst happens, we can have children still, and hopefully they won't be as stubborn and set on doing what they must as I am. But there have to be good things worth dying for, Luke. Not things worth killing other people over, but things worth our own sacrifices. I won't live believing that what happened to Mars is acceptable. I can't. I hope you never see this message, that I come back and we have a full life together. But if I don't come back, tell our children I did it for them. And for you, I love you." She stopped the recording and drew in a deep breath. After tagging the message for Lucien Favre, she set it to transmit automatically in 48 hours, unless she canceled it first. Then she wiped at her eyes, rose, took up her rifle, and crossed the dim underground garage to where the soldiers waited to escort her part of the distance to the rendezvous point with the enemy commanders. She parted from her escort inside what had been meant as a hotel lobby and might someday serve as one. At present, it was a broad, empty shell, its windows shattered and opening onto a stretch of land that should have been park green but had become a scorched strip of exposed dirt broken only by the snapped stumps of dead young trees. "This'll be a nice town once it gets rebuilt," Solana said to one of the soldiers as she handed over her rifle. "Take care of this for me." The escort remained behind while she stepped out into the morning light, every inch of her skin prickling with the certainty of unseen weapons trained on her from the enemy positions beyond the ruined park strip. She wore no armor, no camouflage, only fatigues. Holding her arms slightly away from her sides, hands open and clearly empty, she moved forward at an even pace across one street, through the scarred band of dirt, and over the next street toward the buildings opposite. No enemy soldiers were visible in those seemingly deserted structures, but she knew they were in there, and knew their guns were pointed at her. She forced herself to breathe deep and slow, trying to steady it against the pounding tempo of her heart. She had seen what the invaders had done on Ladoga. She had seen what those among them from Mars had done there as well, and now she was delivering herself into their hands, trusting the word of people willing to sell out their own comrades. Not their word, she corrected herself. Their self-interest, their wish to survive the disaster Ladoga had become for the invading force. "Halt!" Solana stopped so abruptly it felt like her body had been yanked by a wire. The order had come in a low hiss. She stood still, willing her outstretched arms not to tremble visibly. "Come ahead, slow and steady." It took effort to make her legs obey. Only stubbornness and a rising anger overcame the instinctive urge to freeze. She moved on, caught a beckoning hand beside a doorway where two shattered doors hung open, and entered. Half a dozen men and women waited within, staring at her with the tense readiness of wolves about to spring. Hunger and relentless strain had carved their faces down to bone and eyes, cheeks hollow, gazes fever-bright. "Rainbow," Solana whispered through a throat that had gone suddenly dry. For one suspended moment, she wondered whether any of them even recognized the password. These were supposed to be troops loyal to the two commanders arranging surrender. But what if the position had changed hands? What if she had just handed herself over to hardliners? Her mind was already leaping through possible escapes when one of the enemy soldiers whispered back, "Mountain," the countersign. Some of the tension went out of her as one soldier stepped up and frisked her roughly for weapons, while another passed a handheld scanner over her. As the search continued, Solana studied the others, who kept their distance with weapons ready. Wolves indeed. But wolves hunted to the limits of their endurance, their eyes the eyes of trapped things waiting for an ending. She saw how they watched her too. Suspicious, yes, but also hopeful. Cornered and desperate, wolves could still lash out at the one trying to save them. Someone like her. At last satisfied she carried neither weapons nor trackers, the searchers withdrew. A man who clearly carried authority motioned her forward. Come. They moved through abandoned, darkened corridors, their footsteps making muted echoes. Solana guessed at least 2 armed soldiers had fallen in behind her while she followed the officer leading the way. One of those trailing guards unexpectedly spoke up, making her flinch. Lieutenant, who is she again? A guarantee, the lieutenant said, his tone clipped. The defenders have agreed to let us surrender and promised humane treatment. All we have to do is get her to alternate command center Theta and turn her over to the brass there. But this morning we got another message from the top saying to hold out because reinforcements would be here any time now. The lieutenant answered more harshly now. Things have changed. But there aren't any reinforcements coming for you, Solana said, making herself sound as calm as she could. The ships in the invasion fleet you came on were destroyed or captured. Only one warship escaped, and it was badly damaged. Ladoga's warship controls space in the star system. You're alone. No help is coming for you. She's lying, the other soldier behind Solana said. No, she's not, the lieutenant snapped. We've all been lied to. To hell with Marshal Mendez and his orders. General Kadan and Colonel Tan have made a deal with the defenders. We don't have to die here. After a brief silence, one of the soldiers said softly, I don't want to die here. But what if the field marshal hears about this, or some soldiers who are still listening to his orders, the second one said. What'll we do if we run into somebody like that? Get through them, the lieutenant said, grim now. We get through them and we get her to alternate command center Theta. Listen up. I explained this earlier. The chain of command is falling apart. You have to trust me. We might run into other people on our side who want to stop us because they're too stupid to see what's happening or too scared of going against orders from Mendez. If we let them stop us, all of us die within another few weeks when our ammo supplies run out and the rest of our positions are overrun. Because the defenders won't have to offer us mercy then. Today we've still got a little leverage, still got a little time. As long as we get this woman to alternate command center Theta, we'll be okay. Understood? Yes, sir, the 2 soldiers behind Solana said. If some from our side start shooting at us, shoot back, the lieutenant said, putting extra force on every word. That's our only chance. From this point on, the enemy is whoever is trying to stop us or kill us. They exited through an undamaged side door and hurried across the street, horribly exposed in the daylight, before ducking into what had been designed as a covered shopping arcade. As they moved through the never-used passageway lit only dimly by grimy skylights, with broad aisles running between vacant storefronts, Solana kept watching the soldiers escorting her. The deeper they went, into what ought to have been secure ground for them, the more their nerves showed. So the talk about their own side shooting at them had not been theater for her benefit. It was real. The arcade gave way to a broad courtyard ringed by tall buildings staring down from every side. Corridors ran off left and right, ending in doors hanging open. Ahead of Solana's group, large openings meant for windows overlooked the courtyard. The officer leading her stopped there. Clearly uneasy, Lieutenant MacLeod crouched to study the patchy mix of paving and weeds they would have to cross to reach the far side. "Where's Cortez?" he whispered irritably. "He ought to be over there." One of the other enemy soldiers murmured, pointing straight across the courtyard. "He knows he's supposed to show himself, right?" "Yes, sir." "Damn." Before MacLeod could continue, a low voice carried across the open space. "In the building. Come on out." "Damn, damn, damn." The lieutenant signaled silently to his 2 subordinates, sending one to watch each direction down the corridor. Only after they were set did he answer, gripping his rifle hard enough to show his tension. "Who's out there?" "Captain Larson." "I know it's you, Lieutenant MacLeod. Come on out." MacLeod glanced back at Solana, then turned to face the courtyard again. "How do I know you're Larson?" The reply came sharp and impatient. "We know what you're doing. If you want to live, turn over the hostage." A tiny sound escaped MacLeod then, something halfway between a laugh and a gasp of despair. He wet his lips before calling back. "How about if you want to live, Captain? How much longer do you think it'll be before they close in on the last of us?" "That's not my call, Lieutenant. Not yours either. We hold out until the reinforcements get here." "There aren't any reinforcements coming." "Do the soldiers with you know that, Captain Larson?" MacLeod shouted louder. "Do they know that we've got only a couple of weeks max before we're all out of ammo and the locals have us at their mercy?" "Shut up, Lieutenant. If you turn traitor, you'll die a traitor's death. I'd rather fight for a chance to live. Why are you so eager to die for the bosses on Charun who left us hanging here? Don't you want a chance at life?" "The locals don't take prisoners, you fool. It's fight or die." "Yes, they do," MacLeod shouted back. "The bosses lied. Last chance, Lieutenant MacLeod. Go to the bottom of Marineris and rot there." MacLeod roared, his words ringing off the empty courtyard walls. "I'm taking my last chance, and anyone with you should do the same. All of you. Shoot Captain Larson, come with me, and you'll have a chance at life." Solana dropped flat onto the filthy floor, just before gunfire exploded across the courtyard toward MacLeod. MacLeod and his two soldiers fired back at once, fighting like people who knew they had nowhere left to retreat. There was nothing Solana could do except press herself down and listen as bullets chewed the walls around them. She prayed no one had grenades. There were no energy flashes, which matched the reports that the invaders were running dangerously low on the power reserves needed for those weapons. But that was only a small comfort. Metal slugs killed just as well. One of the soldiers beside her jerked violently and collapsed, motionless. MacLeod swore as his weapon clicked dry on an empty magazine. The remaining soldier with them let his rifle fall and rose. With his arms spread as several more enemy troops rushed down the corridor, weapons trained on MacLeod, the surviving soldier, and Solana. The man who had to be Captain Larson came forward with a pistol in hand. He shot the surrendered soldier without hesitation, then lifted the weapon toward MacLeod. Certain she would be next, Solana bared her teeth and snapped at him. "Idiots! If you kill him and me, you'll all die. You're being given a chance to surrender. Don't throw it away." Larson swung the pistol toward her until it pointed squarely at her chest. "You lie, and you'll be dead before we are." Dudgrin and Dunkrograne. Chapter 8. The crack of a gunshot made Solana flinch. For one stretched-out instant she thought she had been hit, then realized no slug had struck her, that the shot had not come from Captain Larson's pistol. It was Larson himself who lurched sideways, fury on his face, before collapsing as more shots fired by some of his own soldiers hammered into him. Solana dragged in an uneven breath and waited while Lieutenant MacLeod and the newly arrived enemy soldiers stared at one another. "Your orders, sir," one of the newcomers said at last. MacLeod bared his teeth in a grin. "Come on, we have to get her to the rendezvous site. They're blocking forces set up between here and Command Bunker Sigma." Lieutenant MacLeod's smile widened. "They heard that, did they? That was disinformation. We're taking her to alternate command center Theta. Theta? I know where it is. Just follow me." "Lieutenant," Solana said, "how do we know this isn't a trick, too? To get you to take them and me to where the general and the colonel are waiting." MacLeod paused, then held out his hand toward one of the new soldiers. "Give me your weapon," he said. That soldier hesitated too, but finally surrendered the rifle. MacLeod checked it, gave a short nod, and looked around at the others. "Here's what we're doing. The hostage and me will bring up the rear so I can cover you. I'll tell you where to go. Does anyone have any problems with that?" He threw the challenge in his glare at both the soldiers and Solana. No one said a word. They left the dead where they lay. MacLeod drove the group forward, at a far quicker pace now, nearly a run. No one objected. They all understood the need to get away before anyone came to investigate gunfire, erupting this deep inside territory supposedly held by their own side. Solana concentrated on staying upright, on not faltering or falling behind, or making any motion that might prompt a panicked finger to tighten on a trigger. By the time they stopped at a massive door, every one of them was breathing hard. MacLeod had to suck in several deep breaths before knocking in a precise pattern. 3 knocks, then 2, then 3 again. The door opened just a crack. Nothing was visible through the narrow gap, but danger pressed outward from it all the same, like the skin-prickling sense around a shaky staircase dropping into blackness. MacLeod gestured to Solana. She nodded, moistened her lips, and forced steadiness into her voice. "Rainbow." "Mountain," came the answer from beyond the door. Only then did Solana let some tension go as the entrance to the grandly titled Alternate Command Center Theta swung inward. The building had clearly been intended as a secure installation. With reinforced walls and electronic shielding, its inside utterly plain. Ironically, it may once have been designed to serve Ladoga's own government. The portable equipment she could glimpse was a jumble of military models from different periods and manufacturers. There were also more than a dozen enemy soldiers inside, including the 2 commanders who had bargained with General Weiss. "What happened?" General Kadan demanded of MacLeod. "Captain Larson almost nailed us," MacLeod said in a rush. "These soldiers were with him but turned on him. Then they're with us," the woman called Colonel Tan said. In person, her Martian origins were even more obvious to Solana, the executive tattoo below one ear stark under the command center's hard lighting. Her narrowed eyes swept over Solana. "What mob were you? Eat dust and die," Solana spat back. Tan studied her more closely. "That accent. You're not from anywhere near Mons." "I'm from Zerond," Solana said, knowing exactly how that would rankle another Martian. "Mira?" The female executive gave a mocking laugh. "I'm in debt to Amira." "You were beaten by Amira," Solana said. Anger flashed in Tan's eyes. "You still might not survive this." "If I don't, you don't." General Kadan cut in before it could escalate. "We don't have time for this. Mendez almost caught her before she got to us. He's probably realizing that she didn't try to reach Sigma and is trying to figure out where we really are. Let's get going before he finds us." The whole group surged into motion. Solana noticed, among those who had been waiting in the bunker, several carrying expensive luggage. Their command structure might be collapsing, their own troops might be shooting at one another, but these officers were making certain their personal baggage escaped with them. Once outside, they took a route different from the one Solana and MacLeod had used to get there, moving through empty spaces between abandoned buildings, some choked with overgrowth, others scraped bare. MacLeod stayed close beside her. At first she assumed he feared another interception by loyalists trying to seize her, but over time it became obvious that he wanted her near because he hoped she might shield him. Maybe she would. Assuming he had not committed any war crimes. Killing the enemy was easier when they had no faces, when they were only distant shapes without names or individuality. But she had spent enough time near MacLeod now to register him as an actual person. They came at last to another enemy position, this one held by nearly 20 soldiers. Those men and women looked at their commanders with visible anxiety, plainly understanding that they were about to be left behind. "We'll transmit the surrender command when we've personally confirmed that it's safe," Colonel Tan told them. "You'll all be taken care of." Then she turned to Solana with a cruel little smile. "You first." Solana fought down the urge to punch her. Instead, she faced outward, toward the positions where Ladoga's defenders lay hidden among the buildings. Across the street stood the elaborate entrance to the shell of what would one day be a large restaurant, the agreed handover point for the 2 enemy commanders. She saw no defenders, but knew plenty of them were there, concealed and tense, prepared for a last-second betrayal by enemies who had promised surrender. Once she stepped into the open, she would stand between nervous allies in front of her and nervous enemies behind. Steeling herself, she walked out. For a brief moment she stood with her arms raised high and wide, took one slow breath to calm herself, and then started toward the place where she knew her own people waited. Her pulse pounded so loudly in her ears that it made listening for anything else almost impossible. The surrendering enemy filed out behind her, pressing too close as they tried to hurry, but Solana knew anything resembling a rush could provoke the defenders into shooting. So she maintained the same even pace, despite the pressure at her back, despite the mounting fear that loyalist enemy troops might appear at any instant, and fire on those trying to surrender. Strangely, she also felt a twist of sickness over the soldiers at that last strong point. Their leaders were abandoning them, and they did not yet know it. It felt deeply wrong that she cared more about their fate than their own commanders did. She led the column through the ornate gateway and into an open plaza bordered on three sides by galleries, meant someday to host cheerful diners. At last, Ladoga's defenders revealed themselves, guns trained on the newcomers. Solana stopped when an officer shouted to the people behind her, "Put down all of your weapons." For one suspended instant, everything balanced again on the thinnest possible edge between trust and survival. Lieutenant MacLeod was the first to bend, carefully lowering his rifle to the ground before straightening once more. The others followed in a hurried wave until the plaza floor was strewn with abandoned weapons. "Follow me single file," the officer ordered, turning toward the building's main entrance. MacLeod looked to Solana with open anxiety, and she gave him a nod to comply. "They won't kill you," she said. With his empty hands held out, he fell in behind the Ladogan officer. Solana stayed where she was until the last of the surrendering soldiers had gone past, then followed them in. Inside, more Ladogan troops waited to search the prisoners for hidden weapons, taps, or beacons before sending them onward into an empty ballroom. General Weiss greeted Solana with a nod when she entered after the last of the enemy soldiers. "Well done. Any problems?" "A few," Solana said. "But it all worked out. Transmit the surrender orders," Weiss told the two enemy commanders, "and give us the location where the remaining commanders of the enemy forces are. We'll be happy to give you the coordinates of Field Marshal Mendez's bunker." "But first, are you guaranteeing our deal?" Colonel Tan demanded in return. "You'll be given good quarters and at the first opportunity allowed safe passage home," Weiss said. "As agreed to. You know that we cannot guarantee how long it will be before a transport arrives in this star system again, but when it does, you'll have priority to board it." While the two enemy commanders transmitted their surrender orders, Solana sagged back against a wall, feeling her nerves start to twitch now that they had room to react to everything the day had demanded of her. General Weiss came over and took up a place beside her. "We've saved a few lives today, Captain Reyes." Apparently, he had decided that awarding her a military rank on the spot was a fitting reward. "It's Citizen Reyes, sir. Too bad saving other lives came at the cost of saving those two lives," Solana muttered, glaring toward the enemy commanders. "Maybe." Weiss leaned nearer and lowered his voice. "According to the intelligence reports I've seen, Charun, Balor, and Tinia have agents in all the nearest star systems, working undercover." "That's right," Solana said. "We found out a lot about them in files we've captured from the invading forces. They're at Ferrer and Hibernia and other places. And those agents engage in what I believe are called active measures?" "Yes, General. The files indicate those agents engage in missions up to and including assassinations to further the interests of their star systems." "What does that have to do with those two officers?" Weiss smiled without humor. "I didn't promise that what those two did, betraying their employers, wouldn't be communicated to anyone along the routes of whatever transport they get toward their homes. What do you think those agents of our enemies will do if they learn two turncoat officers are passing through their star systems?" Solana realized she was smiling too, teeth clenched hard. "That's not too hard to imagine, General. I trust that Ladoga's intelligence officers can put together proper messages using what is known about those enemy agents." "Good. Those two may think they're escaping from what they've done, but it's going to follow them for as far as they manage to run. We promised not to imprison or prosecute them for war crimes. We made no promises to keep their actions secret from anyone else." "You can be pretty merciless when you want to be, can't you, General?" Solana said. "I have no love for those who break faith with the men and women under their command." Across the room, Solana noticed Lieutenant MacLeod looking at her with anxious uncertainty. "Are the others going to get humane treatment, sir?" "Yes, I promise that, and I'm going to see to it." Weiss let out a breath. "Who knows? Maybe some of them will decide this world is worth fighting for, instead of fighting against. Could we ever trust them?" He gave her a sidelong glance. "Somebody asked me that about Reds. What do you think?" Solana lifted one shoulder. It depends on the red, exactly. Weiss let his gaze travel around the room. When the history of Ladoga is written, these moments won't have to be glossed over or hidden. Our descendants will be able to take pride in them. That's important to me. I guess everyone worries about how they'll be remembered. Not everyone, Weiss said. Those two who surrendered their troops to us, they're not looking past their own deaths. They don't care about the future, Captain Reyes, because they won't be there. You're right, Solana said. Oh? So sometimes you agree with your superiors? She gave a brief laugh despite herself. Only when I have to. But sir, it's just Citizen Reyes. If I want to call you a captain, I can, Weiss corrected her. I may call you Major Reyes tomorrow, and if so, you are to accept it as your due. Yes, sir. An officer approached to confer with Weiss, so Solana crossed the room to where Lieutenant MacLeod sat against a wall, staring into the middle distance as if he could already see the ugly future awaiting him. When she stopped before him, he looked up at her with naked, speechless hope. She crouched so she could meet his eyes. Why did you help this surrender happen? I don't want to die, MacLeod said, his voice thick with exhaustion, fear, and grief. Where are you from? Indra. Are you really from Mars? Yeah. Well, MacLeod blinked and shivered once. Thank you. I'd heard that, Reds. I'm sorry. You guys could have just wiped us out. Were you in Poznan? Huh? No. My unit landed near here. We were supposed to secure this city, so we've been here the whole time. He let out a painful little laugh. We were worried we wouldn't see any fighting. Stupid, huh? Yeah. Listen, Solana said. We keep our promises. The troops who are surrendering will be treated humanely. You can help with that. Those troops will be looking for officers of their own to tell them what to do and reassure them that if they behave well, they'll be treated well. You can be one of those officers. You can help ensure no more of those you once let die uselessly, but you'll have to get up and think about the men and women who are about to walk in here and will need leaders they trust. MacLeod stared at her in surprise, then nodded. He rose a little too suddenly, and Ladogan guards immediately swung their weapons toward him. Solana spotted a colonel she knew and waved him over. This officer, she said, gesturing toward MacLeod, can help you handle the enemy's soldiers who are surrendering? Can he? The colonel gave MacLeod a cold appraisal. Are we sure he's clean? Meaning free of atrocities. He's been in Dvin the whole time. Okay, come on you. The colonel motioned, and MacLeod hurried after him. Solana found a quiet corner and called up her messages. Her fingers paused over the unsent recording for Lucien. Instead of deleting it, she moved it into her drafts, to wait there in case she ever needed it again. A tremor ran through the ground as an orbital strike from Barracuda smashed down on the distant location of Field Marshal Mendez's bunker, annihilating what remained of the enemy leadership. From somewhere outside and far off came the frantic clatter of sporadic gunfire as the last resistance in Dvin unraveled with startling speed. Ladoga was free again. Solana thought of the dead who had made that freedom possible and wondered whether the world could survive paying such a price a second time. This is absurd, Captain Chandra snapped. We've been watching the enemy charge at us for weeks. They had a long way to go, Kaia Brynn replied. She was speaking from a different location than the ground forces officer. By now, the defenders had already been divided into 11 separate groups spread throughout the orbital facility. So long as enough of the many fiber links threaded through the structure remained intact, they would at least sometimes be able to communicate. Captain, I'm worried about your group commanders. We've done a lot of work, but they're still not thinking in terms of this being space rather than a planet's surface. My soldiers will not disappoint you, Chandra insisted. That's not what I'm talking about. They're brave and they're well-trained, but they've been trained in a very different environment. When they're inside the facility, it's easy for them to forget. This is space and rules are different in important ways. We understand that. Do you? I think you and your lieutenants have grasped it, but I'm worried about your senior enlisted. They still seem to be way too sure of themselves. Senior enlisted could always be tricky that way. So competent in their usual world that it did not occur to them anything unfamiliar might catch them out. And from everything Kaia had seen, The ground forces sergeants were extremely good at what they did. Tell them again, Captain. We're in space. The rules are different in important ways. Yes, Captain Brynn, I will remind them. Kaia decided there was no point in pushing the issue any harder. I hope they listen. The enemy is too close now for preparations to continue. Depending on how fast they make their final approach, they'll probably be here in about an hour. I'm going to place all units on full combat status. She shifted her comms to address every detached group commander, whether officer or sergeant. All personnel, we are now in a combat situation. Prepare for action within approximately 1 hour. You all know the plan. Wait for my command to go weapons free. After that, we have to assume the enemy will be doing his best to jam, trace, and interrupt all comms. Are there any last-minute questions? Of course, Lieutenant Brennan was the one with a final question. Major, what if the enemy succeeds in jamming you before you can give the command to fire? It was, Kaia had to admit, a sensible concern. If enemy soldiers physically reach the facility and you haven't heard the fire command yet, that moment will serve as your authorization to fire. I want to emphasize, Kaia added, that everyone will have to use a lot of individual thinking and initiative to keep the enemy off balance and unable to predict our actions. We've deliberately avoided drawing up detailed action plans for after the enemy boards this facility so that each of your groups will act independently. Keep moving and stay unpredictable. Any more questions? Then prepare for battle. There was nothing left to do except wait. Kaia Brynn leaned against a bulkhead inside what had once been a closet tucked into a storage room deep within Strathmore's orbital facility. The structure itself, a massive block built in space, resembled a piece of city where every building had been crushed together into a single body and lofted into orbit. It had been designed to house industry, services, workers, and their families. It had also been meant to make movement easy of people, cargo, equipment, everything, because the facility linked the planet below to the reaches of space beyond. All of those civilians were gone now. Offices, factories, and service spaces stood empty. The only people left were Marines and soldiers, every one of them sealed into battle armor, or soon would be. The armor was meant not only for combat, but also to function as a spacesuit once the helmets were on and locked. No one doubted that the facility's atmosphere would start escaping not long after the fighting began. When that happened, everyone would live inside sealed armor until the battle ended. Kaia glanced down into the helmet she still carried in one hand, studying the schematic glowing across the inside of the face shield. It scarcely resembled the facility's original plan anymore. In the time available, they had transformed the place as thoroughly as possible into a three-dimensional labyrinth, packed with hidden routes and concealed compartments. Every path that might have offered easy movement had been blocked in as many places as possible with whatever materials they could scrounge, which was why she was standing against a bulkhead instead of sitting. Every chair had been bolted into barriers and barricades. Markers glimmered across the schematic in what looked like a random scatter, identifying small, carefully hidden caches of food, water, ammunition, and other essentials. Other icons, burning a dangerous red marked mines and booby traps throughout the station, biting her lip. Kaia wondered again whether restricting copies of the revised schematics to officers and non-commissioned officers' armor systems had been the right call. If any ordinary Marines or soldiers became separated from their leaders, they would be just as lost in this maze as the enemy. But she had not wanted to risk the plan spreading any farther than absolutely necessary. If the invaders ever captured that schematic, her Marines and Chandra's troops would be slaughtered. She checked once more that the software suicide command attached to the schematic could be triggered instantly and that it would activate automatically if the armor detected catastrophic harm to its wearer. If an officer were taken, the map in the armor could not be allowed to survive with them. A high-priority incoming signal interrupted thoughts she did not want to follow any further. Brynn here. Her visor display lit with President Hartwell's image. The background visible behind Hartwell looked much like her regular office in the Capitol, though Kaia knew the president was actually in a newly built underground site well away from the city. "I wanted to wish you luck," Hartwell said. You know how important it is that Strathmore hold on to that facility. We'll do our best, Kaia said. I also wanted to inform you of your promotion to major. Congratulations. I'm a major again? She had to work not to laugh, because it would definitely come out sounding wrong. Hartwell's smile remained formal, steady, and encouraging. Permanently this time. In recognition of your service to Strathmore and your dedication to your adopted world, I hope you will have many more years of service in Strathmore's Marines. Me too, Kaia said. Thank you, Madam President. We're expecting the enemy to hit us in about an hour. After that, comms are going to be intermittent at best. I understand. Good luck. Hartwell hesitated, and for a moment the strain she actually felt showed in her eyes. I'm sorry we couldn't have given you more resources. We gave you our best, though, and Commodore Harrow has been authorized to take any actions he feels are necessary or appropriate to support your defense of the facility. Please believe that our hopes are with you. I do believe that, Kaia said. Like I said, I'll do my best, and I know every other man and woman up here will do the same. We'll hold on to this facility. Thank you, Major. Good luck, Hartwell said again. Awkwardly this time, as if unsure how one properly ended what might prove to be a final conversation. Then the president's image disappeared. Kaia found herself laughing softly. A promotion. Now, of all possible times, she had to pass the news along. All groups? This is Major Brynn. I've just been informed by President Hartwell that I've been promoted. I'm afraid the promotion party will have to wait until after this battle is over, though. A moment later, Captain Chandra called in, surprise obvious on his face. They really promoted you on the very eve of the battle? They really did. Chandra made a face. I'm sorry. You know what? I mean, traditionally. Yes, I know my history, Kaia said. Commanders in hopeless positions are promoted to encourage them. But you see, I have a plan regarding this promotion. What is that? Kaia gave him the kind of grin that always made Ethan Harrow look worried. I intend on winning this fight and surviving it, so the government will be forced to live with me as a major. After a beat, Chandra nodded. Then I congratulate you, Major, and wish you a long career. Thanks. Make sure you come to the promotion party when this fight is done. I will, Chandra said. She made one more call, this one to Lieutenant Haddad and Gunnery Sergeant Moon. I'm counting on you guys in particular. Haddad's smile was tight enough to reveal how nervous he was before his first battle, though nothing else about him did. I will not let you down. Don't let down the Marines under your command, Kaia said. That's the priority. Be the leader they need you to be. Yes, Major Brynn, I will. We'll get it done, Major, Moon said. Don't let Hollis or Decker slack off. They've been pulling that I'm a veteran of Ladoga stuff on the newcomers. I told them they better live up to that. Good. Get your final preps done, Kaia said. She left the tiny compartment through a newly made access almost invisible when shut, stepping into a larger space where a dozen Marines waited. How's it look, Static? Sergeant Hollis motioned around him. It's as ready as we can make it, Captain. Major, Kaia corrected. Oh, right. Sorry, ma'am. Hollis looked down toward the deck, a habit people on orbital stations had when thinking about those on the planet below. Ghost hasn't been able to get into the enemy networks, though. She says these guys are really good. No telling if she'll be able to make any useful penetrations of their systems. We'll play it as if she won't, so if she does, it'll be a bonus, Kaia said. Corporal Decker, Sergeant Hollis is going to be handling comms and net matters for me. That means for most matters you're my leading non-commissioned officer. Yes, ma'am, Ren Decker said. You seem pretty relaxed. Been there, done that, Major Brynn, Decker said with a slight smile. This is going to be different from Ladoga in some ways, Kaia said as a warning. Her gaze moved over the rest of the Marines there, 8 privates and 1 more corporal. Since we're the command element, we're going to focus on staying uncaught rather than trying to hit the enemy whenever we can. That doesn't mean we'll be safe. The enemy is going to be trying to get us in particular in hopes that taking out our command element will cripple the defense. Every indication we have says that these guys are pros and will give us a tough fight. Stay sharp. You're Marines. I wouldn't want anyone else here with me right now. That was enough of a pep talk. Kaia crooked a finger at Hollis. Static, give me links to everything we've got. Hollis tapped to control. That's already set up, Cap Major. You've got access to all sensor feeds and comm links. As soon as the enemy gets onto this station, they're going to tap into physical links and force feed jamming and malware at us, so those links might auto-sever without warning if they detect anything bad coming their way. Understood. She checked the clock. Perhaps 30 minutes remained before the enemy reached the facility. Let's armor up, everyone. Kaia drew a deep breath before fitting on her battle helmet, fully aware that she might not remove it again for days or longer. Even if some air remained in the station, life support would fail as soon as primary power was cut. Without circulation fans, invisible pockets of carbon dioxide could collect and silently render people unconscious or kill them. Once her helmet locked and sealed, she brought up an exterior view of the facility. Stars, endless night, and the symbols showing the 3 hostile warships closing steadily. The linked sensor systems ran the calculations and informed her that the enemy would intercept the facility in 26 minutes. Sergeant Major Renko, prepare to carry out a destructive shutdown of the facility's primary power systems in about 20 minutes. I want enough damage to the power handling and distribution systems that the enemy will need more than a week to bring anything back online. Understand, Major. We are standing by to break the facility power systems 20 minutes from now. We'll receive an order to carry out the action at that time? Yes, wait for the order. I want to make sure the enemy approach doesn't turn into a feint designed to make us react too soon. Understood, Major. Standing by, all units. Enemy forces are on final approach, Kaia told the defenders. Maintain full cover until ordered to charge weapons and fire. The destroyer remained farther out, covering against Cutlass, while the light cruiser swept in close with the freighter trailing behind it. Just as expected, they were approaching from an angle toward the side of the facility facing away from the planet below, using the facility's own bulk as protection against any anti-orbital fire from the surface. They don't have to come in that close to fire, do they? Lieutenant Haddad asked, his voice lowered as if the enemy might somehow hear him. The ships were near enough now that their outlines could be seen. The big freighter's bulky form overshadowing the sleek, Mako shark shape of the light cruiser. It was deceptive, since the larger freighter would be helpless if the cruiser chose to attack it. No, Kaia said. What they're doing is coming close to look for defenses and maybe lure some of the defenders into firing at them. That'd let the cruiser take out the defenders with targeted shots. We can't match them, Haddad said, and the regret in his voice was plain. Not a chance, Kaia agreed. We don't have anything heavy enough to knock down that cruiser's shields. So, instead we stay quiet until they give the go-ahead for the freighter to move in close and launch its attack. If that ship stays close, they'll be able to spot some of the preparations, won't they? And engage any of our forces that open fire on the attack force? The cruiser? Yeah. They've got visual sensors designed to examine details on objects millions of kilometers away. This close, they'll be able to spot the tiniest hint of our preparations on the areas they're examining. Kaia kept her eyes on the display, willing the enemy commander to finish his inspection and move on. The freighter, approaching more slowly, was still roughly 100 kilometers out, almost certainly waiting for the cruiser's all clear. They're not making any mistakes, are they? Captain Chandra said over the command net. No, Kaia said. Commodore Harrow said these guys were doing everything by the book, and their book doesn't seem to have any stupid parts. We'll have to do this the hard way. Hold on. The cruiser had suddenly fired maneuvering thrusters and pitched up and over. A heartbeat later, its main drive flared blindingly bright as the ship accelerated hard back the way it had come. What's he doing? Chandra asked. Kaia shifted her display and found the answer. Cutlass is coming in. It looks like an attack run against the freighter. The freighter would be a perfect target right now, wouldn't it? Moving so slowly, as far as I know. Kaia watched the warship's curving tracks settle into a pattern and understood it. The enemy destroyer alone couldn't stop Cutlass from getting through to the freighter, so the cruiser is moving to reinforce it. Cutlass won't have a chance of reaching the freighter now without taking heavy damage, but I bet it breaks off before engaging the enemy warships. He pulled away the enemy cruiser, Chandra said. That was a well-timed move. Yeah, I told you we could count on Ethan Harrow. Now what the hell is the heavy weapons platoon doing? Her armor alerted her to sudden movement, highlighting the ground force's heavy weapons platoon as they burst from concealment and began setting up to fire on the freighter, now only about 20 kilometers away and still closing. I haven't ordered them into action. Get them under cover. Immediately. Yes, Major. They're still up there. Get them inside, Major, the platoon sergeant says, with the enemy warship thousands of kilometers away and opening the range at a rapid rate. This is space. We're in a fixed orbit, so the fire control solution is easy for a warship. They're still in firing range, and they can see that part of the facility. Thousands of kilometers is nothing to a particle beam traveling at nearly the speed of light. Get those idiots. By the time the light cruiser's particle beams reached the facility, they had spread somewhat over the long distance, but they still carried more than enough energy to tear through individual suits of battle armor. The beams themselves were invisible. Only their effects could be seen as they ripped across the section of the facility where the heavy weapons platoon had exposed itself on the outer hull, cutting through soldiers, weapons, and the facility's skin alike. Secondary explosions followed as the beams ruptured energy cells feeding some of the heavy weapons, magnifying the devastation. Kaia became aware of her own breathing, harsh in her ears, as she stared at the destruction of the heavy weapons platoon and found herself unable to speak. At last, she forced her voice back into service, calm only by effort. Captain Chandra, get any survivors back under cover, and let me know if any of their weapons are still usable. For the first time since she had known him, Chandra sounded truly shaken. Yes, Major. Major, it's done. It won't happen again, will it? No, Major. Make sure all of your soldiers know exactly what happened, Kaia said, giving him no mercy in her tone. Tell your sergeants that I will shoot them the next time any of them hesitate for even a second in doing what I say. We can't afford to let overconfidence kill any more of your soldiers. Yes, Major. Too stunned to defend his troops, Chandra simply accepted it this time. I agree, Major? Kaia turned to find Corporal Decker watching her with anxious eyes. Our armor reported some explosions on the facility, ma'am. She inhaled carefully and made herself answer in a normal tone. The heavy weapons platoon has been wiped out. They broke cover while the enemy light cruiser could still engage them. Decker only looked at her, speechless. Corporal, they were overconfident. I know you're a combat veteran, but don't you be overconfident? This isn't Ladoga. I don't want to lose a single Marine because you thought you had it solid. Yes, ma'am. I understand. It won't happen. Good. Forcing her attention away from the slaughter of the heavy weapons platoon took real effort, but Kaia dragged her mind back to the immediate problem. The freighter still coming in. The transport carrying the enemy soldiers approached with slow, cumbersome inevitability, incapable of the quick, elegant maneuvering of a warship. But huge freighters did not need elegance. Given time, they could match vectors with something like the orbital facility easily enough. The enemy assault force would not arrive quickly or dramatically, but it would arrive. The facility's navigation systems projected the freighter at 10 minutes from docking. Kaia doubted the attackers would wait that long. The first wave, at least, would hit before formal docking. Sergeant Major Renko, disable the power system. Take it down hard. Yes, Major, Renko replied. Even she sounded a shade less steady than usual after what had happened to the heavy weapons platoon. Taking down facility power system now. All personnel, the power system is going offline. A few seconds later, power loss warnings cascaded across Kaia's face shield display. The ceiling light in her compartment died, leaving only the dim emergency lantern glowing in one upper corner. The low, constant murmur of air circulation fans vanished. Her sensor readouts remained stable, preserved by local battery backups. In a virtual display window on her visor, she watched the freighter edging closer, growing larger now that it was within a kilometer of the station and bleeding off the last little bit of relative motion needed to match orbit. Numerous small shapes clinging to the hull on the side facing the facility were now clearly enemy soldiers in battle armor, latched to the freighter and waiting to jump the final gap. I'm seeing warnings from our facility's sensors. Captain Chandra said. They look like weapon alerts. I see the alerts, Kaia answered. I think they're preparing to fire a chaff screen. Chaff? Yes. Those tubes match some disposable chaff launchers I've seen. Here we go, Kaia said. No sound came through vacuum, but she saw low-velocity projectiles drift from the launch tubes and burst into clouds of tiny fragments that spread into a drifting curtain between the ship and the station. Strips of metallic chaff flashed in the starlight as they floated forward, degrading radar and comms and interfering with any laser-type fire. Then the active elements ignited hundreds of tiny thermite flares whose searing brightness blinded optical sensors and whose heat signature swamped infrared. The freighter and the waiting assault troops vanished behind a wall of glare, heat, and metal fragments as the sensors struggled frantically to filter out the overload. Kaia breathed out slowly, forcing herself calm. Even if the enemy had intercepted the planted messages about weak morale inside the facility, they were coming in fully prepared. They were giving her nothing easy. In fact, the only true mistake so far had belonged to her own side, in the form of the heavy weapons platoon. This was going to be every bit as hard as she had feared. All units, charge weapons, and prepare to fire. The chaff curtain is heading toward us. The first wave of attacking soldiers will be right behind it. No one could shoot accurately through that mess. But the outer hull they were approaching held its own surprises defenses laid with exactly this possibility in mind, and ones that required no careful aiming. Major, Lieutenant Haddad said, can we estimate when the flares will burn out? It depends what they're set for, Kaia said. They might have been set to burn out just before they reach the facility so their thermite won't eat into the outer skin of this place. But there's a good chance they're going to keep burning until they hit the facility so the enemy can use them to knock out sensors and any defenses on the surface facing them. Won't that set off? Sure will. Her display projected the chaff screen striking the facility in 10 seconds. She switched back to the command net. All units, weapons free. Fire when you have targets. Remain in protected positions. 5 seconds to contact. Dedragrin Nongring. Chapter 9. The burning screen reached the station, and Kaia felt a light tremor run through the orbital facility structure as the thermites set off the mines hidden on the outside of the hull. Claymore mines were an ancient idea directional weapons meant to throw a storm of projectiles one way, like an enormous shotgun. Ancient, but no less lethal for that. The mines the Marines had emplaced could have been triggered individually, either by remote command or contact, but the thermite had ignited the whole array at once. A torrent of metal balls blasted out from all of them together, saturating the space between the facility and the freighter. The exact zone where Kaia had expected the first assault wave to be, concealed behind the chaff, the detonations also disrupted what remained of the chaff curtain. Through a few surviving pinhole visual sensors, Kaia saw the result. Scores of enemy soldiers in that leading wave had been struck while crossing the gap through vacuum. Some impacts knocked them spinning backward toward the freighter. Others, for the truly unlucky, sent them tumbling off toward open space or down toward the planet below. Limbs of the dead hung slack or rolled gently as their bodies turned. The wounded who could still function fired emergency thrusters in their armor, trying either to return to the freighter or reach the facility, where the luckier unhurt attackers were landing on the dock and pushing toward the outer side of the structure. Kaia watched them move with practiced efficiency. Some braced and covered with weapons, while others rushed the facing bulkheads to breach them. The mines had torn up the first wave badly, but these troops were competent, disciplined, and very good at what they were doing. She wanted to be there. She wanted to be with the defenders hidden back from the bulkheads that were about to be blown inward. She wanted the simplicity of fighting, of letting fear and uncertainty dissolve into action. But that was not her role. She had to stay away from the immediate battle, had to keep functioning, watching, directing, giving the orders that would let the defense remain coordinated while communications still held. Interior sensors watching the outer bulkheads showed breaching charges tearing openings into them, atmosphere blasting out through the new holes, Enemy troops throwing EMP grenades through, first to kill any automated defenses, then charging through behind them in armored waves. That rush faltered almost at once. The attackers had expected the original layout plans to guide them. Instead, they hit barricades, false routes, and blocked passages the defenders had built in their place. Even so, they found ways forward and pressed into them routes that had been designed as traps. Mines buried along apparently open corridors detonated. Dead ends closed them off. In 3 separate locations, groups of defenders opened fire on enemy soldiers bottled up in narrow hallways. The invaders tried to hold their gains, but under steady fire, their numbers thinned until they finally withdrew to the point where the second assault wave was landing on the facility. Reinforced, they drove forward again, plunging once more into the lethal maze, setting off more mines, taking fire in several places from defenders working in concert with the booby traps. This time, the added weight of numbers told. Despite losses, the attackers managed to keep going and hold their ground. Kaia checked the dock area and saw another wave arriving. Strangely, though, they did not rush in to reinforce the assault. Why not? Because something else was happening. She zoomed out the scale of her display to take in what could still be seen in space. Cutlass had been forced to abort her run, which left the enemy light cruiser free to wheel around and accelerate back toward the facility. As it closed once more, Kaia saw the attacking troops break contact and begin falling back from the defenders. All units, the light cruiser is returning to provide fire support to the attackers. Lieutenant Brennan, Lieutenant Haddad, Gunnery Sergeant Moon, reposition. The enemy knows enough about the location of your forces for the light cruiser to target them. This time, no one delayed. Kaia watched her units shift to alternate positions deeper in the maze, reforming in new defensive pockets. Then, the flow of data feeding into her armor, flickered eyes, and warnings freezing for a beat before abruptly refreshing. They're hacking into all of the cables and circuits they've located, Sergeant Hollis reported. I'm blocking, but we might have to sever links soon. If you need to drop a link, do it, Kaia said. New warnings flared across the schematic as fresh holes opened in the facility. Particle beams from the light cruiser stabbed through the structure and through the places where her defenders had been moments earlier. Because the beams had to punch through intervening sections of the station and whatever else lay in the line of fire, they wrecked equipment and opened new breaches, spilling more atmosphere into space. Once the barrage ended, the enemy pushed forward again, and Kaia's defenders struck from entirely different positions. What were the true odds? The sensor picture was a patchwork of fragments. How many enemy troops were actually aboard? How many had her people already killed or disabled? She could not know. She could not even produce a reliable approximation. But the earlier estimate that they would face at least 3-to-1 odds was looking grimly accurate. And on top of that, the enemy had the cursed light cruiser providing fire support, plus whatever other assets had been brought aboard the freighter. The data stream stuttered again, longer this time, and when it resumed, much of the live information had vanished, replaced with icons showing only the last known positions. They're sending jamming through our lines, Hollis said. I'm blocking their malware, but the jamming is just noise that keeps any other signals from getting through. All I can do about it is try to hop my own signal frequencies and modulations fast enough to get something through. Status. Kaia heard. Say again, she called back. Pressure is Rec. Av. She had known this would happen eventually. It had arrived sooner than she wanted. All units, this is Major Brynn. Comms are seriously disrupted. All groups operate independently. I say again, comms are disrupted. All groups operate independently. Brynn, over. A few acknowledgements broke through. This is Sergeant Major Renko, Roger, out. This is Lieutenant Selvaraj, Roger, out. This is Gunnery Sergeant Moon, Roger, out. The others knew the plan if communications died. Kaia watched her picture of the battle dissolve like chalk in hard rain as sensor links were cut or jammed, while bursts of static wavered across the comm bands. From here on, it belonged to the individual group commanders. Keep striking, keep moving, never stay put long enough for the enemy's superior numbers and heavier firepower to pin them down. Major, Sergeant Hollis said, There's a chance the enemy localized us based on data flows. I recommend that we shift locations as well. Good idea, she said. Corporal Decker, head for our first alternate hide hole. I'm sending you the route. Yes, ma'am. On your feet, Decker snapped at the enlisted Marines. Relaying the route to each of you now. Got it? Neil, take point. Which Neil? Sean Neil. Use your heads, people, Decker said. Neil Hayashi is our medic. I'm not putting him on point. If I say Neil, I mean Private Neil. Got it? Good. Why are you standing around? Private Neil moved to the access door, slipped through fast, and headed for what looked like a solid barricade. There he stopped, checked the route data in his armor, found the concealed release that opened part of the barrier, and led them through. Kaia moved in the middle of the group. The emergency lights cast a strange tone over the otherwise dark corridor, and through her armor she felt faint vibrations from explosions elsewhere in the facility. She turned her head toward the direction of the fighting as another burst of destruction rolled through the structure, wanting to go toward it and knowing she could not. Stay alive, stay unpinned, stay at liberty for as long as they could, while the other groups tried to grind down the enemy faster than the enemy could grind them down, and while the invaders fought to seize the facility and use orbit to dominate the populated world below, Kaia was under no illusions. They had to endure until the enemy was forced to pull back. If they failed and nothing changed, Strathmore would lose not just this battle, but likely the entire war. So they would keep fighting, keep disappearing, keep surviving for as long as possible, and hope that long enough actually existed. A day and a half later, Kaia sat in a long, cramped access tube barely high enough for her Marines to remain seated upright. Lieutenant Haddad's voice wavered across a link Hollis had somehow managed to establish. Lieutenant Brennan is dead. Along with most of her group, I think. I was speaking with a group of 2 survivors when we lost our link to them. Do you have any idea what happened? Kaia asked, refusing to dwell on how much weaker her defense became with that group gone. An ambush, they said. No warning. It must have been in an area where the enemy had managed to map out everything. If you contact anyone else, warn them of that. We can't assume the enemy is lost in all portions of this facility. But, Major, we cannot know which areas the enemy has been in long enough to map them, Haddad said. That's true, Kaia said, which means we have to assume the enemy has mapped out anywhere we go. How's your group? We have been chased, and we have made those who chase us unhappy when they have caught up with us. Good. How are you doing, Tariq? I am fine, Major. I try to give my Marines hope in my words and my actions. I believe I have been successful so far. Kaia paused, taken aback by how steady Haddad sounded. Good. Try to remain positive, but don't forget to stay scared enough to be alert for the threats we're facing. I have not forgotten the danger. But I remember what my father told me. Those filled with fear see only their fears, Haddad said. Those filled with hope see what they fear, but also a path onward that leads to what they hope for. She looked down the dark tunnel at the slumped, exhausted Marines in her group. Her Marines. Yeah, I see hope too. Major, someone's trying to trace this link, Sergeant Hollis said. Got to go, Lieutenant, she said. Good luck. Brynn out. Kaia selected a route to another hiding place and sent it to Corporal Decker. Got it, Decker said. Neil, take point. Private Neil said, sounding weary and resigned. Don't anticipate commands, Decker reprimanded him. Yes, Corporal. Take point. Yes, Corporal. They dropped through a hatch into a small chamber that opened onto a stairwell. Private Neil had descended only 4 steps before he stopped cold, rifle angled down into the darkness. What is it? Decker asked. I don't know, Neil said, tension in his voice. Something doesn't feel right. Nothing's showing on sensors, Decker said. I know, but it's wrong, Major. Kaia stared down into the dark, weighing their need to keep moving against one private's instincts. Was Neil just rattled, or was something really waiting below? She had perhaps 2 more seconds to choose. If danger was there, it might grant her no more time than that, and every instinct in her was pushing the same answer. Send Neil on. Move. Don't pause. But she paused. Damn, and why? Her old sergeant's voice came back to her from memory. You're not as smart as you think you are, Brynn, and even smart people can be stupid. Try not to forget that in case anyone's lives ever depend on you. Fall back, Kaia ordered. Everyone cover Neil. Neil backed up one careful step at a time, as if he were crossing a minefield in reverse. Warning icons flared across Kaia's armor display. Move! She opened fire as explosions rolled up the stairwell. The rest of the group joined in. Neil jolted backward as at least one round struck him, then was dragged with the others as they pulled back through the hatch. Enemy fire chased them, wounding another Marine. Get it sealed, Decker shouted. Not yet, Kaia yelled. She snatched grenades from nearby Marines, armed 3 of them, and threw them as a cluster down through the hatch into the hail of rounds and energy fire tearing through the opening. Now, 2 Marines slammed the hatch closed. Another dumped liquid welled along the seam to fuse it shut. They had not finished before the entire area lurched under the force of all 3 grenades detonating below. Kaia mastered herself, checked the schematics, picked a new route, and passed it to Decker. Neil, Decker called. He's wounded, Corporal Hayashi said. So's Petrenko. Can they move's gonna need to be carried. Neil can only use one arm until I get him patched up. That's a yes, Kaia said. Let's get moving, Decker. Boone! On point! Private McKinder took the lead, weapon up, threading through the maze by the route shown on his face shield. The others followed. Kaia stayed in the middle with the wounded. As they moved, she studied the layout and tried to think like the enemy. Where would they go? How would they try to trap her group? Sergeant Hollis, are you picking up anything? There's some signal traffic flying, Hollis said. Just random hits on my sensors, but a lot of it. I can't tell anything else. They're being sloppy with transmissions, Kaia said. That means they're in a rush, trying to box us in. Decker, I'm shifting the route. Got it? Yes, Major. See that segment to the left with the access running past it? Yeah. I'm certain that some of them are going to be coming along there to cut us off. We're going to wait and give them a welcome. Got it, Major. They turned left. In the short corridor beyond, the Marines halted and spread out, Kaia and Decker placing them with hand signals to avoid alerting enemy sensors with even minimal transmissions. Weapons came up, all aimed at the doorway opening onto the access tunnel. Kaia readied 2 more grenades. The vibration came through the structure first. She felt it just before her sensors confirmed movement incoming. As expected, they were moving fast, trying to close off escape routes her group might use. Urged on probably by commanders desperate not to let their quarry slip away. They were moving too quickly to notice trouble until they were already in it. When the tremor of heavily burdened armored soldiers came very close, Kaia threw the 2 grenades in rapid sequence through the access, banking them off the far wall so they bounced down the tunnel into the path of the oncoming enemy. Soldiers, who appeared while running past the opening, were cut down by Decker and the Marines, while the grenades detonated amid the rest of their force, which would be bunching up just short of the passage. Boone went first through the access, firing as he hit the far wall with his shoulder. The others poured after him, shooting into the stunned and already mauled enemy unit. By the time Kaia had her rifle ready and came through after them, the firing was over. She spared only a brief moment to assess the result. Enemy bodies lay scattered across the area. This force had been destroyed. 15 fewer enemy soldiers. No 14. One of them was still alive, wounded, breathing hard, and staring at the Marines. Kaia kicked his weapon away, then spoke to Decker again. New route. Go. What about they'll have picked up our attack here and be coming to this location. They'll find their wounded and take care of him. Now get going. Yes, ma'am. Boone. Point. Boone muttered under his breath about being assigned point again, but moved out anyway. Without the schematics inside their armor, they would have been lost within minutes as they threaded through false dead ends and genuine choke points before finally reaching a compartment where they could pause. Post 2 on sentry, Kaia told Decker. Static. How's it look? Hollis took a moment before answering. If they're still talking, it's too far off from us to pick anything up through the structure. I can't see any signs they're close. We lost them, Decker said. Maybe, Kaia said. 1 hour here while Doc Hayashi fixes up our wounded, then we move. Major? Hollis said. If you want my opinion, damn Static, don't you know better than to say that to an officer? Fine. What's your opinion? Sergeant Hollis pointed toward the passage outside the compartment. When we move, we make noise. We have to move sometimes, because they're going to be searching everywhere. But if we move too much, we'll make too much noise. Making it easier to find us? Kaia considered that, her gaze drifting to the two Marines standing watch at the entrance. That's a good point. Have you got any feel for how long we should stay in one place before we move? I'm guessing 3 or 4 hours minimum between moves, Major. Unless we hear them coming and have to move sooner. 6 hours if we can stay in one place that long. They want us to bolt like rabbits because we're easier to spot when we run. Yeah, Kaia said. We just got a demonstration of that, didn't we? All right, 5 hours. But I want some portable sensors planted out there with independent fiber feeds back to here. Corporal Decker gave a sharp nod. On it, Major. At last, Kaia allowed herself a brief moment to loosen up, trying to rest even as she wished she knew how long this deadly game would continue. How are Neil and Kay? They'll live, Corporal Hayashi said. Neil'll be able to use his arm again in a little while, but Kay's not going to be walking for some time. A slow breath left Kaia as she stared at nothing, weighing the implication. Does he need hospitalization? No, Major, Hayashi said, understanding immediately. We don't have to leave Kay to be picked up by the enemy. I'll let you know if it comes to that. Do we know these guys will treat prisoners right? Corporal Decker asked. Kaia inclined her head. If they're a pro outfit, they should play by the rules when it comes to prisoners. It's stupid to kill prisoners when they might spill something under interrogation or provide leverage in negotiations. For all they know, Kay is a knucklehead with a grudge against his officers who'll tell them lots of stuff if they treat him nice. If we have to leave Kay, or anyone else, they'll be all right. But for now, we keep him with us. Major? One of the other Marines said. Petrenko really is a knucklehead. But I love our officers, Petrenko added from where he lay as the others laughed. Sure you do, Kaia said. Doc, is Neil going to be well enough to work point again? In 5 hours? Yes, ma'am, Hayashi said. Good. Decker, I want Neil on point when we move. Major, I'm wounded, Private Neil protested. If Doc says you can handle the job, you get the job, Kaia said, because you're so good at it. I'm going to be counting on you to sniff out any more ambushes. Congratulations, Private Neil, but no good deed goes unpunished, Corporal Decker reminded him. Unable to bear sitting uselessly on the bridge while the orbital facility's defenders fought without him, Ethan Harrow had withdrawn to his stateroom. Me being there was just making everyone else as tense as I was, he told his wife. Ghost's image on the display nodded once, fatigue darkening the skin beneath her eyes. You're not the only one who wishes they could do more. No luck? Not much. She made a vague, irritated gesture. They're keeping everything tight, good discipline. About all I've been able to do was break into their comms long enough to find out they're really unhappy about the resistance they've run into. But nothing we can exploit? Not yet. At least we know Kaia's people are still fighting. Ethan pulled a face. That just reminds me that I can't help her. You're helping, Ethan. You're keeping those warships off her back. Is that how everyone is seeing it? He asked. The pause before she answered said enough on its own. Okay, I knew how this would look. They know better than to say anything around me, Ghost said. Have you heard anything from the enemy warships? Ethan said, intentionally steering away from the subject. Any clues to their supplies or fuel cell levels? Not yet. Promise me you won't do anything crazy. I already did. Promise again. I promise. Ethan leaned forward, studying his own hands. Hands that were useless here. I've never let Kaia down before. I've never let you down. But this time, the chance will come. Adrienne Callister went to get help. That woman is tough. She'll get us help. And when it gets here, you will kick the butts of those guys. I hope you're right. Something in his voice must have betrayed him, because his wife's expression hardened and her words came sharp. Hey, Ethan, you're a hero to me. Never forget that. A faint smile touched him despite himself as he met her gaze. I hope I never do. But I still want to save those people on the facility. Well, duh. Why do you think you're my hero? Mine. Private Neil whispered the single warning and went rigid as another Marine edged ahead carefully to disable the enemy explosive. Got a sensor over there too, Sergeant Hollis said, indicating the spot. We need to disable it. Where? Corporal Decker asked, checking the area. Oh, I got it. She used an EMP pen to send a kill charge through the sensor the enemy had planted. They'll know we just took that out. By the time they get here, we'll be long gone. Kaia said. Is the mine disarmed? Yes, Major. Move it over there and reset it to explode on any target. When they come looking for that sensor, their own mine will be waiting for them. They had gone perhaps 50 meters farther, Kaia's estimate. When the shock of the mine's blast ran through the structure, another 10 meters on, Neil froze once more. I'm picking up movement. Me too, Decker said. On the right and below us. Move straight on, Kaia said. They might be trying to hurt us. They crossed a broad compartment broken up by makeshift barricades. And only then did Kaia realize too late that this space had once been part of her favorite bar on the station. Then hostile fire erupted from the left. One of the Marines carrying Private Petrenko went down, and Petrenko hit the deck with him. The two Marines nearest them faltered for an instant. Get out of here, Petrenko yelled, rolling onto his stomach to fire. I'll cover! Move up and straight! Kaia ordered Decker. They forced their way through the barricades toward a route Kaia remembered through, what used to be a door behind the bar, and across a storage room stacked with crates of mixer, too cheap to send down to the planet. Petrenko's firing stopped all at once behind them, and Kaia clung to the hope that he had been taken prisoners rather than killed. As they passed through the exit, Private McKinder paused just long enough to slap a small mine beside it. Neil dropped through an access hatch, sprinted a couple of meters, then opened a concealed access marked on the helmet schematics. He went through again, and the rest followed. By the time they reached another place to hide, everyone was dragging air, their armor's life support system straining to turn exhaled carbon dioxide back into oxygen. Kaia clenched her jaw and tried not to think about Petrenko. Major? Yeah, Doc, she said. Hayashi gestured back the way they had come. I was still getting Petrenko's life support readings when they cut off. He didn't register as killed before his armor system stopped transmitting. Maybe they killed his armor systems and him at the same time, but there's a good chance Kay was taken alive and his suit systems wiped themselves. Thanks, Kaia said. Corporal Decker, who'd we lose? Dmitri was carrying Petrenko, Decker said. I think he bought it. Where's Rosita? Did anyone see what happened to Rosita? I think she got hit right before we got away from where we left Kay, Boone offered. I didn't see her after that. Son of a... Decker muttered. That's it, Major. We lost Privates Cody Petrenko, Rosita Indra, and Dmitri Liang. Thank you, Kaia said, feeling the weight of every dead or wounded Marine as if it were hers alone, and forcing her anger and grief to stay hidden. What they needed from her was steadiness and authority, not an officer drowning in guilt or emotion. Inventory the power supplies and ammunition before we move on from here. Static. See if you can get any picture of the enemy's movements, and see if you can contact any of our other groups. I need to know how many effectives they have left. Do you want locations, Major? Sergeant Hollis asked. Hell, no. If they tell us that, the enemy might intercept it. All that's important is knowing which of our groups are still active and how many people they've got left. Kaia let herself sink against a bulkhead and shut her eyes. Her thoughts turned to Kay, to Indra, to Liang, and to how many more of her Marines and the ground force soldiers fighting beside them might already be gone. The shrill tone of a top-priority incoming message yanked Solana out of a heavy sleep crowded with colliding images of Mars, old Earth, and Ladoga. She came awake hard, dragging in air as she grabbed for her pad. Had a second invasion force entered the system? Rise. Her old boss, Dane Varga, appeared on the display. You're needed, Solana. Solana shot him a glare. I'm needed? In the middle of the night after the day I finally got back to Poznan again? Has another invasion fleet arrived? Because if it's anything less than that, I'm not going to be happy. She flicked a glance across the bed and saw Lucien watching her, concern and curiosity mixed on his face. Sorry, Varga said, sounding not at all sorry. But when the office of the First Minister tells me to find you and get you to a meeting there right now, I have to do what I'm told. The First Minister's office? Right now? Cold slid through her, and it had nothing to do with the air in the room. Another attack really has arrived? Something big is up, but nobody is saying anything. Varga pulled a face. For what it's worth, no military alert has been sent out. But I can't access space status reports. No one can. They're blocked. Solana tried to push back the rush of despair. Again? Already? What about Barracuda? What's our destroyer saying? I tried pinging her, Varga said, but Barracuda's gone silent. I assume she's still up there because there wasn't anything that could take her out. But nobody's saying anything to me or anybody else, except get Solana Reyes to the First Minister's office now. What about Holloway? Varga shook his head. She gave me the shut up, you'll be told anything you need to know when you need to know it. That's all I've got. Are you going to get to the First Minister? Because I think if I say you're not heading that way, they'll send the cops for you. It's that bad? Solana paused to breathe slowly, forcing down the panic trying to build inside her. Another invasion? Already? Some signs pointed that way, but others did not. Why summon her directly instead of alerting the whole defense apparatus? You tell them that I'll be at the First Minister's office as soon as I can. Disgren. Chapter 10. Solana sprang out of bed, then paused with her hand reaching for her camouflage uniform, reluctant to put war clothes on again. A moment later, she snatched them up and began dressing, while Lucien followed her movements with grave eyes. Any idea what it is? Lucien asked her. Solana gave a half shrug as she pulled on the uniform. It might be another invasion, but if it was another invasion arriving, the military should have been alerted first off. Why else would access to information about the space in this star system be blocked, though? Something has arrived, I think, but what I don't know. Maybe Ashida is back. She stopped and looked at Lucien. Renvil? But why would that scare the First Minister's office? Luke, I'm sorry I have to. Let's just hope it turns out to be good news for once. He managed a strained smile. It's about time for good news, right? Let me know what you can when you can. I will. She leaned across the bed and kissed him. Thanks, I knew what I was getting. Fix your hair before you go. Right. At that hour, Poznan's streets felt unnaturally empty deep in the night, long past midnight and still short of dawn. The nighttime movement curfew had been lifted only the day before. So, even the workers who would ordinarily have filled the streets were nowhere to be seen yet. She commandeered a parked drop car, her identification overriding the curfew restrictions still embedded in its system. The trip to the government complex took little time, carrying her from an untouched district into one badly mauled by damage within only a few blocks. One of the guards knew her on sight and signaled Solana through. Whiteley was at his desk. Naturally, Whitley was at his desk. That simple, ordinary sight steadied Solana a little. What's up? An important event, Whitley said. I don't believe that it's bad news, but that's for the First Minister to speak of. Inside the office, Solana found First Minister Brenner behind his desk. Minister of Public Security Suk stood nearby, staring at one of the wall displays despite the fact that it showed nothing. Even now, seeing him still felt wrong to Solana. The previous Public Security Minister, Bertrand, had been murdered a year earlier, not long after Solana's own job title had been shifted from the softer peacetime label of safety coordinator to the more forceful one she carried now, yet some part of her still expected Bertrand to be there. On the office couch sat Iwa Mazur, leader of the House of the People's Representatives, who had succeeded Marchetti after the last election. Solana stepped aside just as Carrie's Holloway hurried in, throwing Solana a glare before turning a courteous smile on Brenner. We're all here, Brenner said, giving nothing away in either expression or tone. There's one more participant, though. Whitley? Lincoln Volkov. One of the wall screens flashed on, revealing the bridge of a ship and an officer seated in command. You all know Commander Volkov on the Barracuda, Brenner added. Do we have a good link? Volkov nodded. Yes, sir. Something very important has happened, Brenner told the room. Commander Volkov notified me of it. I need a read from the rest of you on this before it becomes public. Commander? Volkov motioned off to one side. 3 warships have arrived at the jump point from Erebus. 2 are destroyers of the same type as Barracuda. The other is a slightly larger destroyer of a different class. Warships? Destroyers, Mazur asked, shocked. From Erebus? Sobchak said. Why would our enemies be coming from there? Apparently they're not enemies, Brenner said. At least, that's what we're being told. He touched a control set into a repaired section of his desk. The display brightened, identifying the transmission as a message received half an hour earlier. Solana sucked in a breath when Renvil Ashida appeared on screen. He looked worn by prolonged strain, but otherwise unharmed. This is Renvil Ashida, Special Representative of the Government of Ladoga, he said, calling for First Minister Brenner and the House of the People's Representatives. I need to excuse me. Straight off, these warships are not here to attack Ladoga. They are friends. The tension that had snapped tight across the office loosened immediately. Mazur exhaled in relief, but everyone else remained silent while Ashida went on. The star systems of Hibernia, Hoshino, and Gondar have provisionally agreed to form a protective alliance with Ladoga, Ferrer, and Strathmore. These warships are from Hibernia and Hoshino. Hibernia made the final decision to commit both of its warships because agents linked to our enemies tried to destroy both of them with malware, an attack that came close to succeeding. That also helped convince Hoshino to act now. They're here to deal with the invasion fleet, which we discovered upon arrival has apparently already been defeated. The commander of this force, Captain Ray Tanabe on this ship, the Kasumi, wants permission to proceed through Ladoga's space. She and the other commanders are currently discussing whether to proceed onward to Strathmore to ensure that Star System isn't being attacked. Ashida's eyes hardened, as though he were staring directly at everyone watching. I understand that this is a sudden development, but I strongly urge the government of Ladoga to formally embrace this new alliance. The more who join it, the stronger it will be, and the less chance that anyone will risk messing with any star system who's a part of it. But at the least, this group of ships needs approval from the government to transit this star system. Unless I receive orders to the contrary, I intend accompanying them to Strathmore if they go there. In about 6 hours, you should be seeing a freighter also arriving from the jump point for Erebus. That freighter is from Gondar. Gondar did not have a warship to contribute, but did redirect a freighter whose cargo was intended to be sold at Hibernia. That cargo will be donated to Ladoga as a sign of Gondar's commitment to the alliance. Renvil paused and narrowed his eyes at something he was reading just off-screen. The cargo. Gondar has a lot of land suitable for farming luxury crops like coffee and chocolate. So much of the cargo will be made up of that and similar products. I'm sorry it's not something more useful under current circumstances. Please advise me of the government's preferred course of action from here on. Ashida, out. Solana leaned back, only then realizing her mouth had fallen open. He brought 3 destroyers to help us. He got Hibernia and Hoshino and Gondar and Ferrer to ally with us in Strathmore. And he's showing up with a freighter full of coffee and chocolate. First Minister Brenner nodded. If he runs for my job, he'll probably win. Renvil doesn't want your job, Solana said. Good thing, Mazur said, still sounding a little unsteady. Can we trust this? Is Ashida telling the truth, or is he a hostage reciting lines designed to lull us into complacency before they pounce on Barracuda and eliminate our last defense in space? Everyone looked to Solana. She nodded. Yes, we can trust it. I could tell if Ashida was lying or under duress. He looked stressed, Mazur said. I agree, but not fearful or worried. If he was under duress, he'd communicate that somehow. There are things he could have said that would have tipped me off. Holloway cut in, her voice edged and severe. That personal judgment is a very thin reed to cling to under these circumstances. The security and safety of the entire star system is at stake. Minister of Public Security Sobchak answered in a rough tone. What are you suggesting, Citizen Holloway? That Ashida could have been drugged, or might have made some sign that Citizen Reyes did not spot, or, I know Renvil Ashida, First Minister Brenner broke in. I agree with Solana. He looks like himself, and gives no sign of duress. If he's been fooled, he hasn't realized it yet. It's not as if we could fight them even if Ashida is lying, Sobchak said. Commander Volkov, what would be our chances against that force, if we fought them? Volkov asked. He shook his head. 3-to-1 odds. And the one identifying itself as Kasumi is a bit stronger than Barracuda. It's an island-class destroyer. Barracuda still needs a full overhaul after the damage we sustained earlier, but even if my ship was in top shape, I wouldn't see any chance of beating them. Why are we even discussing fighting them? Mazur asked. They're here as allies. Are they? Carries Holloway asked. Or is this a Trojan horse situation? It's not, Solana said, directing her answer to Brenner rather than Holloway. Renvil Ashida wouldn't be a part of that. Commander Volkov spoke again. If I'm given permission to speak directly with the new ships, I can see if I know any of their commanding officers from my time in Earth Fleet. If we talk, I can probably get a feel for their sincerity, even if we're not acquainted from our earlier careers. 2 of those warships are from Hibernia, Holloway pointed out. Who here is prepared to accept the good intentions of Prime Minister Cormac Halloran? It's not like him to act unless he expects to gain from it. What could he get from Ladoga? Mazur asked. The same thing the earlier attackers want. Another star system whose population and resources are at their disposal. Renvil Ashida would not be a part of that, Solana said. Could they have promised one thing to Ashida while intending to betray him and us? Mazur said, looking about anxiously. Why would Hoshino assist in that? Sobjak asked. Or Gondar? Why would they ally with us? Holloway demanded. We can ask, Solana said. Renvil can tell us the details of whatever negotiations went on. That's true, Brenner said. We have no chance of success if they choose to attack, Sobjak said. But if these new ships are here for the reason Ashida gave, what will we do? How will we respond? Brenner let his gaze travel around the office. It's an offer to join an alliance that already includes at least 3 other star systems. Can we afford to say no? Is it an offer, though? Sobjak said. Or is it an offer we can't refuse? Perhaps an offer made in good faith, but one that will require us to relinquish more rights and sovereignty than we care to? That's a good question, Holloway agreed. Excuse me, Solana said. We're on the verge of losing all rights and all sovereignty, and there's concern that agreeing to this alliance might cost us too much? We came out here to be free, Sobjak said. The silence that followed stretched long enough for Solana to find a reply. They're requesting permission to travel through our star system, she pointed out. They don't have to do that. They're supposed to request such permission, Sobjak said. But they don't have to. If they wanted to send a message that we'd better play along, that we had to agree to whatever deal they offered, then they could have just told us they were going to pass through Ladoga's star system. We'd understand what that meant, wouldn't we? That's right, Commander Volkov said. They could have flexed their muscles just by acting as if they had every right to do whatever they wanted. The message sent by that action would have been unmistakable. Instead, they're acting like someone who wants to work with us. They're playing by the rules, even though they don't have to, Solana said. The First Minister gave a slow nod, then turned his eyes to Mazur. Actions, not words. As Citizen Reyes pointed out, these new warships are showing us their intentions toward Ladoga. If I call a vote on formally agreeing to join this alliance, what will the House of the People's Representatives do? Mazur gave a disbelieving laugh. I can't be certain. It's not a question I've canvassed anyone on, because it's not a question anyone thought we'd need an answer to. She bowed her head, thinking, there'll be some questions. What motivated these other star systems to help us? Did Ashida make promises that the government won't want to honor? How did Ferrer agree? What does Hibernia expect from this? Things like that, which we've already brought up here. We can ask Doyle about Hibernia's motivations, Sobchak said. It's Oif Doyle, right? A coded diplomatic message was sent from one of those ships to Doyle, Holloway said, checking her comm. She should have received it already. There's nothing suspicious about that, Solana said. Doyle is Hibernia's representative to Ladoga, and these ships are the first contact from Hibernia in a while. It's natural that they'd carry any diplomatic communications for her. Not suspicious, no, Brenner agreed. But we should find out what we can about it. Whitley, please send someone to invite Oif Doyle to this office. I'd like her here as soon as possible. Make sure whoever is sent knows this is an invitation, not an order for her to appear. We should make sure she comes here, Sobchak said. There are 2 warships from Hibernia in this star system, Brenner replied. We'll fight them if we have to, hopeless or not. But I'm not going to go out of my way to offend Hibernia if they've truly come to help us. Whitley, ensure Doyle receives an invitation. I'll word the request to ensure that's clear, First Minister, Whitley called back. We can break Hibernia's diplomatic code, Holloway said. Maybe, Sobchak said with a skeptical snort. Unless they're using a book code or something similar. Wouldn't breaking that diplomatic message be an unfriendly act? Mazur asked. Let's wait and see what Doyle tells us, First Minister Brenner ordered. I'm going to respond to Ashida, asking for whatever he can tell us about the agreement for this alliance and what demands it may make of Ladoga. But I want everyone to understand that we may not have the luxury of turning down this opportunity. Not if those other star systems can help prevent another attack on us. Sir, Solana said, we know what the governments of Hibernia, Hoshino, and Gondar are like. Unless they've changed radically, none of them would have agreed to a deal that would infringe too much on their own rights to govern themselves. That's true, Sobchak said. The same goes for Ferrer. Hibernia could have strong-armed the others, Holloway said. I wouldn't put it past their prime minister from what we know of him. Hibernia doesn't have that much power, Sobchak said, unless they've picked up a lot of new military capability since our last reports from there. Solana looked toward the display where Ashida's transmission had just played. Renvil said the overall commander of the force was the captain of the warship from Hoshino. Sobchak dragged a hand through his hair, frustration showing. That would imply either Hoshino is the senior partner or that Hibernia is treating this as an alliance of equals. I don't see how Hoshino could have forced its will on Hibernia that way. An alliance of equals, Mazur said, that I could sell to the House of the People's Representatives, if that's what we're dealing with and being offered a part of. First Minister Brenner glanced again at the screen, holding Commander Volkov's image. If these ships represent a hostile force, one aimed at dominating Ladoga, that would mean we're trapped between Balor, Charun, and Tinia on one side, and Hibernia, Hoshino, and Gondar on the other. Our only meaningful action would be deciding which side to surrender to. But why would they go on to Strathmore? Holloway asked. Do they know something we don't? Commander Volkov answered at once. I can easily guess. It's been quiet here, in space I mean, since we dealt with that invasion fleet. It's possible that our quiet period has been bought at the price of Strathmore facing attack as our enemies shift targets. Even if Strathmore is safe, Solana said, those warships arriving there would be a powerful symbol that Strathmore has strong friends. Brenner nodded. There's nothing suspicious about that. Sir, Commander Volkov said, I'd like to propose a course of action. If those warships continue on to Strathmore, I'd like for Barracuda to accompany them. A startled hush fell over the room until Mazur broke it. Leaving Ladoga defenseless? That's out of the question, isn't it? She added. Turning to the others, Brenner looked toward the Minister of Public Security, but Sobchak did not answer him immediately. Instead, he turned to Solana. Citizen Reyes, Sobchak said, you've spent a lot of time with our forces at Dvin. What's your candid assessment of their emotional state? Solana took a moment before answering, choosing her words carefully. I think they could be characterized as happy for the victory, but also tired, exhausted, and bracing themselves for the next attack. Everyone expects another hammer to fall, so there's a fatalism there. They'll fight, but they're tired, and they're waiting for the next blow. Sobchak nodded and glanced at Brenner. I agree, First Minister. Our people have fought very well, especially considering that many were volunteers who never expected to have to defend their new home this way. But they've paid a price for the victories we've won. They think all we can hope for is to wait for the next attack and try to survive it. If that attitude hardens, our eventual defeat will be certain. Brenner stroked his chin while studying Sobchak. Are you saying you agree with Commander Volkov that Barracuda should go to Strathmore? Yes. I think that Ladoga needs to strike back, needs to take the fight to the enemy. It's important to keep the enemy off balance, but it's equally important to show our own people that we aren't just a punching bag. We can hit those who attack us, and we can aid others in need of help. As Strathmore aided us, Solana said, they sent their only destroyer to help us, leaving themselves unprotected. Exactly, Sobchak said. Who would we be if we accepted such aid and then denied it to those who helped us? These actions, these decisions, will define what Ladoga is and who we are. I urge you to accept Commander Volkov's suggestion. We're getting a little ahead of things, aren't we? Mazur asked, sounding uneasy. We haven't even decided if we're going to be part of this new alliance. Shouldn't we? Excuse me, sir. Whitley had appeared at the doorway. Citizen Doyle has arrived. This quickly? Brenner asked. I was on my way here when I received your invitation, Doyle said, stepping into sight behind Whitley. I have a personal message from the Prime Minister of Hibernia for First Minister Brenner. Please come in, Brenner said, standing to receive her. I'm anxious to hear your message. Doyle halted in front of his desk and gave the others in the room a courteous nod. First Minister, a copy of the message is on this pad, she said, holding it out to Brenner. Can you summarize the message for me and the others here? Brenner asked. Oif Doyle's gaze moved across the room, measuring who was present before she answered. Yes. In short, the Prime Minister of Hibernia wants you to know that Hibernia agreed to join this alliance partly as a result of a malware attack that nearly resulted in the destruction of both of Hibernia's warships. If not for the prompt actions of their crews, both destroyers would have been lost. Hibernia wants other star systems, friendly star systems, to be aware of that danger. The source of the malware was traced to a Baloran agent on Hibernia. It's not known whether this attack on Hibernia was an attempt to soften us up in anticipation of their victory here at Ladoga, or if it was merely aimed at preventing Hibernia from being able to intervene. But, regardless of the exact motive, the Prime Minister will not tolerate such an unprovoked stab in the back. He sees it in Hibernia's best interest to join now with others threatened by Balor and its allies. I see. Brenner traded looks with Sobjak and Mazur. That matches what we were told by Renvil Ashida and answers one of the important questions we had. Is that Hibernia's only motive? Oif Doyle shook her head. There are also issues of trade. Some that have developed as certain star systems attempt to seize control of trade routes in this region. Hibernia would like to develop shared agreements on trade, just as we share values as people. The Prime Minister also wanted you to know that while Hibernia's government has formally accepted the proposal of alliance, the governments of the other star systems have only done so on the basis of commitments from representatives, and that so far only general principles have been agreed upon. Nonetheless, the Prime Minister believes that with agreement on general principles, we will all be able to reach agreement as well on details after necessary negotiations. Hibernia is extending a helping hand to Ladoga, Solana said. Yes, Awif Doyle said. For that, the Prime Minister wishes it to be known that the words and actions of Renvil Ashida played a significant role in Hibernia's decision. Apparently, and I don't have details on how this happened, Ashida was also representing Strathmore during the negotiations for the alliance. What? Mazur said, looking around at the others once more. Who approved that? Brenner grimaced. We did grant him considerable freedom of action since we had no way of knowing what he might encounter. He was supposed to be representing Ladoga, which is allied with Strathmore, Solana said, doing her best to sound calm and sensible. When it comes to defense, our interests are joined. Any aid to Ladoga would be bound up in defending Strathmore as well. Ladoga has agreed to that, Security Minister Sobchak said. We already have a formal alliance with Strathmore, as Citizen Reyes says. That's one more thing I'll ask Ashida about, First Minister Brenner said. Citizen Doyle, would you mind waiting outside for a few minutes while we discuss this in confidence? Of course not. When the door shut behind her, Brenner pointed toward Mazur. I'm going to send questions to Ashida, but the ship he's on is so far off that we won't be able to get a reply until nearly noon. We can't afford to wait for that. This morning I want the people's representatives canvassed for votes, with an eye to making a formal acceptance of the proposed alliance before the end of this day. Mazur stared at him as if she could not believe what she had heard. Today, there hasn't been any groundwork laid. I have no idea how the representatives will react, especially when we don't have a detailed agreement to vote on yet. All we'd be accepting is the general principles that Hibernia's Prime Minister alluded to, Brenner said. Details can follow. We can work an escape clause into the acceptance, something along the lines of not being bound beyond a certain point if negotiations cannot resolve fundamental matters. You know how to word it. Think about the impact of this on our people. We're not going to be able to keep it quiet much longer that there are 3 new warships in this star system. We have to tell our citizens what is going on. And when we do that, we'll have to tell them either that we've accepted the help of neighbors who have come to our aid, or that we're thinking about the offer of help and haven't decided whether to accept. Which option do you think will generate the most enthusiasm from our people? I'm worried about what Ashida might have agreed to. So am I. I'll get details of that before the actual vote, Brenner said. But we do know that whatever Ashida agreed to was also agreed to by the representatives of Hoshino, Hibernia, Gondar, and apparently Ferrer and Strathmore. Strathmore's representative, Sobjak pointed out, was apparently our representative. That might have simplified gaining Strathmore's agreement to a deal benefiting Ladoga. First, Minister Brenner laughed. Yes, Ashida might have managed a lot using that leverage, as long as it's something that Strathmore could also agree to. Renvil has a close friend at Strathmore, Solana said. The head of their Marines, Kaia Brynn. He would not betray her interests. We all owe Brynn, Sobjak said. I think you're right. Do we have representatives of Hoshino or Gondar on Ladoga? Brenner asked. Not that I know of. Not officially, Carries Holloway said. Sir, we have to consider whatever motives the Prime Minister of Hibernia might have. He's not known as a very charitable individual. Just why he agreed to this. Hibernia was attacked, Sobjak said. In an attempt to lay the groundwork for their next conquests, our enemies overreached. That's what he's claiming. What proof do we have? We have Renvil Ashida's word, Solana said. And on that we're going to risk the future of Ladoga? Solana felt a hot answer rise and had to clamp her teeth together to stop it. Renvil risked his life getting to Hibernia, she finally said. That doesn't. Brenner cut her off. Renvil Ashida helped save my life, and he has offered invaluable service to Ladoga. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Iwamazur rubbed at the back of her neck, plainly troubled. I can't understand why Balor would have attacked Hibernia at this point, though. Why gather more enemies while they were still fighting us? Overconfidence, Sobjak said. They must have seen victory here as all but certain, and if they somehow lost, they'd have even more reason to make sure Hibernia's warships were out of the picture. Commander Volkov, if that malware attack had succeeded in destroying both ships, would Hibernia have been able to trace its origin? Volkov considered the question, then shook his head. It would probably have greatly hindered finding out what had happened and how. Overconfidence, Sobjak repeated. History is full of similar cases, with aggressive governments seeking out new enemies before dealing with the ones they've got. Somebody called that committing suicide out of fear of death. We certainly don't want to do the same, Brenner agreed. I don't find it that implausible that Balor did such a thing. We're politicians here. We know that stupid actions are common among people who ought to have more sense. First Minister, Holloway began. I understand your concerns. See if you can find out anything else. We need this help, though. And if Ashida has managed to bring it at a price Ladoga can live with, he'll deserve every reward we can give him. First Minister, Sobjak said, if there's a possibility that Commander Volkov's ship might accompany these new ships to Strathmore, preparations will have to be made as soon as possible. That's right, isn't it, Commander? Volkov gave a single nod. We'll need supplies, food, and fuel cells. I wish we could wait for some of the coffee that freighter from Gondar is bringing, but that'd probably take too long. We'll make sure you get coffee, Brenner promised. Security Minister. Damn. I thought I'd decided, but it scares me to think of sending our last warship away. He faltered as the others watched him. But Strathmore did that. We'd have lost but for them. We have to. Let me think on it, but make preparations. Get the supplies you need, Commander Volkov. First Minister, Iwamazur said, when the people's representatives here were sending away our warship to attack the people who attacked us, Sobjak said, we're hitting back. That's not just spin. It's the truth. Yes, Brenner said, nodding quickly. That would be the reason. Citizen Mazur, notify the people's representatives and get the legislative logs rolling. Citizen Holloway, Let me know if any more signals are sent from those ships to anyone else on Ladoga. One already has been, Holloway said, looking at Solana. Addressed to Citizen Reyes. The last words carried the tone of an accusation, like a prosecutor unveiling the final incriminating detail. But Brenner answered before Solana could. Is it from Ashida? Yes. Yes, sir. They're friends. They came to Ladoga together. He probably wants to ensure she's all right. I'd be worried about how my friends were doing if I'd been gone while my home was invaded. Brenner brushed aside Holloway's concern with a flick of his hand. Citizen Reyes, let me know if there's anything in Ashida's message to you that I should know of. Citizen Holloway, let us know if any other messages are sent to people on Ladoga. Oh, and someone should escort Citizen Doyle home. I can do that. Solana volunteered. She departed with Security Minister Sobchak, who gave a quiet laugh. This will give you a chance to plot with Hibernia's representative, he remarked. That's probably what Citizen Holloway is warning the First Minister about in there. I am a red, Solana said, making sure the joke landed like one. Are you? I always think of you as Ladogan. Sobchak gave farewell nods to Solana Doyle and Whitley, then headed off toward his own office. Still smiling, Solana watched him go before turning back to Doyle. I'll escort you home, if that's all right with you. Outside, the streets remained empty, but dawn had begun to edge into the sky, pushing back the last of the night. Solana walked beside Oif Doyle for a while before speaking again. So, Renvil Ashida is back. Safe. Yes, Doyle said. You must be happy. Are you? That's an odd question. Is it? Doyle gave her a sidelong questioning glance. What business is it of yours? Renvil and I are friends, Solana said, hearing the defensiveness in her own voice. Friends? Doyle let out a brief laugh. He speaks of you fairly often and always in the tones of a proud father or a loving brother. I just don't want Renvil to be hurt, Solana said. Then we're in agreement. Doyle smiled. You've no grounds for worry on my account. He's a good man. But whether he and I become more than friends is yet to be seen. And I only tell you that much because I know how much Renvil values you. Thank you. Solana lifted her gaze to the stars. I guess soon we're probably going to be allies. As many as 6-star systems. Maybe more will join. That's been your dream, hasn't it? Warmth crept into Solana's face. Renvil told you, huh? Yes. I wanted to make sure these new star systems didn't turn into a vastly larger version of Mars. I wanted people to be safe in their homes. I'm not ashamed of that. You shouldn't be. Doyle laughed once more. I came out here like so many others, wanting to be left alone, which is all well and good until you stumble and fall. When that happens, it's nice to have someone around to help catch you. Her expression turned sober as she looked around at the city. I've seen firsthand what war has done to Ladoga. I hope it never reaches Hibernia. We're in agreement on that too, Solana said. Do you mind if we stop for a moment? Renvil sent me a message. No problem, Doyle said. They halted while Solana took out her pad, slipped a bud into one ear, and opened the message. Renvil's image appeared, and the sight of him alive and safe hit her with surprising force. Hi, Solana. I really hope you're okay. We were shocked to get here and find out that the invasion force had been defeated, but I guess I shouldn't have been surprised since Ladoga had you. I'm fine, despite a few, adventures along the way. Please let me know you're all right. And, if you have a chance, can you check up on Oif Doyle, Hibernia's representative? I'd like to know if she's okay, too. I have to keep this short, so I'll wait to hear back from you. And when I finally get back on Ladoga, we'll have a long talk to bring each other up to date. I think your dream might have a chance of coming true, Solana. I'm glad I was able to help make that happen. Renvil glanced aside as though someone had spoken nearby. Oh, and tell Oif that Astrid says hi and she hopes that. I'm not going to tell her that. What? Astrid says hi to you too. Ashida, out. Solana scowled at the pad after the message cut off. Astrid? Who the hell is Astrid? Astrid? Doyle gave a small nod to herself. Oh, Astrid, she says hi. Who the hell is Astrid? She's a dangerous one. That's who she is. Renvil met up with her, eh? That's excellent. Solana turned to Doyle. Not a rival, I take it? No, someone I knew on Hibernia before she went to Ferrer. I sent word to her to help him. If Renvil did run into danger, she probably helped ensure he survived it. I'll have to thank her then. Renvil asked me to check on you. Did he now? Doyle smiled again. Should I tell him you're okay? Oif Doyle's smile widened. Tell him I'm at death's door and whispering his name over and over again. I'm not going to do that to Renvil. Yet Solana was laughing by then. The moment she had dropped Doyle off, Solana placed another call. Luke? Good news. Really good news. But even while she spoke with Lucien, her thoughts were already on the time it would take those warships to reach the jump point for Garuda, and beyond that, Strathmore. She could only hope Strathmore was not already desperate for help. Inside the facility, time had become nearly meaningless. Every compartment was either drowned in darkness, except for the faint glow from battle armor indicators, or dimly lit by emergency lanterns whose batteries were not quite dead. Days no longer mattered. Existence had shrunk into brief stretches of inadequate rest, longer spans of watching and waiting, and tense little bursts of movement from one hiding place to the next. You ever think about home, ma'am? Kaia gave a shrug, even though she knew nobody would see it inside her armor or in the darkness filling the compartment. Not really. You mean the place or the people? The people, I guess, Corporal Decker said. I mean, I knew when I left I might never make it back, but I guess I didn't understand it. Does that make sense? Sure it does, Kaia said. Where was home? Old Earth. Decker's voice carried wistfulness and sadness together. Where I grew up it was really hot and dry, and not much to see except some mountains in the distance. A lot of nothing as far as the eye can see, my dad used to say, and there was nothing there for me. Just sit around on your butt all day because there weren't enough jobs. My mom and dad didn't want me to leave, but they also wanted me to have a chance to do something, you know? I thought about staying, and then someday realizing on the day I died that I'd never really done anything, so I left. I guess a lot of people left home for reasons like that, Kaia said. I guess. New worlds, new chances. But I still miss the old. I wonder what time it is back home. It could be night, and they could be sleeping, or they could be eating breakfast. I wish you could taste the hash my mom could make. Or maybe right now they're standing in the afternoon sun and looking up at the sky. Wouldn't that be funny? Decker said. If they was looking up thinking about me at the same moment I was here thinking about them. Maybe they are, Kaia said. She never felt entirely at ease when one of her people came to her carrying that kind of weight. But listening was part of command. If they were willing to die on her orders, she could at least hear them out when homesickness hit. I wrote them, Decker said. It takes months for ships to carry a message home, doesn't it? 3 or 4 months from here, I think, Kaia said. I told them I was a Marine now. I bet that'll surprise them. Attach some pictures of me in uniform and everything, and some pictures of the planet from orbit. Planets sure look nice from orbit, huh? I've seen some that didn't look too nice even from that far off, Kaia said. But this one looks nice. Beautiful. Worth fighting for, Decker said. Right? Right. Did you tell them about the fight at Ladoga? Kaia asked. Just a little. Like, we fought, and it was kind of rough, but we won. And what it was like on the ship and all. You did real good there, and here, I might have to make you a sergeant. Decker laughed. Thanks, but I didn't. I didn't say much about it. It's kind of hard to talk about. That's true for a lot of people, Kaia said, feeling the hard metal against her backplate and recalling too clearly the same sensation on Ladoga's orbital station. But I can talk to you about it. Or static. We were there. It's like a special club that you get into by surviving and getting the hell scared out of you and watching stuff that you don't want to remember. Kaia reached over and thumped the armor across Decker's shoulders. Your mom and dad won't get it, and that's good, because it means what you went through mattered. They'll never have to face the same thing, I guess. Thanks, Major. Have you got anybody? In another star system, maybe? I've got you apes, Kaia said. That's enough trouble and responsibility for anyone. Are we going to make it, Major? Seems like it's been forever we've been doing this, fighting and running and picking up new ammo and power supplies where we hid them. We don't have to hold out forever, Kaia said. Just until they get low on supplies or until help arrives for us. If help is coming, I hope it gets here soon, Decker said. I'd kind of like to tell my parents I survived this fight too. You and me both, Kaia said. We'll make it. Don't let any of the others see you doubting that. If you don't believe we can win this, they won't believe it. Do you believe it, Major? Sure I do. Kaia found herself wondering when she becomes so skilled at lying that even she could hear conviction in her own voice. Discrin runes. Chapter 11. Major, Kaia Brynn came awake reaching for her rifle, yanked out of a sleep so deep and blank it had carried no dreams at all. Her pulse hammered for an instant before she locked on to Sergeant Hollis and forced her breathing to steady as she recognized there was no immediate threat. What's up? I got a link with Captain Chandra. Tie me in. A moment later, the status light on her comm turned green. By now in the battle for the facility, the connection was voice only, naturally. Video consumed far more bandwidth, struggled harder against enemy jamming, and was easier to trace. Brynn here. Chandra here, he answered. His voice carried exhaustion and pressure, and she could hardly blame him. I'm still active, with 7 surviving soldiers in my group. 9 hours ago, I made contact with Lieutenant Haddad's group. He still had 8 with him. Good, Kaia said. We decided against merging groups. But about 15 minutes after we separated, my group detected fighting in the general direction that Lieutenant Haddad's group had gone. I haven't been able to re-establish contact since then. Damn. The brief relief of knowing Haddad had been alive vanished again, because despair was a luxury she could not afford. Okay, thanks for the update. Continue operations. There was nothing else she could order him to do. Under Kaia's comm indicator flashed red. We lost the link, Sergeant Hollis said. I saw. Static. Have you heard anything from Lieutenant Haddad's group in the last 9 hours? Even a momentary connection? No, Major. Nothing. I had really short comms with Renko's group and Gunny Moon's, but not Lieutenant Haddad's. You want me to try to link with them? Yes. See if you can find them. Captain Chandra reported detecting a fight near where Lieutenant Haddad's group would have been, and he hasn't been able to contact them again since then. Oh. Sergeant Hollis gave a weary nod. I hope they're okay. He's a decent officer. We need people like that now. We always need people like that, Kaia said. And there are never enough of them. Corporal Fujita was with the lieutenant, Hollis said. If something happened to the lieutenant, Fuji will get through to us. Right. See if you can get a hold of him or Lieutenant Haddad. If both Haddad and Fuji were gone, then maybe the whole unit had been wiped out, just like Lieutenant Brennan's had. Kaia shook her head as if she could physically knock away the thoughts closing in. Hope was hard to hold on to and hear sealed inside the facility, hemmed in by metal and composites and perpetual dimness, trapped in battle armor that had become miserable days before, breathing air and drinking water that the armor reclaimed from her own waste. She checked their position and wondered whether she dared shift her group to somewhere along the outer hull. That would be risky, since an enemy warship might detect them if it happened to be watching that section, but she wanted badly to see the stars to remind herself that something still existed beyond this dark, suffocating maze she had condemned her people to endure and to die inside. People said time did not exist in jump space. For time to exist, there had to be something there to produce it. Entropy, perhaps. And jump space contained nothing. Nothing human beings could measure, anyway. Yet maybe the instant even one human entered jump space, time came into being there as well. Humans carried time within themselves, in cells, in organs, in thought. Some philosopher on one of the old colonies had once asked, "What is time?" and answered his own question, "We are." Scientists mocked that answer, but they still had not produced a better one they could prove. What time was it now? Renvil Ashida wondered. What time was this same instant on old Earth, where humanity had first looked up and wondered what the stars held? What time was it back on Ladoga, and what time would it be when they reached Strathmore? And once they saw what was waiting at Strathmore, would time matter only in 2 forms, soon enough or too late? Compared with the endless void outside in jump space, the bridge of a destroyer felt cramped. Every surface of the bulkheads and overhead seemingly occupied by something essential. Renvil tried to stay tucked into a patch of space that appeared to block neither equipment nor crew, awkwardly waiting for the inevitable moment when someone needed whatever he was standing in front of. Astrid Halloran stood beside him, with no visible concern about being in anyone's way. The assurance with which she surveyed the bridge made her look as if she might at any moment announce herself admiral of the whole force. "You don't have any secret orders about this, do you?" Renvil muttered to Astrid. She flashed him a grin. "I'm just keeping them on their toes, wondering exactly who I am and what I'm up to. It's good tactics to surprise people who don't realize what's under what they see. But who am I lecturing to? You're better at it than I am? A me?" Was she joking? Before he could say anything more, both his thoughts and the conversation were cut off. Leaving jump space in 10 minutes, one of the watchstanders on the Kasumi reported to the captain. "Ship is at full combat readiness." "Very well," Commander Ray Tanabe replied. To Renvil, Hoshino's commanding officer had come across as all business, nearly stern in demeanor, though now and then she surprised him with a flicker of dry humor. Beneath it all, though, there was nothing uncertain about her. She was the captain, and she knew exactly what she was doing. Like most of Kasumi's crew, Tanabe had earned her training and experience in Earth Fleet, or in one of the far smaller fleets once maintained by the separate old colonies. Renvil looked toward the closest display, the one showing the outside view. In jump space, it displayed nothing but shapeless gray. He had asked all sorts of people over the years, merchant spacers, warship crew, scientists, what exactly that gray emptiness was, and the answer never changed. Nothing. As far as human science could determine, jump space contained absolutely nothing. "Do you ever wonder," he asked Astrid quietly, "why the nothing in jump space looks gray? Shouldn't it look black?" "Black is something, though," Astrid said. "Our brains know that. Maybe that's why we see nothing as gray." Renvil said nothing, startled by the thought. Then several people on the bridge gasped as two lights burst suddenly into view in the gray void of jump space. They shone brilliantly for a heartbeat, then vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. "Twin lights?" One of Kasumi's officers asked, astonished. "Has anyone ever reported seeing two lights at once?" Commander Tanabe answered without taking her eyes off her display. "Not that I know of. Make sure all data concerning those lights is compiled. We'll want to forward this sighting to scientific institutions." "Yes, Captain, but—" The officer hesitated. "There are no data, nothing except the lights themselves." Tanabe frowned and touched controls on her display, calling up the records. The frown stayed. "Nothing." "I don't understand," Renvil said. "We saw lights. Those lights had to be made by something." Commander Tanabe turned her head toward him. "That's what you'd think, wouldn't you? But you can view the data yourself. Our sensors recorded the lights that our eyes saw. But there's nothing else. No source, no energy. The lights simply existed. I'd heard," Astrid said, "that the first trips into jump space didn't see any lights at all, but that they started to appear and have become more frequent as more human ships traveled jump space." "That's correct." Commander Tanabe studied her display intently. "Whatever they are, their appearance may be linked to human presence. But how? To know that, we'd have to know what they are. And there is no clue to that at all." "Perhaps the lack of clues is a clue," Astrid said. "Perhaps they point to the lights being something that has no origin in the science we know. If so, there are no answers there that can be confirmed by the science we know." Tanabe lifted one eyebrow toward Astrid. "And if so, what about this ship would inspire two such spirits to escort it?" Astrid smiled. "Perhaps my father sent them to keep an eye on us. I do not think even Cormac Halloran has that much clout with the angels and spirits. I assure you, he thinks he does." Tanabe's smile barely touched her face. She kept her expression within the bounds of careful diplomacy instead of openly laughing at Hibernia's prime minister. "And what of you, Renvil Ashida? I'm told that you're a wise man." "Who said that?" Renvil asked, startled again. "You don't think it's true?" "I'd never call myself wise," he said. "Perhaps it is true then," Commander Tanabe said. "What do you think of the lights?" Renvil pulled a face. "I've learned that when you don't understand what something is, it's a big mistake to assume you can be certain what it isn't. All you know is what you don't know." "Ah, you're a follower of Zen?" "I don't really know anything about that," Renvil said. "And you admit it?" Another officer said. "You must be a master of Zen." The laughter that answered that line was cut short by an alert. "Leaving jump space in 2 minutes, Captain. Everyone, focus on your tasks. Tanabe ordered. We don't know what awaits us at Strathmore. Ethan Harrow had been trying yet again, unsuccessfully, to get some sleep when a priority alarm went off in his stateroom, the sound ringing like a trumpet for disaster. Captain! 4 destroyers have arrived at the jump point from Garuda. Ensign Brandt reported, her voice astonishingly steady for someone delivering news that grim 4 destroyers. They could not possibly be reinforcements from Strathmore, acquired by Adrienne Callister. There had not been enough time for her to reach Old Earth and for ships to make it back here. She was likely still far from even arriving there, and Ladoga possessed only 1 destroyer, with no realistic hope of obtaining more anytime soon. So, the new arrivals were almost certainly hostile. In the few seconds it took him to reach the bridge, Ethan thought through what those ships meant. 4 additional warships, each comparable to Cutlass. Survival had just ceased to be possible. There was no chance that Cutlass could outrun or outmaneuver so many enemies. The only uncertainty left was how long she could stay alive. He would not surrender her. He would get as many of the crew off as he could before the final engagement. But Cutlass would not be handed over as a prize for the enemy to turn against other worlds. A hollow place opened inside Ethan as he realized where that decision likely led. He might never see his wife or family again, and Ghost's new child might grow up never knowing their father. Yet when he stepped onto the bridge, he somehow carried himself with calm control. Maybe he had gone numb, his emotions shutting down before they could spin out of control. What do we have on them? None of the destroyers are broadcasting identification. Lieutenant Sutton said, that was no surprise. Enemy ships had used that tactic before, including in recent fighting like the battle at Ladoga. How long until they get here? Ethan asked. We're... Captain? Lieutenant Sutton's voice cracked with the startled pitch of someone much younger. What? Ethan fought not to bark at Sutton, who had every reason to be shaken. Sir, our sensors are giving a tentative ID on one of the destroyers as the Barracuda from Ladoga. The Barracuda? How in hell could the enemy have taken Ladoga's last warship? How good is that ID? 80%, Captain. Just up to 92%. Lieutenant Commander Zhao rushed onto the bridge and dropped into the executive officer's seat beside Harrow. Give me the data! On its way, XO. Zhao studied her display for a long moment. I think the ID is right, Captain. It's based on the repairs visible around Barracuda's stern. Those repairs sure as hell look like what I remember. But there's no sign of new battle damage on her. Ladoga surrendered? Ethan asked, anger flaring now. After all we sacrificed to help them, they gave up and turned their ship over to Captain. Incoming message from one of the new warships. It was sent tight-beamed to us so only we'd see it. Ethan drew a slow breath, bracing himself for some sort of demand to surrender. Send it to me. A window opened on his display, showing a woman in a command chair on a bridge that looked almost exactly like Cutlass's. Commodore Ethan Harrow. This is Captain Ray Tanabe, commanding officer of the Kasumi, flagship of Hoshino Star System. I am in command of this task force, which has been assembled to assist Strathmore and Ladoga against external aggression. Ethan's hand jerked and hit pause as he stared at the image. Captain? Tessa Zhao asked, looking grim. You need to hear this. His hand was shaking enough that it took effort to hit the correct controls, forwarding the message to Zhao and restarting it from the beginning. This is Captain Ray Tanabe, commanding officer of the Kasumi, flagship of Hoshino Star System. I am in command of this task force, which has been assembled to assist Strathmore and Ladoga against external aggression. We will proceed on a course to meet up with your ship and then deal with the invaders. Can we believe this? Zhao asked, her mouth still hanging open. Have our prayers been answered? Captain Tanabe's image continued, as though she had heard the question. To provide you reassurance that I am who I say, and that we are here to assist Strathmore, Commander Volkov on Barracuda will be contacting you as well. Tanabe motioned to one side. I am told that this individual is also known to you and can confirm that our mission here is a friendly one to Strathmore. The man who appeared next was one Ethan recognized immediately. Commodore, I'm Renvil Ashida, Special Representative of Ladoga Star System. You know me, and I hope you trust me. I've been asked to let you know that Hibernia, Gondar, and Hoshino Star Systems have entered into an alliance to halt aggression in this region. Ferrer has made a preliminary commitment to join as well. Ladoga has formally agreed to join that alliance, and we hope that Strathmore will also do so. I made a preliminary commitment to the alliance on Strathmore's behalf because your Adrienne Callister empowered me to do so before she continued on toward Old Earth. I realize that doesn't bind Strathmore, but I assure you that I did my best to represent your interests as well as that of Ladoga. Please pass on my respects to Kaia Brynn, who I hope is somewhere safe at the moment. The image shifted back to Captain Tanabe. I will await your reply on how our forces can coordinate their efforts to defend this star system. Just as our ancestors stood together in the past, so we stand together now. Tanabe, out. Ethan covered his face with both hands, unable to say anything for a moment. Captain? Lieutenant Commander Zhao asked, her voice unsteady. This is real? Not a trick? It's real, Ethan said, lifting his head and looking around the bridge. I've never met Ashida in person, but I've talked to him on calls like this, and Kaia Brynn knows him. She's told me I can trust him. Sir, Ensign Brandt said, are these new ships on our side? Yes, Ethan said. It seems so. It looks like we'll be denied a heroic, doomed last stand against overwhelming odds. I'm good with that, Captain. Me too, Lieutenant Sutton said. Sir, there's another message incoming. This time the display showed a man Ethan knew very well. Barracuda's commanding officer. Greetings, Commodore, Commander Volkov said. It looks like we get to return the favor you did for Ladoga, and the favor your Marines and Commander Zhao did for me personally and for my ship. I didn't know Ray Tanabe and Earth Fleet, but I did know Errol Sterling on Fragorok. He says this is the real deal. The two ships from Hibernia are the Fragorok and the Ariadbar. I can attest that they have good crews and good commanding officers. I can't imagine Strathmore rejecting this alliance, but if anyone questions whether we can be trusted, well, you know the answer. I wouldn't help anything that would hurt Strathmore, not after how you guys helped us deal with that invasion fleet. And we haven't finished avenging the loss of Stingray and Captain Kairoga. Let me know if you still have any questions. Our task force commander on Kasumi says all ships can contact Cutlass, so if you want to talk to Errol on Fragorok or Lena the Wicked on Ariadbar, feel free. Volkov, out Lena the Wicked? Ethan repeated. Zhao grinned. They've got Lena the Wicked with them. She's commanding one of the destroyers. How'd she get that nickname? Allegedly, it's because her record is absolutely spotless. Never a mark or a demerit. Earth Fleet used to gossip that meant she was so good at hiding the bodies that nobody'd ever been able to catch her working her evil plans. What's she like at commanding a ship? Ethan asked, trying to imagine how rigid someone must be if they had never once been caught doing anything wrong. That's the funny thing, Tessa Zhao said. Because her record was so clean, because she never broke a rule, she could bend the rules more than anyone else, because her superiors assumed Lena the Wicked would do no wrong. She sounds like a good person to have on our side. I can't. Ethan struggled to wrap his mind around what had just happened. The abrupt reversal in fortune, the arrival of unexpected help, the possibility of taking Cutlass back into battle against the enemy. Then he realized what mattered first. This news had to be passed on, and he needed authorization to act alongside Strathmore's new allies. I need to make a private call in my stateroom. Get me President Hartwell and link the call to there. 10 minutes passed after Ethan entered his stateroom before Hartwell's image came up. The president looked as if she had been roused out of the same kind of miserable, half-failed sleep Ethan himself had been living on, and someone had clearly already warned her what this call was probably about. She needed 2 attempts before the words came. Is this as bad as it looks? I'm told that 4 more enemy warships have arrived. No, Ethan said. It's very good news. The 4 destroyers that arrived from Garuda came from Ladoga. They're here to help us. Cutlass was distant enough from the planet that a slight comm delay existed, but Hartwell's silence lasted well beyond that. They're friendly, she said at last. Are these ships hired by Adrienne Callister? No, she probably hasn't even reached Old Earth yet. These ships are allies from Ladoga, Hibernia, and Hoshino. Hibernia provided 2 of them. Allies? We've only signed an agreement with Ladoga. Yes, Ladoga sent Barracuda, their surviving warship in Hibernia and Hoshino? Why are Hibernia and Hoshino helping us? Apparently, Ladoga's special representative Renvil Ashida convinced them that would be a smart thing for them to do. Ethan spread his hands. That's all I know so far. I can attest that really is Ashida aboard the Hoshino destroyer, and that Commander Volkov on the Barracuda is genuine as well. I have no reason to doubt their claim that they're here to help, but I need, as soon as possible, approval from the government to reply to their messages and to work with them to defeat the ships attacking our orbital facility. President Hartwell sank into thought, frowning. What do they want in exchange for this help? Have they said? No, Ethan said, surprised. In the rush of relief and excitement at rescue arriving, he had not even thought to wonder about the price. There hasn't been any mention of a quid pro quo, but Ashida did say that Hoshino, Hibernia, and, Gondar have already formed an alliance that Ladoga has joined, and Ferrer may have joined. They're hoping we'll join, too. Hartwell exhaled and suddenly seemed older than before. At least they're asking us to join their group. That's an improvement on the threats and demands we've gotten from Charun, Tinia, and Balor. But we're going to need to know a lot more before we commit to an alliance with that many other star systems. Who's in charge of these ships? This Ashida? No. He's a representative of Ladoga's government. Captain Ray Tanabe on Hoshino's destroyer Kasumi is in command of the 4 destroyers, Ethan said. Ashida said he also attempted to represent Strathmore at whatever negotiations took place to form this alliance because Adrienne Callister asked him to. Wait, what? Hartwell shook her head with a grimace. Ashida was empowered by Callister to represent Strathmore. She didn't have the authority to do that. She must trust him, Ethan said. That doesn't matter. Nothing he said or did will bind the government of Strathmore, especially when command of this group was given to. Hartwell broke off halfway through the sentence, staring past the screen before focusing on Ethan again. The ship from Hoshino is in command of this group? Didn't you say 2 of the warships are from Hibernia? Yes, the Fragarok and the Ariad Bar. Doesn't the larger group normally provide the commander in a case like that? I think so, Ethan said, Hartwell worried at her lip. There's a lot of symbolic meaning in giving that command to Hoshino. Yet Cormac Halloran of Hibernia agreed to it. From all I've heard, Cormac Halloran can be a total rocket when he feels like it, and he feels like it fairly often. Why did he agree to this? And how can we learn the truth? What the president was implying unsettled Ethan. From what Kaia Brynn has said of Ashida, I think he'll be open with us about whatever agreements were reached. Brynn knows Ashida. Has she vouched for him? She has to me. Yes, Ethan said. If it comes to that, trust him with your life, she said. The president pressed at her temples as if a headache were trying to split them. Trusting our lives is one thing. But this is about trusting our world and our star system and everyone in it to the word of this Ashida. How long do we have until the new ships are close enough to this world to attack either our enemies or us? At this point in our orbit, they came in 3.8 light hours from us. They're accelerating, but we don't know how fast they're going to ramp up their velocity. If they stick to 0.02 light, it'll be about 8 days. If they go up as high as 0.04, only about 4 days. No sooner than that, though? Can you find out more about their plans? If I'm permitted to talk to them, Ethan said. It sounds like they want to develop plans together with us. That may be what they're saying, but. Hartwell looked strained. All right. If you could have everything you wanted at this moment, what would it be? Ethan did not need a second to think. Permission to both communicate freely with the new arrivals and to coordinate the actions of Cutlass with them to ensure those attacking our star system are wiped out. Corridate. Are you talking about placing Cutlass under the command of the officer on Hoshino's warship? Only then did Ethan realize he had not even considered that possibility. No. I guess I assumed the government wouldn't agree to that. I'm talking about acting with each other, making sure the actions of our warships support each other, as we did at Ladoga. President Hartwell narrowed her eyes in concentration. Is there any chance they'd agree to be under your command, since they're in our star system? My command? Ethan hesitated, then shook his head. I can't imagine that either Hoshino's Captain Tanabe or the officers on Hibernia's ships would agree to that. They probably have orders not to do anything like that. Barracuda might agree to it, depending on their orders from Ladoga's government. Then maybe we should do that. Even up the forces. Ethan stared at the display, uneasy, before he finally understood the source of his resistance. That'd be splitting the alliance, wouldn't it? An alliance forms to come help us, and our first act when they get here would be trying to split it by breaking Ladoga's warship away from the others. That's not what I'm talking about. With all due respect, Madam President, that is what you're talking about, Ethan said. 4 ships arrive under unified command of an alliance formed to help us against aggression, and our response is to try to get one of those ships to answer to us instead of to the alliance commander. How would you interpret that other than as a deliberate act to split the force and undermine the new alliance? Hartwell grimaced with frustration. Maybe that's what we should be doing. Someone is offering their hand to us and our response is to slap them? Ethan demanded, all the strain and fear of the past weeks surging up at once. I've been waiting for the moment when my ship had to enter a hopeless battle, for the moment when my crew had to die, trying to make a difference for the future and the freedom of this star system that's our home now. And when instead I learned that my crew can live, and we can all strike a blow to win this fight, as long as we cooperate with those who've come to help us, I'm supposed to say, hell no, we won't trust anybody but ourselves? I have to think of the future of everyone in Strathmore. My responsibilities are far greater than yours. Hartwell leaned back in her chair, anger radiating off her. Ethan weighed his reply before speaking, aware that once said, the words could never be recalled. I will not continue in command if this offer of help is rejected, or if the government refuses to commit to accepting the help. You're threatening the government with your resignation. It's not a threat, he said. It's what I will do. If all Strathmore sees around us is enemies out to take our freedom, then that's all we'll ever have. Enemies. But I know Ladoga can be trusted. I know Renvil Ashida would not lie, because Kaia Brynn told me that. Whatever price this alliance requests, and we haven't even asked what price, before talking about breaking that alliance or rejecting its help, whatever price it asks must be a lot less than that demanded of us by those attacking us at this moment. President Hartwell fixed him with a hard stare. We came out here to be free of obligations and commitments and control. He met her gaze without flinching. If Strathmore insists on a wall to keep out everyone else so we won't have any obligations or commitments or any infringement on our own actions, then that wall will actually be a cage. A cage we built ourselves to hide inside. A cage that limits everything we do. That's not freedom, it's self-imprisonment. I can't tell the government what to do, but I can refuse to lead men and women to their deaths in support of a policy I believe will poison the future of this star system. For several seconds, she said nothing, merely studied him. I see. I can't deny your right to make such a decision. You feel this strongly about it? Yes, Ethan said. I'm not trying to dictate government policy, but I think approaching this opportunity as if it was simply another threat would be fundamentally wrong and disastrous to our hopes for real freedom. Do you think I'm unaware of the need for rules and laws and mutual agreements? Hartwell demanded. I wouldn't be president if I wasn't willing to work within such a system. But these are rules and laws and agreements that we made without anyone holding a gun to our heads. Don't you want to protect Strathmore's people from foreign coercion? Yes, Ethan said. I do. I think I've proven that by my actions. But we've been attacked repeatedly, almost since the day we arrived in this star system. We've come to see any approach from the outside as a danger. Is that how we want to view everyone who comes here? Do we want to let the actions of places like Balor dictate how we respond to the actions of places like Hoshino and Hibernia and Gondor? Hartwell's expression shifted into thoughtfulness. That's a point worth considering, she said. Coercion can take a variety of forms, and poison can spread beyond its source. I admit, yes. My first thought when they arrived was that this had to be another attack. We've already been conditioned to see things that way. But that doesn't mean such a view is wrong. Madam President, if this force is here to coerce us, to make us do something, then Strathmore might as well give up now. There is no chance of us winning that fight. We can't wait too long to decide. Those new ships will arrive here in a few days. And even sooner than that, the enemy ships already attacking our orbital facility are going to figure out these new people are not their friends. They'll act, whether we've made up our minds regarding this alliance or not. Another extended silence followed while Hartwell considered that. Then she raised her eyes to Ethan. I'll be contacting those ships directly for more information. You also have permission to communicate with the new arrivals. Am I allowed to coordinate actions with them? You already have authority to take necessary actions in space to defend this star system. Use it. I'm to interpret my orders that broadly? Ethan asked. A cold, hard smile touched her face, promising both expectation and conditional backing. You've shown that you can interpret orders broadly and make the right decisions when doing so. Act as you think you should, Commodore Harrow. If the government decides that your orders need to be modified, they will be, understand? He nodded. I'm free to act until I do the wrong thing. I understand. I assure you that every action I take will be with the long-term safety, security, and freedom of Strathmore foremost in my mind. I've never doubted that, Commodore. That's why I keep coming back to you when Strathmore is in trouble. Keep me informed. When the call ended, Ethan let out a breath, stood, and made his way back to the bridge, where Lieutenant Commander Zhao and the watchstanders were waiting. What's the word? Tessa Zhao asked. He dropped into the command chair with a shrug. The ball just got dropped into my lap again. I was pretty much told to decide what I should do. Zhao sighed. Freedom of action offers you a lot of chances to do the right thing, and a lot of chances to screw up. What are we going to do? I'm going to send a message back to the new ships, offering to coordinate Cutlass's actions with theirs. Because I think that's necessary for the defense of this star system, Ethan added, raising his voice enough for the others on the bridge to hear. He wanted both the choice and the reasoning behind it preserved in the record. At this point, the enemy warships won't know who those 4 new ships are. They'll wait to be contacted, and when that doesn't happen, they'll send a message. Minimum time for a message to be sent and received will be about 8 hours. Lieutenant Commander Zhao nodded. I'm guessing 4 hours before they send a challenge. That is, excuse me. That was the usual interval to wait for a reply in Earth fleet. Then 8 hours for messages to fly both ways at the speed of light. That's half a day. After that. She broke off to think. This guy we're fighting will send another message. He has time, and will be thinking that will cover his butt if he makes a wrong decision. Another half day, maybe. It'll be at least a day before the enemy seriously starts considering the fact that these new arrivals are not friendly. After that, the enemy reaction will depend on how long he has to run before the approaching force can intercept him on his way to a jump point out of Strathmore. We need to keep him guessing as long as possible, Ethan said. I wonder if there's any way to get a message to the defenders on the facility that help is here, but that won't tip off the attackers if they intercept it. Any code might be broken, Zhao said, thinking it through. Unless. Brynn knows this Ashida guy? Yeah. She knows he's settled on Ladoga, so if she knew he was here. Ethan grinned. Yes, that's it. Ensign Reeves, give me a link to any remaining friendly receivers on the orbital facility. Done, sir! Major Brynn. Ethan said, this is Commodore Harrow. Ashida says hello. Harrow, out. Dust Dreamland, Prentrace. Chapter 12. Major? Yeah, static. Brynn blinked her way out of a catnap, hoping this was not worse news than before. What's up? We've received a message. It was sent in the clear, but it's some kind of code. I don't know what it means. Relay it to me. She listened as Ethan Harrow's voice came over the line. Ashida says hello? Ashida? Renvil Ashida? But he was on Ladoga, unless he had made it to Strathmore. And why would Renvil come here? There was only one answer. He had brought help. Reliable old Renvil, the man who thought he failed at everything, yet somehow always came through when it counted. Relief spread through Kaia, and she smiled. Static, try to get through to the other commanders. Tell them help has arrived. Why had Ethan Harrow not simply said so outright? Because the enemy might not yet realize that whatever had shown up was friendly to Strathmore. The enemy apparently doesn't know help for us has shown up, When they figure it out, we may see a burst of activity, either a sudden last-ditch attack or a sudden pullback. Got that? Help is here. Static repeated. The enemy may not know. Sudden enemy activity possible when they figure it out. Right. After you get that out, see if you can get me a decent link to Captain Chandra. Only then did she check the facility's local time, still synchronized to the clock of the primary, and so far only city on the planet below. Oh, 500. 5 in the morning. An exhausted laugh escaped Kaia. Under normal conditions, 500 meant reveil out of the bunk, onto the deck, start the day. It was probably the first time in days she had actually awakened at anything close to a normal hour. Kaia moved carefully through the tiny compartment where they were crammed together, the darkness barely softened by the night glow setting on the small lamp mounted to her armored glove. The medic, Corporal Hayashi, was already awake and standing sentry, watching a sensor display whose eerie glow painted his face with warped reflections of warning icons. Kaia tapped each sleeping Marine lightly awake. Corporal Ren Decker and 4 privates. That was all this group had left after a few more brushes with enemy patrols. Up and at 'em. It's another glorious day in the Marines. "Hoorah," Corporal Decker muttered in a whisper. Sergeant Hollis was still busy passing the message on. Kaia waited until every surviving Marine with her was up, seated, and yawning, their eyes blurry with a fatigue the rest break had barely touched. "Here's some news before breakfast. The space squids got word to me that help has arrived." Instantly, every face sharpened, every gaze fixing on her. "I don't know how much or how long it'll be before it gets here. But sooner or later those apes we're fighting will also get the word. We need to be ready for whatever they do and need to keep them distracted as much as we can." "Major?" Sergeant Hollis held up a fiber link. "I've got Lieutenant Selvaraj. He says he needs to talk to you about Captain Chandra. You guys eat while I handle this." Kaia took the line and plugged in, the green indicator for a good connection flickering instead of holding steady. "What's up? Where's Chandra?" "I haven't been able to contact him for the last 8 hours, Selvaraj said. "Not even momentary burst signals. I'm assessing that he's no longer active." The fatigue, anger, and hard stubbornness in Selvaraj's voice painted a clear picture in her mind of his worn face. "How many did Chandra have with him?" 9, last I knew. We've had no contact with any of them. According to Captain Chandra's orders, since we can't." Kaia waited while the comm light blinked red, then yellow, then green again, splashing brief colors over the Marines clustered in the darkness. "Say again all after Chandra's orders." "I lost you." Per Captain Chandra's orders, I'm assuming command of the ground forces element." "Okay." She suppressed the impulse to say congratulations. Even here, that would have been too grim a joke. "You got the word that help's on the way?" "Yes." "Any details on that?" Selvaraj asked, the hope in his voice almost painful. "That's what I'm trying to get. Do you have anyone able to tap into surviving navigational systems on the facility or see Cutlass directly?" Sergeant Renko's group was close to the outer edge last I knew. Try to contact her and see if she can call Cutlass. I need any details Renko can get about whatever help has arrived and when it's going to get close enough to help us kill stuff. "Understood," Selvaraj said. "I hope it's a lot, and I hope it's soon." "Agreed. Wait." Kaia glanced toward Corporal Hayashi, still on watch, who was motioning urgently at his sensor display. "Company heading this way," Hayashi whispered. "We're getting hits on movement. Estimated 10 to 15 hostiles." "Got it. Lieutenant Selvaraj, I gotta go. I'll try to reconnect as soon as a local threat situation is resolved." "Brynn, out." Kaia turned to her Marines, who were hurriedly forcing the last crumbs of ration bars through their helmet feed ports while grabbing up their weapons. "Anybody got any mines left? No? How about grenades?" Heads shook all around, 10 to 15 enemy troops, against 8 of hers, counting herself. Not terrible odds. Unless the estimate was wrong on the low side, Kaia rubbed at her forehead. She was tired, so tired of running, and some part of her wanted to stand and fight, just to wear the enemy down a little more. But she was commanding the whole battle. Choosing an engagement that was not necessary would be reckless, and worse than reckless, irresponsible. "Static, Decker, we need a new hide hole that isn't where that patrol will find us." The sergeant and the corporal bent together over Hollis's schematic display for the surrounding section of the facility while Kaia checked how much ammunition everybody still had. That situation was ugly too. The last supply cache they had gone for had already been emptied, almost certainly by another defender group, since the site had not been booby-trapped the way it would have been if the enemy had located it. "If we get into a fight, don't waste rounds," she warned the Marines. "If I catch anybody spraying shots without aiming, I'll make you regret the day you joined the Marines." Private Neal raised one hand. "Major, with all due respect, the last few weeks I've kind of already been regretting that." She laughed with the rest of them. If they could still joke, they could still fight. Sergeant Hollis pointed off to his right. "There's a spot about 100 meters that way." "It looks okay, Major," Corporal Decker agreed. "Let's get going, Decker. Static, stay with me." Corporal Decker slipped carefully into the hallway, scanned both directions, then beckoned the others out after her. "Neal, take point. Neal, take point," Neal muttered. "I think I'll let myself get shot again." "Is it malingering if you let the enemy shoot you instead of shooting yourself?" Private McKinder wondered. "Yes," Corporal Decker said. "Now shut up. Boone, you take the rear." Decker moved after Neal as he headed down the corridor away from the enemy patrol their sensors showed approaching. "Are we still tracking them?" Kaia asked Corporal Hayashi, who was just ahead of her, with Hollis just behind. "Yes, Major. Their weight. It looks like they just changed their path. They're moving fast. Toward us?" Kaia snapped, peering into the dark corridor ahead. "Talk to me." "No, sort of right angles to us. A sudden turn in route. Fast movement. They might have spotted some of our other people." "Decker, change the route to get closer to that patrol. Keep it careful." "Yes, ma'am." "Neal, have you got readings on them?" Yeah. Now we're trying to catch them?" "Yes." "Go." Neal eased up to a corner and slipped around it, the others following. Less than 2 minutes later, heavy crashing sounds burst out ahead along the direction the enemy patrol had gone. Gunfire hammering and ricocheting off walls, ceiling, and deck. "That's less than 20 meters off. Let's go," Kaia said. "Our guys probably need help." Now they moved fast up a stairwell, into a corridor blocked a few meters along, through a room, the gunfire louder but still hard to pin down because the echoes were bouncing everywhere, out through the second doorway into another hall. And Neal stopped so abruptly he almost snapped in place, signaling frantically for the others to get under cover. Kaia pressed forward until she could see what the point Marine had found. 2 enemy soldiers were crouched at the corner, leaning out just enough to fire carefully to their left. Their attention was fixed on whoever they were engaging, backs exposed to Kaia's small team, and they had not yet realized danger was behind them. "Decker, you're my best shot. Pick the second best. Take out those 2 fast and clean." "Got it, ma'am." "Boone, you take the shorter one. Fire on 3. Decker and Boone settled their aim. 1, 2, 3. Both rifles cracked. One enemy dropped bonelessly at once. The other lurched, trying to turn, and Decker and Boone shot again, knocking that soldier backward into the corridor. The nearby gunfire abruptly stopped. "Get down," Kaia ordered. Decker was already in motion, stripping a grenade from the nearest dead enemy. Fresh holes punched into the wall to their left as someone fired through it, rounds stitching up and down and across, but never low enough to hit the Marines flattened against the deck. Then enemy soldiers spilled out behind them. Decker hurled the grenade into the midst of them while Kaia and the others opened fire. An enemy grenade detonated uncomfortably close to Kaia, but her armor absorbed the fragments. She steadied her weapon and shot a charging soldier through the faceplate. Then the firing ended, the Marines scanning for more targets and finding none. Their armor sensors no longer showed movement except for one enemy trooper twitching on the deck, unable to stand. As Kaia surveyed what remained of the clash, she saw one of her own Marines lying limp where the blast had thrown him. "Medic!" "On it," Corporal Hayashi said. While the medic scrambled toward the wounded private, Decker positioned the 3 remaining Marines to cover against any further enemy arrival. After the violence, the silence felt unnatural. Darkness filled the facility once more, absolute except for the pool of light cast by the lamp Hayashi was using. Infrared vision only made the blackness and the mangled walls seem even more strange, even less human. Kaia checked her armor sensors and caught fading vibrations, heavy steps, armored soldiers retreating fast. Those ground apes were shooting at somebody. Despite the chance enemy forces might detect the transmission, she boosted power and transmitted on the command net. Any Marines out there? I've got something to the left, Sergeant Hollis said, watching his readouts. I think it's friendly ID transmissions. Real low power. Close by. Anybody out there? Kaia broadcast again, identify yourself. We don't have a lot of patience or time. At last a reply came back, weak and thick with static. Don't shoot. We're coming in. We're force recon. Neil, Boone, cover them. Decker ordered. I see 'em, Neil said, peering cautiously down the corridor. 4 of our ground apes if their IFF is real. Make certain they're ours. Yes, Major, Decker said. She stepped out with her weapon ready. Neil, keep them covered. Check 'em, Boone. Private McKinder darted over to the newcomers, examining their armor and systems. They're ours, Boone reported after a moment. Ground force recon. Get them over here with us, Kaia ordered. Major, we've got faint movement indicators all around, Static reported. Growing in intensity. The enemy's concentrating towards the sounds of this fight. We've got to move, Kaia said. Everybody. No can do, Major, Corporal Hayashi said. He was on one knee beside the wounded Marine, hands moving quickly even while he spoke. Private Bram got hit bad. If we move this Marine, he dies. Kaia stopped and looked toward the other body near the Medican enemy soldier. The woman's helmet was still feeding her air, hiding her face, but half her combat armor had been stripped away and blood soaked the skin suit beneath. Kaia could see Hayashi had spent at least a moment stabilizing her as well. What about that one? Hayashi gave the smallest shrug without slowing his work on the wounded Marine. Might live if we move her now. I doubt it, though. Give me your recommendation, Kaia said. We leave them here and I keep working on them. Hayashi spared her the briefest glance. Ma'am, I've got to stay here or they both die. The big picture. Stay with the big picture. She could not justify letting what might be the last medic in her force get captured to save a single friendly casualty. And one more enemy death, unfortunate as it was, did not justify sacrificing her medic either. This was war. Her duty was to win, and in that calculation, every Marine and ground force soldier was expendable. Kaia looked down at the wounded Marine. To hell with the big picture. Okay, Corporal Hayashi, stay. Have you got a weapon? A sidearm. Give. Kaia held out her hand. You'll be safer if you're not armed when they get here. The medic paused one hand long enough to reach back, hit the quick release on the holster, and passed the sidearm to Kaia. Turn on your medic badges, she ordered. Hayashi nodded sharply. Bright red symbols lit on his shoulders, on the brow of his helmet, and between his shoulder blades on the back of his armor. Give us a good minute after we clear this spot, and then light off your medic beacon too. Understand? Yes, Major. Good. Kaia squeezed Hayashi's shoulder briefly. Save them, and keep yourself safe, Marine. You got it. Thank you. Major. Kaia stepped away, her gaze sweeping the dim surroundings for whatever could be seen. 4 Marines left besides her, and 4 soldiers in ground force armor. Only 4. Are you apes on your own? One of the soldiers tried to answer and tangled himself in the words. There were moments for patience, and there were moments like this one. Spit it out, soldier. Yes, ma'am, we're all that's left of our group. Corporal Gill was leading us, but he just got killed when they jumped us. Grief, exhaustion, and despair twisted the soldier's voice, making him hard to follow. But Kaia caught what mattered. You're with us now. That's Corporal Decker. Do what she says, or what I say. Static. Have you found a way from here to that place we were going to hole up? Yes, Major, Sergeant Hollis said, pointing down the corridor. That way, Decker. Yes, ma'am, Decker said. Neil? Yeah, point. But Neil no longer hesitated now that the sensor warnings in Marine armor were growing more urgent. The Group 5 Marines, now including Kaia, plus the 4 ground force soldiers, moved down the dark hallway for a short distance before Neil slipped sharply to one side into a narrow access passage. Less than 5 meters in, he stopped to snap open a panel and led them to the stairs beyond. Kaia made certain the panel sealed tight behind her before continuing after the others. Freeze, Hollis said. his whisper sounding loud on the command circuit as he raised one hand in the matching signal. The entire group stopped at once. Kaia found herself breathing slow and shallow, though the sound could not possibly carry through battle armor. She felt the impact of footsteps passing overhead along a hallway that crossed above the stair shaft, moving toward the place where the enemy patrol had been torn apart. She hoped the enemy would not simply open fire when they reached Corporal Hayashi. It could happen. They might not consciously register the glowing red medic symbols, might only see an enemy shape and react with twitch trigger fingers. Oddly, AI-controlled weapons could make the same mistake, ignoring obvious indicators that the target was non-combatant, or even friendly and firing anyway. Something about complicated decision trees and options collapsing unexpectedly? Some code monkey had once explained to her. Humans probably killed their own for different reasons, but the result was identical for the person at the wrong end of the weapon. Still, enemy battle armor ought to detect the medic beacon. Hopefully, assuming Hayashi had remembered to activate it while trying to keep both the Marine and the enemy trooper alive. When the tremors of those footsteps above finally faded away, they moved on again, reaching a landing with a door into another corridor, then a room, and inside it a concealed panel that let them crawl into a maintenance passage whose regular access had been sealed shut. Everybody rest. Decker, post a sentry. Static. Find me a link to Lieutenant Selvaraj or Sergeant Renko or the Cutlass. What if I contact Gunny Moon? Get me anybody. Kaia dropped down with her back to the wall, trying to think through plans when she did not know how many friendly forces were still alive, where any of them were, how many enemies remained, or where they were moving. Major. Boone came over and pointed at the wall. We've got live power outlets. Bonus. Kaia plugged her battle armor in so its systems could recharge. How can we still have power here? Separate battery backups. There are different battery banks for the equipment on the facility, but since we pulled off what equipment we could and shut the rest down, there hasn't been any drain on the batteries since primary power went down. If we find a battery bank that hasn't been drained yet, we're good. I think these might be the facility stabilization systems. .S facility stabilization. Any idea what happens when the batteries for those systems die? Private McKinder shook his head. I guess when the facility stabilization stuff shuts down, the facility goes unstable. Thanks, Boone, Kaia said, fairly sure her sarcasm would slide right past the exhausted Marine. A few minutes later, Corporal Decker edged over toward her. Major, my suit's reporting damage to your armor. Damage? Kaia remembered the enemy grenade and checked her side. Yeah. Got nicked, but it didn't penetrate. Decker crouched to inspect the spot, shining a dim light over it. It could worsen if it's not repaired. We're out of liquid weld. Boone, see if there's any duct tape in that maintenance locker. No, wait. Check that maintenance locker for booby traps, then see if there's any duct tape in it. Got it. A couple of minutes later, Private McKinder got the locker open, rummaged through it, and came back holding part of a roll of duct tape. We're saved. Shut up, you idiot, Decker said, laughing as she took it from him. For the next few moments, she tore strips off and patched over the damaged area of Kaia's armor. There you go, Major. Good as new. Almost. She paused, thinking. I just thought of something. What's that? What if someone made a weapon that homed in on duct tape? That'd be the end of life as we know it, Kaia said. Don't give people ideas. I won't. Decker glanced down at her own armored arm. I got a bad scrape once, and Doc Hayashi slapped some duct tape and gauze on it. Do you think he's going to be okay, ma'am? Yeah, Kaia said, trying to make it sound certain. As far as we can tell, the guys we're fighting are taking prisoners. Hayashi had his medic lights on and should have turned on his beacon as well once we were gone. He'll have been able to keep Bram alive and be able to treat the other prisoners the enemy has taken, so that's sort of a good thing. Kind of funny a guy named Bram getting hit that bad, huh? Well, he didn't get hit bad until now, and Doc Hayashi was there to help him, so maybe his name still fits. I bet you're right, Major. Decker looked around as though she could see through darkness and metal. I wish we knew where they were holding the prisoners. Maybe we could get to them. Free them with an all-out hostage rescue and recovery. The enemy won't be holding prisoners on this facility, Kaia said, shaking her head. They'll probably have taken the prisoners to the freighter. Easier to guard them there. Maybe we can find out for sure, Hollis said. He had been listening, and now started working controls on his gear. If Doc Hayashi had his medic beacon lit off, those have a lot of power to cut through jamming during a fight. If the enemy didn't remember to have him shut that off, yeah, there it is. Bearing, distance, that's got to be that ship. The prisoners are definitely on it. That's good to know. Not that we can do anything about it, Kaia said. The freighter will be a problem for the space squids. They can. Then the memories of Ladoga slammed into her thoughts. Oh, crap. Static. I need comms to Cutlass now. Get me a line. Anything you can find. It took a while. Hollis had to dodge enemy attempts to detect and trace his efforts to find any surviving path out, and twice everyone had to go perfectly still while enemy patrols passed close enough that even the faintest vibration from the Marines might have betrayed them. At last, Hollis signaled her, and Kaia saw her comm light turn green. Cutlass. Am I talking to Cutlass? The answer came back cautious. Cutlass is the ship. You're talking to me. Who the hell are you? I'm Major Brynn, commander of the defending forces on the facility. Who the hell are you? Huh? Petty Officer Torque, Engineering Watch. Is a major like a lieutenant? A major is like a commander? I'm sorry, ma'am? But this circuit isn't supposed to link to outside calls. Oh, did you come in through the system status net? That shouldn't be active with only one ship out here. Never mind. I need to talk to Commodore Harrow, right now, this moment. Before we lose this link, can you patch me through? I'll tell someone. Hang on, Commander. Those next few seconds were almost unbearable to sit through. Then Ethan Harrow's voice hit the line so suddenly it made her jump. Kaia? Is that you? Yes, sir. You scared the hell out of one of my petty officers. Did you get my message? Yes, sir. Listen, I've got to say this quick before we lose this link. We know the enemy has taken prisoners of some of my Marines and some ground forces soldiers. We've got indications that those prisoners are being held on the freighter. If that freighter runs, while it has some of our people as prisoners aboard it along with enemy soldiers trying to get out of here, can you stop it without killing our own people? He was silent for a moment. That might be a problem. If the freighter was on its own, we could match vectors and take out parts of it. But even then, we couldn't know if prisoners had been placed near any of those pieces of equipment to keep us from firing on them. If the enemy cruiser and destroyer remain as escorts, we'd have to make high-speed runs instead of matching vectors with the freighter. If we're moving that fast, it's very difficult to aim to hit just one or two particular spots on a ship. Even if we did know exactly where on the freighter our own people are located and tried to avoid hitting those areas. What options would we have? Kaia asked. Anything better than those two? Unless I can make those two enemy warships go away, my options would be to risk killing some or possibly all of the prisoners in order to stop the freighter or to let the freighter go. If the warships run and leave the freighter, I can try taking out its control deck or engineering, but if the enemy places prisoners in those locations, I won't be able to fire without killing them. That's it? There's nothing else you can do? Kaia, that's one of the reasons we carry Marines, to give us more options. Only I don't have Marines. You've got them all, and for good reason. Damn it, sir, I can't take that freighter. It'd be a death trap, as long as the enemy. Major Brynn? Ethan asked. Do we still have a link, or did I lose you? I'm still here. Kaia hesitated, trying to sort her thoughts into order. Can you keep them off me? I'm not sure what you... If I capture that freighter, can you keep the enemy warships off me? There was a pause. When? Ethan Harrow finally said. At the earliest, another 24 hours. How long is it until our reinforcements get here? About 3 more days. It's 4 destroyers, Kaia. From Hibernia, Hoshino, and Ladoga. 4? When did Hibernia and Hoshino join the war? You'll have to ask your friend Renvil about that. I'm assuming he made it happen. We've also got Gondar and Ferrer as allies. For a moment, Kaia had no words at all. Cool, she finally managed. That gives us superiority in space. Enough firepower to destroy both of the enemy warships. If the enemy warships try to escape, and I'm sure they will, they'll have to start running within 36 hours, or the 4 new destroyers will be able to alter their vectors to cut across the star system and catch the enemy before they can reach the jump point. The new warships aren't broadcasting IDs, so the enemy might still think these are reinforcements for them. But that's only going to last so long before the enemy warships realize they're not getting the right answers from our new friends. I expect the enemy warships to bolt in about 24 hours, and I'll be chasing them when they do, trying to slow them down. So that's your timeline, Kaia. 24 hours, she repeated. And they'll take the freighter with them? I don't think so. It's possible the enemy warships will choose to sacrifice themselves to protect the freighter. But that's not what a careerist does when the chips are down. And the enemy commander has been acting like a careerist who wants to protect his own hide above all else. It's already too late for that freighter to escape with them. It accelerates too slowly. The only chance the enemy warships will have to escape is if they abandon the freighter. And the only chance the freighter will have is if it has hostages to prevent us from firing on it. Kaia nodded to herself, meaning we'll have a chance to capture and hold the freighter if we hit it after the enemy warships head for home. I can't set things up in less than 9 hours anyway. Okay, a rapid snapping burst cut across the circuit. Commodore? Are we still connected? Nothing. They spotted the transmission and spot jammed it, Sergeant Hollis said. Did they trace it? Do we have to move? I don't think so, but we should move in a little while anyway. Kaia leaned back against the metal wall and thought, I need to talk to Ghost. How are your comms with the surface? I can get you a link. It's harder for the enemy to spot that because they're not in the line of sight between us and the surface. When do you need it? 5 minutes ago. Half an hour crawled by while Kaia tried not to yell at Hollis to get her the connection immediately. At least it gave her time to think. There had been no sign the enemy troops were pulling back toward the freighter, which at this stage ought to have been the only sensible move. Whatever she had learned about the enemy ground commander, stupidity was not part of it. Whoever was in charge should have known they needed to withdraw, and fast. So why were they still here? Maybe because no one had told them about the 4 new destroyers. Maybe because the enemy warship commander did not want ground troops panicking and clamoring for pickup before the ships broke for safety. Back when she had been a private on Hancock, old Marine wisdom had warned her about exactly that. Never count on the space squids. When it comes down to supporting the Marines or running to save themselves, the squids will always look out for themselves. Ethan Harrow had never been like that. She had almost forgotten that some sailors were supposed to think that way. Maybe they did not. Maybe it was just Marines distrusting everyone except Marines. But the enemy had not struck her as the type to deal honestly with their own people. More the type to cut losses the moment things turned ugly. And if the enemy ground commander had not been warned that everything was about to collapse, then they would have no idea how dramatically the defender's position had changed. Major? I got ghost line. Voice only. Great. Kaia hit the alert tone over and over to announce her connection attempt. Hello, hello? A familiar voice answered, young, unmistakably young. Who are you? Where's your picture? It's Aunt Kaia, she said to Ethan's little girl. Hi, Aunt Kaia. Hi, I'm calling on business. Where's your mom? Just a sec. Mommy, Aunt Kaia wants you to hack somebody. Kaia waited through a few seconds that felt much longer before Ghost finally came on, sounding exhausted. I'm already hacking for all I'm worth. For what good it's doing. Can you? No. I haven't been able to get in. The freighter. What about the freighter? Can you get me and several other people onto the freighter? Ghost did not answer right away. Right now? No. About 24 hours from now. You mean physically? You mean the freighter the enemy came in on? You want to sneak aboard? Yes. I thought you had to stay on the orbital facility to defend it. Kaia shook her head, then remembered Ghost could not see her. Not anymore. We won. The soldiers we're fighting don't know that yet, though, which is good. It gives me a chance to grab control of that freighter before they can use it to try to escape. The rest of my people on the station can hold out until the enemy soldiers have to surrender, which won't be long. Oh, got it. So you need to get aboard the freighter. Yeah, I can do that. That's great, Kaia said. I need almost. Ghost added. I can almost do that. It involves spoofing enemy sensors using a worm. but it's gotta be perfect, you know? Any discrepancies and the sensors tag it, and the enemy takes a close look using their eyes and, wait a minute, I haven't got a minute. Do you look as bad as you sound? Kaia stared into the dark, trying to think of the right answer. Probably. We're a little short on mirrors, but that's probably just as well. What about your outfits? Your armor? Is that messed up? You mean damaged? Yeah. Everyone's armor has damage at this point. What about the enemy? Ghost pressed. Does their armor have lots of damage on the outside? Every one of them that I've seen, Kaia said. Why does that matter? Because I can tell the worm to tell the sensors that any inconsistencies or anomalies they see are just damage to the armor. The sensors will still see things inconsistent with friendly armor, but it'll assume those things are because of damage because I'll tell them to do that. Why didn't I think of that before? I don't know, Kaia said. How long will this take? When do you need it again? I need to hit the freighter in 24 hours. That's when our space squids say the enemy warships will have abandoned their soldiers here, but before the enemy soldiers have figured that out. Uh-huh. So you need the worm in time to insert it in the enemy systems and give it time to spread. I'll try to get it to you in another couple of hours. Maybe. Kaia let out a sigh and accepted the need to wait for something she had never expected she would even have a chance to ask for. Okay, we'll try to punch a line through to you again in a couple of hours. Sergeant Hollis is giving me looks that say I need to end this call before the enemy fixes on us. I'll get you that worm, Kaia, and stop calling my husband a space squid. It's a term Marines use to show their admiration for sailors. Honest. See ya. Kaia cut the connection, knowing Gauss would not take offense at the abrupt ending. After another moment, staring into the darkness and forcing her thoughts into order, Kaia called over the local command net. Hollis, Decker. Right here, Hollis said. Decker hurried over and settled beside her. Alternate command circuit 2, Kaia said, waiting until both NCOs gave her a thumbs up to show they had switched over. Here's the deal. Static has confirmed that the prisoners the enemy has taken are on that freighter. We can be sure of that. Once the enemy realizes that 4 destroyers just came in on our side. 4 destroyers? Decker blurted. Yeah, Kaia said, trying not to let exhaustion sharpen her tone. Sorry I didn't tell you that. That'll give the space squids 5 destroyers counting our own, which I'm told is real good odds. But if that freighter heads for home, with our people aboard as prisoners, the squids will face the choice of either trying to knock out the freighter, knowing they'll probably kill at least some of our own people, or letting the freighter go to ensure our people don't get killed. That's all they can do, Hollis asked. That's all they can do, Kaia said, which means the Marines have to get the job done. We have to get aboard that freighter and take control of it before it pulls away. 5 of us, Decker said. We've also got the 4 ground forces guys, Kaia said. Look, we don't have to control the whole freighter. We just have to grab their control deck and the power core controls compartment, engineering control. We've practiced doing this, boarding freighters and taking them under our control. This'll be just like that. But there'll be all those enemy soldiers nearby, Hollis said. Won't they come charging in to take back control? We've got 4 more destroyers coming, plus Cutlass. We tell those enemy ground apes that the freighter can't outrun those destroyers, which is true, and their escort warships are about to get blown away, also true. And if those ground apes maybe want to survive instead of dying futile and meaningless deaths, they'd better rethink things. Commodore Harrow thinks the enemy warships will bolt in about a day, leaving the freighter and all the enemy ground apes behind. Maybe they'd just surrender then, Decker said. Maybe, Kaia said. Or maybe they'd load up in the freighter and force it to leave, knowing our squids can't shoot them up while they have some of our people aboard as hostages. We need to make sure that option is closed off before the enemy realizes they need it. Okay, Decker said. Yeah, yes. Ma'am, it'll be risky, but better than sitting back and watching our friends die. How do we get on the freighter? They're bound to be sentries and sensors watching for any threat to it. Ghost told me she thinks she can make a worm that'll fool the enemy sensors into seeing us as friendlies. Deception, Hollis said. Yes, that's good. We just have to get the worm into their network. Can you do that? Kaia asked. I've pulled some net gear off enemy armor, so maybe, Major. We can do that if Ghost gets us that worm. She's good, right? Decker said. I wouldn't want her going after my systems, Hollis said. But you said she thinks she can do it. Ma'am, what if she can't? Kaia tried to rub her brow and thumped her palm into the front of her helmet instead. I'm open to ideas. How about if we Marines pretend to be guards and the 4 friendly ground apes we've got are our prisoners and we're taking them to the freighter? We'd need 5 functional sets of enemy battle armor, Hollis said. Okay, so if the friendly ground apes pretend to be guards and we Marines pretend to be prisoners, we'd only need 4 functional sets of enemy armor, Decker said. We haven't even got one, Hollis said. Can we capture any armor? Kaia asked. Stage an ambush and strip the bodies? Hollis shook his head. We could kill 4 or 5 of them, but getting functional armor off them that we could wear without looking like the Walking Dead? And without the enemy armor systems wiping themselves to prevent us using them? Major, what do you think the odds of that are? And we'd have to strip off the armor before an enemy reaction force got to the ambush site. And the enemy would see that we'd stolen 4 or 5 sets of armor, and they'd probably figure we'd done that for a reason, and... Yeah, Kaia said. That won't fly. How about a diversion? Something to grab their attention so that even if the worm doesn't work 100%, we can still get to the freighter before they notice. We'd need another element to handle the diversion, Decker said. Even with the friendly ground apes, this group is pretty low on numbers. But if it gets confusing enough, and we can position ourselves to jump across to the freighter when the right moment comes, we might be able to get through before anyone realizes what we're doing. I mean, they won't expect it, will they? It's a little crazy. Kaia gave her an honest answer. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a lot crazy. Until those new warships showed up to help us, it would have been totally crazy. I need to get in contact with Gunny. Hopefully he's got enough left with him to manage a diversion. Hey, suppose about the time the diversion starts, we also make sure all of the enemy ground apes learn that they're facing 5 destroyers now, and their chances of winning and escaping have just entered a decaying orbit and will end in a big, ugly crater. Their own officers might not have been told, even if their senior commander got the word, and I bet he or she hasn't. Their squids might be staying quiet on that to avoid, worrying the ground apes. Space squids and senior officers can be really considerate that way, Corporal Decker said. Present company accepted, of course. I doubt I'll ever be a senior officer, Kaia said. I've only gotten this far by sacrificing corporals whenever I needed to stage a diversion. Get me Gunny, static. Yes, ma'am. But first we need to move. Okay. Let's try not to get caught and killed on the way to the next hiding spot. Decker, got it, Major. We're moving again, boys and girls. Neil, take point. They set out again behind a gloomy, muttering Private Neil. Sif Gremlin, Daunt Trines. Chapter 13. Living like a rat sucks, Private McKinder grumbled as he crawled through an opening into a 6-meter corridor sealed shut at both ends. Try walking point every time, Private Neil shot back. Shut up, Corporal Decker said. Boone, since you've got so much energy you can waste some belly atching, you're on sentry. Kaia swept her gaze around the cramped space, both ends hidden in darkness. The 4 ground force soldiers had said almost nothing and now sat close together, as if letting themselves be separated would somehow sever the last thread connecting them to their old unit. Are you apes okay? Yes, Major, one of them replied. What are we going to do? We're working on that. Static, do you think you can get links from in here? Yes, Major. There's a comms router that should be. Yeah, right inside this wall. She bent to inspect the exposed tangle of connections he had uncovered. Sergeant, if I haven't mentioned this lately, you're doing amazing work. I don't know where we'd be without your skills when it comes to comms and systems. Hollis straightened a little. Thank you, Major. I'll get a hold of Gunny. Great. Do it, and I'll make you a lieutenant. Major, why would you tell me I'm doing a great job and then threaten to punish me? Fine, Kaia said. Do it, and you can stay a sergeant. That took another 45 minutes. Kaia used the time to study the facility schematics, plotting a route across that distance, that might let her group reach the dock unseen and come in at a point where boarding the ship was possible. They would be moving straight toward the enemy's strongest concentrations, through areas the enemy surely had mapped by now, likely seeded with sensors that would need to be fooled or bypassed, and mines that would have to be found. "I've got him." "Major, I need a diversion, Gunny," Kaia said over a channel crackling and fading as nimble jamming battled nimble frequency hopping. "On the dock, so my group can get to the freighter." "Okay, Major," Gunnery Sergeant Moon said, as if she had asked for a form signed or some other ordinary detail of business. "Diversion. Where are you going to be?" "We're going to come onto the dock on the right side as you face outward toward the freighter. So we need to kick up dust on the left side," Moon said. "How big a fuss do we want to make?" "As big as you can manage. I need it at 0400 facility time. Can you get into position by then?" "No problem, Major. If you can get another group in that part of the facility to assist you, tell them it's on my orders. We need to take that freighter, so we need as big a diversion as you can manage." "Yes, Major. At least you won't have to jump to get to the ship." "Say again?" "You won't have to jump. They docked their ship. You can walk right on. I doubt we'll be walking the whole way, but that'll be a lot easier." "Thanks, Gunny?" "No, Gunny?" "Say again." Nothing came back. The comm light on Kaia's armor had gone solid red. "We lost the link," she told Hollis. "In about an hour and a half, try to get a connection to Ghost again. At that time, we'll also record my announcement for the enemy's soldiers and figure out how to upload it to where it'll broadcast at the right time. But first, Sergeant, spend about an hour sleeping." "That's an order." Then she remembered another thing that needed doing, rose and moved quietly over to the 4 ground force soldiers still bunched together in a weary, defeated knot. "Are you guys ready for duty?" Kaia asked. "We've got an operation coming up." "Another reposition, ma'am?" "No, we'll be moving back to the dock area. We're going to attack the ship the enemy troops came in on." The soldiers stared at her through their face shields, somehow managing to project total confusion despite their hidden expressions. "We're going to attack?" one asked. "Yes. The prisoners they've taken from us are being held on that ship." For the first time since linking up with Kaia's group, the ground force soldiers visibly came alive. "We're going to free the prisoners, Major? Get them out of the prison?" "Not exactly," Kaia said. "We're going to capture the prison. The 5 of you?" "Ma'am? No, we expect you to help. That'll make 9 of us. 5 Marines and 4 Force Recon. I think that's enough to do the job." The soldiers hesitated only briefly, then all 4 snapped back to attention and saluted. "Yes, ma'am," the first one said. "That's enough. Just tell us what to do." Renvil Ashida sat at one of the little tables in the destroyer's dining area. For reasons he had never wanted to puzzle over, militaries insisted on calling such places mess halls. He sagged in the narrow, uncomfortable seat with his head in his hands. He had made it this far. He had found help, and not long ago Commodore Harrow's message had told him Kaia Brynn was still alive. But until these ships actually reached the world they were racing toward, Kaia remained in mortal danger every passing moment. He might have arrived only soon enough to avenge her, not to save her. "Are you all right?" one of Kasumi's sailors asked, sitting across from him. Renvil looked up, managed a small smile, and nodded. "I'm okay. Something's bothering you," the sailor said, pausing to examine the food in front of him. "Have you eaten? It's a good meal today." "Compared to food on a freighter, it's wonderful," Renvil said. How do you stand it?" "Stand what?" "We're here. We can see where we need to go. But it's literally taking days to get there. At a time when every second counts?" "Oh," the sailor nodded in understanding. "That does take some getting used to. We don't think in space ways, you know. Humans think, I can see that, so it can't be too far off. But space isn't like that. You look outside and you can see forever. That's not an exaggeration. You're seeing things billions of light years away and billions of years in the past." "That's pretty neat, huh?" "It's pretty hard to deal with at a time like this," Renvil said. "It's a long way." The sailor gestured with a utensil in the direction that must have been the planet they were heading toward. "Not so long ago in our history, getting from one planet to another would take weeks or months. I think maybe years for outer planets. Being able to cover that distance now in just days is remarkable. He gave Renvil a sympathetic smile. Did you ever think that you're looking into the past when you look at one of the planets? Like the one we're heading toward. We're still about 2 light hours from it. So when you look at it, you're seeing that planet 2 hours ago. You're looking at history, things that already happened. Renville turned that way, seeing nothing but the ship's gray bulkhead. History, things that have happened, too late to change. I'm sorry, but that doesn't cheer me up. Someone I care about may die before we can get there. That's difficult. We're doing all we can. I know. And I'm enormously grateful for what you're doing. That we have a chance to save my friend at all is because you were willing to help a distant neighbor in need. We all eat from the same iron pot, don't we? I was told people came to the stars so they could get away from other people. But there are always other people. You can ignore them, or fight them, or become their friends. I think we should be friends. Renvil found himself smiling back despite everything. We should be friends. But you're a sailor on a warship. Your job is to fight other people. My job is to be ready to fight other people, the sailor said. When I was a child, a woman came to our home seeking safety. Her husband beat her. My parents took her in and sealed the door against the husband when he came looking. My parents didn't want to fight, but they wouldn't stand aside or refuse help to someone who needed protection. That's why I do this work. If we protect places like Strathmore, we also protect my home of Hoshino. And when we protect others, we protect ourselves, who we are, or who we wish to be. Your parents were wise, Renvil said. I didn't think so when I was younger, the sailor said with a laugh. But I learned, do you have children? No, that never worked out. But you try to protect the children of others, well. Yes, Renvil said. That's the only right thing to do. So you understand why I am willing to fight for others? Yes. Renvil straightened a little, deciding he ought to force himself to eat something. Thank you. If it is possible, we will save your friend. Surely, knowing that help is coming, they will stay as safe as possible until we arrive. You'd think so, Renvil said. Unless you knew Kaia, I'm afraid she may not be staying all that safe. Marin had adopted the name Ghost for her hacking long before she ever came to Strathmore, and even before she enlisted in the tiny fleet once maintained by the old colony world of Vanir. Vanir's fleet had never uncovered that Petty Officer 3rd Class Marin Vance and Ghost were the same person. But they had learned enough about what she had been doing to court-martial her. Luckily for her, one ensign, Ethan Harrow, had argued for a straightforward discharge instead. Not because he knew Ghost or felt any particular affection for her, but because he thought she ought to be treated fairly, and the violations that had been pinned on her, while embarrassing to some officers, were not truly serious. At least not the violations they could prove. She had seen no reason to confess to anything they had failed to catch her doing. When that same Ethan Harrow left Vanir to join a new colony, Ghost chose to go too. She had never admitted to Ethan that she had not come only because her prospects on Vanir had narrowed to almost nothing, and this looked like a chance at a better life. But also because he had seemed like someone worth knowing more deeply. Even if that had amounted to nothing but friendship, she had figured a future on a new world with one reliable friend being alone on an old, overcrowded planet. So now she was here, hidden in a tent in the forest among other evacuees from the city, trying to finish the worm Kaia needed so Ghost could finally matter in this latest fight. Nearby, the daughter she and Ethan had made together was fending off interruptions and supplying energy drinks and candy whenever she noticed Mom's stock of essentials running low. Usually the energy drinks made the child still a few weeks shy of birth kick with renewed enthusiasm. But as if he somehow understood the urgency of Ghost's work, he seemed content for the moment merely to crush her insides up against her lungs, offering only the occasional reassuring twitch to signal he was still fine. Part of her hoped, and part of her dreaded, that he would take after his father idealistic and far too willing to sacrifice himself for other people. But at the very least, she expected him to inherit something she and Ethan had always shared. The conviction that when someone was relying on you, you did not let them down, and Kaia was relying on her now. If ever there had been a perfect moment to dissolve into panic and despair, This was it. Ethan was up there risking his life yet again. She was exhausted from days of worrying over him and Kaia, while throwing her skills uselessly at sealed virtual walls that offered no weakness to exploit. Her body was off balance with exhaustion and hormones. But Ghost had dragged in a few deep breaths and forced herself down into that creative fugue where the world ceased to exist, and only the challenge remained, along with the methods and tools for solving it. She had never needed drugs. There was no better high than this. The worm did not need to be flawless. It only had to persuade enemy systems that whatever imperfections it showed were really imperfections in reality itself. Like a martial art, turn the SME's strengths against the enemy. An alarm slowly pulled Ghost back into awareness. Sweat cooled on her skin, and beyond the tent she could hear native creatures singing, the ones everybody called birds, because that was basically what they were. Ghost here. I know it hasn't been quite 2 hours, but have you got it done? Sergeant Hollis asked. We can't maintain this link for very long. Yeah, just finished. It won't take long to send. I've compressed the worm along with the unpacking program, Ghost said. Sending. The bright transfer line crawled across her display and ended in a green confirmation. Have you got it? Hold on. Hollis sounded hushed and oddly hollow. In his voice, Ghost could almost feel the tight darkness around Kaia's people, wherever they were hiding now. Yeah, it's clean. Any special instructions? Just dump it into their systems. It'll do the rest on its own. Major Brynn says thanks and you're a wonder. Tell her I am a goddess, Ghost said. I produce miracles. Major Brynn says she agrees. Good. Also tell her not to get her fool self killed. You too, Static. Stay safe. I've done all I can. The connection died, leaving Ghost staring upward at the shifting shadows on the tent roof as leaves stirred in the breeze above. As if her body had been waiting for her to finish, a heavy kick from inside made her flinch. Just wait a little longer, she said. Believe me, I'm not any happier about that than you are, Mom. Romy poked her head in. We good? We're good, Ghost said. Will Aunt Kaia be okay? I hope so. I want to be just like her someday. Great. I'm going to do my best to talk you out of that. Can you bring me a candle? There was one thing left she could do. Pray to her ancestors for whatever help they might be able to give. Maybe, as some people said, that would accomplish nothing. Or maybe it would matter. Either way, it could not hurt. And Kaia and the others with her surely needed every scrap of help they could get, from any source at all. Freeze! Kaia halted instantly at Sergeant Hollis' command. Hollis moved forward carefully until he stood level with Private Neil on point. I'm getting readings on what looks like a sensor. Does it see us? Kaia asked. No, Major. I've got it doing constant resets. But this type of sensor usually comes matched with at least one mine. You see anything, Neil? Private Neil leaned sideways, head close to the wall, sweeping his light along it. Like most of the facility after so much fighting, this corridor had no atmosphere left in it. In vacuum, with no air to scatter light, the beams ended in hard edges, illuminating only the exact surfaces they struck and leaving everything else in absolute black. There's a bulge down there, maybe a meter off, about waist height. Yeah, I see it. They planted the mine on the wall and matched its cover to the wall real nice. Any more? Not that I can tell. Hollis edged up to the enemy sensor and tapped into its controls. Okay, it's linked to the mine, and only one is showing up. They're probably short on mines by now. I'm disabling the detonator on the mine, telling it to reset in 10 minutes so it doesn't tip off the enemy they've got a problem. One of the Force Recon soldiers spoke up. Sergeant, check the ceiling. The overhead? Hollis and Neil both looked up. Something there, Neil said, indicating the spot where his light had landed on a round object with a flat underside. The paint doesn't quite match? Sure as hell. Hollis glanced back at the soldier. Do you know what kind it is? The ones we found had spider silk trip wires with current running through them, the soldier said. Break them and the mine went off. Hollis sent his light slowly down the corridor, moving it around with care. There they are. See those, he said when filmy threads flashed in the beam. We can get by them by going low. Kaia stepped forward far enough to see it herself. Are you sure it's safe to go through here? It should be, Major. We'll send Private Neil first, and if he gets through, the rest of us will follow. What? Neil said. You can see the mine there and the threads there, Hollis said. Go ahead. We'll cover you and watch for any other danger. But you've got a good instinct for this. I'm not worried. Great, Neil muttered. You're not worried. He eased forward until he reached the shimmering trip threads in Hollis's light, then dropped low and slid under them. Once past, he rose and advanced several more careful meters down the hall before stopping and looking back. Hold on, Kaia said. Static, can we use the link to this sensor to dump Ghost Worm into the enemy systems? Yes, Major. This is tied back to the enemy command center, so it should work fine for that. But if we upload the worm to them now, it gives them more chances to spot it and neutralize it before we reach the dock. Ghost said it needed time to propagate through the enemy systems, though. Kaia looked down the corridor to where Private Neil was waiting. What's your recommendation, Static? He took a long moment before answering, then gave a nod. We should load it in here. That'll give it time to spread through the enemy systems. And we don't know if we'll find another good load point between here and the dock. I think those two things outweigh the extra time it'll give their system watchdogs to spot the worm. Do it then. Corporal Decker, get the rest of our people past the mines along with yourself. Sergeant Hollis and I'll follow. Yes, ma'am. Take it slow and easy, you apes. Boone, you go next with one of the ground apes. Then I'll bring the other 3 force recons through with me. You guys look after the corporal, okay? Boone told the soldiers. She was at Ladoga, you know. She's safe with us, Grunt, one of the soldiers answered. Kaia kept flicking her attention between Sergeant Hollis as he fed the worm into the enemy systems and the Marines and soldiers easing themselves past the mines. It was not as if she would have time to do anything if either effort went bad, but that was what officers did in situations like this. Someone once had explained some quantum thing to her particles behaving differently when observed than when left unobserved. Supervision of enlisted seemed based on the same principle. If you watched them, somehow they knew, and events unfolded differently. All done, Hollis said. I think it went in clean, Major. All right, go. With all due respect, Major, you should not be rear guard. She hesitated, then nodded. You're right. Follow me when it looks safe. Kaia moved quicker than she probably should have, anxious about how long they had already lingered in the corridor, but she slowed under the spider silk tripwires. Once clear, she turned her light back to illuminate the threads while Hollis came through the danger zone. Up there, Corporal Decker told Private Neil, pointing toward a vent cover. He tipped his head back to study it. What idiot came up with this route? The Major. Oh, okay. Neil was boosted up about a meter so he could reach the vent cover and pull it back. He looked inside. This is going to be a tight fit in battle armor. It should take us undetected through an enemy threat area, Kaia said. It should be about 100 meters until we reach the right vent opening to exit the tube. Watch for any sensors planted near openings we pass. Yes, ma'am. Neil wriggled into the round vent first, with 2 of the Force Recon soldiers behind him. Decker followed, then Kaia, then Sergeant Hollis, then the last 2 recon troopers, with Private McKinder bringing up the rear. The tube was every bit as cramped as Neil had warned. Under normal conditions, a person would not have found it confining, but with battle armor on, every Marine and soldier barely fit. They had to drag themselves forward with their arms and shove with their feet, all the while trying not to transmit more vibration than necessary. Sound could not travel in vacuum, but tremors through the facility's structure could carry a long way. 100 meters should have been nothing. A simple, short walk, crawling through a narrow, dark tube. It felt endless. At last, they reached the vent opening they were supposed to use, dropping out one at a time into a compartment only barely large enough for the whole group. Rest here, Kaia said, lowering herself carefully so she would not make a betraying thump. For several minutes, nobody spoke, everyone too busy catching breath and clawing back a little strength. Why do they call it that? Private McKinder muttered. Why do they call what? Private Neil said. Inching. I was thinking, we had to inch our way through that pipe there. And then I thought, why do they call it inching? Because that's what it is.
That's what is?
Sergeant Hollis broke in. Boone, you've got a dictionary in your armor systems. Everyone does. It doesn't take up much space in the memory. Look up inching. Okay, Sarge. Huh. It says an inch was an old system of measurement. There were 12 inches in a foot, 12 in a foot, Private Neil said. Everybody's feet are different sizes. How could you use that as a measurement? I don't know. Hey, it says an inch equaled 2.54 centimeters. That explains it. It does? Yeah, McKinder said. You couldn't say we were 2.54 centimetering our way through there. That just sounds stupid. Yeah, Neil agreed. But if you inch your way along far enough, do you start footing your way along? Like if you shut up, Corporal Decker said. For the love of my ancestors, both of you shut up. Why out of all the Marines in this unit are you two among the survivors at this point? Maybe we're lucky, Neil said. Or maybe I'm being punished for my sins, Decker said. Corporal. Kaia said, it sounds like everyone's rested. Our time margin is shrinking. We've only got an hour left to cover the remaining distance. Let's get moving. Yes, Major. On your feet, boys and girls. Neil? Yeah, I know, Neil muttered. Take point. What are you going to do if I get shot? I'm going to feel real bad for maybe 1 second, and then I'm going to put Boone on point. There they go. Half dozing with exhaustion on Cutlass's bridge, while waiting for something to happen during the rough window Tessa Zhao had forecast. Ethan Harrow snapped, fully alert and fixed on his display, where the enemy warship's vectors were now showing abrupt, major shifts. For days, their courses had stayed nearly unchanged, maintaining station between Cutlass and the enemy freighter. Now that pattern was breaking fast. Give me an intercept vector. Bring the ship to full combat status. All weapons ready. The general quarters alarm rang through Cutlass, followed by a chorus of eager acknowledgments. Department readiness indicators turned green almost at once, confirming combat readiness across the ship. Ethan was not the only one aboard who had been straining under forced inactivity. All weapons ready, Ensign Brandt reported. Ethan checked the vectors of the 4 friendly destroyers still charging inward. They were coming in hard, but they remained far too distant to affect this fight. The freighter still had not moved, nor did it show any indication of preparing to. They kept the freighter and their ground forces in the dark, Ethan told the watch officers. We would have seen preparations to leave, with ground forces going aboard along with their supplies. Why wouldn't they tell their own freighter? Brandt asked. Because we would have seen those preparations and known the warships were getting ready to run. The commander on the light cruiser was willing to sacrifice the freighter and the ground forces he was supposed to be supporting to ensure we wouldn't have any advance notice. That didn't work, did it? Lieutenant Sutton said. Intercept vector ready, Captain. Over the previous several hours, Ethan had altered Cutlass's orbit. Space itself had no up or down, but around a planet, lower always meant nearer the planet and higher always meant farther out. Knowing the enemy would have to head toward the jump point for Balor, if they fled, Ethan had placed Cutlass in a higher orbit than both the facility and the enemy ships, and at a point, those ships would have to pass fairly near when they broke away. That setup now meant the enemy light cruiser and destroyer could not escape orbit toward the jump point without Cutlass intercepting them. Ethan reviewed the intercept plot, found nothing wrong with it, and gave the order. Execute intercept vector maneuver. Executing intercept maneuver, Lieutenant Sutton repeated as he entered the command. Cutlass rolled and pitched under thruster thrust, then her main drive came on at full power, throwing her onto a course that would intercept the fleeing enemy warships before they could reach the only jump point still within reach. Ethan keyed the ship-wide circuit. All hands, this is the captain. We're moving to engage. Our job is to slow down these 2 enemy ships so they can't reach the jump point they're aiming for before our friends can catch them. We need hits that damage propulsion and maneuvering. Do your best. At last, after so much enforced waiting, the rush of action hit with almost savage exhilaration. Ethan's fist clenched as the vector settled into place, Cutlass driving hard to overtake her quarry that still carried a lethal sting. But now Cutlass could focus entirely on the warships. The Marines were dealing with the freighter, and if they failed, the remaining destroyers could still run down that slower ship before it escaped. Even if Cutlass was wrecked here, slowing the enemy warships would still make this a victory. Lieutenant Sutton Ensign Brandt, I want an evasion maneuver that gives us the best chance we can get to avoid their last missile while still managing an engagement with either enemy ship, preferably the cruiser. We don't want them getting away. Yes, sir. Ethan pulled on his survival suit. The odds of Cutlass being holed were far too high to ignore. Got it, Captain, Ensign Brandt said. This should give us a roughly even chance of evading the missile, and then bring us close past the front of the light cruiser's vector. Assuming he turns to engage us, that should give us a shot at his stern as we pass. Since they've just begun accelerating like us, and we're coming in from above and behind them, the relative speed during the engagement will be only about 100 kilometers per second. We're going to practically crawl past them, which should give us a decent chance of aimed shots. Excellent, Ethan said. Captain, Ensign Brandt added, this intercept will also give them good opportunities to hit us in return. There's no way to maximize our chances of a hit that doesn't also give them good chances to hit us. I understand. We'll have to accept that risk. What counts is us being able to slow them down. Ethan approved the maneuver and tried to hold on to the numbness that was keeping fear pinned down inside him. He had made plenty of attack runs before, but always with acceptable odds. This was the first time he had driven straight in to meet the full fire of a significantly stronger enemy formation at such a low relative velocity that both sides were likely to score many hits. 15 minutes to intercept, Lieutenant Sutton said. Ethan touched another control. Lieutenant Commander Zhao. She answered from engineering, here, Captain. If I'm killed or incapacitated and Cutlass can still fight, do all you can to slow down those two enemy ships. Understood, Captain. Zhao's voice was too calm. The kind of calm people worked very hard to imitate when they were anything but composed. He wondered whether he sounded the same way. Exactly 5 minutes before intercept, in perfect obedience to old Earth Fleet combat doctrine, the two enemy ships cut their main drives and used maneuvering thrusters to roll and pitch until their more heavily armored and better armed bows faced the oncoming Cutlass. The bridge seemed unnaturally still. The only sounds came from watchstanders moving in their survival suits, from the muted acknowledgments of equipment receiving commands, and from the constant low whisper of the ship's air fans. Then even that ceased as Cutlass sealed vents and closed internal hatches in final preparation for exchanging fire. One instant the enemy ships were still thousands of kilometers away. A few seconds later, the distance was under 1,000. Then they were there, close enough to fight, Cutlass writhing through her last-second evasive turn, weapons firing, the ship shuddering under multiple impacts, and then they were already past, almost between blinks. Cutlass's stern pitching upward as the bow dropped from the too-near burst of the enemy's final missile, which had not quite missed. Red warnings blazed across Ethan's display. Damage alerts. We've lost 2 of our pulse particle beams and number 2 grape shot launcher. Captain, damage aft, Captain. Cannot light off main propulsion. Checking for cause. Maneuvering systems compromised, trying to correct. Fire control reports primary systems took hits and are down. Backups are online. Engineering reports power core is stable, Captain. For the moment, Cutlass was out of the fight, unless the enemy altered course to come finish her, and that would cost them time they did not have. Ethan listened to the damage reports with only part of his attention. His crew knew their work. They would do what needed doing. No one had reported dead or wounded yet, and he was grateful for even that delay. The rest of his attentions stayed fixed on the display, while Cutlass's damaged sensors tried to determine how badly she had hurt the light cruiser. The projected vectors for the enemy showed them pitching their bows back down to resume accelerating towards safety, but their actual motion was not matching the projection. Estimate significant damage to the light cruiser's main propulsion, Chief Petty Officer Marsden reported. His acceleration is consistent with one main propulsion unit being offline. He's at half power for main propulsion. Their destroyer hasn't taken any damage, but he's staying with the light cruiser. That's doctrine, Lieutenant Sutton said. He stared at the maneuvering display, powerless to change much with both main propulsion and thrusters down. All units are to stay together so damaged units can be escorted to safety. Captain, number 3 pulse particle beam is destroyed. We can't get it working again. Number 1 will take at least an hour to get back online. Ethan nodded, then remembered the weapons officer was not physically on the bridge. He keyed the response. We won't be able to re-engage the enemy in less than an hour. How about the grape shot launchers? Number 2 got hit hard, Captain. I can't give you an estimated time to repair. Chief Marsden, Ethan said. Any updates from engineering? Lieutenant Commander Zhao gave me an estimate of 1/2 hour before we can light off main propulsion again, sir. Maneuvering thrusters are starting to come back as damage is repaired, so we should be able to stabilize this tumble within the next few minutes. Lieutenant Sutton was already running the numbers. If we get propulsion back within half an hour and the enemy light cruiser remains limited in his acceleration, we'll be able to re-engage them before they can jump. So Cutlass might not be finished in this battle after all. Ethan sat back, reluctant to ask the next thing. Do we have any casualty counts? 6 dead confirmed, 5 wounded, but that's a partial count and very preliminary, Lieutenant Sutton said. Chief Dalton can only tell us how many he's personally counted so far. Understood. Ethan touched commands into his display, watching the projected vectors shift to match his inputs. The arc toward the Balor jump point that marked the fleeing enemy's path had changed, now that their acceleration had been cut roughly in half. He then told the navigation system to assume the 4 incoming destroyers would alter course the moment they identified the enemy retreat. Another arc appeared, those 4 destroyers diving in like hunting birds, their path bending through space to intersect the enemy well short of the jump point. Unless they managed to repair the propulsion on the light cruiser, we got it done, he said. On the display, Cutlass's own marker spun away from her earlier track, echoing the effect of the missile strike and the other hits she had taken. We can still rejoin the fight, Lieutenant Sutton said again. If the estimates from engineering are right, we'll be able to catch them again and join in the attack with our new allies. Ethan looked back at Sutton and the rest of the watch team. They were all visibly heartened by that. Cutlass had taken a hard blow, but she had landed one as well, and she was not finished yet. Her crew was ready to go back in. He loathed it. The thought of losing more of Cutlass's crew twisted at him, but they expected him to command, and he would. Yes, let engineering know that, Chief Marsden. If they can make their estimated times for repairs, we can help finish off those guys. His attention returned to the orbital facility, where fighting still raged. If Kaia failed to seize the freighter, Cutlass might wind up with the much less glorious assignment of destroying that ship and trying to pull Major Brynn and whatever remained of her defenders out alive. Out beyond the hull, beneath the stars and the pull of endless space, the enemy warships might already be retreating. If they had not begun yet, they would soon enough. Kaia Brynn and her people, however, were still caught inside the maze meant to delay an attacker. They pushed onward through traps, blind alleys, and constricted corridors, all while staying wary for more nasty surprises the enemy might have planted. The absolute darkness, wherever no lights reached, made everything worse, and they had been exhausted before this leg of the mission had even started. Kaia had budgeted 6 hours for her small force to move unseen from their starting point to a compartment that opened onto the dock by the freighter. Right now, they were pressed into a side corridor, their sensors picking up vibrations from an enemy patrol moving on the far side of a wall that felt alarmingly flimsy. She checked the time once more. 30 minutes left. At first, 6 hours had sounded generous, but this was not the first patrol they had been forced to evade, and they had already run into more seated mines and portable enemy sensors. Even simply forcing their way through cramped sections had eaten up time and strength. At last, the signs of the patrol diminished, receding at a right angle to the route Kaia's team needed. Move out, Kaia ordered. Their path required weaving around a succession of narrow bends, dropping down 2 levels, and then making the final approach through a shaft that felt far too much like a garbage chute. When Kaia checked the schematic, she confirmed that was exactly what it was. With only 10 minutes left before the planned assault on the freighter, she and the others finally crawled into the small compartment adjoining the dock and stopped long enough to breathe. Take a look, Corporal Decker. Decker slid forward on her belly and carefully cracked open the access to the dock, peering outside. Looks okay, Major. Plenty of enemy apes wandering around, but no sign they're preparing for an attack here in the very near future. Static. Are you picking up anything? There's a lot of activity out there, but that's to be expected. No indications the enemy is alerted? No, Major. Let me take a look, Decker. Kaia traded places with the corporal and examined the dock with deliberate care. Gunny was right. That freighter is docked. I guess they did that to make it easier to get to it themselves and get supplies off of it. But it also makes our job easier. Looks like 2 sentries at the main airlock onto it. She kept studying the dock, where clusters of enemy soldiers moved among several stacks of cargo that had apparently come off the freighter. She could only see the exterior of their suits in the airless environment, but nothing in their movements suggested alarm. Still, fatigue showed in the way they carried themselves. Her people were not the only ones being driven beyond endurance. She backed away from the opening and looked over the group. Okay, we've got 5 minutes until things start popping. Get ready. Static, how confident are you that Ghost's worm made it into the enemy sensor systems? Sergeant Hollis lifted his hands a little. I think maybe. That's the best I can tell you, Major. What about the announcement I recorded? I fed it into the facility's emergency broadcast gear, which still has some battery power. You should boom out on all frequencies just before the diversion starts. We got maybe 2 minutes before we hear it. Not much time to get our breath back, Kaia said. Okay, when the diversion starts, we'll get out onto the dock and head toward the freighter like we're reinforcements for the sentries there. Major? One of the ground forces soldiers said, how about if the 4 of us are on the outside and you grunts are on the inside? Because our armor looks more like the enemy armor than yours does. That might help the worm's effectiveness in spoofing their warning systems. That's a good idea, Corporal Decker said. And if any of the enemy does detect that we're Marines, might think we're prisoners and the 4 ground apes are our guards while they take us to the freighter. Yeah, Kaia said. Good idea. Once we're out there, all of us Marines hand our rifles to the ground apes. Keep your sidearms. If things go bad, grab back the rifles and head for that freighter. The announcement should broadcast in 30 seconds, Hollis said. Get ready and follow me when I go, Kaia said. I'm not going first, Private Neil asked. Are you complaining about that? No, ma'am. Kaia crouched by the access and regulated her breathing, stripping her mind down until it held nothing except the immediate moment and the action soon required. Then she remembered one more thing. Corporal Decker? Yes, Major. Effective immediately, you're Sergeant Decker. Battlefield promotion. Congratulations, really? Before Kaia could answer, the broadcast blared across every circuit. She heard her own voice, calm and commanding, and found herself surprised she had managed to sound so steady after so many days of fighting. All enemy troops aboard this facility. This is Major Brynn, the Strathmore commander. Your leaders haven't told you that Strathmore has received major reinforcements to its space force and now heavily outnumbers your warships. There are destroyers from 3 different star systems coming to our aid and to attack you. Hibernia, Hoshino, Gondar, Ferrer, Ladoga, and Strathmore are now allied and will bring their full force against you. Your own warships are abandoning you to your fates. Your mission is... The message dissolved into a burst of static and warbling random music. They're jamming it, Hollis reported. As long as enough enemy soldiers heard it. It'll cause a serious dent in their morale and some temporary confusion, Kaia said. And since the jamming is on all frequencies, it'll prevent them from sending orders for a few seconds after. An explosion shuddered through the facility structure beneath Kaia, followed immediately by the vibrations of weapons fire. Her armor flagged combat, erupting somewhere on the far side of the dock. The small knots of enemy soldiers she had been watching had gone motionless when her announcement began, and had remained frozen in place through the interruption. Now, with fighting breaking out across the dock, they scattered like exposed insects, most of them racing toward the disturbance. Before they could reach it, another burst of fire signaled a second strike closer to the middle of the dock. Gunny Moon must have found another group of ours that could help, Decker said. Follow me, Kaia replied. Discrimin drens. Chapter 14. She wriggled out through the access onto the deck beyond, muttering curses at the size of her battle armor, then rose as Decker emerged behind her, and the rest of the team followed. Everyone's focus remained fixed on the two diversionary attacks, and no one appeared to notice them. She passed her rifle to one of the Force Recon troopers. At a trot, as if we're going somewhere on orders but not running or attacking or anything like that. They moved out in formation, the 5 Marines grouped in the middle, with the 4 ground soldiers spread around them. As they crossed the dock at a brisk pace, Kaia kept scanning in every direction for anything going wrong. The jamming had ceased, but her recorded message had already been cut off once the diversions kicked off. A heavier blast shook the dock, strong enough to feel even without the armor sensors. Enemy troops were converging on the left and center sections to deal with the diversions, which to Kaia seemed to be throwing out a remarkable volume of fire. If she had been commanding the defense, she would have assumed a full-scale assault on the dock was underway. They had made it about 2/3 of the way across when she spotted trouble angling in on them. A lone enemy soldier changed direction, moved to intercept, stopped in front of one of Kaia's troops, and began gesturing sharply. What the hell was the enemy ape doing? The soldier was obviously talking to Kaia's trooper, but that trooper was not on the enemy frequency and could not hear a word. I think whoever this is chewing me out for something I did or didn't do, the Force Recon soldier reported to Kaia. Kaia had no interest in a fight breaking out here in the open where the enemy could instantly notice it. Try saluting. The Force Recon trooper snapped to attention and gave a salute as if respectfully acknowledging whatever unheard orders or complaints were being hurled her way. It made no difference. The enemy soldier looked prepared to continue the tirade indefinitely. Kaia glanced toward the sounds of combat. The firing was already dropping off fast as the enemy pressed in with superior numbers, and her diversion teams started slipping away before they could be boxed in. Enough. Kaia drew her sidearm and stepped in beside the enraged enemy soldier. The soldier paused when the muzzle touched a vulnerable point on the helmet, but Kaia fired before any reaction came. The shot hurled the enemy aside. Kaia snatched back her rifle from the trooper carrying it. "Follow me!" She broke into a run, trusting the others to be right behind her, and saw the 2 sentries at the freighter finally notice them and bring up their weapons. Kaia skidded to a stop and took careful aim. She fired as the others around her opened up. 1 sentry went down immediately. A moment later, under the rest of the team's fire, the second dropped too. Her armor warned of incoming shots from the flank as enemy soldiers drawn off by the diversions realized what was actually happening and opened fire on Kaia's team. But those shooters were still much farther away, and Kaia's people were nearly at the freighter. She threw herself into the airlock, shoving the dead sentries out of the way and slamming the emergency close control. Kaia and the others flattened themselves against the sides as a burst of rounds chased them inside and hammered into the inner hatch. The outer hatch crashed shut, enemy projectiles clattering against it like hailstones. "Lock this hatch," Kaia told Hollis. "Decker, get the inner hatch open." Kaia stood waiting, coiled tight, while Hollis worked the controls. "I reset the lock. That'll hold him for a couple of minutes," he said. "Inner door opening," Decker said. Already covering the freighter interior with her weapon, an enemy sailor in a skin suit stared at them in stunned disbelief for a brief instant before Decker swung her rifle and cracked him across the head, sending him stumbling into the passageway wall. Kaia checked both directions down the passage they had entered, making sure no immediate threats remained. "Section 1 with me. Sergeant Decker, you know where to go. Don't let anything slow you down or stop you." "Got it, Major." "Come on, Section 2. Sergeant Decker sprinted aft with Privates Neal and McKinder and 2 of the Force Recon soldiers on her heels. Kaia headed forward with Sergeant Hollis and the other 2 troopers. Freighters, unlike warships, were built to such similar requirements that their layouts were nearly interchangeable. Kaia had drilled her Marines in moving through freighters whenever one visited Strathmore. There had not been many in recent months, but enough for them to learn the basic deck plans. She knew the control deck. The freighter equivalent of a bridge would be forward and near the center line. When the passage branched, she did not even slow. Rounding one corner, she met two enemy soldiers in battle armor charging toward them. Kaia fired before their surprise wore off, and she and the two troopers with her poured rounds into the enemy faceplates until both hostile soldiers collapsed. Then another corner, a short passage, a right turn, and the hatch to the control deck appeared in the middle of the forward bulkhead, closed and locked. "Static! Get it open!" "You two," she told the soldiers with her. "Watch that direction." Kaia pivoted to cover the opposite approach. Rifle ready. Behind her, one of the troopers fired. One enemy, no armor. "They ducked back," the soldier called. "Waiting for reinforcements," the second soldier guessed. "How are we doing?" Kaia asked Hollis. "Do we have to blow it open?" "Nah, almost. Got it." Hollis straightened as the hatch slid open, his weapon fixed on the gap. He went through first while Kaia backed toward the opening. "Come on," she told the Force Recon soldiers, letting them pass through before following them in. "Get it shut and locked again, then join me," she told Hollis. "You two guard it," she told the soldiers. "Don't let anyone through." "No one's coming through that door, Major," one of the soldiers said. Kaia spun toward the short 2-meter passage that led directly onto the control deck. Rather than ease forward, she sprinted the last distance and launched herself out into the control deck, rifle hunting for targets. Several civilian sailors were there, all of them simply staring, locked in shock. She stopped hard against a control console on the forward bulkhead, hoping she had not accidentally hit anything important, and kept her rifle trained on the sailors. Now that she was inside an atmosphere-filled compartment where people could hear her unaided, she switched her helmet speaker to external. "Who's in charge?" One of the sailors hesitated while the others glanced his way. "You," Kaia said, aiming straight at him. His eyes looked as if they had doubled in size. "I'm Major Brynn, Strathmore Marines. I hereby take control of this ship in the name of the government of the star system of Strathmore. No one will be harmed unless they give me a hard time. Where's your comm to the ship's power core compartment?" I don't. Did you hear what I said about people who give me a hard time?" Another sailor stumbled toward a nearby console and pointed. "That control." Keeping her weapon on the freighter crew, Kaia moved to the panel. The crew shrank back as she approached. Its display showed glowing virtual controls neatly marked with compartment names and functions. She tapped the one labeled Engineering. "This is the bridge." "Who's there?" The answer came at once. Sergeant Decker, Strathmore Marines." "That you, Major?" "That's me." "Any problems?" "We had to plow our way through a few hostiles, but we're inside and the hatch is sealed." "Oh, we've also got 2 freighter crew members in here, but both claim they know nothing about engineering and we're just in here for some privacy." "Pick a button that looks important and push it to see what happens," Kaia ordered. A few seconds later, a scuffle sounded over the intercom, and then Decker's voice returned. Wow, that made her really angry. Or worried. "She moved like a scared cat to keep me from pushing that button." "Yeah, she's the engineer? Is she hurt?" Not much. Okay. "Should I still push the button?" Decker asked. "No," Kaia said, putting as much force as she could behind it. "Do not." "Major," one of her soldiers called. "There's someone trying to force this hatch." Kaia pressed another control. This one marked General Announcing. "Everyone aboard this ship. This is Major Brynn of the Strathmore Marines. We are in possession of the control deck and the ship's power core. Any attempts to force entry into either compartment will result in us destroying critical equipment. You should be aware that I'm saving all of your lives by capturing this ship. Strathmore has achieved space superiority and would be moving to destroy this ship if we had not captured it. I want the senior officer aboard to contact me. I repeat, any attempts to force entry into the control deck or the power core compartment will result in critical damage to both areas, which would leave you all helpless as our destroyers arrive to blow you away. Contact me on the control deck." Then she raised her voice toward her soldiers outside. "Are they still trying to get in?" "No, ma'am. They've stopped. Keep an eye on it and kill anyone who tries to come through." At last, the freighter's captain seemed able to speak, though his voice shook a little. We'll do what we're told. We won't try anything. He looked like a man who had spent decades hauling cargo, one of the aging professionals who had increasing trouble keeping steady employment as younger officers replaced them. Probably the only reason he had wound up this far from old Earth was because nothing closer had been available. We're not soldiers like you. I'm not a soldier, Kaia said, with more edge in her tone than she had meant to show. I'm a Marine? We won't harm non-combatants, Kaia repeated. She had kept her rifle trained on the captain and only now shifted it slightly aside. Control deck, this is Captain Kovacs of the Veska peacekeeping expedition. A man's voice announced over the control deck speakers. This is Major Brynn, Kaia said. Are you prepared to surrender those aboard this freighter to me? I don't have authority to do that, Kovacs replied. I need to speak with Colonel Merrick, our commanding officer. That may take some time. How much time? Half an hour. I've ordered my soldiers aboard the freighter to avoid taking any action until we receive commands from the colonel. All right, Kaia said. Talk to your colonel. We won't block your transmissions from this ship. But no nonsense and don't take too long. I've got 3 enlisted Marines in the power core compartment, and if they get nervous or bored, they might start pushing buttons to see what happens. I understand. Are you aware that those members of your force that we have made prisoner are aboard this ship? That's why we captured it, Kaia said. Do I have to emphasize that nothing had better happened to those prisoners? We are not criminals, Captain Kovacs said, clearly offended. We abide by the common rules of war. I wanted to ensure that you knew any actions you take to endanger this ship will also endanger your own captured personnel. I will now contact Colonel Merrick. Sergeant Hollis stepped onto the control deck and propped himself against one of the chairs bolted in place. The hatch is locked, Major, and I reset the controls so only I can open it without forced entry munitions. Good. How are the ground apes doing? Happy. They got to hit back at the bad guys. I feel real bad for anyone who tries to come through that hatch. Hollis let his gaze travel around the compartment. Man, they've got old gear on this tub, but they've kept it up well. Kaia had noticed the freighter crew stiffen defensively at his first remark, and ease a little at the second. Are you the owners? She asked them. Yes, one of the older crewmen said. We bought it on shares. That was when Veska was free. Shh. Another sailor tried to silence him. I won't be silent. That puppet government that runs things on Veska now told us we'd been seized for not paying some taxes that no one had ever heard of. We had to do this, Citizen Marine. This ship is our lives. Kaia gave him a nod. As long as everybody plays nice, you might get this ship back in one piece. We won't damage anything we don't have to. And Strathmore isn't in the business of seizing property unless there's a good legal reason for it. Sergeant Hollis gestured toward the controls. Can you guys show us the situation in space? If that's okay, the captain said. Glancing uneasily at Kaia, she gave permission with a nod, and the captain activated a display. This is the situation in the region of this planet. You see? He broke off, staring at it in disbelief. Those are the warships that accompanied us. They're leaving. So they are, Kaia said. You told us the truth. Yeah, that happens sometimes. What's that there? That's, your ship, the destroyer. The way it's moving, it must have been badly damaged. They don't seem able to control the ship. Damn. Kaia worked to keep feeling out of her voice. What about your ships, the warships? Are they damaged? It's hard to tell. We're a freighter, not a warship or a research ship. Our sensors can't. The captain paused again. Something seems to be wrong with the bigger warship. That's all I know. So Ethan Harrow had fought and hopefully gotten done what he needed to do. Show me what's going on in the rest of the star system. The rest? There's nothing. The captain widened the scale on the display and fell silent, staring. 4 more warships. Headed this way very fast. You didn't know about those? Kaia asked. Only from your announcement. We had orders from the warships. Keep our display on local region only. I guess they didn't want us to panic. Will they attack us? Another sailor asked, panic threading her voice. Not as long as my people are in control of this ship, Kaia said. So cooperating would be a really good idea. You guys got any coffee? 20 minutes later, Kaia accepted a transmission from the enemy troops still on the facility. The ground force colonel on the display wore the look of a man ground down by too many sleepless days, with frustration and regret etched over the fatigue. "This is Colonel Marek, commanding officer of the Vesca peacekeeping expedition. Major Brynn, Strathmore Marines," she answered. "I believe that you're Colonel Marek, but I don't believe that you're really under Vesca's command, and you and I both know your mission wasn't about keeping the peace." "That's the official name of the unit," Marek said, glaring. "All right, call it what you want. Are you ready to talk?" Colonel Marek drew in a breath, lowered his eyes for a moment, then looked back at her. "Major Brynn, I have been able to confirm the information that you broadcast, that your forces now have superiority in space due to the arrival of reinforcements, and that the warships supporting my unit are conducting a tactical withdrawal." "A tactical withdrawal? Is that what they're calling running away?" Kaia asked. "I see no sense in debating terminology," Marek said. "My request for an explanation from the warships supporting us has not been answered. I understand the situation. My forces have lost any means to withdraw, as well as our supplies. I have no wish to lose any more soldiers in this battle now that the outcome is our certain defeat. Will you negotiate in good faith?" Kaia inclined her head. "So far we've been trying to kill each other in a civilized fashion. I think we can also negotiate in a civilized way. Which is my way of saying that you and your forces have conducted yourselves honorably, so I have every intention of conducting these negotiations in the same manner." "Good. I want to ensure an immediate ceasefire goes into effect for both sides. I've already ordered my soldiers to remain in their current locations and only fire if first fired upon." Kaia nodded again. "Stop your jamming, and I'll see to it that the same orders go out to my Marines and the ground forces soldiers under my command. I'd like to ensure that all prisoners taken by your forces are also not in any danger." Colonel Marek frowned once more, as if the subject bothered him. "They are not in danger. Order them to remain in place, though, until we arrange their official release." "I'll do that," Kaia said. "I'd like an accounting of prisoners as soon as possible." "Of course. Do your forces have any prisoners from my unit?" "I honestly don't know," Kaia said. "My communications with the subunits on this facility have been intermittent. Once your jamming ceases, I will order that I be immediately notified if any prisoners are held by any of my forces." "Done. Do I have your word that negotiations may now proceed face-to-face without any danger to the participants?" "You have my word," Kaia said. "I'll meet your delegation at the main airlock to the freighter in 1/2 hour." "Good. I'll be there with some of my staff. No weapons. I give my word your safety and that of your representatives is also guaranteed." He studied her image for a moment before continuing. "They told us on the way here that this would be a walkover. That we'd be going up against amateurs led by a self-important corporal promoted far past her level of competence." That had the ring of something Colonel Dlamini might have said. Kaia answered him with a tight expression. "When you're working for someone who lies to everybody, it's not really surprising when they also lie to you, is it?" Marek gave a small nod, and strain flickered in his eyes. "I don't like to think that my soldiers died because of lies. But you know they did." Once more the colonel nodded. "Yes, Marek, out." Kaia exhaled slowly, relief draining out of her. "When mercenaries choose the wrong employer, they pay an awful price. Sergeant Hollis, let me know when the enemy jamming stops." "Yes, ma'am. It just stopped. All frequencies are clear. I can relay you through the freighter's system so you've got a lot of power." She switched her comms to broadcast across her entire command and spoke with deliberate clarity. "All Marines and Strathmore ground forces operating on the orbital facility, this is Major Brynn. Thanks to your own guts and determination, as well as the support of the Space Squids, we've won. I am on the freighter, which we now control, and am negotiating the surrender of the attacking force, whose commander has agreed to immediately cease combat operations. All units are to remain in place until further notice and cease firing unless attacked. I say again, remain in place and do not fire unless fired upon. Individual unit commanders are to contact me using the command net frequency to confirm your receipt of these orders and to advise whether you are in possession of any enemy prisoners. Brynn, over." Her comm light flashed on almost at once. Major, this is Gunnery Sergeant Moon. I understand your orders and will carry them out. The Marines with me have no prisoners. Moon, over Major. This is Sergeant Major Renko. Understood and will obey. 3 prisoners. Renko. Over. Lieutenant Selvera, Major. Orders received and understood. 2 prisoners. Selvera, over. This is Corporal Tamura, Major. Understand orders. No prisoners with my group. Tamura, over. This is Sergeant Vender. My unit merged with the remnants of Lieutenant Brennan's force. Orders understood. 5 prisoners. Vender, over. Corporal Rajput, reporting in. Orders received and understood. No prisoners with us. Rajput, over. Kaia waited a beat before answering. All groups stand by for further orders. Brynn, out. They had started with roughly 140 Marines and soldiers spread across 11 groups. Including the people with Kaia, only 7 groups remained. She did not want to see the casualty reports, to learn how small those surviving groups had become, or to put names to the dead who had purchased this victory. Colonel Marek's words returned to her. I don't like to think that my soldiers died because of lies. At least the same could not be said of those who had fallen defending Strathmore. Just then, though, that was poor comfort. Main propulsion back online. Ready to boost at full, Chief Petty Officer Marsden reported. How are maneuvering thrusters? Ethan Harrow asked. Online. Lieutenant Sutton, I have the intercept ready, Captain. I've been keeping it continually updating. Send it to me. Ethan reviewed the firing solution. They would be chasing from behind. Only the damage to the enemy light cruiser's propulsion made it possible for Cutlass to overtake them again. And that would not happen for nearly 2 days. Do we have enough fuel cells for this? Yes, sir. Execute. Once Cutlass had settled onto the new course, Ethan rose from the command chair, stiffness setting into him. I'm going to sick bay and then checking out the rest of the ship. He departed the bridge, walking slowly at first until his legs loosened. Don't look mournful. Don't look stricken. Grim. That was the right expression. Grim and certain. Be a leader. Let them see that you honored the losses and felt them, but that you were still steady, still believed in them, and still ready to lead them into the next fight. Ethan thought that was what the crew needed from him, so he tried to give it. Not so they would think better of him, but so they would understand what he thought of them. They deserved the best version of that he could manage. Sick Bay was overcrowded and chaotic, with Chief Petty Officer Dalton working without pause to keep the wounded alive while the bodies of those he could not save had been laid aside. Ethan stood there a moment, unwilling to disrupt Dalton. He was about to turn away when he noticed one of the wounded looking at him, and instead stepped inside, careful not to interfere. He spoke to those still conscious, telling them how well they had fought and assuring them that Cutlass was still in the battle. Dalton finished with one patient and paused, sagging with fatigue. Is there anything I can do? Ethan asked. Stop sending me work, Dalton said. Sir. I'll try. After that, Ethan continued through the ship, inspecting damage and talking with crew members who were still on their feet. They all seemed hungry for another shot at the enemy, eager to make them pay for what they had done to Cutlass. We'll catch them, Ethan promised. He found the weapons officer overseeing efforts to restore the disabled grape shot launcher. This is going to take a while, Captain, but number 1 particle beam is back online and ready to go, the weapons officer reported. Just give us a target, Captain, one of the gunner's mates said as the others nearby nodded agreement. You'll get one, Ethan said. Eventually, he made it back to his stateroom, where he sat and stared at nothing for a while, finally alone enough to let the mask fall. Hey, Doc, glad you made it. Corporal Hayashi turned at the sound, looking as if he had not slept since Kaia had last seen him. He offered a salute made clumsy by exhaustion. Yes, ma'am. She surveyed the freighter's medical compartment. Wounded Marines and ground force soldiers from both sides lay in bunks, arranged by severity rather than allegiance. Then she indicated the man beside her. This is Captain Kovacs of the Vescon forces. We've met, Hayashi said. We're working out surrender arrangements. I'm sorry to hear that, Major. Kaia blinked at him. They're surrendering to us. Oh, how are your patients? Haven't lost any. Hayashi motioned toward a sedated Marine lying in one bunk. I told you if I stayed I could save him. What about the enemy ground ape you were also working on? She's over there. Kaia followed the gesture and saw the soldier, her face slack under sedation. Alive. Who else you got here? I'll get to everybody, but are there any of our officers and non-commissioned? Captain Chandra, over that way. And Fuji? Corporal Fujita over there. Good. Corporal Hayashi. Yes, ma'am? Hayashi answered, trying to pull his blurry eyes into focus on her. There are 2 ground forces medics who came with me, 1 enemy, 1 friendly. They can handle things here for a while. Turn over with them. Then sedate yourself. That's an order. Yes, ma'am. Kaia walked over to the sentry on duty. You know Captain Kovacs? Yes, ma'am, the sentry replied. Your orders are to stay on your post, but not fire unless directly threatened with deadly force, Kovacs said. Do you understand? Yes. Captain, this is Private Neil, Kaia said, motioning Neil forward. He'll stand guard here for my people. Same orders, Neil. No shooting unless someone is trying to shoot you. Understand? Yeah, Major. Can I talk to him or anybody else? As long as you stay alert. No hugs. Got it, Major. You okay? Kaia asked Captain Kovacs. Yes, Kovacs said. With your permission, I will check on my own wounded. Be my guest. I'm going over to talk to some of mine. Corporal Fujita looked up at her anxiously when she stopped beside his bunk. Major, we got ambushed. I heard, Kaia said. What happened to Lieutenant Haddad? They must have figured out he was in charge because their first volley took him out, ma'am. He never had a chance. Damn. Kaia shut her eyes briefly, then looked back at Fujita. How many others did we lose in your group? 5 or 6, I think, from what I saw before I got hit. But some of those might have been wounded. Okay, she said, we won. Did I mention that? Good work. We'll get you fixed up and back on duty in no time, Major. Fujita's eyes filled as he fought back tears. I did my best. I did. There were just too many. I know you did your best, Fuji. You did good. Take it easy, okay? A short distance away, Captain Chandra was stretched out on a bunk with his abdomen braced and immobilized. Got it in the gut, huh? She said. Chandra turned his head toward her. His face was noticeably leaner than the last time she had seen him, and his mouth twitched in the direction of a smile. Hello, Major. I heard we won. You heard right. You told me when I'd done something. I could discuss your experience. Kaia had to stop and think back to that exchange. So I did. What is it you want to say? That you were right, Major. And that I and my soldiers are fortunate you were in command here. Words are cheap, Captain. Kaia bent a little closer, studying him. Next time I'm at your base, are you going to buy me a drink? I'll buy you a whole bottle. Old Earth booze. I'm going to hold you to that. How did you manage to capture this ship? I thought it would be very well guarded. Kaia shook her head. Until our new friends showed up with a lot of shiny destroyers, any attempt to capture this freighter would have been stupid. We just would have been sticking our own heads into a trap and waiting for the enemy to lop them off. As long as the enemy warships were hanging nearby, we couldn't have gone anywhere with this ship without being attacked immediately. All we could have done was hold out at the dock until a counterattack recaptured the ship. The enemy commander knew that as well as we did, so he had some guards around the dock, but didn't expect an attempt to seize the freighter. If the commander on that light cruiser had told him that major warship reinforcements had arrived for Strathmore, the ground forces commander would have known the logic of capturing this ship had changed big time. But he wasn't told, so he didn't shift his defenses accordingly. Betrayed by their own side. Maybe they'll want to get even, he added jokingly. Maybe, Kaia said, then went still as the idea opened further in her mind. Maybe. You said something about new friends and a lot of destroyers? Yes. Strathmore has been offered a part in an alliance of, let's see, 6-star systems, I think 6. Chandra smiled. Good. I'd like to have the odds in our favor next time. Me too. Excuse me, though. I need to go meet with Colonel Marek and get the surrender terms nailed down. President Hartwell wore the expression of someone who had, all in one day, won a fortune, met the love of their life, and saved a crucial file seconds before a system crash. Strathmore knew we could count on you, Major. Thank you, Kaia said, privately thinking that perhaps she really would stay a major this time. I need to talk to you about the surrender agreement with the enemy ground forces. I held preliminary talks with their commander, Colonel Marek. What are they proposing? They led with something they know they're not going to get. They want full honors of war, which would mean they agree to leave and we let them go, along with all of their weapons and equipment. Hartwell laughed out loud. No, they're not going to get that. Kaia cleared her throat. Madam President, maybe we should consider it. What? Why would we agree to that? Because they might agree to what we want. There are times, Kaia said, when someone throws a grenade at you, and you have a chance to throw it back at them before it explodes. This could be something like that. The president studied her more closely, her thoughts plainly racing. Go on. These guys were hired as a unit from old Earth, hired by the puppet government on Vesca. Many of them brought families with them. They got to Vesca and found out things weren't quite as promised. And then they got sent to attack us. After being told a pack of lies about how weak and helpless we were, they were told this would be a cakewalk, and it turned out to be a buzzsaw. Then they got abandoned when their warships took off. They're not happy with their employers. Not at all. I find I lack sympathy for them, Hartwell said. The point is, Kaia emphasized, these guys are very unhappy with the puppet government running Vesca. And from my talks with them and with the crew of this ship, that puppet government is really unpopular on Vesca. It's got control of vital facilities and the threat of intervention by Balor, Charun, and Tinia. Without those things, that government would be gone. President Hartwell nodded with deliberate slowness. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that we use the people who attacked us as a grenade tossed back at the thrower. We let them go back to Vesca, but this time they'll be working for us. They show up at Vesca in the freighter, announcing that they left a garrison on the facility that they captured. They take Vesca's orbital facility by surprise and capture it. Then they drop onto the planet and start breaking that puppet government. You want us to hire them? President Hartwell shook her head. My government and the people of Strathmore would never agree to pay the people who attacked us. The payment would be granting them full honors of war, Kaia said. It wouldn't cost Strathmore anything. It'd actually save us a lot of money because we wouldn't have to worry about handling a bunch of prisoners for who knows how long. Hartwell said nothing for a while, considering. You think they'd agree to that? To attack their own former employers? They got lied to, and their friends died as a result. They're not happy, and legally those lies could be considered a breach of their hiring agreement. They want revenge on those who lied to them, and they want to get back to Vesca to protect their own families. And, Kaia added, when the people of Vesca regain control of their star system, they'll know it was thanks to the people of Strathmore. We'll have more friends out there who owe us big time. This time, the silence stretched even longer before Hartwell answered. You're a very dangerous woman, Major Brynn. Thank you. Why would you agree to this? These enemy soldiers killed your people. Why would you want to let them go free? Kaia let out a breath, aware of darker feelings moving inside her. There are a couple of reasons. The enemy fought, well, honorably. They didn't commit any atrocities. I personally would like to see the people who gave the orders to attack us suffer for what they did, rather than punishing the soldiers. There's justice in using against them the weapons they sent against us, right? And last, the truth is, Madam President, I could stand up every enemy soldier in a line and walk down that line shooting them one by one and watching them slowly die at my feet, and it wouldn't bring back one single Marine that died in this fight. Far better I honor those who died by acting with honor myself and by ensuring that their sacrifice leads to safety for this star system and the people in it. That's what they fought for. That's what I want to do. She fell quiet, uncomfortable at having exposed that much of herself. I see. Hartwell nodded several times. Yes. What about the enemy warships, though? Won't they pose a threat to that ship and the soldiers if we send them back to Vesca? I'm told those enemy warships will never leave Strathmore, Kaia said. Our new friends and allies are going to see to that. They are allies, right? Tentatively allies, Hartwell said. Commodore Harrow made some strong arguments in favor of accepting membership in the alliance. But a final decision hasn't been made. All right, as long as they help us destroy those enemy warships here. And if there are any other warships at Vesca, These soldiers we've been fighting have all the codes and passwords and everything else needed to get past defenses and get things done. The strings of the puppet government will be cut by the time they realize that their own weapon has turned on them. Stop, free Vesca. Strike back at those who attacked us, and use the attack itself to pay for the retaliation. Hartwell gave another slow nod. That I could sell. I fully expect some members of the government to argue that we shouldn't let those who attacked us go free, but if you're arguing in favor of it, that objection won't have much force. Can you get Colonel Dlamini to back the idea as well? You want me to convince Colonel Dlamini? Yes, you two speak the same language. Kaia sighed once more. I guess it looks that way from where you sit. Okay, I'll get Captain Chandra and we'll talk to her together. Captain Chandra had wanted a haircut, a shave, and a fresh uniform before speaking with Dlamini, but Kaia instead had him propped upright in an adjustable bunk, wearing his ripped battle gear while she stood beside him and placed the call. Her own armor was scarred, her helmet was off, and her hair and face were probably a disaster, so she had no concern for how Chandra appeared. Standing next to her, he likely looked parade-ready. Dlamini heard them out without interruption while Kaia laid out the proposal. When Kaia finished, the colonel shifted her attention to Chandra. Captain, are you aware of any atrocities committed by the enemy forces? No, Colonel? When you were a prisoner, did you experience or observe any maltreatment of yourself or other prisoners? No, Colonel. Did you and all other wounded prisoners of which you're aware receive all necessary medical treatment? Yes. Colonel, were you interrogated? Captain Chandra nodded. Yes, Colonel. Was any torture or other unlawful methods employed? No, Colonel. Standard interrogation techniques. I told them nothing of importance, and I do not believe any other prisoner told them anything significant, but they did not respond unlawfully. Dlamini leaned back in her chair, considering, then turned her gaze to Kaia. Major Brynn, your impression of Colonel Merrick is that he can be trusted to honor any agreement made? Yes, Colonel, she said. I assume there is no objection to my speaking personally with Colonel Merrick. No objection at all, Colonel, Kaia said. What was your impression of Colonel Merrick's unit? Professional, well-disciplined, very good at what they did. We were lucky that external support arrived for us. Dlamini looked back to Chandra. Do you agree, Captain? Yes, Chandra said. I believe that Major Brynn's plan to defend the facility was the best we could have employed, and the actions of all of our soldiers and Marines were the best that any men and women could have provided. But our opponents were very capable, had heavy fire support, and outnumbered us substantially. I see. Colonel Dlamini drummed her desk with her fingers, frowning in thought. Major Brynn, set up a call with Colonel Merrick for me. I'll reserve any recommendation until after that call. But if what I've heard so far is borne out by my conversation with Merrick, I expect to support the proposed course of action. Oh, one thing more, Major Brynn. Yes, Colonel, Kaia asked, half expecting that Dlamini might finally deliver straightforward praise. I trust that before any formal talks are held, you and Captain Chandra will correct your appearances to that expected at all times of officers. Dlamini, out. When the colonel's image disappeared, Kaia laughed. She simply could not help herself. I hate her, she told Captain Chandra. Excuse me while I check on the situation in space instead of taking time to wash and style my hair. Renvil stood studying a display that showed the gaunt, predatory outlines of the destroyers traveling with Kasumi. In space, traveling with meant they were roughly 10,000 kilometers away. Fragorach, Araidbar, and Barracuda. Without magnification, those lethal ships would have vanished into the endless black and scattered starlight, a reminder at once of how tiny humanity's creations were and how terrifyingly destructive they could be. Hey, Astrid Halloran came up beside him and gave him a wink. Interested in a little private recreation? Sure, Renvil said. He trailed after her to the tiny stateroom she shared with one of Kasumi's officers, who happened to be on watch. The instant the hatch closed behind them, Astrid began checking something on her compad. There's a listening device, she reported, but I've got it jammed for the moment. You really ought to find another way of asking me to a private conference, Renvil said. Astrid gave him a look of apology. Do I keep getting your hopes up, or is it you're afraid a weef will hear of it? What's this about? Something odd. Astrid glanced around the compartment. A couple of hours ago, there was a conference of ship captains. I just happened to be aware of it, though I couldn't figure out a way to tap in before it ended, so I don't know what was discussed. What I do know is the conference consisted of Captain Tanabe, Captain Sterling, and Captain Lena the Wicked. That's... Renvil spread his hands helplessly. They were talking strategy or something. Tactics. There wouldn't be any need to include us in weight. Did you say Captain Volkov was part of that conference? I did not, Astrid said. Captain Volkov wasn't included. Renvil stared at her. What would they have been talking about that they didn't want Volkov to know? That's a fine question, isn't it? What is it our new friends and allies are hiding from us? Chapter 15. What the hell are you doing, Ethan? By now, Cutlass had pulled so far from the planet that real-time conversation was impossible. Even light took minutes to cross the distance between them. Ghost's image faced him, worn out and baffled. I thought we'd done our part. I thought you'd done what you had to. The other ships can handle the enemy. Ethan, why are you risking your life again? Her gaze dropped. It's because of them, isn't it? You know they'll go on to the fight without you. Ethan, you're killing me. I know who you are. I know what you think you have to do. But please, let this be the last time. I'm going to see what else I can do. Kaia was able to get her hands on a lot of the enemy codes and passwords when their ground forces surrendered. I think I can crack into those 2 warships now. But give me a break, okay? Come home when this is done. I love you, Marin. Out. She had signed off as Marin rather than by her nickname. Ethan shut his eyes and sat with that for a moment, understanding exactly what it meant. Ghost was utterly serious. She would not tell him to resign. But she could not bear him remaining in this work. He could not fault her for that. Yet even so, she understood he believed he had to finish this, and she was still going to stand beside him, in the only way possible, while he did. Captain? Lieutenant Commander Zhao was in the hatchway.
Can we talk fuel?
Yeah. Ethan brought up the display of Cutlass's course through space, a vast, curving track that terminated light hours ahead where it intersected the predicted path of the fleeing enemy warships. We can make this intercept. We can. How low are you willing to go on fuel cell reserves? How low are we talking about? Captain, we had to use a lot of fuel cells while dancing with the enemy before this. When we catch them this time, we'll be at 15%. That's enough to get home, where shuttles hidden on the surface will be able to haul more fuel cells up to us. But, Zhao made a face and glanced aside. We'll be at 15% fuel reserves, pretty beat up, some of our weapons out of action, even before we engage the enemy again. And then, when that fight is over, we'll be at less than 15%, probably beat up some more, near 4 destroyers belonging to other star systems. Ethan looked at her, surprised. You don't think Commander Volkov would betray us, do you? Not Volkov, no. He's committed to repaying the debt owed to us from Ladoga, and I had time there to learn what kind of person he is. But the other 3, I don't know. I thought you were acquainted with Errol Sterling and Lena. The Wicked? Does she have a last name? Nobody uses it. Yes, sir, I am, but I have to worry about what orders they might have. Zhao shook her head. I'm probably being paranoid. That's your job. Anticipate problems. Ethan rubbed the back of his neck while thinking it through. Do you know anyone else on those new ships you could talk to? Someone who might be able to either reassure us or warn us? I don't know. Earth fleet was pretty big before it got really small really fast. Even the officers I know, like Sterling, I don't really know. I've just heard their names and something about their reputations. But I can try. That'd be natural, wouldn't it? Ethan asked. You seeing if there was anyone on those ships who was an old friend? Someone you wanted to connect with? It would be natural, Zhao said. Permission to proceed with that? Granted. For the time being, I'm assuming that these ships are what they say they are, but it doesn't hurt to do a little checking with anyone you might know. And the fuel cell situation? You'll have to personally authorize going that low on reserves and entering combat in that state. I'll authorize it, Ethan said. I'm reading the crew right, aren't I? They want to be in on the kill of those enemy warships. Yes, sir, they do, Lieutenant Commander Zhao said. You don't always have to give the crew what they want. But in this case, I think it will be an important precedent that those ships be defeated with the active participation of Cutlass. Otherwise, someone will always want to hang an asterisk on our defense of this star system, saying it was actually won by someone else. Yeah, Ethan agreed. Do you know what asterisk originally meant? I guess not. A little star. Literally a minor star. That's ironic, isn't it? Strathmore is sort of a minor star, nothing special about it. But maybe we've been at the center of something really important. Tessa Zhao smiled. Maybe we have been. Maybe someday your name will be in histories. That drew an unexpected laugh from Ethan. If it is, there'll definitely be an asterisk next to it. 4 hours remaining to intercept with the enemy warships? Astrid Halloran asked Captain Tanabe, Renvil Ashida, who invariably felt like an unwelcome extra body on the cramped and crowded bridge of the destroyer, stood awkwardly off to one side while Tanabe glanced toward Astrid. That is correct. Would you be free for a private meeting? Astrid asked. There are preparations to be made before battle. Is the reason for this meeting an urgent one? It could be, Astrid said. I see. Tanabe's gaze moved from Astrid to Renvil, and then back again before she addressed the senior watch officer. I'll be in my stateroom. I expect to return within 10 minutes. She left the bridge first and led them to the nearby compartment that bore the overly grand title of Captain's Stateroom. There was scarcely enough room inside for all three of them. Tanabe sat in the single chair and looked at them without expression. What is urgent? Meetings, Astrid said. Meetings that don't involve everyone they should. A faint smile touched Tanabe's face. You're disturbed by the conference I held with the commanding officers of the two ships from Hibernia? Yes, Astrid Halloran. My crew did detect your intrusion into our systems. Since you did no damage, I decided not to make an issue of what could have been interpreted as an unfriendly act. Renvil had to admire how deftly Tanabe had shifted suspicion away from herself and onto Astrid, all while remaining so impeccably polite that Astrid had no easy opening for outrage. Still, he could not let Tanabe sidestep matters that neatly. Holding meetings that are kept secret from representatives of star systems who are supposedly allies could also be interpreted as an unfriendly act, he said. We're concerned about what that could imply. Do you accuse me of acting falsely towards you? She really was good, he admitted silently, using courtesy as a weapon, turning questions aside, and making the questioners themselves lose footing. No one is accusing anyone of anything. We're curious as to what issues were judged to not involve the representatives of Ladoga and Ferrer, as well as Captain Volkov. We're preparing for battle, Citizen Ashida. You and Citizen Halloran are not combat officers. And Captain Volkov? Astrid asked. Barracuda still carries damage from her last encounters with the enemy. We discussed means to honorably limit the exposure of Barracuda to further damage without insult to her crew and captain. That was the only matter discussed? Renvil asked. Captain Tanabe held his gaze. Of course not. He let his irritation show this time. Captain, this is still a very new and very fragile alliance. Any hint of grounds for distrust or secrecy between us could break these bonds before they strengthen. Surely you understand that. What possible gain would Hoshino and Hibernia achieve by betraying Ladoga and Ferrer? Again, she had turned the matter back on him with clean precision. Renvil shook his head. I see why you're in command of this force. Captain, Ladoga has been repeatedly attacked. So has Strathmore, whose people I still feel an obligation to represent as I was asked to by Citizen Callister. Ferrer has been effectively blockaded. Put yourself in our places. We have every reason based on our experiences to distrust other star systems. We chose to trust Hoshino and Hibernia anyway, despite the flaws and ambitions of Hibernia's leader, Astrid added. Renvil couldn't say that, but I can. Do you and the ships from Hibernia have orders of which Astrid and I are unaware? Renvil asked. Please just tell us. We've risked a great deal by accepting your offers of help and want to feel nothing but gratitude. Captain Tanabe propped her chin on a fist and regarded Renvil and Astrid in silence for a moment. Do you think we're a danger to your star systems? There are people in our star systems who fear that. And our mutual enemies would like nothing better than to sow suspicion between us and break up our cooperation as quickly as possible. Captain Tanabe kept her eyes on both of them as she answered. Let me put it this way. Can you accept that the self-interest of Hoshino and Hibernia might also benefit Ladoga and Ferrer? What does that mean? Astrid asked. It means my ship and those of Hibernia will not turn around from here. Once we've defeated the force that has attacked Strathmore, we have orders to continue on to Balor and destroy any pirates or hostile warships we encounter. Balor? Renvil looked from the captain to Astrid and back again. Why? They're your enemy. Why do you need another reason? Because you're risking your ships, Astrid said. What is my father up to? Pirates, Renvil said, locking on to that single word. What about after Balor? Tanabe paused before answering him. On to Vesca, then to Ferrer, to return Citizen Halloran to her home in suitable style. Oh, my ancestors, Astrid said with a sigh. There's my father's hand. Even if he's disowned me, he still wants a Halloran, given all the pomp and ceremony he can arrange. And from Ferrer, Renvil pressed. On through connecting star systems until you return back through Ladoga? Those are our orders, Tanabe said. Pirates, your other mission is to clear trade routes, Renvil said. Hoshino and Hibernia derived a lot of income from the trade that has been flowing through their star systems en route to more distant stars in this region. That trade has been choked off by the actions of Charun, Tinia, and Balor, including the pirates they've been sponsoring. You're going to sweep the stars of those pirates and make sure everyone knows your star systems intend to keep those routes open from now on, using joint military action when necessary. Very succinct, Captain Tanabe said. Yes. Why did you think Ferrer would object to that? Astrid asked. It expands the conflict, Tanabe replied. In the eyes of some, it expands the commitments of the star systems involved. Hoshino and Hibernia were willing to make such commitments. We had no sense that Ladoga or Ferrer would agree at this stage, so the decision was made to take action using our ships. Astrid gave a small, knowing nod. The conflict is already there. This also has the hand of my father on it. He wanted trade opened up and didn't want to deal with any obstacles raised by Renvil or myself. The representatives from Hoshino also agreed, Tanabe said. You should have included us in this matter, Renvil said. Yes, both Ladoga and Strathmore were concerned primarily with active, ongoing attacks against them, but we've both suffered from the actions of Balor, Charun, and Tinia that have been strangling trade. Ferrer, Astrid said, has yet to face active attack, but the whole point of my mission was to open up free trade again. The decision was not made by me, Captain Tanabe said. Time was judged critical. That's all I know. Why wasn't this brought up while we were at Ladoga? Renvil asked. I could have asked the government to sign on with this. Tanabe countered immediately. How much extra time would it have taken for the government of Ladoga to debate and vote on that extra issue, especially as it would have involved more risk for Ladoga's lone warship? I judged it more important to have Barracuda with us when we reached Strathmore for the symbolism that would add to our mission, and for us to reach Strathmore as quickly as possible in case our support was needed urgently. I believe that you must agree I judged right in those matters. Even a single day more of delay might have been too long for the defenders on that orbital facility. Renvil grimaced, and then after a moment gave a reluctant nod. You probably were right. As much as I would have preferred resolving that issue then, it would have been a big complicating factor. But now is different. How so? The government of Ladoga has not agreed to the larger mission concerning clearing trade routes in this region. That cannot be changed. A thin smile touched his face. Captain Tanabe, I am a representative of the government of Ladoga. The authority given me to represent the interests of Ladoga was not changed while we passed through my star system. I admit that's because no one thought it might need to be changed, but the fact remains. I can still make preliminary agreements and commitments in the name of Ladoga. Tanabe's stare sharpened. Are you saying that you would be willing to commit Barracuda to accompany us? I admit that would please me. The increase in our firepower and capabilities, as well as the political impact of having warships from 3-star systems in this force, would be welcome. I'm saying that I'm willing to consider it, Renvil said. If I'm allowed to freely discuss the matter with Captain Volkov and with the captains of the two ships from Hibernia, no restrictions, full discussion. She inclined her head. I will authorize that. What of Ferrer, Citizen Astrid? You have no warship here, but if you can speak for Ferrer as well. Astrid hesitated. I'm not sure I can commit to that. I'll sit in on Renvil's discussions and see what's possible. As I said, Ferrer sent me out to reopen the trade routes. This is what we want. What of Strathmore? Renvil asked. Should we see if they want to send their warship Cutlass? That's unlikely to be possible. Captain Tanabe turned to her desk and summoned up fresh data on its display. This is what our sensors have reported on Cutlass. She took extensive damage while crippling the main propulsion on the enemy light cruiser. It was a brave and heroic attack and accomplished its goal, but with that amount of damage I would be uncomfortable having Cutlass accompany us on jumps to multiple star systems even if she has sufficient fuel reserves aboard to handle such a journey. Yet you altered the vectors of this force to ensure Cutlass participated in our attack on the enemy, Astrid said. They earned that, Tanabe said. I will not deny them a role in that action. They should still be asked, Renvil said. From my discussions with Adrienne Callister, Strathmore has the same pride that afflicts any group of humans. They might not be able to assist in clearing trade routes. They may not want to participate even if Cutlass is judged capable of the mission, but they will want to be asked, to be treated as equals, who'd be capable of contributing and carrying their share of the load. Tanabe looked at him steadily. Would you extend that offer to them? As a diplomat trusted by Strathmore, you're in a better position to do so than I am. If you do so, emphasize that we cannot wait around for a decision. We don't have the luxury of lingering at Strathmore while the matter is debated here. If that's an accurate picture of how badly Cutlass was damaged, Astrid said, they won't debate it long. But, yes, I agree with Renvil that they'll want to be asked. Captain Tanabe rose. Then if this matter is resolved, I will return to the bridge. We have a battle to fight in. 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's resolved, Astrid said, for now. But happy as I am to know I'll be returning home in style with a mission completed to the benefit of Ferrer, I'd be happier if I'd known of it from the start. Trust begins at home. Many things begin at home, Captain Tanabe said. You're not going to get me started there. Tanabe added, I was told to inform you at the right time. Since you were a most reasonable individual, I did not believe that would pose any problems. A most reasonable individual? Who the hell told you that lie about me? Astrid demanded. Tanabe made a small gesture toward Renvil. Perhaps it was a friend of yours, if you'll excuse me. She stepped past them and headed back toward the bridge. Astrid rounded on Renvil. Did you tell people that I'm reasonable? He did his best to look thoroughly confused. Not that I might have said compared to your father. That's a very low bar to cross, Renvil. Don't you think you should be putting in a call to Commander Volkov? You need to get a feel for how he'd see participating in that trade route clearing mission. And, Renvil, she added, her expression turning cautionary, don't think your government will take this decision lightly if you commit Barracuda to a long trip to potential battles at other stars. That's a big thing to take on yourself. You might be deciding your own future as well as that of Ladoga. I know, he said. Someone once told me that if it gets done. She was right. I think this needs to get done. She? Astrid lifted one eyebrow. Was it that Solana girl or Afe? Kaia Brynn, the Marine. Astrid gave him an amused look. You know some very interesting women, Renvil. I certainly do. I'm going to make that call to Volkov. Do you want to listen in on it openly, or would you prefer covertly tapping into it? Astrid smiled broadly. Oh, maybe do it in the open just this once. 10 minutes to intercept. Lieutenant Sutton reported. Ethan Harrow gave a brief nod, eyes fixed on the display at the command seat aboard Cutlass. The enemy light cruiser and destroyer were still running, the destroyer holding close beside the cruiser in a protective position. The 4 newly arrived destroyers were closing from well out on the port side and a little below, set to strike the enemy nearly on the beam. Cutlass, also to port and above but trailing them, would cross the enemy's path almost simultaneously with the Allied ships only coming in from astern and passing ahead. Sir, Sutton added, on current vectors, Cutlass will engage the enemy almost a second after the 4 Allied warships do. Captain Tanabe did that on purpose, Lieutenant Commander Zhao said from the seat beside Ethan. She's trying to ensure that her undamaged ships take fire from the enemy before we do. They'll have to go bow on toward Tanabe's force to face the stronger threat. That'll give us shots at their beams and sterns. Ethan suppressed a shiver of unease, still shadowed by the memory of the previous engagement. He wanted no repeat of a victory bought at that cost. Did you find out anything that would indicate we can't trust our new allies? Nothing, Zhao said. What was that message you were sent by them half an hour ago? A copy of a message sent to the government, Ethan said, inviting Strathmore to participate in follow-on operations at stars like Balor and Vesca to clear out threats to trade. You're kidding. Zhao looked at once interested and alarmed. Immediate follow-on operations? But Cutlass. That's what I told the government. We can't. It's not an option given the damage to this ship and the low state of our fuel cells. He gave her a dry smile. The government will probably be grateful to hear that. It gives them a graceful way to decline to participate without turning down the offer to help get trade going in this region again. And yet, yeah, Ethan said, and yet, how crazy are we that it's a disappointment that we can't assist in that operation? All sailors are crazy, Captain. All departments report ready for action, Zhao said. You have to give the captain of that enemy destroyer credit, Ethan said. He could have run and gotten to the jump point before we caught him, but he stayed with the light cruiser. I doubt he was given a choice. The overall commander on the cruiser probably ordered him to stay. If he'd run, he'd have been court-martialed as soon as he got back. 5 minutes to enter. Lieutenant Sutton broke off mid-sentence. What the hell? What's that, Lieutenant? Zhao snapped. I'm sorry. The light cruiser is dropping his shields. He's here. Go the shields on the destroyer. Captain, both enemy ships are dropping their shields fast toward minimum strength. Are you sure of the sensor readings? Lieutenant Commander Zhao demanded. Everything looks clean on our end, Sutton said. The enemy ships are dropping their shields. We haven't received any surrender messages, Zhao said. If they intended surrendering, they'd have sent those before dropping their shields. Ethan laughed, earning startled looks from the others. I think my wife just sent us a present. Using the codes our Marines captured, she managed to hack the enemy defensive systems and set their shields to drop just before we caught them. I've always liked your wife, Lieutenant Commander Zhao said. Message from Captain Tanabe on Kasumi. With so little time remaining, Tanabe wasted none of it. With the enemy vulnerable, my 4 ships will concentrate fire on the light cruiser. I recommend that Cutlass engage the destroyer. Tanabe, out Ensign Brandt, Ethan said. Set the enemy destroyer as our priority target. Fire control set to engage the enemy destroyer as priority target, Brandt said. 1 minute to engagement. The 2 enemy ships were already pivoting with their thrusters, trying to bring their bows around toward the 4 Allied destroyers and exposing their beams to Cutlass. Their shields had fallen to the floor and had not yet begun recovering. The light cruiser, out of missiles and facing 4 destroyers, had no real chance. These guys are toast, Zhao whispered, smiling. Ethan knew the glimpse in his mind of the Allied destroyers flashing past was pure imagination. The exchange had happened too quickly for human eyes to truly follow. Cutlass came through directly afterward, her surviving weapons hammering the enemy destroyer. Status, Ethan said, as Cutlass arced upward and around to line up another pass. No damage to Cutlass, no hits on our shields. Lieutenant Brandt reported. They concentrated their fire on the Allied warships. I don't think they penetrated the shields on any of them, though. We got solid hits on the destroyer. He's lost some maneuvering thrusters and 2 pulse particle beams. How's the cruiser? Zhao asked. Evaluating. They hit him hard. Looks like he's lost almost all weapons and maneuvering control. Captain Tanabe is broadcasting. Captain. Tanabe's image appeared, the Hoshino captain looking calm and entirely self-possessed. Enemy warships, this is the commanding officer of Kasumi. You are directed to surrender immediately. Power down remaining weapons and cease attempting to rebuild your shields. I repeat, surrender immediately, or you will be subject to another attack. private message for you from Kasumi, Captain. Commodore, Captain Tanabe said. I have directed Barracuda to assist you against the enemy destroyer on this next attack run. My remaining 3 destroyers should have sufficient firepower to eliminate the cruiser. Adjust vector to intercept the destroyer. Ethan ordered as Cutlass reached the top of its looping turn and started angling down again. Sir, the 4 Allied ships were able to weave about faster to a new intercept than we could because of their approach vector. They'll hit the enemy again about 10 minutes before we can. That can't be helped, Ethan said, searching for the best possible way to frame it. Cutlass will deal the final blows. Finish them, Ensign Brandt murmured. They haven't responded to the surrender demand, Zhao said. Then we will finish them, Ethan said. The Allied destroyers slashed past the light cruiser again. Ethan watched as the cruiser's forward section disintegrated, breaking apart into a cloud of shattered fragments while the stern drifted away tumbling and uncontrolled, lifeboat pods firing free as surviving crew members tried to escape. The enemy destroyer reeled under Barracuda's barrage as well, knocked off its previous vector by the repeated hits. 5 minutes to intercept, Lieutenant Sutton said. He's helpless, Captain. I know. Ethan glanced toward Lieutenant Commander Zhao. We don't have any choice, do we? Not if he doesn't surrender, she said, unhappy. What a waste. Captain, message from the surviving enemy ship. The captain of the enemy destroyer appeared wearing a sealed survival suit with visible damage behind him on what remained of his bridge. I surrender my ship to you. I have no remaining working weapons, no maneuvering control, and most of my shields have been knocked out and cannot rebuild. I repeat, I surrender my ship and place the lives of my surviving crew at your mercy. For one critical heartbeat, Ethan froze, struck by an odd feeling of recognition as the enemy captain spoke. Then he forced himself back into motion and answered in a clear, carrying voice. Ensign Brandt, disengage fire control targeting, Ethan said. Do not fire on that ship. Understand, do not fire on enemy warship, Brandt responded. Fire control system ordered to break lock on enemy warship. Weapons set to no fire status. Cutlass shot past the surviving enemy destroyer, but this time no fire lashed out at the crippled vessel. The battle was finished. One instant, 2 groups of humans had been using the most advanced products of their ingenuity to murder one another. The next, the victors were working to keep alive the very people they had just been trying to kill. Ethan thought that if any aliens were secretly observing humanity, they were probably struggling to make sense of the spectacle. Do you have enough life support? He asked the captain of the surrendered ship, whose name turned out to be nothing more than D11. It won't be comfortable, but we'll manage, the officer replied. He was no longer in a survival suit and was speaking from a section of D11 where atmosphere had been restored. I guess Ethan Harrow turned out to be the better captain. Ethan only shrugged. He had never much cared for Henri Auclair when they had served together in the fleet of Old Colony Vanir. Charlie had always been the type who cultivated connections and kept his attention on the next step up the ladder. But Ethan had no desire to gloat over beating him either. I thought you were doing well at Vanir. Why'd you come out here? Vanir was downsizing, Auclair said. Even someone like me didn't have many chances. But these guys offered me a command, sure. Never mind what these guys expected him to do in return. They had dangled command in front of him, and that had been enough. Keep us informed of your medical and life support needs. My people are installing monitors in all of your systems. Please don't mess with any of those. We need to know the status of all of your equipment at all times. I'd hate to have to fire on your ship again, Ethan said. But I will if it seems my own ship might be in danger from your actions. Hey, not a problem. I'll let you know as soon as we're ready to be taken under tow. It's great seeing you again. Ethan? Ethan cut the connection and felt the beginnings of a headache pressing in. Even after losing his ship in battle and suffering heavy casualties among his crew, Henri Auclair was still gliding through life on charm and smooth talk. Forget what aliens might think of humanity. Ethan often found other people hard enough to understand on his own. Ethan sat in the grandly titled wardroom aboard Cutlass. It was not truly large. but it was at least big enough to accommodate several displays arranged before him. On them appeared Captain Tanabe of Kasumi, Captain Sterling of Fragorok, Captain Lena the Wicked, whatever her surname was, of Ariadbar, Captain Volkov of Barracuda, Renvil Ashida, and a woman named Astrid Halloran representing Ferrer. The 5 warships were close enough now that the conference could take place in real time. The captain of the surrendered enemy ship was absent, naturally enough. But the disposition of D-11 came first. "Who gets the ship?" Errol Sterling asked. Ethan held back, waiting to hear how the others would answer. "We're in Strathmore star system," Ashida said. "This is space that belongs to Strathmore. But not everything in that space belongs to Strathmore," Lena said. "Strathmore should have it," Astrid Halloran said, "for 2 reasons. One is simply practical. How is anyone else going to get a badly damaged warship home to their star system? The other is longer term, a matter of generosity, and recognition that Strathmore has borne the brunt of a nasty fight here." Captain Tanabe dipped her head. "I agree. There is another factor that you didn't mention. The success of Strathmore's malware intrusion caused the enemy ships to lose their shields just before combat, ensuring our victory was much quicker and less hazardous to our own ships. For all the reasons given, I believe that the ship should be considered a prize for Strathmore. What is your opinion, Captain Volkov? Ladoga has also suffered serious harm from attacks." Volkov smiled faintly. "Ladoga would have lost Barracuda if not for Strathmore. We owe them a warship. I agree with Citizen Ashida and Citizen Halloran. Will Hibernia's captains make this an issue?" Tanabe asked the 2 of them. Sterling shook his head. "I felt an obligation to bring up Hibernia's interests, but I can't deny the other arguments." "Lena?" "I'm good," she said. "We have no way to get the Hulk home. Strathmore can have the prize. I'm sure the Prime Minister of Hibernia will be happy to be able to tell others how generous Hibernia was in this instance. He'll find a way to bring it up fairly often for a while," Astrid Halloran agreed. "Thank you," Ethan said. "I wasn't looking forward to a fight over that." "I think you've earned a break from fighting," Captain Tanabe said. "Commodore Harrow, have you heard from your government regarding the clearing of trade routes mission?" "Yes," Ethan said. "Strathmore extends its regrets that it is physically unable to participate in the operation due to damage to its only warship. We're also very low on fuel, so, even without the damage, the need for us to return to our world to refuel would slow you down by at least a week. However, there's an issue you need to be aware of if you're going to Vesca. The freighter that brought the invasion force against our orbital facility should be leaving dock soon to return the surrendered troops to Vesca." "You're sending them back?" Lena said, surprised. "With all of their weapons and equipment." Ethan smiled at the reaction that drew. "The enemy forces were hired from old Earth by Vesca's puppet government, actually Balor pulling the strings in this case. We're certain. They believed their terms of employment were violated and agreed to take employment with Strathmore for a single mission in exchange for their release with all of the arms." "What's the mission?" Astrid asked. "They're going to try to overthrow the puppet government and allow Vesca's people to govern themselves again. From what we've been able to learn, they'll have a high chance of success, especially since they should achieve total surprise when they hit the puppet government's forces." Captain Tanabe nodded once. "We will not engage that freighter if it is encountered. It should be well behind us, though. Our ships should sweep Balor space of any threats to it before the freighter arrives there, allowing it to transit Balor's space safely and jump to Vesca, which we will have also swept of threats by that time. If Strathmore helps free Vesca," Astrid said, "you'll have Ferrer's warm thanks. What exactly are you going to sweep out of Baloran and Vescan space?" Ethan asked Captain Tanabe. She gave a dismissive gesture, as though the matter were trivial. "Pirates, any merchant ship carrying weapons or extra propulsion, they won't be able to fight us or escape us." "What about warships?" Ethan said. "Balor isn't just going to sit and watch you do that." "They might have no choice but to sit and watch," Errol Sterling said. "We put together what our different governments have seen of warships heading outward from Earth and the old colonies, and have a pretty good handle on what Balor, Tinia, and Charun must have been able to assemble to date. Bouncing that against their losses, they don't have much of anything left. They bet the farm on their attacks on Ladoga and Strathmore succeeding, Commander Volkov said. Instead, their attack forces were almost wiped out. There is the destroyer that got away from Ladoga, but that was beat up so badly that if we encounter it, we won't have any problem finishing the job. In addition to that destroyer, there might be a corvette or two left to Balor at the moment, Captain Tanabe said. We're authorized to deal with them in response to Balor's attacks on Hibernia. When we're done passing through Balor, Lena the Wicked said, they won't have anything left to mess with anyone else. And good luck to them finding the money to keep hiring new ships and mercenaries after that. They won't be able to extort from any more merchant travel through other star systems. Win-win, Astrid said. We ought to do this kind of thing more often. I thought that was the point of the alliance, Sterling said. I didn't get the impression this was a one-off and then we'd all get back to glaring at each other. I'll do all I can to make it long-lasting, Renvil Ashida said. No other star system should suffer as Ladoga and Strathmore have. There are a lot of details to work out. But I think we can manage that now that our governments have all experienced the negative sides of not having anyone watching out for the interests of everyone, Enidin. Never underestimate the ability of people to mess up a good thing, Astrid said. I didn't say it wouldn't involve a lot of work, Ashida replied. Commodore Harrow, in the discussions I've had with your president, she seems to have become much more enthusiastic about the alliance than when we first spoke. She was concerned about outsiders coming in to coerce us, Ethan said, which is understandable concerning our recent history. Captain Tanabe gave him a slight nod. We'll be heading in different directions soon, but I am looking forward to further opportunities to work with you and Strathmore's forces in pursuit of common interests. Ethan paused. He did not know how to answer, and he did not want to lie to the officers who had helped save his world. But the others were watching him now with growing curiosity, and silence was no longer an option. I hope that Strathmore will be a strong partner in future endeavors. I can't say at this point what my personal role will be, but I'm sure whoever does work with you from Strathmore's forces will do very well. A few more exchanges followed, farewells, polite wishes, hopes for what lay ahead, and then one by one the others signed off. Their displays went dark until only Renvil Ashida remained visible. Commodore Harrow, Kaia Brynn is my friend, and you're her friend. I can sense there's some uncertainty about your future. Is there anything I can do? No, Ethan said. Kaia's not going to be happy that you didn't stop by to see her. She's not going to be happy if anything adverse happens to you. That's true. Ethan gave a small shrug. I made some tough calls. Those decisions could haunt me once I get my ship back to the orbital facility. But I don't think I could have done differently. I see. Ashida nodded with thoughtful slowness. For what it's worth, Kaia admires you as an officer. She admires you as well. She saw something in me that I didn't see. That's strange, isn't it? No one knows more about what we think and feel inside than we do, and yet those outside of us sometimes see us better than we ourselves do. Good luck, Commodore. Thank you. Hopefully we'll work together again. Ashida's image vanished as well. Ethan then went to check on the progress of the preparations for towing the captured warship. Whatever awaited him there, it was time to head home. Discrin. Trance. Chapter 16. Kaia Brynn stood on the orbital facility's dock in repaired battle armor, with the Marines she had left and the surviving Force Recon soldiers formed in ranks behind her. In the vacuum, all of them wore armor rather than dress uniforms, which made the formation look far more intimidating than any ceremonial display would have. Against the stars, two destroyers could be seen easing in on final approach to match velocity and dock. Cutlass returning home, and the captured enemy ship that might someday enter Strathmore's service if it could be restored. Kaia's formation served both as an honor guard for Cutlass and as security for the crew and prisoners aboard the captured vessel. No civilians without dock duties had been allowed onto the dock until the prisoners were processed. At least, that was the reason Kaia had given. In truth, she had grown tired of hearing business owners return and lament the condition of the facility after seeing both the battle damage and the defensive changes her people had carved into the place. I just inspected the compartments prepared for holding the prisoners before they're transferred down to the planet, Gunnery Sergeant Moon reported. Everything is ready, Major. We were given a count of 112 prisoners from the surviving crews of the enemy cruiser and destroyer, but I'm ready for 120, just in case the space squids had trouble counting. Good, Kaia said. Who's in charge of the guards on the compartments? Sergeant Decker. I figured she could use the experience. It never hurts. Sergeant Decker, how's life as a senior enlisted? Ren Decker sounded faintly puzzled when she answered over the command circuit. It's a little confusing, ma'am. How so? Kaia asked. Well, when I was a corporal, the sergeant was always telling me to do things. I got that. Made sense. But now I'm a sergeant, and I haven't got a corporal to tell things to do. We should fix that, Gunny Moon said. We are kind of short on corporals, Kaia said, considering the problem. Private Neil. Neil answered in a tone that was both sharp and suspicious. Yes, Major? You're now Corporal Neil. Congratulations, you're assigned to Sergeant Decker. Sergeant Decker, you now have a corporal to tell to do things. The docking of Cutlass seemed endless, the destroyer sliding in with maddening slowness, until at last a brief thrust perfectly aligned her with the facility and grapnels locked her into place. The quarterdeck hatch opened, and Ethan Harrow emerged onto the dock in a survival suit. He glanced around once, then headed toward Kaia. They saluted one another. Congratulations, Major Brynn, Ethan said to her. Congratulations, Commodore Harrow, Kaia replied. I've got orders to head down to the planet once your ship was docked. I think half of Strathmore's industry leaders want my head for messing up their orbital facility. How about you? The same. I guess we're going to be called to account for our sins. Yeah, Kaia said. We should have just lost so we'd be celebrated as martyrs. Want to come have a drink while we wait for the prisoners to be processed? I need to watch the captured ship as it docks, Ethan said. Responsibilities, you know. What's the name of that tub anyway? The D-11? Really? That's inspiring? Yeah. Ethan sounded worn down. We are fighting for the right side, Kaia. I know, she said. I just wish the right side would stop fighting us. The city looked as though it had never gone through a temporary evacuation at all. Seeing life resume so thoroughly, so quickly, after the attack on the orbital facility was difficult to believe. Ethan paused on the sidewalk to take it in before heading into the government building. He and Kaia wore dress uniforms, which made them conspicuous. Ethan could feel people looking at them as they made their way toward President Hartwell's office. How's Ghost? Kaia asked. Fine. Happy that I'm back safe, and happy that you're back safe. Is she leaving it up to you? Yes, but... Ethan reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. She also made it clear I need to think about her and the kids when I decide. Fair enough, I guess, Kaia said. I'm glad my life's not that complicated. Really? Really. I'm a very simple soul living a very simple life. They arrived outside the president's office. The secretary motioned for them to wait, then almost immediately signaled them forward and opened the door. Ethan went in first. He and Kaia entered, heard the door shut behind them, and came to attention before the president's desk. Hartwell's office, once notable for its nearly bare walls, now held a few landscapes and star scenes. Other than that, it still felt like a room occupied by someone who regarded it as temporary. Ethan found that oddly reassuring. Sit down, please, both of you, President Hartwell said, indicating the chairs opposite her desk. She looked like someone bracing herself to do something unpleasant. Ethan took his seat, careful to move with unhurried ease so his tension would not show. Kaia sat in the other chair. Hartwell let out a breath and rubbed both hands over her face. We won. I'm sure you've already heard about some of the reaction to what you two did during the most recent crisis. Yes, Ethan said. I was ordered to save that facility, Kaia said. I did. The president lowered her hands and studied them. The amount of rebuilding and repair is going to be substantial. The businesses that cheered you on for your brave defense of the station suffered from choking fits when they got a good look at the alterations done to defend the place. Nonetheless, you're a hero to the people of Strathmore, Kaia Brynn. I did my job. I'd rather people remembered those who didn't make it. Kaia gestured toward Ethan. And I'd rather they remembered those who also made the victory possible by their actions. That's the problem, isn't it? Hartwell turned her attention to Ethan. The man who didn't act. The ship that waited. That's grossly unfair, Kaia insisted. I know that. Ethan, you probably won't be surprised to hear that council members Soren and Prentice both wanted to hold a formal inquiry in which you'd be expected to answer for your actions, or lack thereof. I don't mind telling you that I let them know that had better not happen. For your own peace of mind, during the events in question, I asked both of those council members if they wanted to sign on to orders requiring you to attack, and both of them found reasons to avoid doing that. They knew as well as I did, and you did, that such an attack would have been a disaster, but they wanted to be sure only you would be held responsible. I didn't permit that, and if they push me, they know I'll make sure the public learns of it. Thank you, Ethan said. I'm protecting myself too, Hartwell said. You know that, don't you? As long as portions of the public see you as being to blame for the lack of action, they won't demand that I be held personally accountable for nearly losing Strathmore's link to space. But if you get up in front of an inquiry, it will become obvious that the government accepted your decisions and shares in the responsibility for them. Doesn't it matter that I'm happy with what he did? Kaia Brynn asked. It does, the president replied, though many credit your friendship for that. But your public statements of thanks for the support provided by Cutlass and her commander and crew have done a lot to damp down any public sentiment against Ethan Harrow. Hartwell leaned back and rubbed at her forehead. The former hero of Strathmore is in some eyes now the guy who lost his nerve, who held back when he was needed the most. If you'd charged in and gotten yourself and your ship blown to pieces, they'd be celebrating your heroism. And never mind that the enemy would have captured our orbital facility and started dropping rocks on us until we agreed to let them run this world. You've seen my public statements. I'm giving you full credit for our victory. Ethan nodded once more. And I've seen the reaction. They think you're praising me to cover your own back, right? Though they can't make that claim in the case of Major Brynn. Hartwell picked up a stylus, examined it for a second, then let it drop back onto the desk. I'm not perfect, Ethan. I play the game as well as I can. But I know the value of someone who comes through when I need that kind of person. That's been you. That's why I want to protect you this time. But it's hard to convince some people that not being a hero was the most heroic thing you could have done. What are you going to do? For a few moments she said nothing, staring down at the desktop with a furrowed brow before turning her attention to Kaia. I know whatever happens to Ethan will produce a response from you. Please hear me out before you make any statements. Ethan, Ladoga rightly considers you to be a hero. Have you considered going there? Before you answer, I promise that if you do, I'll make it clear to Ladoga's government that any favorable treatment of you will be regarded as a personal favor to me that will be generously repaid. Not that Ladoga would probably need any such assurance. You'd receive appropriate recognition there. Ethan hesitated before answering. My family thinks of Strathmore as home. So do I. And I know men and women who died defending Strathmore. Some of them died following my orders. I don't want to leave behind my home and the sacrifices that others made for it. Ethan, I want you to stay here, but I can't keep you in command of Strathmore's space forces. I'll face a vote of no confidence if I do, and I don't think I could win that vote. I understand. The hell you do. Hartwell shot an angry look toward the office door. My falling on my sword wouldn't make any difference to the outcome. Strathmore will probably need you again. But if I'm forced to relieve you of command and of command of Cutlass, you'd have every right to tell Strathmore to go to hell the next time we're in trouble. Ethan Harrow isn't the only one who'd be telling you to go to hell, Kaia Brynn said, in a tone so mild it was more dangerous than anger. I need to know that I and my Marines will be fighting for a government that respects us and our sacrifices. I won't act against the government if you dump Ethan, but I won't serve it either, Kaia. Ethan began. Sorry, boss. No. He worked to keep his voice level. It's not about me. It shouldn't be about me. Others gave their lives for Strathmore. That was expected of them, demanded of them. Why should my career, my reputation, be regarded as more valuable than the lives others gave? You'd make a lousy politician, Ethan, the president said, or maybe a great one. I don't know. I do know that Strathmore needs people like you, so I'm glad that you intend remaining here. Hartwell picked the stylus up again and began tapping it lightly against the desk, watching the motion. I've got an option. To your detractors, it'll be seen as a demotion, as punishment. That will satisfy them. But I think it's a very important job, and in the long run, perhaps the most important job you could do. She set the stylus down and gestured toward the star chart mounted on the wall. You chewed me out when I hesitated to commit to the alliance. Once I talked to Ashida and got a look at the preliminary agreements, I realized that you were right. But it's just a start. The alliance agreement, in its very provisional and vague current form that Strathmore has agreed to, doesn't establish a single space force or fleet. It does call for each member star system to contribute resources to the common defense if called on. Hartwell turned back to him and met his eyes. I can appoint you to that. There'd be some travel involved, to places like Ladoga and Hibernia and Hoshino, but you'd still be based at Strathmore. You'd also not be in a command position. This wouldn't be a combat job. Your task would be liaison and coordination, setting the stage for a common defense fleet by agreeing to joint procedures and rules. You'd be more of a diplomat, helping to turn this new alliance into something enduring. Hartwell placed both palms flat on the desk and spoke with deliberate care. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, Ethan. While you'd officially remain a commander in rank, you'd be in a staff position that gives you no command authority. Everyone will notice that. You've made some extremely tough command decisions and made them well. And your reward will be a public slap in the face denying you any more opportunities at command. Somewhere inside him, a streak of dark humor rose to help him absorb it. You could have sugarcoated it a little. Hartwell smiled, though caution still lingered in her eyes. That sounds like the sort of thing Major Brynn would say. Major Brynn, Kaia said, isn't happy that Commander Harrow is being treated this way, like a bone being thrown to those unhappy with the fact that miracles don't happen because we wish for them. Commanders who make hard decisions should be rewarded. So should politicians who make hard decisions, Hartwell said. Can you make that happen? I know you're aware of history. No good deed goes unpunished, Kaia said. Exactly. I can't change people, Major Brynn. All I can do is try to herd them in the right direction. And I don't pretend to always be right about which way that is. Ethan, will you take this job? Ethan let out a long breath and looked down at his hands, clenched together tightly in his lap. It's important, isn't it? Veska is going to be free again, and Balor is getting a face full of the surprise attacks it's been handing out to everyone else. But that's not going to end this. This alliance will have to hold together. Commander, Kaia said, all you have to do is ask, and I'll draw a line in the sand over this. No, he said. I'm not sacrificing you for my career. President Hartwell gave a short snort. Major Brynn is very safe. If she came out against my actions, I'd be the one whose career was likely to end, and there'd be substantial public demand for her to sit in this chair. My turn to say no, Kaia said. I don't want your job. I couldn't do your job, and I won't take your job. You're probably the smartest person in this room, Hartwell said. Ethan, if you demand it of me, I'll go to the mat for you. But I'll most likely lose. A majority of the council will insist that they've lost confidence in you. Because he made the right decisions, Kaia said. Because he made the right decisions. This needs to be done, Ethan said. The job you're offering. Who does it if I don't? And, Kaia, you know how Ghost feels about me being in combat. She'd never force me to avoid my duty as I saw it, but it's very hard on her. I've been sacrificing my family, in a way, to get these jobs done. What we're talking about now is just my career. Any military officer who isn't willing to sacrifice their career for the right reasons doesn't deserve to be a military officer. I can't deny that, Kaia said. Maybe I should take this offer because I've paid enough of a personal price, Ethan added. I don't need any reward for what's been done in the past, other than knowing my family is safe, and that I did what I could to make that happen. I'm not offering you a vacation, Hartwell said. There are likely to be some hard decisions and negotiations. We have to make a new system for ensuring we're safe. Her gaze drifted once more to the star chart. When we came out here, I think all of us hoped that sort of thing wouldn't have to be called for anymore, that there'd be enough room and resources that everyone would leave everyone else alone. But that's not how people work, is it? I dislike the excess of rules in the old colonies as much as anyone, but it turns out we need some rules. Enough rules to keep safe those who want to follow them, and other rules for how to deal with the ones who won't follow the rules and see their fellows as sheep to be sheared. Sheep? Kaia asked. President Hartwell gave Kaia a lopsided smile. From my own family's history, Major Brynn, why I fear those in authority who have no allegiance other than to themselves. A long time ago, my family was kicked off of their land and exiled to another place far away because those in authority who were sworn to protect them preferred to have sheep on that land. The sheep produced a much higher profit, you see, than did the men, women, and children who'd lived there for many generations. The attacks on Strathmore have proven that we need to be part of something bigger than ourselves. But I want to be sure that something doesn't also turn into a threat. It needs to be something we can trust, and that's why I want someone I can trust helping to create it. I understand, Ethan said. I accept the offered position. Kaia, I'm good with this. Relief washed visibly through Hartwell. Who should be given command of Cutlass? I recommend that command of Cutlass be given to Lieutenant Commander Zhao, and that she be promoted to commander. I'll make that happen. We'll put off the change of command for a month so it doesn't look like we're kicking you off of Cutlass. If anyone on the council complains, I'll tell them that there are, sailor things that need to be done before you can turn over command. What about the new ship? Hartwell asked. We don't have a name yet, and it'll be a while before the damage to it can be repaired. But we have to think of a captain and crew to help get that ship in shape to help protect this star system. I'd recommend Lieutenant Sutton, Ethan said. He's sharp. He'll have a steep learning curve as commanding officer, but I think he can handle it. Good. Hartwell turned toward Kaia. Major Brynn, have I mentioned how much you frighten me? Not yet today, Kaia said. Will you stay in command of the Marines? Ethan saw Kaia glance at him, and he gave a nod. I think you should. You're a damn good Marine. We want to expand the Marines, Hartwell said. At least 200, to start. And as promised, you will remain a major. We're supposed to offer up some defense resources to the new alliance, forces designated for common purposes. I was thinking of formally committing the Marines to that. Kaia looked puzzled. You want to take the Marines out of your control? No, Major. I want to make the Marines a force that thinks in terms of defending this alliance, not just Strathmore. You see, this alliance isn't a grouping of star systems. It's a grouping of shared values. That is what the Marines will be committed to defending. I'm still unclear on this, Kaia said. Usually when someone gives up military resources, they give up their least valuable assets. Hartwell laughed. Of course they do, but not in this case. Your Marines are too valuable. They're exactly the sort of small elite force that could be corrupted. Not by you, but you'll be replaced someday. You'd be amazed how quickly traditions and policies can be undermined by men and women with clever minds, clever tongues, and no principles. I don't want Strathmore's Marines to become like those ancient Praetorian guards. I want them to stay apolitical no matter what happens. Assign them to the Alliance, and they'll be committed to the common principles of the star systems in the Alliance, rather than get involved in local politics. I told you that you frighten me, Major Brynn. You're the sort of person who could take over a world if she wanted to. I don't think you ever will, because you're too smart to think running a world is like running a military unit. But you're creating the sort of force that could take over a world if it was led by someone else. Kaia gave her a flat look. So, I'm doing my job too well. Exactly, just like Commander Harrow. Those jealous or worried about either of you will be happy to see you committed to duties with this alliance. They don't realize I'm committing you to those jobs because I want that alliance to be both strong and not a danger to the star systems that belong to it. You're either a really, really good liar or you really mean that, Kaia said. I'm a better liar than I should be, but I do mean it, the president said. Okay. Kaia turned her head toward Ethan. I guess if we're both doing stuff with this alliance, we'll still be working together. Ethan smiled back at her and nodded. I can still keep an eye on you. And I can keep an eye on you for Ghost. She's going to be happy. You won't get a parade, though. I'd rather have what I fought for, Ethan said, and I didn't fight for a parade. Renvil Ashida stepped off the shuttle onto Ladoga's orbital facility and was startled by the force of the feeling that hit him. He was home. Apparently his heart had come to the same conclusion as his mind. "So you're finally back," Solana Reyes said with a smile. She seemed leaner than he remembered except around the middle of her abdomen, and there were still traces of strain around her eyes, but otherwise she looked much the same. "You didn't have to come up and meet me," he said, glancing around. "This place is a mess. You should have seen it right after the battle," Solana said. Together they walked past the same security station that had stopped them when they first arrived at Ladoga years earlier. This time the guards merely waved Solana through. "Ladoga has a lot of cleaning up to do, but we've got new people and new shipments of material coming again." "Trade is coming through?" "Yes." She shook her head at him. "That's probably what saved your butt, Renvil. When we heard that you'd taken Barracuda along with those other ships on a grand tour of other star systems, there was a lot of drama. How dare he decide that on his own? But then more freighters started showing up, talking about how the pirates had been cleaned out, and gradually you became the guy who helped break the blockade of Ladoga." Renvil answered with a shake of his own head. "I just helped convince people. Others did the work. Sure, you'll have trouble convincing people on Ladoga that you don't deserve some credit. I saw the report from Barracuda about all of the pirates destroyed at Vesca and Balor and Sigma and other star systems. You've been in a lot of battles now." "I've watched a lot of battles," Renvil said. "Other people fought them. I'm glad they did some good." "No doubt of that. This world is growing again. There are even people beginning to move into Dvin." Her gaze drifted down the corridor, and something darker entered her eyes. "That's going to be strange. Seeing Dvin as a living city instead of a battlefield. Things must have been rough," Renvil said, pausing near a display that showed the planet below. "I feel horribly guilty that I wasn't here. Slacker," Solana said, smiling at him despite the shadow still lingering in her expression. "Rushing off to help bring into existence the alliance of free star systems that offered Ladoga our first hope in a long time. When you could have stayed here, picked up a weapon, and died very quickly." "I might not have died quickly," Renvil protested. "Even Astrid called me dangerous, you know." "Astrid," Solana said. "I want to know more about this Astrid. Awife would never say much. Awife. How is, This time Solana's smile turned into a grin. "Pretending she's not waiting for you to get back. Don't meet her assuming anything, but if you play your cards right, she just might want to get to know you a lot better." "Really?" Renvil laughed. "I suppose it was inevitable that sooner or later I'd meet a woman who didn't want to just be friends. And speaking of friends, my closest friend, how are you doing?" She leaned back against the bulkhead, smiling. "Still getting used to not being at war. See these clothes? Like something you'd wear if you're not worried about being shot at. I spent so long in camouflage I was uncomfortable wearing something that didn't conceal me. What have you been doing? During the fighting I, collected intelligence." Renvil made no effort to hide that he could tell how much she was leaving out. "You weren't hurt?" "No. Lucien lost part of a leg. But he's got a prosthetic and he's on the list for a regrow." Her smile returned. "Yes, we got married. Congratulations. What have you been doing since the fighting stopped?" She gave a small shrug. "I was offered a position with the new Combined Intelligence Office, which was created to be an independent voice from the Integrated Intelligence Service." "Really?" Renvil asked. "What position?" Solana looked uncomfortable. "They wanted me to be in charge? Seriously? You took it, right?" "No," Solana said, shaking her head, her jaw set with stubborn resolve. "I'm not qualified to run an office like that. I told them to hire my old boss Dane Varga, and they did. He'll be good at it." "A strong, independent voice. Then what have you been doing?" Renvil pressed. "I've been taking care of things the First Minister wanted done. Just occasional work, really. That's okay. It's given me time to be with Luke. He's planning on staying with the Defense Forces because he says our kids are going to grow up not worrying about someone invading their homes." "Kids?" Renvil asked, brows lifting. "Not yet," Solana said, resting a hand on her abdomen. But on the way. I took some convincing because of Mars. But Luke was right. Kids represent hope. We're going to give ours a safe, free world. I wanted to talk to you about that, Renvil said. Are you going to be able to travel? Of course I can travel. I'm a red. It takes a lot to knock us down. Solana, I don't know how much you've heard about the Alliance, but it's all preliminary. There are going to be a lot of negotiations to make it into a lasting deal. There are a lot of issues to resolve between star systems that want the Alliance to be strong enough to protect their interests, but don't want the Alliance to be too powerful. She gave him a measuring look. That sounds tough. Someone with experience in conflict resolution might be very useful, Renvil said. You're offering me a job? Solana, it's the job you came out here to do. Isn't this your dream? To ensure that this region of space doesn't become a vastly bigger form of the humanitarian disaster that Mars turned into? Yes, she said. That's my dream. Solana looked away and blinked back tears. I'll need to talk to Luke, but I think he'll be happy with the idea. It'll make Ladoga safer, and I won't be facing any personal danger like when I was, collecting intelligence, Renvil asked. Part of my job, our job I hope, will be trying to set up something that won't fall apart as soon as the immediate threat is dealt with. Charun, Tinia, and Balor have been knocked back on their heels, but might lash out again as they become increasingly isolated out here. Even after that threat is dealt with, though, there are longer-term concerns. Astrid Halloran is worried about what's out there beyond the current frontier. Do you mean aliens? Solana asked. No. It's about those colonization missions run by corporations that went way deep in search of habitable planets far from any government that might tell them what to do or what they couldn't do. She thinks the way they were set up is much too likely to produce dictatorships. If those oppressive governments combine to support each other, our alliance might face some powerful opposition when we finally run into them. I see. Solana stared out toward deep space. Our job's not done. The most dangerous part of it may be done. Maybe. She turned back to him with a smile. Welcome home. Debgrin. Epilogue. Epilogue. Depton grin. Admiral Mark Harrow raised his eyes when Captain Lena Favre entered his stateroom aboard the Alliance battle cruiser Dauntless. Am I late for something? I would have called if you were late, she said, holding out her datapad to him. I was reading. What about? Tactics or ship maneuvering? Very funny. History. Favre set the pad on his desk where he could see it. An unpublished manuscript sent to me by your grandniece. Personal Memoirs of Kaia Brynn, General, Alliance Marines, he read aloud. Harrow's brow furrowed as he considered the name. Brynn. She founded the Alliance Marines. You know that, huh? Yes. The Gearis have a tradition of toasting the birthday of the Marines every year. Apparently, there was some tie between my family and her. Favre laughed. Apparently, you don't know the reason? That she and your ancestor Ethan Harrow were close friends? That he commanded her in action more than once? Commanded her? Harrow looked down at the screen again. I knew he served for a while, helped organize the Alliance fleet, but I never heard about him having combat commands. Ethan Harrow is honored in the family as the founder of our line on Strathmore, and because he established the tradition of the family rendering service to Strathmore and the Alliance. Nothing about him being a major hero of the pre-Alliance wars. A major hero? He shook his head. Is that what General Brynn says? Yeah. Favre took a seat opposite him, watching him closely. According to her, he made tough decisions that hurt his career, didn't consider himself a hero, and rarely said anything about what he'd done. Admiral Harrow laughed. I admit it sounds like my apple didn't fall very far from that ancestral family tree. I guess that's why the family doesn't have stories about what he did. He didn't want that. He should have let his descendants know. You should read this, Favre said. Find out what he did. You've asked your ancestors for help, for advice, more than once since I got to know you, and you've told me that you felt as if they did offer some very good advice. Maybe Ethan Harrow knew more tactics than I've ever given him credit for, Harrow said, lowering his gaze to the reader again. He was good friends with Brynn, though? I guess that explains why one of Ethan's daughters was the black sheep of the Harrow family. She joined the Marines instead of the fleet. Favre smiled, though the expression shifted into something more thoughtful. Have you ever heard the name? Reyes? Reyes? I don't think so. My ancestor from the same time as Ethan Harrow. She's mentioned in that. Ethan Harrow was friends with your ancestor? I don't think they were that close. I think they might have met through mutual friends like Brynn. But it's definitely my ancestor, Solana Reyes. Funny to realize that she knew your ancestor. Harrow stared at Favre for a moment. I guess fate wasn't ready to bring our family lines together at that point. I guess not. She rose again, brushing a hand against the compad. Read it. According to Jane Harrow, it remained unpublished because Brynn expressed herself and her feelings about events and people very candidly. It felt like the unvarnished truth to me, except that Brynn always downplays her own actions. That fits if Ethan Harrow liked her. Jack, do you ever wonder if this was all planned out by something greater than ourselves? That we're all playing roles in a story fate set into motion long, long ago? More often, I feel as if fate is making it up as it goes along. One thing I do know, what we do matters. I guess that came down in my family from Ethan Harrow. It doesn't matter what plans fate has, we struggle to do what's right anyway. That's come down in my family too, she said, though it was a bit jarring to learn that Solana Reyes was a red like those Martians we encountered at Old Earth. My family had managed to bury that little bit of history. I'd guessed that Reyes wasn't like one of those reds, Harrow said. You're right. That's a safe bet. Lena Favre tapped the reader. Give this a read. Find out where this story of ours started. Right now, I'm wondering where it's going to end. Let me know when you figure that out.